Mr. Wayland, is this necessary? Yes. A strange scene was playing out before a couple of auction house workers. They were tasked to help a VIP out in transporting their wares, but the man in question made things difficult. Instead of letting them take the crate with the item that would be auctioned, he decided to carry it himself. Roland was somewhat nervous about this day. Tonight his golem would be auctioned off. Previously, he had agreed to let the people from the auction house take the crate the golem was in and transport it for him. They came with a small carriage that would be large enough to carry the crate and some people in it. But then strange thoughts of thieves and bandits started clouding his judgment. What if something happened to the golem during transit? What if someone decided to steal it before it reached the city? He could not just let these regular workers go, as the guards that were with them would probably be overpowered by silver rank adventurers. Don't worry about it, I'll explain it to your boss. Due to the golden card that he showed at the auction house, he was given the VIP treatment. Thus the workers that came here were scared that their employer would complain that they let an important customer do all the heavy lifting. He could only reassure them that he would not say anything to get them fired. Let's go then. Roland asked while holding the large box in front of his body with both hands. The golem did weigh quite a bit, and it would normally need 2 grown men, but in this world of fantasy stats, it wasn't much of a problem. If Roland really wanted, he could sling it onto his shoulder and run with it. Take care. Auwo, Elodia and Agni were there to see him off while Bernier remained back in the workshop. The auction would begin later at night, but Roland needed to deliver the goods now. This was an important event for him, so he would also stay there to explain a few things to the lead auctioneer. Thus the strange group of people was off. The small carriage was occupied by Roland and the golem. He decided to sit right next to it while using the built-in radar in his runic helmet. Due to his paranoia, he decided to wear his better armor and not the half-plate. If anyone decided to ambush them for some reason, he would be able to make quick work of them with the help of his attacking spells. Of course, nothing like this happened, and the dots that were on the radar never went too close to the carriage. This was probably due to it having the seal of the Valyrian household. Everyone knew that nobles were very prideful. If any bandit dared to attack one of their possessions, they would need a quick getaway plan. One that involved hiding from Oracle-grade tracking magic, as the high nobles would spend the extra coin to catch the thief. Thus, when he arrived at the auction house, he carried the crate all the way over to the check-in clerk. There he made sure that it arrived at the right VIP storage, where he began unpacking. The Lord will be here shortly. You probably have about an hour to prepare Mr. Wayland. The previous time Roland was here, there was only the chubby manager around. He had only informed him about the golem being ready, and then received the date that he should deliver the goods. While normally there would be some kind of appraiser tasked with the inspection, for some reason Arthur Valyrian also wanted to see it. Thus he was now here preparing for his double inspection, which reminded him about the recent class change trial. There he also was graded by it, while always getting low grades for his paltry design sense. The golem was made a bit more eye-catching for the potential customers, and had many more features than the old variants. For someone that was only a Tier 2 runesmith, this had been quite the achievement, but if other people would see it, the same remained to be seen. Roland gently removed the golem from the crate that was filled out with straw. Arachnia 1 was the name that was written on the underside, along with the little sun-like logo that he was using for himself. With how much people like Celeria around here, he somewhat hoped that his logo would help him piggyback from all the believers. Just like with the other golems inside of the crate, there was a handwritten manual. His drawing skills had actually improved, and after getting the engineer class, he was able to get the artistic drawing skill. Probably the main reason for getting it was the creativity skill. Together with them, he was able to draw up a realistic representation of the golem on paper. All of the parts were listed and explained. If the owner had any semblance of intelligence, they would be able to easily control his creation. The biggest limiting factor was the metal rod that he was holding in his hand. This was a rather inefficient way of handling the golems. It was a large headache for the craftsman that had to pre-program various commands that the owner would utter. While there was a pre-existing database, it didn't cover all the bases or types of machines. I don't think the new owner will complain too much. As long as it has all the common command words, it should be fine. Golems were already widespread magical constructs. They were divided into some categories like battle golems and transport golems. What he only needed to do was be sure to have his creation follow what was seen as common. If Arachnia 1 wouldn't be able to perform a backflip, it would be fine. It just needed to do what people expected from it. Then if he could go above the expectations and add a few innovations, it would make his product worth more. That is if the buyers didn't find the additional functions to be useful. Maybe someone will see the collector value in it. Roland gave out a sigh while going through all the small parts. The inspection went by smoothly, and soon he heard a commotion outside. The Lord had finally arrived. The heavy footsteps of the guards that went to meet him outside were very telling. "Good day, Mr. Wayland, I see you are finished." Arthur Valyrian was quite a handsome man. He was wearing a somewhat militaristic uniform, which made him stand out from the crowd. He could already see the poor young man being sold off to some old rich noble widow if he wasn't successful in this city. While bad marriage prospects were mostly forced onto the women, the men weren't that far behind. Depending on their worth, they could be shoved into an unwelcome situation. This might have been his fate if he was ever deemed to remain in the old Arden estate. He would probably be forced to become a knight, and then marry some random knight's daughter to proliferate the line. His kids then would be forced to work under the reigning Arden estate head that would be one of his older brothers. Luckily for the past few years, he was granted respite. Robert had not told his secret either. "Good day, my lord, as you can see, the golem is ready," Roland replied while looking at the person standing to the side of Arthur. It was the personal maid that never seemed to stray too far from him. It was clear that she served as more than just a maid. Even when the knights remained outside, she was always there with him. This was nothing out of the ordinary. Most of the high nobles would have some personal guards that always remained with their masters. It was for their noble lord's well-being as well as for their own. If anything happened to the noble they were serving, it would be their heads that were on the line. Roland didn't explain much as Arthur was quick to take the control rod from him. Even before activation, he also asked for the instruction manual through which he read through at a blazing speed. Fascinating. This one is a lot different than the previous one. Yes, I have made some improvements. The two started talking while receiving strange glances from the maid named Mary. Roland was quite nonchalant about it, but a normal person would have a rather hard time when speaking to a noble. Even though he was looking away, he listed some of the commands that the golem was able to shuffle through. This guy really does find these interesting. Arthur Valerian's eyes were wide open. He was like a kid in a candy store. His blue golem paraded through the storage room while he continued to give it some orders, one that even caused the guards from the outside to burst through the room as Arthur ordered it to shoot at the crate, a command that the Lord would not be aware of if he didn't go through the instruction manual correctly. "My lord, haha, don't worry, I'm fine, but I think we will need a new crate for this golem." Soon the smoking wood was extinguished, and the lead auctioneer visited him instead. It was a rather alluring-looking elven lady with good proportions. It was the oldest trick in the book to have the auctioneer be attractive to have the buyers show off their deep purses. After showing off the golem to all the important workers, it was carried out in a new box. Now he only needed to wait for the presentation to go through and see how much gold he could earn for it. Even now he wasn't hoping for much. The golem was a custom model from a craftsman that was being shunned by the Dwarven Union. Normally, it would have been a big risk to invest money into an unknown element, but he still had some hopes. "It's out of my hands now." Roland decided to remain here all the way until the auction was over. His creation would be presented a bit later so that the buyers could get their toes dipped first. After a couple of lesser products, they would start auctioning off the pricey items that they always spread rumors about. His seat was somewhat in the back as he didn't want to stand out. This large auction hall looked like it was made for a play. There were 3 balconies for the more prominent members of the city, with the middle one being reserved for important nobles. But with Arthur Valerian remaining in the main office above, it was devoid of anyone that important. Those booths are for the rich merchants. Wait, is that? Roland peeked at the western balcony that was slowly filling up. He was sitting on the opposite side of it, just on the lower level. If he didn't look, he would have probably missed it, but 2 bearded men that he was familiar with just entered it. "Or do we really need to come for this? I now held your win and we need to see wit that bastard made." It was instantly clear that the dwarves named Bammer and Dunnan had been informed about his involvement. From what he knew, his involvement in the auction house wasn't specifically announced. They never mentioned what exactly the runic item would be. Not giving the specifics would only entice people to come over. It seemed that someone from the auction house had talked. Who it was would be hard to deduct, as even some of the regular guards could have overheard someone talking. He had also visited the auction house this week. They could have already had someone inform the dwarves about his visit, which correlated with this magical item reveal. This isn't entirely bad, though. This was something he expected to happen, so he wasn't that worried. Perhaps with the dwarves being here, the product he was trying to peddle could actually sell for more than he expected. Would a dwarven craftsman let some random merchants get their hands on a golem they had never seen before? Probably not. While the Dwarven Union had deep pockets, this didn't mean that there were no other heavy hitters with them. Various rich merchants were also there, along with someone he really didn't expect to see. This man stood out from the crowd as he was very muscular and bald. "Why is the guild master here?" The leader of the Adventure Guild had decided to show up for some reason. Most of the money flowing into the city went through that guild, so his purchasing power was quite high as well. Besides them, he also spotted some store owners and some people from the Merchant Guild. After the rich merchants filled up the 2 balconies, the regular ones started flooding into the bottom section. He would normally be sitting up with the rich due to his VIP status, but for now, he refused as he wanted to remain anonymous. Covered in a dark robe and without his armor showing, he would somewhat mix into the crowd with all the other people. Soon the curtain was yanked to the side, and the lovely elven lady that he met before walked out onto the stage. She was wearing a form-fitting red dress with a lot of upper chest area showing, clearly to entice the many men that were in the crowd. She gave a little introduction speech that was probably rehearsed many times before the first item was brought out. The auction was finally in full swing, but while Roland was getting nervous, two people were having a discussion. They had a nice view over the whole auction from their semi-secret spot that was the auction house owner's office. He does seem to be bothered by those Dwarven Union fellows, doesn't he, my lord? Arthur Valerian was just sitting there together with Mary and looking over everything. It was clear as day that Roland was taking glances to the side from the moment the Dwarven Union representatives showed up. Wish I could see his face, that man is hard to read. Mary, why don't you go help our friend out? I thought you'd never ask, Lord Arthur. Mary smiled while placing a mask over her face along with a somewhat large hat. How do I look? Like someone that has more money than reason? Arthur replied while Mary slowly walked out from the room. Her body was covered in expensive-looking jewelry, and the dress she had on was made from quite the costly material. Soon the auction would start, but Arthur knew that with the help of his maid, Roland could potentially make a lot more money than he thought. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring your attention to this set of 6 high-grade elixirs. These have been distilled from the finest Daga's hearts and are very potent. The starting price will be at 2 small gold coins. Roland looked at what looked to be a small paddle, with a number being raised, when the busty lady stopped explaining the item that was being sold. These elixirs were quite potent to the point of being able to regenerate fingers if they were cut off, but not at the level of full limb recovery. The initial price was more than what an average family spent in a month's time, and it only continued to rise. The amount of money that was going through this auction house was quite staggering. Yet without a proper class that could earn this much money, the world seemed unfair. Even Roland could easily earn gold coins now while just entering his 20s. Farmers with no special skills could only dream about his money-making capabilities, but some special cultivation classes existed. Even farmers had potential breakthroughs that would allow them to grow special food that then could be turned into something costly. But such people were few and far between, just like him, who had quite unorthodox skills. I wonder if I'll get a good price on that golem. That is if anyone starts bidding in the first place. Ever since this morning, Roland was feeling anxious. If he didn't have his sleep-resistant skill with him, he would have been dead tired from all the worries. These worries turned to questions he asked himself during the night that kept him awake. With a slight glance to the side, he watched the Dwarven Union members looking over the items. They were clearly not interested in the potions. Unless it was some kind of enchanted weapon or magical creation, they would not be moved. The biggest fear that Roland had now was that even with the help of the city lord, the Union would be able to force the merchants to ignore his items. If something like that occurred, he would be driven out of business. What good were high-quality goods if no one bought them? But this was the auction house. Many wandering people with deep pockets visited them, people that did not worry about something like the Dwarven Union. While they were influential, this also had a limit. Anyone not in the circle of merchants and craftsmen would not really have anything to lose by spending coins. My golem is scheduled to be out later. This might take an hour or two, depends how much these people are willing to barter up. Even when no paddles were raised by the potential buyers, the auctioneer didn't just end the auction. Her job was to squeeze out the most amount of coins from each auction. She would regularly pause while trying to sell the item on stage. Examining facial expressions came in handy, as most of the time a person could tell if someone was interested in the item or not. Going once, going twice. Sold to the handsome gentleman in the blue coat. The man was far from handsome, with his balding head and age of 50 years. This didn't stop the busty elf from giving him a wink after the bidding war was done. Please remember to pick your item up before you leave the auction house. If you wish, you may do it now or wait till the end of the auction. You don't want those bargain magical items to be bought out when you're gone, now do you? While she didn't elaborate further, Roland was aware of all the procedures. The items were carried off into a special room where the buyer had to pick them up. It was heavily guarded, not only to protect the items. This was an auction, and while rarely some people got overexcited and weren't able to fork out the money that they were owed, if something like that occurred, they would be mostly detained and then punished. Sometimes even sold into slavery if the auction house boss was especially ruthless. In this case, it belonged to the city lord, so they would be sent to jail. Then they could barter on an equal exchange if they had any. It was hard to track people down in this world, and verbal agreements were useless. The only way of such a buyer leaving would be with a signed contract that would give him quite the curse if he failed to deliver on the promise. The potions were soon carried off by some guards, while the person who bought them remained in place. Then the next item of interest was carried out, which this time around was something he was familiar with, a runic mace that wasn't of his making. It was a bit strange to see one of these out on the market. The dwarves that he was paying attention to seemed interested in the item to some degree. One of them raised the paddle for the initial bid, and it continued until they got it for slightly over the market price. They do seem to be interested in runic wares a lot. From this exchange, he could somewhat confirm that the dwarves would bid for items concerning their craft. The spell on the mace was pushing the limits of Tier 2 and was rather unique as it had smite on it. This was a holy element enchantment that required a priest to recharge it. Roland was interested in getting his hands on something like that too. It was a runic weapon, so he would not have to use the runic eye skill to figure out the schematic. But he was not here to spend his coin. A weapon like this could be bought elsewhere, and he did not want to stick out. Not many people in this city had the money required to buy something like it, which would pull unwanted gazes at him if he also bid. How come you buy that thing? Dunnan asked Bammer, that was the one making all of the bids. Tease fur ma research. Why do you care? Ah can spend coin as ah want. It seemed that the enchantsmith wanted the mace with the smite spell on it for some research. Why, he didn't know the dwarf was not a runesmith, but this didn't mean that he could not become one in the future. Being an enchantsmith and a runesmith wasn't totally unheard of, yet it would be harder to learn both fields at once. It also could just be an excuse. Roland turned his head back to the auction house, and it continued. Various other weapons and trinkets started to be carried out. One was even a magical box that acted as a hologram that had some beautiful women performing an alluring dance to some music. It was clearly some kind of spell that recorded it along with the music and was just grafted onto a golden box. Perhaps to some rich merchants, this had some value, but to him, it was a waste of good metal. It went for a high price and would probably find its way into the hand of a noble with too much money. There were even magical sets of clothes that glistened in the moonlight. It was quite surprising to see a good-looking woman walking out in a dress to present herself to the audience. There was apparently not anything that would not be sold here, and the people were more than willing to spend money on it. If the item had magic on it, it was almost guaranteed to be resellable. Then finally, after 1.5 hours of seeing magical thingamajigs being presented, it came for his creation to be announced. This he knew by the unsuspecting wooden box that confused the people that were looking at it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another special article. This time around it is something that has been constructed by a local craftsman. The people that were in the room started staring at the box in the middle of the stage. It was still closed, but it was not the only thing there. Next to it was a little stand with what looked to be a rod covered in runic engravings. The dwarves that were on the balcony quickly realized what it was just by a glance. That does look like a golem control rod. That whelp really managed T-Mac, a golem at his age. Bammer the enchantsmith that had a better eye for runes leaned over the balcony while somewhat shouting. His comrade that was next to him just started scowling while looking. It was clear that the two were not too happy to see something that should only be made by dwarven hands there. After the members of the union got rowdy, the merchants perked up. It was clear to them that something worthwhile would be presented if the penny-pinching dwarves were even interested. The richest of them came prepared. The costlier items were always presented to the end of the auction, and this part was finally beginning. Roland started looking around, and he did notice that a lot of people were interested in what was in that box. The lady knew how to make a show of it. It seemed that they decided to have the golem exit from within the box by itself, instead of presenting it out in the open. He did explain giving the manual to a worker beforehand. Perhaps the Lord had decided that it would be more interesting if the golem made a grand entrance. Thus, after all eyes were on the control rod, the elven woman made her move. Please observe, this is what is called a control rod. It can be used for various magical artifacts, but in this case, without revealing what the box contained, she activated the remote control with the help of some mana and spoken words. Activate. After the command was spoken, the golem would begin to function. While the people outside couldn't see it just yet, the inside of the wooden container started to move slightly. Soon the top part was moved to the side, and one of the spider golem's appendages appeared. Oh, what is that? Is that a magical construct? Interesting. The golem started to rise out of the box as it was programmed to by him. Moving through terrain and maneuvering through tight places wasn't difficult for his creations. It was able to skillfully get out of the box by stretching its legs to step outside. When turned off, it remained curled up on the bottom, which also reduced the size of the package it was in. It was thus quite easy for the blue golem to gently present its shiny body that Roland spent an exorbitant amount of time polishing for this occasion. The glistening metallic outer shell reflected the magical lights that shined onto the stage quite well. The golem that was shaped like an arachnid slowly moved towards the woman holding the control rod, just like he had programmed it. Then it went back into its passive energy-saving mode while waiting for more commands. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new custom-made golem. While it might look like the popular spider iron golem, it is made from durasteel and has many more uses. Let me bring your attention to this enlarged arachnid abdomen, as its creator likes to call it. The abdomen area was used to house the spatial bag and other utensils. The elven woman opened it up while having the golem turn around by itself. While this was going on, Roland felt quite stressed. His creation was being shown off, and he couldn't really tell if the people liked what they were seeing. At first, they were surprised by the unique design that was different from the schematics of a more conventional model. To the untrained eye, a custom model might seem better as it was newer, but to these people here it wasn't so. There was a reason why people stuck to proven designs, as there was less risk involved. The lady listed all the features that the golem had, but there was no space on the stage to perform any battle tests. For safety measures, they could not fire off any deadly spells, which was a big selling point of this model that was made with the highest quality runes. At first, everyone was leaning forward and listening closely, but soon they all sat back to contemplate. The golem was somewhat risky. He was probably the only person that could repair it if something went wrong. But the noble house backing this auction house was known for its prestige, so some might be inclined to risk it. As this is a well-crafted runic construct, we will be starting our bid at 2 large gold coins. This was it. Questions would not be asked towards the auctioneer. Everyone had to use their own judgment. While Roland could see someone trying to raise the bidding paddle, he also heard a loud grunt coming from the balcony above. It was both of the dwarves again. One of them was giving the sign that he would be bidding. Then Roland realized what the grunt meant. The moment the union dwarves were involved, the other merchants started backing off. He could see them nodding at each other, as if this had been discussed beforehand. Perhaps they had some kind of agreement on not bidding against each other in certain situations, which if true could set him back by a lot. The 2 large gold coins would not cover the manufacturing costs for the golem. If no one else placed a bid, then he would be in the red, and without a golem that was usable in the dungeon. The auction house could not pull the offer back at this point, even if they were aware of the merchant agreement. At most, they could ban the people involved in the scheme later, or try to clear it up away from the public eye to not affect their reputation. 2 large gold coins. Do I perhaps hear 3 large gold coins? 3 large gold coins for this beautiful magical creation. Even when the elven lady stalled, the people here shook their heads around. 2 gold coins was already a large sum of money that was equal to 20 small gold coins. There were not many merchants here that could afford it, as a lot of people just came to see the spectacle of people bidding high. Yet suddenly a hand was raised instead of a paddle. It was a fan covered in jewels that looked very expensive. The bidder was a woman of unknown origin that was hiding her face behind a veil. For some strange reason, he had the feeling that he knew her from somewhere. 3 large gold coins to the madam in white. The moment the bid rose, the dwarves in the balcony turned to the lady. She didn't look like someone from this city and was probably unaffected by the union. Is that a noble? Maybe a mistress of some lord? People started whispering, as the amount of money wasn't small. There were 2 men in unfamiliar armor next to her, which made her look like someone important and with a lot of money. Now with her in the game, the bidding war finally started. The dwarves seemed not amused as they quickly bid past her and continued. Bammer from the union slammed his fists down onto the balcony while going red in the face. It was not allowed to antagonize the other participants with words, so instead, an outburst of anger was probably supposed to send the message to the woman bidding against them. The girl dressed in white didn't seem to care though, as she outbid the dwarves by another large gold coin, which brought the price up to 11. It was clear that she was not perturbed by the outburst, which was somewhat sending the message that she didn't care about the dwarven union or was not informed. Without knowing her true identity, the dwarves could not judge if she was someone that they had to contend with. The bidding slowed down for a moment as the 2 started discussing if it was worth continuing. But to these craftsmen, new golems like this could prove important in developing their craft. Roland was sure that they would want to analyze his creation. They would surely dismantle it and try to judge with their own eyes if he was the real deal. Though when they did, they would receive a small surprise. T12 large gold coins to the dwarven gentleman with the red face. Does the beautiful lady in white wish to offer more? Yet when the price reached twice what he was expecting to get, it finally ended. He noticed that the woman was not looking at his golem, but at something that was above it. Then after nodding once, she moved her luxurious fan down towards her knees and gave the victory to the dwarven union. Then, as if she was never there, she and the 2 armored men walked out, while the voluptuous elven lady on the stage was congratulating the dwarf for winning the bid. While everyone was a bit stunned by the quick exit, he noticed something. Even though the woman was wearing some high heels that would normally make loud noises while walking, there was no sound being generated. Wait, didn't I see that way of walking somewhere before? Here you go, Mr. Wayland, your cut of the sale. Isn't there too much in here? You only took out 1 small gold coin. This is not the price we agreed on. With the help of his skills, he was able to quickly count how much money was in the sack. A contract was signed beforehand. It stated that he would be given 10 to 15% of his earnings to the auction house. This depended on the scale of the sale. The more money he earned, the less he needed to pay up. With this one passing the 10 large coin threshold, he would need to fork up 10%. He was also required to present a minimum of 10 items in a year, otherwise, he would need to pay a fine. This was an understandable clause, as he was given a better rate than other sellers that mostly had to give up from 15 to 25% from the sale. Thus he was confused that he only had to give up one small gold coin. This was the Lord's decision. He sends his regards and hopes that you will continue to work with us. He also wanted to inform you that he would look into the situation with the Dwarven Union and the merchants. Oh, he did, and he will. By the situation, the clerk probably meant the way the dwarves almost caused others from bidding. Such acts were strictly forbidden in any auction house. Even without words, it was clear what had happened there. The union members probably didn't think anything off it after getting used to almost owning the city. Those bastards were heading upstairs, weren't they? After the bidding war was over, the dwarves left in a hurry. It was clear that they only wanted to get his golem for a cheap price. After failing in their attempt, they beelined it for the auction storage to pay up. Roland was a bit interested in their reactions, so he followed behind them, but then when they were about to leave with the crate, the lordling's maid appeared out of the blue. Will that guy do something about them, or will they just offer him a bribe? Roland wasn't sure what he should expect from his new business partner. It was clear that he was getting some favorable treatment, at least for now. What the future held in store for him was unknown, and he could be betrayed any moment. Yet he was willing to give it a try, as he had become tired of all the running. It would have been easy to just leave a few years ago, when the union became aware of him. Even going to a different country would be that outlandish, as his manufacturing class would probably allow him a position almost anywhere. Until times became really dire, he decided to remain and go through the hardships. Contending with a few penny-pinching dwarfs wasn't all that bad. His business was doing well enough even when he was getting sanctioned left and right. Well then, give the Lord my regards. I'll deliver the next set of products before the deadline. It was not the time to worry, though. He had made a lot of money today. Many more gold than he could by selling runic weapons in bulk. Also now, with everything in place, he would be able to construct the same golem a lot faster and perhaps at a lower cost. Thus the town runesmith made his way out of the Valyrian auction house. His mind was now only on his comfortable bed. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm very serious. This will be your only warning. If something like this happens again, my father will hear about it. I wonder what the union would do to the little dwarf that caused a scene at a Valyrian auction house. The two dwarven union members that were bidding for Roland's golem were now together in Arthur's office. As always, he was here together with his maid that was in the process of serving some tea to the two guests. We understand. While Dunnan's face went pale, Bammer remained calm. He lowered his head at the request, knowing well that they were in the wrong. While Arthur Valyrian here was not someone that they feared, they were in no position to offend a duke household. How much pull outside the city he had was unknown to them, thus it was better to tread lightly. Good, I will not fine you this time around, but let this be the last time we have this conversation. You may leave now. Oh, and enjoy your new golem. I'm sure it's worth all the coin that you paid for it. Arthur smiled while sipping his tea. Bammer just looked at him with a blank expression while his friend was biting his tongue. Soon the two departed with less gold in their pockets, as they had already paid up for the golem. Finally, after leaving the room, Mary was able to speak up. That was somewhat boring. They didn't even try to make a deal. It's still disappointing. I'm sure I could have gotten more out of them. After her performance at the auction house, she was feeling quite good about herself. This was not the first time that she inflated the price of an item around a place like this. Before this day, she had done some research for prices of golems. With the help of that knowledge, she knew just how much the union dwarves would be willing to pay. How much they had in their coffers was also important, but Arthur stopped her before she reached the amount she was going for. That was more than enough. It was already a big enough gamble. Not sure how I would have explained it to our runesmith if you had won the auction. Arthur laughed to himself while thinking about Roland, his new business partner. What would he do if he knew that a noble was inflating the prices at his own auction house? Would he be all for it, or did he have a more steady moral compass? Speaking about Mr. Wayland, I think that he might have noticed that it was me. Mary shifted the conversation towards a different subject, which was Roland's piercing gaze. Oh, was he able to look through your disguise? I'm not sure. I changed my voice and mannerisms. He is hard to read with that helmet on his face, but maybe Sir Gareth and Sir Morian did a bad job in their new roles. The guards that she had with her were of course the two knights that served Arthur. They didn't have to do much besides standing in place, while Mary shifted the attention towards her extravagant look. Think I need to train them more. I think they did well enough, but we should focus on other things now. Is our next guest here? Yes, he is drinking up all the expensive wine as we speak, replied Mary while frowning slightly when thinking about the person that she would need to fetch now. Good, would you be so kind to bring him here? I thought that he would at least make one bid, but instead he kept to himself through the whole auction. Maybe he is just afraid of the union as the rest. Mary shrugged while walking towards the door to go to the VIP room where the next guest was waiting. He didn't seem like the type, but I'll see for myself soon. Fine then, but I wouldn't trust that man too much. I'll take that to heart. replied Arthur while looking down at some papers. While the issue with the city runesmith was probably settled now, he was only a small cog in the machine. For this young noble to get his heart desires, he needed more power, and the amount of money that his new worker gave him wouldn't be much unless he somehow attained Tier 3 status within the next few years. Tier 3, that would be nice. Arthur gazed at his own status screen while thinking about the fabled Tier 3 stopgap that not many could get through. If his new potential follower could attain it, he could become a larger chess piece, but for now, he was only someone with some potential. Whether he could prove himself in the coming years remained to be seen. For his future plans, he needed many more pieces like him. "Lord Arthur, our guest is waiting, should I let him in?" While contemplating the future, he heard Mary call out to him from the corridor outside. The door slammed open as it was pushed with impunity. The maid on the outside started shouting, but the person that walked into the Lord's office didn't seem too apologetic. "How dare you? Haha, calm down, little missy." Arthur looked at a somewhat imposing-looking man that was built like a brick house. "Young lord, you wish to see me." The man ignored the maid that was about to grab him for being rude. "It's fine, Mary." Arthur just shook his head. After locking eyes with him, Mary backed away from the man that she considered an oaf. Soon she was standing right next to him while feeling uneasy. The man before her was not someone that she could really handle, as he was of Tier 3 strength. "Guildmaster, I'm happy that you have accepted my invitation. I think we need to discuss a couple of things." "You're back. How did it go?" "Surprisingly well. But why are you still here at this hour?" "Lobelia's taking care of the kids. They are also getting older, so it's not that hard anymore." "I see." Roland was back at his home along with the pouch of gold coins. This was the most that he had earned from one sale, and the future looked bright. The lord named Arthur was somehow clearing up the mess he had got himself into with the Union, and he only needed to do things that he was good at, which was crafting. "That's wonderful. Wait a moment, I'll get you something to eat." "No, that's fine. I'm not hungry, I just want to sleep." "Oh, you want to go to bed? That's fine with me too, just give me a moment." When he mentioned the bed, Elodia started blushing wildly, but even with her ready, he wasn't really interested in that kind of stress relief. Thus the night ended a bit uneventfully with him passing out before she managed to return. In the morning he was greeted with a somewhat disappointed-looking girlfriend, and him not being sure what was the problem. Roland kept quiet as he didn't want to somehow increase Elodia's anger. Just as always, they were sitting together by the table, but this time around there was mostly silence. Finally, after a moment, she did break it. "So, what are you going to do now?" The question was quite simple. What did he intend to do? The golem was sold, and he could take the money and invest it either into his house or tools. With Arthur fixing most of his problems, he could also stop going to the black market. While it was an interesting place, the regular merchants gave a better deal. Also, he knew that the materials he got would not be sponsoring any shady business. "That's a good question. I'm not sure. Was so focused on the golem that I didn't plan ahead." Roland laughed while taking a bite out of a large sausage that Agni continued to stare at. Feeling good about himself, he decided to throw his wolf the unfinished part, which was chomped down almost the moment it was thrown in the air. "Is that so? How about you take the gold rank test, the adventurer test?" "Yes, Armand has been talking behind your back, that he is so much better than you because he outranks you now." Elodia chuckled while a vein appeared on Roland's forehead. It was true. While he was busy with his golemic creations, his new class, and the dungeon, he somewhat ignored his adventurer rank. "With things settling down now, I think you can put your worries at rest and leave for a few weeks. Agni has gotten so big now too, I'm sure he can protect the home. While you are away, you don't need to worry." She looked at the wolf that was staring at the meat that was on the dining table. When his name was mentioned, he gave out a resounding howl, then presented his large tongue for more treats. "What, I'm not worried." "Ha." Roland's reply was laughed at, as Elodia knew him well enough to know that he was a worrywart. The adventure rank-up test could even take a month depending on his luck. If he was free to travel, it would have been completed a long time ago. If you are worried, just hire a few more guards. If you toss a few gold coins towards Armand, I'm sure he will be willing to stay here for a few weeks. Can I pay him some gold for him not to stay here instead? While he didn't trust in Armand's housekeeping capabilities, he was a gold rank adventurer over the level of 100. Perhaps he would destroy some of his furniture, but it would be better than getting his workshop ransacked. The trust between Elodia and her siblings was deep, so he was also inclined to trust them now. "Stop joking around, I'm being serious. You should really go. What kind of adventurer reaches level 125 before changing their rank? You are missing out on so many good deals." With every adventurer rank came privileges, slightly better rates for selling monster parts, and also access to more lucrative quests. While wandering down into his secret mining spot, he did pick up some of the monster parts that could be sold off later. While he wasn't missing out on much, with time it started to add up, and even more if the monsters became rarer. "That's true. Speaking of the Adventure Guild, do you still keep in contact with Solana? Maybe she could procure a test that won't have me wandering to the north end of the kingdom. Also, there is the issue with my status screen in class. The tests were somewhat random as they depended on each Adventure Guild. Most of the time, they just took one of the easier gold rank notices off the board and called it a day. If Roland decided to forego the test, he would need to wait half a year to take a new one as punishment. Solana, after his question, Elodia remained a bit silent, but after the pause, she nodded her head. I think she might help, but I'm not sure. Does she have a grudge against me or something? Grudge? No, it's just. That girl has a strange sense of humor. I'm not sure if going through her is wise, but I can try if you want. You should really stop worrying about your class. Don't think anyone will care that much at this point. Roland had no idea what the Elven Guild receptionists and his girlfriend's relationship was like. He knew that Elodia had covered for a lot of shifts that were meant for Solana in the past. Few favors should be owed through that, but sometimes a sense of entitlement could cloud a person's judgment. Oh, look at the time, I need to go to the store. After talking for a while, Roland was left in the house alone. Now he needed to make a decision. Would he finally go get that troublesome gold rank test done, or was there something else that he needed to do first? If Solana helped him in concealing his status screen, then perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad option for the respite that he was given now. Haven't been here in a while. Roland was wearing the more compact version of his armor without the helmet part. Even then, he kept his face somewhat covered with the robe that he draped over his body. After so many years of hiding from pesky family members, it was hard to change his ways. It didn't feel right if he was not covered head to toe with armor or back at his home. Before he was the Adventurers Guild that needed to give him the gold ranker test. For it, he would need to leave the city and rendezvous with someone from an affiliated guild. That someone would be the judge that after the task was over decided if he was worthy of the gold rank. Now, this was somewhat a troublesome part of the whole deal. While from the outside, it might have looked professional for another higher rank adventurer to tag along to keep a newbie in line, sometimes it went astray. Some of the chaperones were less than stellar in their morals. Sometimes the newbie ended up forking up some of their gold just so they could pass the test. Would he have luck with his test checkers, or would he have to bribe them? Roland was someone with a lot of money, but that was also known by the guild. If the person grading him was to fail him for not paying up, he would be sidelined for half a year. The half year was not the problem, though, but losing valuable time on repeating the rank-up tests was. Elodia did say that she would try to talk Solana into giving him a lighter test. Also, there was the issue with his status screen becoming open to prying eyes, which could be avoided with her help. This was not something the Union could get involved in either, so he should have been feeling more at ease. Yet for one reason or another, he was not looking forward to leaving this city. His home and everything he owned were here. There is always something that doesn't go according to plan. The incident with the ant mine came to his mind. Thus he would like to avoid any tasks that involved entering areas that hadn't been explored. Ones that involved mysterious disappearances were also similar. Most of the time the reason was some kind of powerful monster that had evolved and left its habitat. Without knowing what he was getting himself into, it would be hard to prepare the countermeasures. But I guess that's the adventure part in the name of this profession. After letting out a sigh, he descended into the tavern like Adventurers Guild. On the inside, he was hit by the smell of alcohol and sweat. After the city population had started to settle, so did the Adventure Guild become more structured. They had increased the count of their receptionists after a certain overachiever had left them dry to make up for the loss of manpower. Roland scanned the room with his eyes and homed in on the elven lady that knew him. Elodia apparently had taken some time out of her day to speak about the issue. With her help, he hoped to receive a mission that wouldn't involve scouting out cemeteries and running into abominations. Without a proper priest, such a task would be difficult even for him. Well, if it isn't our famous runesmith. Haven't seen you in a while. After waiting for 15 minutes, he was finally able to arrive at Solana's desk. He had arrived in this city some years ago, and this elven maiden had already been living here. Even though it had been a while, she didn't look like she aged a day. Just like in the books of fiction in his old world, elves tended to live for longer than humans. This didn't reach the level of thousands of years, but at a base, they could live 3 times as much as a human. This was without accounting for magical ways of prolonging life that could be used by any species. Good day, Solana. I think Elodia has spoken to you about the thing. Straight to the point. You're no fun. What does that girl see in you? Well, besides that handsome face, that is. Solana chuckled while winking towards Roland. In the past, perhaps a sensual look from a beauty like this would make him get nervous, but at this point in his life, he didn't really care. His face was devoid of any reaction, which caused the elven lady to pout slightly. Fine, you are lucky that I owe Elodia a favor. I have prepared the paperwork, you just need to sign it. While the woman seemed slightly dejected by his emotionless face, he just wanted to get on with it. What he received were 3 pieces of paper that were very similar. There was a difference, though. Each one had a different task written down on it. This is the form for the gold rank test, but why are there 3? The girl is looking out for you. She even helped me pick up some commissions from the board. She did. Yes, she narrowed it down to 3 that shouldn't take too long. Now choose one and that'll be it. You should appreciate my effort in all of this and give me a present for all that hard work. Did all that hard work involve copying Elodia's handwriting too? Haha, did you notice? Roland rolled his eyes as he quickly noticed that this perfectly filled out paperwork was done by Elodia. Probably she failed to convince this lazy sun elf to just help her out. He could imagine her going through the chaotic notice board, listing down the best commissions, and handing everything over to Solana that just needed to sign off on it. Did she do it after or before working in the shop? He could not pinpoint the exact time when she could have done it. While he did not ask her to go to this extent, there was a warm, fuzzy feeling in his heart that she cared this much to get this done. After coming back from this small expedition, he was already thinking about perhaps buying her a new dress. Let's see. Dungeon Exploration City of Floored. A new dungeon has appeared in the southernmost region of the island. We are looking for adventurers from the silver grade and up to lead an expedition into the dungeon. Escort the merchant caravan to the city of Rika. A medium-sized merchant caravan consisting of 10 carriages will be leaving towards the island's western region. Explore the dig site in the easternmost region. A party of adventurers along with the mining team has gone missing, and if possible bring them back alive. He read through the snippets explaining all of the tasks, and he didn't really like any of them. First was the dungeon exploration, which brought him down south. The city of Albrook was in the northern region, which would make traveling there hard. Then there was the issue of dungeon exploration that he was worried about. It was another new dungeon similar to the one here. The extent of the monster's strength was unknown. Also, the type of the dungeon wasn't mentioned either. It could be a giant maze filled with traps or a lush rainforest with a large open area. Yet it was a somewhat basic request. Just go to the dungeon, fight some monsters, and come back. Then there was the dig site exploration that reminded him about his younger days. This was a no-brainer, as he would not go towards an ominous area like that. Already an adventurer party was probably dead, and they wanted to throw more bodies at the issue. The speediest one would be the bodyguard routine. Instead of going to deadly areas, they just needed to protect some merchants. While their points were filled with monsters that they needed to pass, there should be enough of them to get through it. There would be no surprises, as it was an already mapped-out area and a trade route used by others. While the decision to take depended on him, he would not be able to pick the person that would be shadowing behind him. All of these started out at other locations, to which he would need to travel out of his own pocket. Realistically, he had only two choices. Either he agrees to get locked away down in another new dungeon with God knows what type of enemies, or he becomes a bodyguard for some rich people. While both had their share of danger at least, the escort mission gave him the option to escape easier. Leaving a new dungeon when assaulted was a lot harder than escaping from a bandit attack with more people around. Hey, have you made a decision? We don't have all day. Those commissions also have to be fulfilled soon. The caravan one in particular is in 2 days. They arrived a few days ago and will be leaving soon. If you decide to take it, your guard will meet you at the next stop. From there you will be graded on your performance. If you want to hear my opinion, you should probably go with that one. Those merchants have deep pockets and no trouble hiring gold adventurers, yet from time to time some bandits did try their blades. There was a lot of money involved and people were greedy. Now if he denied all of the propositions, he might have to take the penalty. Solana would get in a lot of trouble with the guild if she didn't file the correct paperwork. From what he knew, the notice of someone taking the gold rank test had already gone through. So that they wouldn't get people constantly refusing certain missions, they prepared a little system. First, the person went to the guild to announce that they would try to register for the test. One of the clerks in a higher position would then sign off on the name of the adventurer taking the test. Sometimes this person would even force certain tasks if they wanted, but like with his case, this was left up to the receptionist. Now his name was already written down in the books. If he didn't take the test and attempted his luck a few weeks later, the clerk would have his name noted. With the date being there, he would be denied another try and need to wait till the half-year penalty was over. The only way to go around it would be to ask the guild master or the person responsible for it. Maybe Elodia or Solana could convince that person to erase me from the books, but I shouldn't ask for more than this. There was also something that he noticed. His class was listed on this piece of paper. Just as they agreed on the Lord part of this runesmith class had been erased from the paperwork. It seemed that with enough backing a person could evade a lot of busywork. If this came to bite him in the behind was still up to debate, but even if his real class was revealed, he was slowly coming to terms with that not being a serious issue anymore. After contemplating it for a few minutes, he agreed on the caravan escort mission. While this made him think back to the time when he met up with the moon elves, his luck had increased since then. Perhaps a bandit attack was possible, but he was somewhat confident in his own fighting capabilities. With his spell-firing arsenal, a lot of fights could be won, but if things got too tough, he could always just make a run for it. He would be abandoning the quest, but it would be better to take the penalty for it, as adventuring wasn't his main profession in the first place. It was just something that needed to be taken care of sooner or later. Think we're out of time. Come back tomorrow after you make your decision. Roland glanced behind him as he noticed that a line started to form behind him. Just like Solana said, he was being indecisive too much. After nodding, he stepped to the side and let the grumpy-looking adventurer behind him tend to his business. I only have 2 days left. While normally this would not be enough time for someone like him to make a decision, he had prepared beforehand. Elodia had explained to him that some missions could have a fast expiration date, so before she went ahead with talking to Solana, he took care of everything concerning his leave. His spider drones would patrol the inside yard, while the improved magical turrets focused their magical points on any potential invaders. Bernir and Elodia had the master key that was attuned to their mana signature. Even if someone tried holding it, the turrets would fire at them. There was also no way of anyone knowing about their existence as they were created from regular accessories. When he returned home, it was time for a strategic meeting with both his assistant. Bernir, I'll leave everything up to you. Are you sure you can handle it? Boss, you should stop worrying so much. Who in their right mind would rob the runesmith that is working for the city lord? And did you forget about our little deal with the Thieves Guild? Yes, I know, that's the only reason why I'm willing to leave, but you never know if some idiot will use this chance to rob the runesmith's house while he is gone. Well, that's true. What Roland feared was not the locals, but the random riffraff that could gain some courage after drinking too much. There was already one incident when he visited the dungeon, but luckily Bernir was able to take care of it. News of him leaving would spread sooner or later, which could bring harm to the people staying here. But you can leave things to me. I'm just itching to use those rune rifles on something that can move. Bernir cackled oddly while looking at the runic rifle that could produce various magical effects. It was something that would allow bridging the gap between combat and non-combat classes. With the battery pack that could be quickly replaced, it was a weapon that was well suited for defensive battles. With all the defenses set up, he was somewhat at ease. Agni would be staying, and the spider drones would patrol the area. His job was to protect a caravan, which entailed constantly moving around. This would mean that he could not take the mule golem with him. This didn't mean that he wouldn't be taking at least one spider drone with himself. There were porters that could carry his luggage. While he didn't trust them that much, they should not run away with his goods. The golems were mostly akin to portable spell turrets which could come in handy during a battle in the open. Without places to hide, any bandits would find it hard to go against homing magic arrows coming their way. I should start packing and give my reply tomorrow. After clearing things up with Bernir and Elodia that would be staying, he needed to check his armor. Everything needed to fit into his backpack-sized spatial bag, as he could not yet implement the spatial runes that he was working the kinks out. It was time to finally stretch his legs again and give adventuring another try. If luck was on his side, this would turn into a quick journey with some camping, but if not. Are you sure you didn't forget anything? Yeah, everything I need is in here. Roland was standing outside his home while looking at Elodia that seemed a bit worried. It was strange to leave on a small adventure and actually have a place to come back to this time around. Usually, even if something went astray, he could just change locations while leaving the troublesome area. Now, on the other hand, if he for some reason abandoned his mission, there would be some consequences. Adventurers that fled in the face of danger would get reprimanded. Sometimes they could even get kicked out. Trusting in the guild was something that was built up through the ages. They could not risk keeping members that would give up their mission without good reason. Agni, take care of Elodia while I'm away and also keep Bernir out of trouble. If you see him drinking too much, you know what to do. Awo, hey, what's that supposed to mean, boss? Bernir was to the side trying to play it off, but both of them knew that he had a drinking problem. When Roland was in the workshop, he had a strict non-drinking policy during work hours. Now when he would be gone for a week or two, it gave Bernir ample time to booze it up. Be sure not to offend any rich merchants or nobles. As Roland was slinging his spatial backpack over his shoulder that made him feel like he was going on a school trip, he was given one last piece of advice. I'll try. Everyone knew that Roland had a certain way of presenting himself. Even to this day, he had trouble bowing his head towards authority, which was mostly caused by his upbringing. It felt strange to be afraid of people with nothing but status. If they were powerful Tier 3 class holders, then it was another thing. After a small hug that caused Elodia some pain due to him wearing his shiny armor, he made his way towards the city. Everyone gather up, I will discuss your duties. My name is Nishalaus, and I'll be responsible for you lot. So this is the group. Roland was looking at a man of medium built in mismatching-looking armor. On the back, he was wearing a long spear that was probably the most expensive item from his entire set. This was something that he started to notice with the adventurers in this world. They all tended to spend most of their money on their weapons. This was reflected in his own shop, which saw better sales with items that could cause more damage than ones that protected its user. Only when the adventurers had some spare change did they start to invest in protective measures like stronger armor. He, on the other hand, had made his armor his strongest weapon. With somewhat lacking battle skills, he needed to focus on what he was good at, his runic items. The magic they were able to produce could mimic high-level skills, and the cost was only mana, which he had a large reserve of. This person here had the highest level of the entire group, which prompted Roland to inspect his status screen. Name: Nishalaus L. 132. Classes: T2 Spirit Spearman L. 32. T2 Spearman L. 50. T1 Warrior L. 25. T1 Spear Warrior L. 25. Spirit Spearman, well, that's an uncommon class. Roland had amassed a small compendium of class knowledge by this time. Spirit in this case didn't have anything to do with ghosts, it was just another form of energy. There was a stronger variation of it called aura, but he had yet to see someone have it. This spirit would just be added to the person's status screen and used as a separate resource. Sometimes the skills would combine stamina and mana to be performed, which made these sorts of classes hard to level up. Unless a person excelled at all three, it was hard to get any skills that were worthwhile, but the added resource did give them more options. There are only 5 wagons now, but as we travel further new ones will be added. For now, I will decide on your. The man continued to talk while Roland just glanced to the side as he was not that interested. Normally the strongest adventurer received the leadership position, but this wasn't set in stone. The guild could just propose who would lead it, but the people here were not part of an army. They didn't need to listen to anyone of the same ranks as them. During the mining expedition where he encountered mines, there was one strong adventure party that no one dared to go against. Yet here, on the other hand, there was not that much of a difference in prestige. The man with the spear might have had the highest level, but this didn't mean that others would listen to him, as he was not the only gold-rank adventurer here. Hey, ugly, could you shut up? Stop acting like you own the place. There it was, a somewhat deeper voice, but it belonged to a woman. The people turned to the person that it belonged to. It was a tall woman that wasn't wearing that much armor. Her belly was exposed, which revealed quite the set of brown chiseled abs. Over her shoulder, she had a large axe that looked like it weighed a ton. Name: Griselda, L. 123. Classes: T2 Barbarian L. 23. T2 Gladiator L. 50. T1 Axe Warrior L. 25. T1 Brute L. 25. Her classes were also more unique than he was used to seeing. Probably if the woman didn't have some medium-sized lumps protruding from her chest, it would be hard for him to figure out her gender. Her body looked like it belonged to a bodybuilder that had smeared glistering oil all over it. Oh, this is getting interesting. Are they going to fight? The other adventurers that were silver just stood back and watched while commenting. No one would be willing to get between the two if a fight broke out. His luck pulled a fast one on, as after everyone had cleared to the sides it left him between the two fighters. With how high his own level was, he also didn't feel like moving, but this was of course noticed by these two that started to quickly eyeball him. Roland was just minding his own business while leaning up against one of the merchant carts. This whole experience made him think about some old school days. It was as if some kid was trying to shit test him. If he just lowered his head and went away, he could be seen as an easy target. On the other hand, if he just stayed here, a potential fight could break out. These two were melee fighters that worked best at closer range. This wasn't the same for him, as even though he could activate his spells fast, he was at a disadvantage when someone closed the gap. The lady in particular just needed a little sprint to get into striking range. Even with his armor on, he wasn't sure if it would be a good idea to try to wrestle her down or get into a fistfight either. Is that metal head with you? No, I thought he was with you. This is why adventurers are, Roland quietly said under his breath while the muscular lady gave him the stink eye. What are you mumbling about? If you have something to say, then speak up. She started shouting, which caused the spearman to grab his weapon. Even before they met any monsters and bandits, the whole place seemed to be ready to explode. Before they noticed that he could use magic, he could probably send a few spell their way, but this was not something that he wanted to do. They were already on the clock, and if he caused a ruckus, his gold rank test was in jeopardy. What are you doing? Stop this at once. You aren't paid to fight with each other. Luckily, one of the merchants finally noticed after the barbarian woman started shouting around. After going for the one thing that adventurers loved the most, which was money, they quickly quieted down. Then instead of the man with the spear, the real boss of the whole caravan finally showed up, the merchant paying for it all. The man looked to be above 40 and of a stockier build. He was a regular human, but his height was not much more of a dwarf's. He was wearing a cap that, from what Roland knew, was fashionable for rich people to wear. His clothes were also quite extravagant, made from some quality fabrics and the color of dark purple. It will be easy for bandits to pick this guy out of the crowd if some ever attack. It was clear that this man had no trouble spending money on himself. There were several shiny rings on his thick fingers, along with some kind of costly-looking pendant around his neck. Behind him, there were two armored men with pikes that looked like regular soldiers from the city. It was normal for a merchant to have their personal guards like these. Hiring adventurers was just a quick way to bolster their forces during travel times. These personal bodyguards were not used to fighting monsters but other humans instead, and it was also cheaper to go to the guild for a temp worker. They didn't need to worry about the adventurer's food or clothes, they were just contractors. If you can't decide amongst yourselves, then I'll do it for you. This is Ingran, he is the head of my guards. He will divide you into smaller teams of 2 or 3 for each cart that you will be responsible for. The merchant pointed to a large man that was wearing some shiny armor. His face was full of scars, and he looked like a retired knight. Most likely he was an old adventurer that was smart enough to seek a more steady job at the side of a merchant. This line of work was less deadly than constantly fighting orcs or giant slug monsters. Gather up, you lot, we don't have all day if you don't have anything to do. Help the porters pack the carts. The sooner we leave, the sooner you will receive your wage. Luckily, the adventurers didn't complain anymore. He heard the large woman snorting before walking away. She also shoulder-checked one of the silver-ranked adventurers that weren't fast enough to get out of her way. The man with the spear seemed a bit more reasonable as he remained in place to get his orders. They'll probably reconcile after the first battle. Roland decided to stand up while going towards the merchant guard leader. While there was some drama, most of the time when lives were on the line, the adventurers were quick to gather together. It was not uncommon for big enemies to turn into drinking buddies after going through a few battles together. You there, state your name, rank, and level. Wayland, silver rank level. Over 100, over 100. Have you achieved your second tier 2 class change? Roland nodded at the question from the guard leader. The other silver-ranked adventurers started staring at him as they didn't expect him to outlevel them while being the same rank. Wayland, there it is, going through your gold rank test. Ingran came prepared as one of the guards handed him a list of the adventurers that they hired. While he was not a gold rank adventurer by name, Roland could be considered one on paper by the potential strength that he brought. Probably due to this, the head guard here would treat him with more respect, but also give him tasks more suited of a gold rank adventurer. Runesmith and Rune Mage. Very well, you'll be in the front cart then. Please get your possessions and move accordingly. I'll be relying on your magical capabilities then. After going through the adventure list, the man quickly changed his tone. It was clear that something about his magical slinging capabilities was there. Mainly that he was a Rune Mage, which was of course a lie thought up to hide his other crafting class. With the cover of Rune Mage, his rune-using ways could be easily justified. He would be in the furthermost cart, so the one that would be the first target of bandits. Yet he could not argue about his spot, and just continued to nod. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, he went towards the carts in question. The one that he would be occupying was quite large and made from some thick wood. 2 somewhat large horses were being strapped to this large wagon. They were much bigger than their earthly counterparts, and their fur was really red. It made them look like some kind of demonic beast that would burst with flames at any moment. The head guard told me to come here. I see there should be some room inside, but please don't touch anything behind the door. This wagon was quite long, and to the sides he could see windows that had latches on them. There was a small area on the backside that was sectioned off from the main inside. There was enough room for him to sit on one side on what looked to be some kind of bench. In the middle, there was a narrow wooden door through which a person could fit in. At this moment, one of the guards was going through this door, which allowed him to peek inside. There he saw various weapons, food, and something that looked like narrow bunk beds. It seemed that this wagon housed a large portion of the merchant's guards, and was probably also the reason why it was larger than the other ones used to transport goods. There needed to be enough free space for the guards to move around and get their weapons ready. The latches on the sides were probably used for the crossbows that he caught a glimpse of. If they were attacked by something, this wagon could act as a barrier point through which they could actually use ranged weapons or magical attacks. There was another identical cart like this that when they started to move into position was placed right in the back. He could see the gold-ranked spear user be sent to that one, which put him a bit at ease as he wouldn't need to keep him company. But instead, he was given the other troublemaker as a wagon partner, the large barbarian woman that almost caused a scene. So they shoved me in with the dome head. The moment the large woman stepped foot into the small compartment, the whole wagon shook around. When seeing her up this close, he was reminded of some of the half-orcs or Goliath races. Yet she looked like a regular human being, but he would probably believe it more if she came out to have some roots with one of those races. Unfortunately, it does seem that way. Oh, so you can actually talk. Griselda sat down opposite to him, which didn't leave much space to maneuver between them. Roland was not a small man, and he was wearing full body armor that made him seem even wider. The barbarian, on the other hand, was still half a head larger than he was. When the guards were packing up, they seemed quite perturbed by the 2 large adventurers sitting there. Yes, but I like to keep my articulating to a minimum if that's okay with you. Articulating, you're a funny one. She started chuckling under her breath while smiling. While the barbarian seemed somewhat dangerous, it wasn't something that he wasn't used to. It was time to leave. In the next city, the assigned chaperone from the guild would join him on the mission. While it could be a gold rank adventurer, this was not always the case. Haven't left this city in years. The wagon finally jolted forward as it moved along with him, and the barbarian woman that continued to throw insults at him. Already he was regretting taking this test that would just offer him some minor quality of life improvements over his last rank. Yet it was something that he needed to take care of, as if he ever got himself into Tier 3, the Platinum Adventurer rank brought a few major improvements. Everyone listen up, we will be arriving at the rendezvous spot with the rest of the caravan. You have 1 day to rest before we set off. You won't be paid if you don't show up in the morning. The guard leader shouted out while standing really close to Roland. This caused a somewhat sleepy barbarian to wake up. Both her and Roland were still stuck on the large cart that carried a portion of the merchant's guards. Griselda was her name. At the start of the journey, she was quite loud. But after a few hours of the bumpy journey, she had fallen asleep. While Roland had a skill that kept him from falling asleep, he was convinced that the woman had a secret skill of the reverse effect. He could not imagine being able to sleep this much while being stuck in such a confined place. What? Are monsters attacking? The guard leader returned to the inside of the wagon he was riding while Griselda had woken up. Clearly, this woman would be susceptible to sneak attacks. Luckily, there were enough scouts and archers to signal if someone was attacking. Roland as well could use his mapping feature to scan the area for potential enemies, so this is where the rest of the adventurers are supposed to join us. Halt, let me see your papers. I see, it's Mr. Raymond's caravan. Roland saw the guard change his tune fast after the merchant's name was mentioned. He could also see that a few coins made it into the hand of the gate guard. This was quite a typical scene, as searching through the wagons was something the city guards were supposed to perform. Each city could have slightly different rules for any contraband. Normally, the merchants would have to go through a long process of frisking. Then if something that was forbidden was found, they would be given a fine. Thus, even if they were clean, it was better to bribe the guards that could make life hard for them. Roland had heard stories of the soldiers planting contraband during the searches. In this one, they found an occult relic that caused the merchant in question to get a death sentence. The item used was then found out to have been placed by a competitor that bribed the guards. This world was really cutthroat when it came to money. His little squabble with the union didn't sound so bad. At least they didn't use underhanded tactics like that. Otherwise, he would have probably had to leave the city he was in a long time ago. Damn, why is my ass so numb? I need a drink. After they were inside the city, the barbarian woman he shared the wagon quickly made her way towards the first tavern that she saw. In the contract, they had signed the adventurers were free to wander the cities as they were there to fight the monsters. But they would not get any coin unless they arrived at the last destination and had the merchant sign it. This agreement favored the job giver quite a bit. If the merchant decided that the adventurer didn't do their job properly, they could withhold the money. Then a long process of back and forth with the guild workers would start to see if the claim was valid. Luckily, the guild could blacklist a merchant like that if they abused their right to withhold money. Yet if the merchant was still unwilling to fork up the silver coins, they could not be forced. The blacklisting wasn't the end of the world, but the adventurer in question would not get paid. Sometimes the guild covered some of the expenses, but that also depended on the adventurer's rank. This was also one of the perks of having a better rank, as the guild tended to side with their high rankers over the merchants. Remember, we are leaving early in the morning. While everyone dispersed into the city fast, Roland was left wondering where he should head out to. Most of the silver-ranked adventurers came in smaller groups, but he was going solo. The city he was in was mostly a hub of commerce. The merchants just unloaded their wares into the auction house or the merchant union warehouse. There it would be sorted and distributed to various stores. Should I visit the auction house or get some food instead? This was somewhat troubling, as for the first time in a while he found himself with nothing to do. Back at home, there was always some work to be done, either crafting or doing a quick dungeon run. That person will be arriving in the morning, so I don't need to look for them. This city lacks an adventurer guild. I should go to an inn first before all the rooms are taken. After thinking for a while, he decided to search for a place to stay first. With this being such a busy city, it might be hard to find some lodging. He did not want to spend his night in a barn with some other broke adventurers. The days of him not being able to afford comfortable living were long gone. This time around, he would live his life a bit more. Thus, with a slow step, he went towards the city area while also being sure to note down where the meeting spot would be. With time, he also hoped to implement a waypoint system into his helmet, along with it being able to map out areas he had been through. He needed to do something about the size of the map, as it quickly clogged up all the space in his runic items. Something like a compression method for the data was needed. I could also try storing it on an external runic drive or something. Could just carry it with me during the dungeon exploration, or have the golem do it instead. Even while in a new location, his head was filled with more runes. Now with things calming down, he could finally start innovating. Golems were not his end goal, but only a part of his arsenal that he could expand. Maybe I should make a helmet for Agni when I'm back before we visit the mining area. He's probably not going to reach tier 3 in some time. He can use attack spells himself, so some barriers to cover his weak spots. Roland could already imagine enemies being confused when a monster specializing in fire magic started using other elements out of the blue. Maybe in the future, when Agni had his true growth spurt, he could fashion him a barding as he was getting to a size of being a possible mount. Finally, after about 30 minutes of wandering around, he had found an inn that looked passable. "You don't have any rooms. Sorry, sir, but you'll have to look elsewhere." To his surprise, he was unable to get a room for himself even when he beelined it for the closest inn he could find. When looking at the guests, he noticed a small oddity. All of them looked like regular citizens and not adventurers. A thought crept into his mind, but he could not confirm it yet, so he headed to another establishment. "Ah, I'm sorry, we are all out of rooms. Have you tried the Black Rose Inn instead?" Soon he visited a second and a third inn, which caused him to believe that the people in this city didn't appreciate adventurers too much. All the places he visited had steeper rents than regular adventurers would be willing to pay. Are they afraid that adventurers could cause property damage? There is no guild here either. While in a city with a proper adventurer guild, they would have no choice to house the rowdy daredevils. In ones like this, it was somewhat a risk. Adventurers tended to not be the educated sort that resolved most of their problems with force. It was not surprising that they would be turned away if there were other clients the hotels could house instead. This city had a lot of merchants going through it, so there was a large supply of people with deep pockets that didn't have battle classes. It seemed that he would have to look towards the lesser establishments that did not have a problem with adventurers like him. Next time I should probably remove this armor before wandering the city. I look like some vagabond knight. While walking out of one of the places that he was refused, he could tell that the regular folk were looking at him. He was a large man dressed in shiny armor that was under a dark robe. It gave him the look of someone that shouldn't be crossed. The innkeepers also seemed nervous when they conversed. Can't really blame them. Adventurers were a rowdy lot. Many times they would get into fights, which meant property destruction. Most of the time after it was over, they would just flee the scene while the guards were too lazy to chase after them. Even Roland had gone through with some destruction when he beat up the party that hurt Bernier. Luckily for the tavern keeper, he received enough money to cover the destruction. It seemed that he would need to lower his standards and seek another location. The people kept bringing up the Black Rose Inn, so after asking for some directions, he headed towards it. This brought him to a louder part of the city where he could already see some people getting into fights. "So this is it, huh?" The sign was indeed a black rose, but one of the chains holding it had broken, and the paint made the rose look more gray than black. The building was quite large, though, and without even entering, he could already smell the cheap booze. His instinct was telling him to turn around, but if he needed to find a place to stay for the night. Luckily, due to his imposing appearance, even the seedy-looking people averted their gazes when they saw him walking down the alleyways. Even thieves had enough sense not to try anything with an armored man wearing a sword on their side. After arriving inside, he quickly looked around to find the innkeep. There was quite a lot of space here that was mostly occupied by other people sitting around circular tables. Cheap booze was being served even though it was the middle of the day. In the back, he could see a set of stairs that probably led to the rooms that could be rented. What will it be? Are there any free rooms? There be 4 small silver for the night. If you want food with it, it will be 5. The gruff-looking man answered him while polishing some plates. There were some people that were eating, but the food looked quite basic. It reminded him of the cheap inn that he used to stay in, and the unseasoned meat he forced down each day to minimize his expenditure. After growing accustomed to Elodia's home cooking, it would probably be a lot worse this time around. "No, that's fine, I'll just take the room. Do you have a curfew?" "No." After dropping the 4 small silver coins, he was given a key with a number attached to it. With there not being any curfew, it meant that it would probably remain loud all until the night. Yet with the help of his sound blocking spell, that wouldn't be an issue. 1 bed with an old straw mattress and a window, this seems about right. He mumbled to himself after entering what looked more like a large closet than a proper room. There was enough space for the bed and for him to walk to it on the side. They clearly made the rooms as small as they could to save on space. It's hard in this smell. Roland gave out a sigh after placing his hand on the bed he would be sleeping on. This was really a return to his roots of adventuring that he left behind. After having his own home and a close-by dungeon, he started recalling all the bad sides of this type of work. "It's just going to take a week or 2, I'll manage." With nothing else to do, he decided to take out his own sleeping bag that he had in his spatial backpack that also had a pillow inside. He had prepared some quality-of-life runic spells beforehand. One of them could get rid of the smell in this room and also purify the bed of any potential fungus. This he did by just activating it through his palm. No chanting was needed, as he could easily control everything through his runic armor. After everything was sterilized, he finally sat down on the bed that now had his sleeping bag rolled out on it. The trip here took a few days, so even he was tired, thus instead of searching for food, he decided to take a nap. "Stop running away, you little shit," While dreaming of himself riding an Agni covered from head to toe in golden armor, he was abruptly awoken. Someone was shouting downstairs and turning the whole place upside down. The sun had gone down as he found himself in a pitch-dark room with no light coming in. "Get back here. Wait," that voice. His room was somewhat close to the stairs leading up so he could hear everything. The sound-canceling spell was not used by him this time around, as he was actually tired enough to turn the quick nap into full-time sleep. The voice belonged to the large lady he spent the last few days with. It was her that was getting in some kind of fight. While he could just ignore the whole scene, for some reason he got interested in what was going on down there. If the barbarian lady got herself into trouble here, it could also jeopardize the expedition. With one less gold rank to help along the way, he would be forced to pick up the slack. He did not want to get himself involved in squabbles between adventurers, but not like he had anything better to do. Soon he was out of his room and going down the stairs, on which a couple of people were already watching the spectacle and speaking. "Damn, that big one looks mad. They are surely demolishing the whole place. That runtkin is nimble, though. Think she will escape? Probably not. Her party members were taken out fast." Roland listened in on the conversation while walking forward. When he passed them, he could finally see the flipped tables and chairs. Griselda was there chasing after someone, but he couldn't really see as that large body was blocking the view. Down on the ground, he could also see two people that were holding their faces. One of them was even bleeding from the nose. "Wait, is that familiar-looking dwarf? She clobbered me good, familiar-looking human. At least she didn't break your nose, you idiot. Damn, it hurts." The two were slowly getting up from the ground while Griselda was chasing after someone else from their group. Even though many years had passed, Roland's high intelligence stat made him recall who these two men on the ground were. Their history was brief, but they had gone through a life-and-death experience together, which he still recalled. "That woman is clearly drunk. Do I really need to get involved?" It wasn't set in stone that anything serious would come from her raging out, yet she was injuring people for some reason. If this continued, it could end in an ugly fashion. She was someone above level 100 that could reach tier 3 soon. With the alcohol in her system, she could easily kill someone with those fists of hers. Then there was the weapon that would probably be able to cleave people in half. If she was enraged even further than the two people that he knew could lose a limb. But who is she chasing around? Is it that sun elf? "Hey, I won fair and square, leave me alone." Then another familiar voice entered his ears, this one carrying a lot more memories than the two adventurers that were on the ground. Oh wait, could that be? After hearing the voice, Roland moved closer towards the commotion. With some force, he pushed his way through the people that were cheering on the destruction. The familiarity of the people being involved made him interested enough to go check it out. Perhaps he did need to get involved in this one. "Leave me alone, you musclebrain. I won that money fair and square. It's not my fault that you are too dumb to understand a simple card game." "Shut up, you runt. Give me back my money." Roland's eyes were drawn away from the two familiar-looking men down on the ground to a voice that he found suspiciously similar to someone he knew. Yet where he expected to see that person, instead there was another. Is that something like a halfling? She is really short. Finally, the mystery was cleared up. The barbarian woman had lost money in a game of cards. While perhaps cheating was involved, it didn't seem that Griselda had any proof. Probably after losing enough games in a row, she finally snapped and started chasing the small girl around. While she did look young, her age was unknown to him. The number of magical races in this world was quite staggering and hard to section off. Well, it would be too much of a coincidence if she was the one here. Those two did form a team, if I remember. While the chase was going on, he turned his head towards the two men that had been clobbered. Both of them were slowly getting up. One was rubbing his chin, while the other was holding the eye that he was popped in. Name: Dalrek L84. Classes: T2 Halberdier L34. T1 Shield Warrior L25. T1 Warrior L25. Name: Orson L86. Classes: T2 Swordsman L36. T1 Sword Warrior L50. T1 Warrior L25. They did make progress in all those years. Looks about normal. When he met these two all those years ago, they were still steel rank adventurers. Now they advanced into tier 2 and were approaching level 100. Yet his own speed compared to others was staggering, as he had around 40 levels above them. Grinding the schematics and in high-level dungeon areas while living in the city had truly put him above the average adventurer that did things slowly. The two probably went from one job to another without really paying attention if they were optimizing their leveling potential. The ones that progressed faster weren't the ones that worked harder, but ones that did things smarter. One method, in particular, was to find bunched-up monsters and kill them in bulk for quick experience. It was similar to exploits in games where a player just pelted mobs from range without them being able to reach him. Now what? Should I stop that idiot for old time's sake? Roland was looking at the two get up from the ground. It was obvious that the person being chased belonged to their party. They would probably involve themselves with the barbarian woman that was just swinging her arms around while trying to catch the halfling. If it was the old him, then walking away would have been the most natural thing to do. Why would he get himself involved in a bar fight where he didn't have anything to gain? But now, after mellowing out at the city, he realized that it wasn't that bad to foster some bonds with other people. Yet fostering good relations had its downsides like this one. The two warriors were on their feet and slowly looking towards their party member that could get herself killed by one punch from the barbarian woman. He was already a member of the Caravan party, and the large woman was a temporary party member. While he didn't know her too well, if things continued like this, it could jeopardize the mission down the line. Working together with someone like this that started fights in cities they didn't know was not something he was looking forward to. Hey, giant woman, leave her alone. Before he could make a decision, though, Orson started shouting in Griselda's direction. The small person was quick to hide behind the two warriors from her party after seeing them recover from getting smacked down. It was 3 against 1, but he couldn't see the two being able to overpower someone that was over 30 levels over them. Yeah, leave me alone, you tell her, Orson. I see you two didn't have enough. Now give me back my money, and I might not break all the bones in your body. Griselda snorted after seeing the two men put themselves in front of the halfling girl he didn't know. This would have been a good moment to run for them, but it seemed that they had their pride hurt and were willing to engage in some fisticuffs. Their weapons were on the ground, which was good, as then lives could be lost. That's enough. I think you have caused enough damage. After assessing the situation, he finally made his move. His voice was enhanced by some magic which caused the shouting onlookers to look towards the man in the shiny armor. From the outside, he looked like an armored knight wearing a dark robe over his body. The people standing directly next to him quickly stepped to the side. It was clear to them that something was about to happen. Oh, it's you. Stay out of this, tin head. These bastards owe me money, and no one steals from me and gets away with it. We need to focus on the job. The caravan is going to leave in a few hours. You should get some sleep. And she cracked her knuckles while glaring at both him and the two warriors that were barricading the way towards the halfling girl. To make things even worse, she peeked her head out from behind Orson while sticking her tongue out, which Griselda noticed. His reply was met with deaf ears as she just bolted towards the location of the halfling girl. Both Dalrak and Orson looked at each other while nodding. It was clear that they were ready to take her on with the help of cooperating. While she was stronger, they outnumbered her. If they treated her as a boss monster, then perhaps victory could be achieved. For the love of. Yet Roland had enough of this charade and decided to step forward to place himself between the two feuding parties. A large fist was heading his way, though, as the large woman clearly didn't respect him enough to listen to his advice. But what she did not expect was that the person that was supposedly a runic mage moving his hand up to catch the fist. Mages were considered one of the physically weakest classes of them all. They almost never received stat boosts in their strength stat, while scoring minor gains with vitality and endurance. Thus she was quite surprised by the amount of grip strength that Roland was able to exert after he caught her strike mid-swing. I said that's enough. While he managed to stop her hand from colliding with his face, he needed to use quite some of his own muscles to hold this fist in place. The woman had a similar level to his own, but all of her classes were strength-focused. Roland, on the other hand, only had his blacksmithing classes that gave him a moderately high amount of that stat. While his Runesmith Lord class had slightly better progression than regular Tier 2 classes, he still was held back by his Mage and Runic Scribe class that didn't add much to his physical stats at all. Without his better stat multiplier, he would be unable to make this muscular hand budge at all, but at the time being, he was managing to hold it steady. That is until skills started being involved. After a moment, he felt himself being overpowered. Her digits interlocked themselves with his fingers as they put themselves into an old-fashioned grip strength duel, one that he felt that he was losing. Regretfully for the barbarian, Roland was wearing his specialized armor that could boost him past what was humanly possible. The chest area of his armor started shining as a rune appeared that glowed blue. The people could not see this phenomenon due to his black robe, but the magical light caused more runes to appear. Their purpose was to amplify his strength beyond his body's capabilities. This was similar to his first runic armor, where he utilized colored mana stones. Now, with the help of his ether alloy, he was able to make the whole process more inconspicuous. The stones had clear color patterns, which showed his enemies which buffs he was using. Now, on the other hand, his armor would always only produce pale blue light, which only signaled that he was utilizing some kind of spell. The crowd started cheering from the sides as they witnessed something spectacular. At first, It looked like the armored man was going to get his hand broken by the large, muscular woman, but after a moment, the tables were turned around. Even though the woman's muscles started to expand, she was getting pushed back by his power alone. Yet even then, she did not just surrender, instead she reached out with her other hand. Roland was quick to intercept it with his own as the two continued to wrestle. Why do I always end up in these strength contests with muscle-brained idiots? He thought back to the time he fought with Armand and his brother Robert. For some reason, even though he was a casting focus class, he did get himself into these wrestling matches. As always, though, he was on the winning end due to people underestimating his power. Will she go for a headbutt or for a kick? Oh, here it comes. A rather mad-looking face was coming his way as the woman decided to hit his metal-covered head with her forehead. Normally, this would be considered a stupid thing, but with her current class, her head was probably as hard as iron. Yet the moment it collided with that helmet, a faint blue glow followed soon after. Griselda expected her opponent to be staggered back, but instead, she felt her head spinning from the shock she received. Instead of his deep steel helmet, the headbutt connected with a magic shield that could counter kinetic attacks like this. When activated at the right moment, it caused a rebound on the attacker that would suffer almost a double damage attack on themselves. Oh, she's down. Who is that person? Sounded like they know each other. Should we use this chance to escape? Did you hear them talking? They are part of the caravan. Shit. After the headbutt, Griselda staggered back and had to go down to one of her knees. For a moment she was dazed. If he really intended to hurt her, he would have now sent a jolt of electric energy down her entire body to knock her out cold. But she was part of this expedition he was taking and part of his temporary party. This was enough to show her that he was not someone to be taken lightly. Thus, after she went down to the ground, he decided to release his grip and let her go. With a step back, he held his hands up to indicate that he did not wish to continue with this silly bar brawl. The words the people behind him muttered didn't go unnoticed either. It seemed that all of them would be seeing each other a lot more. Have you calmed down? She didn't answer him. Instead, she started rubbing her wrists along with her head, which was probably making her world spin. Her recovery was fast, though, as within a few seconds she was back to her feet and looking at him. I have misjudged you. You aren't half bad tin headbutt, but you want your money back, he asked while turning to the three people that were standing behind him. From the conversation, he overheard they were probably part of the caravan as well. They were supposed to meet up with more people and take a couple more wagons towards their final destination. Let's have a talk then, Roland said to the three while turning around. It seemed that the woman had cooled off after hitting her head hard, but she was still dead set on getting that money. Thus it was best to see if the other party really did cheat or not, and he would probably be the best middleman for this occasion. Hey guys, this doesn't look good. Shouldn't we run? The halfling said while inching away, but behind her was a group of people blocking the way. The entrance was also tightly packed, as a lot of people had arrived to see the tavern brawl. Perhaps the smaller girl would be able to get away, but the two men now had two high-level people to contend with. One was the scary barbarian lady, and then the man that managed to push her down to the ground with what looked to be bare strength. I don't think we have an option now. No, you don't. Now how about we flip a table up and sit down? Roland replied while looking around. Soon enough, everyone realized that the fight was over, which prompted them to finally go on their way. It really seemed that this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Even the innkeeper wasn't complaining. Instead, the workers quickly moved in to turn the tables over, and with some help from the bystanders, the place was back to looking like a half-star restaurant. I managed to get us here, but now what? There was a small problem here. Orson and Dowrak were people that knew him from his old adventurer days. Then he went by his normal name of Roland, but now he switched over to Wayland. If he revealed himself to them, then there was a potential threat that could be tied to his location. But on the other hand, he was starting to believe that the cult had already forgotten about his existence. With no threat from those lunatics, the only people giving him trouble would be his family members, which these two would probably never had the pleasure of talking to. So my money. It's not your money, I want it fair and square. You still haven't learned your lesson, Pipsqueak. While he was contemplating his next words, the two girls started arguing. It was quite a strange thing to see such a small halfling going against someone as big as this barbarian woman. Orson and Dowrak even had to place a hand over her mouth to make her stop screaming. She really did remind him of another overexpressive person he knew. Are people of the smaller races just like this? He asked himself while also moving his hands towards his helmet. Before the talk started, it was time to reintroduce himself to these two. This motion did not go unnoticed by everyone as they started to quickly stare at the mysterious metal man that was finally revealing his appearance. Hey, not bad, I expected something more scrawny. Griselda let out a whistle after seeing Roland's rather handsome face that she probably did not expect a rune mage to have. The people on the other side didn't seem as impressed though, which caused a slight pause before Roland spoke up. Well, excuse me, but do we know you from somewhere? Huh, don't you recognize me? The two men looked at each other before going over Roland's facial features again. Yet even when they continued to look, they didn't figure out who he was. "Sorry, I don't really care about other men that much," replied Orson while the dwarf just nodded. It seemed warrior types didn't have enough intelligence to keep track of all the faces they had seen through the years. Roland had also been a lot younger back then, and not even achieved his first Tier 2 class, so it was somewhat understandable. It has been some time, but it was time to give a short explanation to jog their memory. Don't forget to follow, favorite, rate. Also, I'll be taking a short break for Easter, so next chapter will be delayed. "Oh, so back then you were using a fake name. Rodden, was it?" "Yes, something like that. Just call me Wayland from now on." That's fine." Roland had managed to calm everyone down. Soon he gave them a recount of his adventures with a somewhat altered version of them. There was no reason to tell them about the strange cultist that he had a run-in with or his noble roots. After the explanation, he revealed to them that Roland was the fake name and Wayland was the true one. Luckily, his two distant acquaintances probably didn't care much or had any reason to doubt his words. They had managed to get rid of Griselda that was now snoozing while resting against the inn table. Her and the halfling girl had argued for another hour and had decided to get into a drinking competition for one last bet. Roland just wanted to leave the moment it started, but all the people in the inn started chanting when the two women continued to down the cheap booze. Even Dalrek and Orson were in on it. It was as if the previous brawl never happened. It was strange to see the large barbarian lose out. It was clear that the halfling girl had some type of skill that allowed her to stomach barrels of alcohol like it was water. That didn't stop her from ejecting a large part of it back onto the floor. She was still part of the shorter races. We didn't have time for an introduction, but this is Senna. After we parted on the mainland, we had gone through many adventures. She is quite the good tracker. Name: Senna L81. Classes: T2 Trickster L31. T1 Thief L25. T1 Scout L25. She had an interesting Tier 2 class that he hadn't seen before but only read about. This was a somewhat similar class to Rogue, but it had various perks to hidden attacks and concealment. From what he knew, they were specialized in dagger combat, along with throwing skills and even illusionary skills that could confuse their enemy for a devastating blow. "So it's just the three of you and you'll be joining the caravan I'm in." "Yeah, that's right," replied Orson, who had a strange look on his face when looking at Roland. "Ha, stop your staring. No need to be jealous that the kid outpaced you." Dalrek delivered a smack to the back of Orson's head. During the conversation, he revealed that he was doing this for a rank-up quest, which meant that he had to have gone through the second Tier 2 class change. "I'm not jealous, you are jealous." Orson didn't take the hit lightly while glaring at Dalrek, who was all smiles. The two seemed to have grown together past the 2 years they had been adventuring. While they weren't quite there, if they continued with time, they might be able to reach Tier 3, which would probably be the stopgap. Ha, what a lightweight. Senna finally returned to the table they were sitting at after going outside to take a breath of fresh air. After the first discharge of unidentified liquids, she was chased out from the inn. It seemed that the innkeeper was fine with fights, but not with someone that forced him to mop the floors. Now that the girl was closer, he could get a better look at her. Halflings did have more human-like proportions, but were about half the size. This girl looked to be about 3 feet tall. Her hair was brown and tied into a ponytail. Her eyes were quite large with a hazel hue to them. She looked somewhat youthful, and the constant smile on her face made her seem somewhat cheerful. "I'll remember not to intervene next time then." Roland just nodded at the smirking girl that might have ended up as a bloodstain on the floor if the barbarian woman stepped on her. She was smug about winning the money, and by how it looked there was probably some cheating involved in that card game. Yet with no proof he could only speculate. "Hey lass, don't be like that. If it wasn't for Wayland here, we might have been clobbered to death by that lady." Dalrek seemed to be the voice of reason, as he probably knew that he and Orson would have a hard time handling the woman themselves. "Ha ha, it was going all according to my plan. You two should have just made a run for it. Try thinking from time to time, you blockheads." Senna, on the other hand, shrugged while giving out a sigh. Perhaps she was stalling Griselda so that the two could get out of there before making her own escape. Her trickster class was focused on agility, which allowed her to evade someone with a higher level for so long. "The caravan will be leaving in a few hours. I'll see you there then." While the halfling started arguing with her two party members, Roland decided that it was probably a good time to make his own getaway. Midnight was approaching, and they needed to gather before 6 in the morning. This didn't leave much time to rest for anyone. "I will see you there. It's reassuring to have you with us, Wayland." "Yeah, see ya." After giving both Orson and Dalrek a firm handshake, he was off. The barbarian woman was left passed out by the table as no one was brave enough to move her. The only person in that position would be Roland, but he didn't want to get into another fistfight if something went wrong either. This sure is a small world, even though it's supposed to be much larger than Earth. After going back to his room, Roland wasn't all that sleepy. The run-in with old acquaintances made him think of some bad outcomes. Perhaps ignoring all safety measures wasn't such a good idea, thus it might be better to stick to wearing his helmet through the entire mission. That person from the guild should be there, but until then, Roland glanced at his status screen and at one skill that he had somewhat disregarded. Advanced Mana Reinforcement L4. Increases the amount of your mana by a set percentage. It was an old skill that he had picked up after escaping from his first predicament. It was around the time that he met these two adventurers and a certain nosy assistant. There was so much work to do in his workshop that he mostly forgot to train up. This skill required constant meditating and focus, but with the amount of work and lack of sleep, it wasn't the easiest thing to level up. Most of the time he found himself either too tired or too busy to focus on it. Now, on the other hand, he would be traveling for at least 2 weeks, which left him with a lot of free time. If I max it out, I'll get a flat 25 added to my MP pool. Thus Roland closed his eyes and got to it. His body started to faintly illuminate the darkroom he was in as he started to absorb the ambient mana in the surrounding. If he performed this meditative training in an area with higher mana, it would certainly speed up the process. Hours passed, and soon it was early morning, but even though he had been on it for 5 hours, he did not manage to level up his skill. The rays of the rising sun that hit Roland's cheek successfully woke him up from his meditation. It was finally time to move on to their next destination with an increased number of adventurers. Roland's armor went through some improvements. One of them was an easier way of fastening it to his body. Instead of the basic leather straps that most armors possessed, he had managed to reproduce a more magical solution. He had removed the top part of his armor set for the meditation. With more skin, the skill would progress faster as always. Now, after putting on the chest piece, he would normally need someone to fasten the armor piece from behind. Instead, the whole armor began glowing with the belt like straps reacting the most. It was as if they were tiny snakes slithering towards a specific target. They slowly flowed into the clasps that also collapsed on them for a tight fit when the time was right. With the help of this new self-clothing armor, he did not need Bernier to help him get it on. This was not something that he came up with, as there were various magic spells that could help people put on clothes. This was a minimized version that only worked on certain parts and not the whole set. Maybe in the future, he could just jump into the air, and his armor set would just fly onto his body as if he was a superhero, but for now, this would have to do. Luckily, there was no sign of the loud woman that he had a run in last night. Perhaps it would have even been better if she didn't show up for the rest of the transport mission. If she caused only drama at each checkpoint of the journey, then perhaps it wasn't worth the hassle. Regretfully, he was not the person making the decisions here, and he didn't expect the merchant to know or care about the altercation. Soon he made his way back to the meeting point. There he arrived a bit earlier than everyone else. The workers were yawning while still packing up. With nothing to do, he just found himself a good spot to sit and wait. With time, everyone else started to appear along with his old acquaintances. Good morning, good day. Dalrek, Orson, and Senna had arrived and made their way towards where he was sitting. You don't mind if we join you, right? It's always better in a group. Dalrek seemed to see the bigger picture. Roland was probably the strongest adventurer around here, or at least one of them. It would be beneficial to this group of 3 to get him to join them. Other adventurers would be less likely to bother them, and then during a monster encounter, they would have someone to rely on. Go ahead, I'm just waiting for everyone to gather, though I'm probably going to be stuck in the front wagon again. Unless more high-level Tier 2 helpers arrived, he would be back to guard duty along with Griselda. The woman didn't seem to be here yet, but it was the same for half of the other adventurers. So you came from Albrook, how is it there? Orson asked while sitting down on a tree stump that he brought over from somewhere. Oh, it's not bad, but the heat in the dungeon can get to you if you're not using any protection. The dungeon? No, you misunderstand me, I'm not interested in the dungeon. How are the ladies there? The ladies? Yeah, here he goes again. Senna seemed annoyed at Orson's question while the dwarf just smiled. Well, I guess the same as in any city, but there are some sun elves at the Adventurer Guild. Oh, sun elves, tell me more, brother. While yesterday, Orson seemed to have his pride hurt after he saved them from the barbarian. This time around, he was interested in the women from his city. When Roland thought back to the old days, he also remembered this man to have been somewhat driven by the thing between his legs. What, you want me to describe her or something? Now you're speaking my language. I knew we would understand each other eventually. Orson moved in even close while Roland wasn't sure what he should do. Luckily for him, someone showed up before he was forced to disclose the cup sizes of the guild receptionists. Hello, is there a Mr. Wayland here? What he heard was a voice that belonged to a woman. When looking behind Orson, he saw someone that didn't quite fit this place surrounded by testosterone-driven adventurers. It was a young woman that couldn't be much older than 20. She was of average height with an average build. In both her hands, she was holding something that looked like a suitcase. Even when he didn't answer, she continued to shout out loudly while looking at a piece of paper. She was certainly sent by the guild for the rank-up test, but she was probably not an adventurer herself. Did they really send a receptionist? Sometimes there was a lack of adventurers in an area, or they were just unwilling to go through the hassle of shadowing a new gold rank adventurer. Thus they would send out someone else that worked at the guild. Perhaps the reason for this was the type of mission that he chose. With it only being an escort mission, the guild employee didn't need to worry about monsters. They could just remain in one of the armored wagons while peeking through an opening to see if he was properly doing his job. This might actually be a good turn of events. Roland decided to stand up as people started looking at the woman with braided hair that was shouting in all directions. Her inexperience was showing, but this could go in his favor as the woman might not be able to judge him properly if he actually did something to fail the test. Yes, I'm Wayland. Did the guild send you? Ah yes, you must be Mr. Wayland. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Melena. I will be observing you through the rank test. Here, this is for you. Please read through it, but if you can, I can help you. The woman was wearing an oversized hat that perhaps was meant to help her avoid sunlight. She looked like someone that mostly stayed cooped up inside doing paperwork inside of the guild. She was wearing an outfit with a long skirt that would be unfit for running away. She would be a sitting duck if monsters managed to claw their way here. What is this? Roland took the note from the woman's hand and looked at it. On it, there was a short explanation of the test that he would need to fulfill. The woman here was actually part of the grading system. She was to be escorted to the Adventurer Guild at the last city this caravan stopped at. If she was injured in any way, then he would be penalized for it. So let me get this straight. I'm to be your bodyguard while also protecting the cargo. I see that you understand, Mr. Wayland. I will be in your care. The young woman smiled while looking at him with her large eyes. There was a small silence between the two before she finally spoke back up. So, could you show me to my cart? I'm not really sure where I should go. Roland looked at the piece of paper and then back to the clueless girl. It seemed that the guild just dropped someone troublesome his way. Well, this is going to be a hassle. Name: Melena L. 68. Classes: T2 Analyst L. 18. T1 Accountant L. 25. T1 Villager L. 25. She really does lack any kind of combat classes. Reminds me of Elodia. Roland was looking at the young woman before him. The short letter that he received from her informed him about the specificity of the test. It wasn't much. He just needed to deliver the Melena unharmed to the last destination. Probably the unharmed part was the most important component of the mission. So, Ms. Melena, I just need to ensure your safety for the entire trip. Is that right? That's right, and Melena is fine. I think we're about the same age. Okay, then you can just call me Wayland. Okay, then I'll be watching you, Wayland. Please remember to perform to your utmost ability as is expected of a gold rank adventurer. Expected, huh? Is there a problem? Oh, nothing. Roland shook his head, but the moment the girl mentioned gold rank expectations, he just wanted to laugh. Armen was a gold rank adventurer, and he could not be considered very trustworthy. The way she was speaking made him feel that her field experience was close to zero. The only expectations on a higher rank adventurer would be their capability to solve problems. How they solved those problems most of the time didn't matter, and doing it with extreme violence was expected. Her words made it sound as if he was to conduct him like a noble knight, or at least that was how he understood it. I'm sure you have a lot of work to do, so I will excuse myself then, but please remember that this is still a test. Finally, after the greeting and a quick back and forth, Melena turned towards the merchant group. She had to make herself known and probably give another letter to the people leading this caravan. Now Roland had to contend with her looking over his shoulder and perhaps lowering his score if he did something that she deemed wrong. I hope she doesn't expect me to go out of my way to perform at this job. An adventurer also has to know when it's time to quit. The biggest worry he had was that this examiner would have some heightened expectations of him. Yet even if it meant that he failed this test, he would not put his life at too much risk. There were far too many people back home that depended on him. The higher rank was nice, but it was not worth losing his life. In half a year he could try again, and then his equipment and skills would be even higher, which would make it easier. Wayland, get back to the front cart. We are moving out, sure. The guard leader shouted towards him to go back to his spot while he headed towards the new adventurers that arrived. Like he expected, Orson and Dalrak were not riding in his cart. They were even forced to carry some of the crates instead of just acting as guards. While the new adventurers were getting their tasks handed out, he took some time to look at them. There were 2 new gold-ranked adventurers coming along. Together with them, there were 4 golds and about 25 silvers coming on this expedition. This was about the usual ratio of 1 to 5 that only increased when going up the ranks. You're already here. Finally, his wagon partner made her appearance. The barbarian woman Griselda was here. When she stepped in, her weight made the wagon tilt slightly. Yet this time around, she didn't look as grumpy. Instead, her face was smiling for some reason. This was surprising, as he did manage to embarrass her yesterday by shoving her back. Yes, as you can see, she just sat down on the opposite side as if nothing happened. Perhaps the small display of his strength had changed her opinion of him, but even if it did, Griselda didn't apologize for her behavior. Instead, she just looked to the side where she spotted a certain halfling walking around. Hey, isn't that the runt from yesterday? Roland frowned as he could see that the large woman was now inching towards the exit. Just give it a rest. We are all part of this caravan. If you cause more trouble, you might not get paid, but well, that's up to you. He just shrugged as after meeting the halfling he realized that some tomfoolery was involved. The barbarian was probably scammed by Senna and ended up losing her money. It was impossible for him to keep watch over the barbarian to not try anything funny, and it was not his responsibility either. If the halfling decided to cheat people out of their money, she needed to be fine with the consequences. The only part that he didn't like was that some of his acquaintances were involved with it. If it wasn't for them, he would have also stayed out of the drama. You know what, you might be right. Oh. Roland was surprised that perhaps the barbarian wasn't that dense, but he was quickly disappointed by the follow-up. Yeah, I'll just challenge her to another game, double or nothing. Oh well, good luck with that. Finally, the wagons started moving, and he could see that they had doubled in the amount of cargo they were now carrying. He was still riding the furthermost cart, which gave him a good vantage point to observe the rest. Now will this go as smoothly as everyone thinks it will? After leaving this region, they would be arriving at the lawless zones of the island. Such places were mostly thinly populated, where not even villages existed. Without a large human presence, monsters would flock to the unregulated space. There were a couple of things they had to watch out for. The easiest would be monsters that didn't wander in packs or in smaller ones. Those would probably not be an issue due to the size of their caravan. Then there was one of the worst they could meet, organized monster tribes. These were creatures like goblins or lizardmen. They would form their own villages with many members whose strength was above an average human. Monsters were naturally gifted with high stats comparable to battle-focused classes of humans. Then when you added the intelligence factor, they made for tough opponents. The kingdom didn't have enough resources to wipe out these wandering tribes consisting of monsters. Goblins were one of the worst as they multiplied comparatively fast and were quite violent. Well, as long as it's a couple of goblins, we should be fine. It was hard to judge the difficulty of the job taken. The Adventure Guild took it upon themselves to predict the possibilities of this trip. They had judged it to be under a Tier 3 level threat, which was why only silver and gold rank adventurers were here. But predicting such things was always a gamble. Depending on the items they were transporting, they could be targeted by high-level bandits. I guess there is no reason for me to worry too much. The next stop was in 5 days. Roland liked to have a plan, thus he went out of his way to ask about the route they were going to travel. They were finally going into the danger zone, so he decided to look over the map that he brought along. This didn't go unnoticed by his fellow wagon partner, who at first seemed interested but quickly went back to snoozing. We will be taking this route. He brought out something that looked like a red crayon to help him mark all of the potential danger zones. The easiest ambush zones were ones where they had the low ground or minimal space to maneuver. But an area with a lot of space could also be deadly if the enemy had a large force that could encircle them from all sides. These should be the toughest spots, which makes the first one. Hey, hold up, I'm supposed to get on this one too. As they were leaving, he heard someone call out to them. It was your average-looking adventurer, and with a quick glance, he was able to get his class, which was a ranger. Yet instead of sitting with him and Griselda, he used the small ladder on the side to get on top of the cart. So that's our lookout. Luckily, I have my own way of scanning the area. The importance of scouting classes was high as they could quickly inform everyone about an ambush. Previously, someone else was up there, but it seemed that he was replaced by another adventurer with a slightly higher level. This person would not last through the entire trip, so he would probably be switched out by someone else within a 12-hour period. 2 other trackers would be on the opposite side doing the exact same thing. Roland, on the other hand, had his scanner through which he could map out the whole area with an improved range than before. While Griselda was slowly dozing off, he finally decided to take out one of his improved inventions. It didn't look like much as it was just an unsuspecting box made of metal. But what counted was the inside, which had a runic battery and a signal-enhancing spell that would boost the range of his radar. This it would do without the need of him constantly needing to use his own mana. The most important part was that he could use it while he was sleeping. An alarm would go off if monsters or other living beings entered the range. Only with this alarm clock around could he relax, otherwise sleeping would be a challenge. Time started to pass, and they were finally on their way towards the next trade location. While most of the trail would probably be safe, there was one area that was sketchy. Before they arrived at it, Roland would have to suffer through the trip. This is why I don't like traveling. The wagon he was riding in was really uncomfortable. He had to spend the entire trip sitting down on wood, which made his legs quite numb. At one point, he even thought about pulling out a pillow to make it more comfortable, but with the hardened adventurers around, he would just make a laughingstock from himself. That's enough, everyone listen up. We will be staying here for the night, called out the guard leader as he signaled everyone to halt. During the nights, they would sometimes stop to camp out. After going into the danger zone, it was becoming too dangerous to continue when the sun was down. Monsters started lurking in the distance, thus instead the armored wagons were positioned on the outer area as protection. For it being a volcanic island, the nights can get cold. Roland had decided to stretch out his legs while others moved the carts into place. The reason for them stopping was the forest in front of them. It had dense trees that could hide monsters and bandits. It was a good decision to create an encampment before moving inside and instead of going through it while the sun was up. The sun going down only made the forest look more gloomy. The red coloring that made the trees look reddish didn't help. There was certainly trouble inside of that place, but if the monsters decided to attack, a loud convoy was debatable. This was still a task on the safer side where attacks were rare. Wayland, you will take the first shift, but don't worry, just try to stay awake. The scouts will signal you if there is trouble. All right. After looking at Griselda, the guard leader shoved the night shift onto the other highest level holder. Half of the adventurers would need to stay up while the others could set up tents or get their sleeping bags out to sleep around the campfire. They were certainly not hiding well from any potential threats, but the loud noises humans produced did act as a deterrent to wild animals. They came in numbers which gave them a certain amount of protection, as wild beasts would shy away from encampments with too many enemies, yet some other types would be drawn in. While some monsters had a degree of intelligence, there were ones that were only filled with killing intent. If they smelled the food that the humans were cooking, they would quickly show up to the party. Even if they were somewhat intelligent, it didn't mean that they could judge their own or opponent's capabilities correctly, which ended up in them being wiped out during an attack. This seems like a good spot. Roland looked back towards the encampment that was about 100 meters away from the spot he was at now. There he saw Milena poking her head out with a clipboard in her hand. She was clearly noting down his behavior that might have looked a bit suspicious. From his backpack, he pulled out a metal object that had spider-like legs attached to it. This was one of his golem spiders that he had decided to bring along for the trip. After setting it down, he opened the little compartment that was large enough to store his mapping amplification device. His armor was connected to this spider drone of his, so with the command it quickly activated on the spot. While the people with the tracking and detection classes were there, he didn't believe in their skills too much. If one of them fell asleep on the job and something decided to attack them at night, it would be over. With that in mind, he decided to have the golem head out into a safe location and dig itself a hole to hide in. The metallic creation was quick to follow its programming, and with being able to somewhat glance through its golemic eye, he could monitor where it was going while heading back to the camp. When he returned to his wagon, there was a person missing. The barbarian lady had apparently gone somewhere. He, on the other hand, had to remain here for guard duty. The person from the guild was watching him, so he actually needed to do his job properly without dozing off. If he moved where everyone else was chatting, he might get a demerit. I just need to last for a week or two if we get into trouble. After giving out a sigh, he sat down with his legs outstretched. In the corner of his eye, there was his radar that showed him the position of his golem and what it was doing. With the increased range, he was now able to push his radar into the forest area where some creatures could be lurking. Don't see any monsters, just regular animals, clear for now. Just like before, the color-coded map painted a picture before him. While there were living creatures there, they were mostly wild animals and birds. With some fiddling, he created an easy runic program that would send out a signal if any monster came into range. This should do it. Think I won't get another chance to train that skill again. Training it is. A quick decision was made, but the training would have to be suboptimal, as he was unable to remove his armor. It was still better than nothing, and thus, while ignoring the map for now, he continued with the betterment of his skills. But if he would be free to continue with his training remained to be seen. Jiris, a strange sound escaped from a certain creature that was walking on two legs. This being was about the size of a human child with peculiar reddish-brown scaly skin. Its legs were sinewy and digitigrade. The feet were lizard-like with 3 large claws. Their jaw was similar to a crocodile, with 2 small horns protruding from its head. This monster also didn't lack a tail that was helping to balance its 2-legged form. It had hands that were missing 1 digit, but were still able to hold weapons. This one, in particular, was holding an old dagger that looked like it was looted from a person belonging to the other more intelligent races. All of them were looking at the lights in the distance. A group of humans had appeared close to the forest that these creatures had recently appeared in. It was hard for this large group of monsters to wait for the humans to go through it, thus their leader had decided to perform an all-out attack. In the wise leader's mind, the people outside the forest would certainly not expect to get attacked before they entered it. They would be ready for a battle at that point, which would make things a lot harder for them. Instead, with his brilliant plan, they would catch them off guard while most of them were sleeping and quickly massacre them all. The monster in question was holding a large halberd in its hand, a weapon that it won from one of the humanoids. Compared to his tribe members, it was a notch above the rusted cleavers that could barely produce results in battle. Thus he raised it high into the sky as it was ready to give out a shout that would signal the others to attack. GGAH. Before it was able to give out the loud roar of conquest, it noticed a flash of light coming from the distance. It appeared from one of the strange wooden contraptions with the wheels on the sides. This thing was really bright as it illuminated the tall grass most of its brethren were hiding in. Before the leader could realize what it was looking at, the damage was done. While holding the halberd high in the air, and while mid-shout half of its head exploded from the collision, before it could process that the magical projectile connected it was already crumbling down to the ground. While drawing its last breath, the cries of its tribe members entered its ears as they were being pelted by bolts and arrows. You have defeated a L105 inferior Dragonoot. You have gained 12,213 experience points. Well, that was easy. Keeping to his runic mage persona, Roland was holding a staff made from ether deepsteel in his hand. At the top, it had a large mana stone that lowered the mana usage even further. What he had performed was a silent version of a spell called Spiral Mana Lance. After use, the projectile took the form of a drill that continued to spin towards its destinations. The spinning affected its speed, and the further it traveled, the more damage it would cause. While his aim was not perfect, he was able to take out the largest monster from the group of kobolds. Everyone, attack. Not soon after he had taken out what looked to be the leader did all the adventurers pop out of their hiding places. Everyone that was able to fire a bow or a crossbow took aim, and the projectiles started flying. The small monsters that looked like reddish lizardmen were not ready for this quick retaliation. After he took out the leader, the rest panicked. Some of them fled towards the forest, while the ones that were closer continued with their attack. But they were sloppy. More than half of their numbers were turned into porcupines filled with bolts and arrows. Then the rest started falling to his bunk buddy. "Die, you little shits, because of you I couldn't get my beauty sleep in." Griselda charged to the forefront with her huge two-handed axe in hand. With one large swing, she was able to instantly take out 3 of the kobolds. She almost caused their sneak attack to fail when he had to wake her up. Luckily, he was quick with his sound-canceling spell that muffled her angry shouts. "Damn, this is a one-sided slaughter. Do we even need anyone else to help?" The woman was really going to town with these, which made him wonder how he was able to take her out at the inn. The weapon that she was using wasn't magical in nature, but it was made from a sturdy alloy that was even above his ether durasteel. Without examining it from up close, he was unsure of the proper blend, but it seemed to be a lot heavier and sturdier than most metals. While he wanted to just sit this one out now, his eyes saw the woman that was shadowing him. Even though the battle was taking place, and she was not a combatant, her gaze was glued to his back. With her looking at him, there was no choice. Thus he pointed his staff towards the attackers to perform a small show for the audience. The other adventurers had managed to splay a large portion of the monster wave coming their way, but it was not over yet. Some of the more evolved ones were somewhat resistant to the steel-iron arrows that didn't have much piercing power. Yet they would not have the same resistance when magic was involved. For killing large numbers of enemies that didn't have much health, he modified one of the most basic spells. This spell he would show off to the person grading his performance, so that perhaps he could get a passing grade without much hassle. With the basic-looking magical staff in hand, he pointed out into the air. The moment he activated the runic structure, the entire shaft started exuding blue light. This light in actuality was composed of many compact runes that with his current skills could be condensed to a minuscule size. It only took 2 seconds for the required mana to travel through the runic structures and towards the large mana stone at the top of the staff. When the spell was finished and all of the targets were locked on, a large orb of blue light shot up into the sky. "Hey, what is that guy doing? What's that? Looks like a small moon." Some guards and adventurers that weren't using their range skills stood behind as a reserve to protect the regular caravan passengers. With the fight going their way, they didn't have much to do than to look at their magical companion. The caster types were still quite rare, thus the glowing orb that illuminated the dark night drew in everyone's gaze. Even some of the monsters looked at the blue light that depicted a perfect circular shape. But the moment this orb reached a certain height, some kind of reaction started to take place. It was as if it was becoming more compact before expanding to a larger, more irregular form and exploding. From this explosion, a vast number of beams of light escaped. Firstly, they traced a nice arch upwards before increasing their speed and coming down towards the targets on the ground. Everyone that was using a bow or crossbow stopped for a moment as the wide area spell started connecting with the surviving monsters. They all shouted in agony as the massive torrent of magical energy rained onto them. The long bolts of energy pierced the monsters' bodies while exploding soon after to add even more damage and devastation. For Roland, this was the first real test for this magical spell that he couldn't test in a wide open area against so many enemies. While it lacked the devastating power to kill monsters above level 100, for ones below it there was no escape. with the more evolved kobolds choosing to retreat. Only the ones with lower IQ were left to be slaughtered. You have defeated a L48 Crimson Kobold. You have gained. You have defeated a L56 Crimson Kobold Warrior. You have gained. Many messages folded his system window as the monsters continued to die. Within 10 seconds of him firing off his spell, the monsters were defeated. The only ones that remained were out of his spell range and already back in the forest. With how they had been soundly defeated, they would probably not get in their way during the trek through the forest trail. Not bad. This spell would be good for farming some lower-level monsters for materials. Roland put down the staff while standing atop the wagon that was in the front. While he was contemplating the validity of this modified tracking spell, he noticed that everything went silent. When he looked to the side, he noticed that everyone was looking his way. Huh, did you see that? He just killed all of those monsters with one spell. What was that thing anyway? That guy also took out the leader. Everyone started shouting after noticing that all of the monsters were now dead. The light show that he put up to grab the attention of the guild worker instead caused a greater reaction than he anticipated. Now he was the center of attention, which might not have been his initial goal. The urge to field test his new spells along with the guild exam somewhat clouded his judgment. Hey, what are you idiots cheering about? There could be more monsters lurking. Be quiet. Luckily, the guard leader was experienced enough to see the bigger picture. While it looked that the kobolds were gone, this didn't mean that something else wouldn't show up. Some strong creatures could be attracted to the sounds of battle, and the light show that he created could have produced the same effect. Hey, Wayland, you could have left some for me. While climbing down from the wagon to get away from the crowd, he heard Griselda calling out to him. With nothing else to do, she slowly returned to the wagon that the both of them occupied. Her question he could only shrug while also being surprised that for the first time she had called him by his name. I'll do that next time. Hey, what are you doing, adventurer? Don't worry, they are all dead and the rest have fled into the forest. The battle is over. Is that true? Ingran, that was responsible for the merchant's safety, did not take his word for it. Even though he was the one that informed them about the monsters gathering to attack them, they didn't seem to have trust in his detection skills. Thus the man looked to one of the adventurers that was specialized in this field for confirmation. Of course, after a few minutes, the man nodded to confirm as he also couldn't see or feel any monsters in the vicinity. That was great. With you around, there won't be much for us to do. Easy money. When he was down on the ground, Senna poked her head out from behind Orson. The dagger that she was holding in her hand made its way towards her back. It seemed that she did not participate in the battle, but instead was lurking around for any potential creatures entering the encampment. This brings back old memories. I feel ashamed that I couldn't recognize ye. Dalrak waddled over while holding his halberd over his shoulder and a large shield in his other hand. He and Orson didn't get to do much, but as Senna mentioned before, this was not such a bad deal for them. Oh, that's fine. It's impossible to remember every face you bump into. He replied while shrugging his shoulders. Without his high intelligence stat, it would probably be impossible for him to remember the two either. His identification skill also helped out as it presented their names to him. Good work, but next time inform me if you're going to use a spell like that. The guard leader also showed up while he was talking to his old acquaintance. It didn't seem that the man appreciated that Roland went out on his own and used unidentified spells. But giving the man a list of all of his spells would not be something that he was willing to do, nor would any other adventurer be inclined to go that far. Yet if he made the employee mad, then his trial grade could fall. Even now, the woman that was shadowing him was writing something onto a piece of paper. It was strange to see her taking her job this seriously, as most of the time, if the person he was protecting survived until the end of the journey, he should get a passing grade. Could she be one of those types that likes to do everything by the book? Would she rate me on things like customer satisfaction? It would be unfortunate if he didn't get his golden rank for a silly reason like that, but there was nothing for him to do. Only after the journey was over would the rating be given to him. For now, he could at least act more cordial towards the guard leader and the merchant without trying to antagonize them. What's up with that idiot? The bastard just hid behind the wagon and had everyone else do the work for him. Griselda appeared out of nowhere with a bloodied axe. Her gaze was fixated on Ingran's back. During the whole ambush, he didn't really pay attention, but he could hear the man shouting out orders as if he owned the palace. Adventurers weren't soldiers, so during situations like this, most of them would work independently. Well, he probably cares about the merchant more than the disposable adventurers they hired, but anyway, good work. Roland replied while knowing well that if it came down to it, then the guards would quickly abandon them. They were a more knit-together group and probably didn't care for the sellswords they were taking on the journey. To them, the adventurers were nothing more than meat shields. What are you talking about? You killed almost all of them yourself. Griselda laughed before smacking Roland on the shoulder, which made his whole armor rattle around. Even though that was her reply, a smile appeared on her face. Soon enough, the commotion died down and people started going back to sleep. Not all of them would be able to calm down their nerves after the sudden ambush, but either way the journey had to continue. I guess this is when it starts to get interesting, Roland thought to himself while going back to his spot on the wagon. While he probably wouldn't get much sleep, but at least he wouldn't be bothered by anyone here. Then when the sun rose in a couple of hours, the adventure would continue. Hey, was that the last one? Yes, there are no enemies in the vicinity anymore. Roland replied to the shout coming from the front. Griselda was there pulling her axe out from the ground. When removing her weapon, he could see a combination of sand and blood covering the edge. Are you sure you aren't a tracker? Senna popped her head out of the side and started twirling her daggers. Ever since the first ambush, the adventurers had been slowly building up trust towards Roland's detecting skills. While he couldn't track anything, detecting monsters in the forest was quite easy, even easier for him than for proper scout-type classes. The forest area was quite dense, and with a lot of various creatures living there. With so many living beings around it, was hard for anyone to get an estimate of all of the enemy locations, but Roland only needed to look at the dots on the map to quickly point out the next nearby monster. No, it's just a tracking spell. That's some handy tracking spell that can last for so long. Senna glanced towards Roland's metal helmet as if she didn't quite believe his story. While the technology he was using wasn't all that groundbreaking, the sheer length he could keep it up was the real deal breaker. All day and night, he could have his radar function up, and it would even jolt him up from his sleep if something appeared. It's not like I can detect anything. Any monsters that specialize in hiding their presence would not be easy to spot for me. Don't let your guard down, Roland replied as he didn't want the trackers to get sloppy. Monsters like kobolds or beasts that just charged at them were fine, but anything that could camouflage themselves in some way could get around his radar. This runic detection device locked onto mana fingerprints of monsters and any other living being. Every living creature, at least, had a little bit of mana in their body, and they could not stop it from seeping out. That is if they were not able to use any mana-controlling skills to shroud their existence. Skills of scouting classes had various other ways to detect enemies, like through smell or vibrations of footsteps. While his method allowed him to detect large groups better in more dangerous situations, it was still better to leave it up to someone with a specialized skill distribution. Is that so? Damn, I thought that I could just nap through this whole mission. Ha, tough luck, pipsqueak. Hey, stop calling me that, you muscle-bound idiot. Griselda returned from the front lines with her bloodied axe leaning over her shoulder. It was funny to see the large barbarian and halfling get into a shouting match after each battle. Griselda tended to complain that the trickster was not doing anything. How about you go take a bath? I'm sure Wayland here isn't removing his helmet because you stink up the whole wagon. Why, you little come here. Soon the two took off into another chase while Orson and Dowrick had to calm them down. Hey, shut your mouths, we aren't out of the forest yet. The guard leader glared at the duo of women that were running through the area while making loud noises. But this also showed how much the people started to trust his predictions. Wayland, are we free to move? Yes, there shouldn't be any more of them, and we are almost out of the forest. Great, I'll tell them to move. Keep up the good work, and you might even get a big bonus. Roland nodded, but was not really that interested in the money he could make here, as it would not be as much as he could earn by selling a single golem. But on the other hand, he enjoyed the respect he was getting. Through the day-long journey through the forest area, they had to make a few stops to fight off small groups of monsters. They were mostly beast types that looked like deformed forest animals. With his help, they were always able to have those few seconds to prepare for the assault. His ranged spells aren't as successful when used in a dense forest area, but he had yet to move down from the first wagon he was protecting. Thus, right before night fell on them, they had managed to go through the first danger area without suffering any casualties. After getting through, it was back to camping at night. While he was getting more trust from the people, the biggest negative was their reliance on his spells. The merchant started requesting that he stay up for the whole night, and with Malena noting down his performance, he was unsure what would happen if he refused. How does she sleep in that position? Roland was truly envious of the nap-taking efficiency that his wagon partner had. The barbarian could just sleep through the entire day and be well-rested whenever trouble appeared. He, on the other hand, was stuck using his sleep-resistance skill while looking at this radar. Maybe I should install a sleeping spell to knock me out. There was one big downside of the sleeping resistance skill he had leveled up. While he didn't need to sleep that much, it was also hard to actually fall asleep when there was no trouble or work to be had. When a person managed to sleep at least a few hours, they received a well-rested buff. This gave a small boost to some stats and skills while lasting for a range of hours. The length depended on how long the person slept and also the item they were sleeping on. With special beds, the buff could be extended further and give clarity of the mind. I can never really see the end of it, even from this vantage point. At the moment, Roland was looking into the distance. At the side of the path that they were on, he couldn't see anything of note. Yet when looking further, a person would notice the land gaining elevation and the grass areas becoming thinner and thinner. The super dungeon that was in the middle of this huge island was the reason. From what he knew, this dungeon was an active volcano, and it regularly spewed out lava and thick white mist. Due to this, it created a barrier around it that was impossible to look through. This made traversing towards the dungeon from the outside quite bothersome. Without specialized gears to combat the increased heat, toxic mist, and then monsters, it was difficult to progress. Thus, other ways of exploration involving the vast underground tunnels were preferred, but Roland was not the usual adventurer. With the help of his rune knowledge, he had thought about this problem if he ever decided to move towards the super dungeon. There were various ways of creating air filters for his helmet. With some other buffing and chilling spells, he might be actually able to go through the top part. It was not impossible, and the monsters on the upper side were said to not be as tough as the ones in the underground. The difficulty was in lasting through the magma-covered wastelands and the toxic air composed of sulfur. If there was a way to get over that bump in the road, exploring from the outside would be manageable. This was something Roland had contemplated before finding out the secret connection to another dungeon. With that in place, he could hunt Tier 3 monsters from a safe distance. I wonder if there are some secrets that weren't discovered in those lava mountains. With the harsh environment, it wouldn't be strange if they had to abandon any deep exploration attempts. While contemplating some future endeavors, he decided to check out the map again. After getting through the first bump in the road, it was time to move towards their next destination. The next stopping point would take them through a dried-up river. There were certain places through which hidden attacks could be launched. It was famous for bandit attacks. Then they needed to get through a narrow bridge, after which they would be at about the half point of the journey. Thus the trip continued, with Roland being forced to use his spider drones at each stop to further his scanning range. It didn't seem that he would be getting much sleep. At each stop, there were some troubles. What would normally be a trip with perhaps one deadly encounter turned to a slog. First came the bandits that were waiting for them at the usual ambush spot. They were unlucky with their placement, as Roland was able to pelt them with spells that had a vastly larger range than bows or crossbows. Then after routing them, there they were in for round 2. The bandits didn't appreciate losing some of their men during their first ambush, so they tried another during the bridge crossing. Roland had to give it to them, as they had dug small holes and covered them for camouflage. If the caravan went through the bridge, they would have attacked them from both sides with bombs. Yet together with Roland's radar and some of the adventurers, they were able to discover the enemies that had split into 2 groups. With some well-placed earth spells, it was an easy fight. Luckily, the robbers on the other side of the bridge decided to abandon the fight. Finally, it's over. Good job, everyone. Be sure to get a good night's rest after we reach the village, as we will be going towards our last destination, without making any further stops afterward. What Roland saw in the distance was a medium-sized village that was surrounded by a forest area. This was considered a waypoint and an indication of mostly finishing the journey. It had been hard on him, but now he would be able to finally rest. So this is the village of Holden. There should not be any surprises from now on. After giving up a sigh of relief, he placed the map back into his backpack. He had faced bandits, monsters, and vast numbers of insects, but now it was over. This village was a safe zone for their journey. It was an object close to the duchy's core lands. Bandits knew to stay away, as the Valyrian household would actually send out their soldiers to regularly clear out any pests living in the area. Finally, I can have something to drink. I heard they sell good mead here. Griselda nodded at Dalrek, who was just slowly walking behind their wagon. Orson was not far behind, as the image of village girls filled his mind. Yet Senna was not that amused by the glint in his eye, as she knew what he was planning. Hey, unless you plan on getting married to one of those village girls, just keep it in your pants. What if you leave and they have to bring up your bastard alone? Ha, that only happens to amateurs. Are you sure about that? Or maybe that thing of yours just doesn't work anymore after going through so many whorehouses. Senna grinned at Orson, who just tried to ignore the halfling. The whole group tended to throw insults at each other, but for some reason they could not have been better friends. There was a danger in this line of work, so the adventurer types had their way of getting over the stress, and this was one of them. Wait, is that music? When they approached the village, Roland started hearing the tunes produced by a lute. This was the same for the other adventurers that looked towards the village in the distance. There his eyes were drawn to the large tree in the middle that was the height of a watchtower. It seemed that the branches and leaves blocked out the sun, which didn't let any other trees grow under it. This left a large spot under which this village was constructed. It was reasonable to believe that this huge tree could help block strong winds and rain while the settlers settled in. Welcome, adventurers. Roland was in the first wagon, so he was able to hear someone call out from afar. The voice belonged to a woman, and she was not alone. When he took a glance, he saw several young maidens frolicking around in long white dresses. They all had crowns made from flowers on top of their heads that looked fresh. Are they having some kind of festival? The other people from the caravan started peeking out their heads at the sound of the music. After a harsh week of journeying and fighting for their lives, everyone was tired. The majority of the combatants here were men, and they were all interested in the farm girls that were smiling at them. Orson was one of them, as Roland spotted him drooling when looking at one of the curvier girls from the group. Soon they were heading towards the village square that was large enough to contain all of the carts and wagons. While passing through, he noticed that everyone was cheerful and full of vigor. The girls were frolicking around and waving, while the men played various instruments. The square was situated around the large tree that was also occupied by the dancers. The people were holding their hands together and moving slowly around it as they gyrated their hips. Almost immediately as his group arrived, the people started waving them over. Some of the adventurers even took the farm girls up on their offer to dance with them. Welcome to the village of Holden. You have arrived at a most pleasant time, as we are in the midst of our harvest festival. While standing to the side and wondering what this was all about, an old man appeared. The merchant along with his guards were the ones to greet him, and soon it was explained the nature of these festivities. We will be holding a feast for the next 3 days to show our gratitude to Fedona, the goddess of harvest and fertility. Now come, please relax and join us. This goddess was one of the lower-tier gods worshipped by farmers and others that cultivated their lands. From what he knew, this goddess was depicted as something similar to a dryad, which would explain the giant tree right in the middle of the village. The moon and sun gods were considered higher-tier gods, but there were various lesser and mid-level deities that were worshipped by smaller groups of people. Roland wasn't sure how it worked, but people related to god worship did receive blessings from performing certain acts. It was also one of the reasons for many evil cults existing. This seemed to be the easiest way to gain power from worshipping, as it only required bloody sacrifices. One of such cults he had witnessed many years ago, and for some reason when he watched these people dancing around, he was getting a bad feeling. Is this normal? Their faces were filled with smiles, but there was something off that he couldn't put his finger on. The other adventurers that were truly born into this world didn't seem to be suspicious, though. Orson, for one, was already jumping around with that girl he was eyeing. Griselda was at a table eating meat, which left him alone by the wagon. While everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, there was something bugging him. At first, Roland only thought that he was being paranoid. Coming from the modern world and seeing many horror films, this creepy village was giving him bad vibes. Yet even when he used all kinds of detection skills, he couldn't find anything that was out of place. The other members from the group that had better senses didn't seem to find anything wrong with this place, as they just went along with the festivities. But even after hours passed, he did not get rid of this bad feeling. There was something not right here. Is it this tree? There is something off about it. He glanced towards the massive tree in the middle of the village. People were still dancing around with smiles on their faces. The more his gaze focused on it, the more he felt something was wrong. With the help of his mana sense, he tried feeling it out, and to his surprise, there was something. While glaring intently at the tree for a fraction of a moment, he saw something. It flashed there before him for a fraction of a second in the place of the tree. It had a strange shape of a double helix covered in strange patterns. It was something that he had witnessed before all those years ago. It can't be. He retreated a step while shouting and almost instantly activated his debugging skill on the object before him. Tell the acolytes to move the hosts to the ritual chamber. We will perform the dark baptism at midnight when the hour is nigh. It shall be done. A large group of hooded people was standing in the middle of a village square that was seemingly deserted. The plants that had been here had long lost their shimmer. The roads were filled with weeds, and the buildings were falling apart. It was clear that this place had long been deserted by its original inhabitants. At this point in time, the majority of the hooded figures were gathered before a spire. This spire was in the shape of a double helix that continued upwards, as if two pointy monster tongues were curling around each other. Around it, there were several of these acolytes. Their words were incoherent for a regular person to understand, but they were certainly chanting something. The thing in the middle of this unkempt village's square continued to give out strange waves of energy, along with bizarre symbols appearing on its surface. They were all kneeling with their faces down, slamming their heads into the ground. Even if there were rocks they didn't care for, they continued to chant and bow while their blood flowed into the soil. While they were wearing long robes, the bony fingers beneath them told a tale. The man shouting out orders had a slightly different robe, along with a large ornate staff that looked like a deformed tree branch. On the focal point, there was an obsidian gem that shined with an eerie glow whenever he shouted out his orders. The people that were listening to him were quick to follow his orders as they turned around to go towards their new visitors. A large group of merchants had made its way into their village. The wagons, along with the people in it, were being slowly pulled towards the inside of this town. Each and every person from the races seemed to be in some kind of dream state. They were all slumped over. The only indication of them being alive were their chests that were moving as they took in slow breaths. The various animals that were pulling these wagons were awake, yet there was also something peculiar. Their eyes were pitch black and devoid of life. Even when these strange, hooded individuals approached them, they didn't react. It was the reverse. They followed the instructions of the ones in this village as they pulled the heavy wagons towards the village square. In the front was the one containing what seemed to be the main force of this convoy and their first target. After it was pulled towards the square, the robed ones turned towards the entry point that was in the back. There they saw two people. One of them was a large, brutish-looking woman. Opposite her was another person dressed in shiny silver armor. While the woman looked fully passed out, the other one was in a strange position. The acolytes at first thought that he might be awake, but without any reactions, they concluded that he had just passed out while sitting and with his arms crossed over each other. Take him. The people that were called acolytes moved toward the armored man. The two large people were somewhat blocking the way towards the inside of this wagon, where a large portion of the guards was hiding. Yet once one of the robed figures grasped the man's wrist, something they didn't account for happened. Ghhhh. Without a warning, the man's hand was electrocuted. His body went instantly limp and he dropped down to his knees. The others around him were quick to back away while in horror. In their minds, this was an unforeseen development. Could this person still be conscious? Yet even when they pulled out their curved daggers and waited for the battle, it didn't come. Instead, they could see their perceived enemy just slumping forward. He appears to be affected by the great relic. There must be some kind of protective spell at work here. One of the men in the robes made his judgment known to the others that were still nervous. It made sense. There were various ways to protect oneself even when unconscious. The runes on the armor quickly became apparent as they started glowing bluish light after the discharge to their ally's hand. We must be careful with this one. First, let us get this large woman out then. After the first discharge of what seemed to be a lightning spell, they decided to be cautious. No one wanted to risk being blasted by the unknown magic. They also did not know what could set it off. Was it only touch or was there more to it? There were various protective spells, hexes, and charms that a person could be affected by. If they weren't careful, someone could die or even worse, cause their target to wake up from the imposed slumber. For this reason, they moved toward the sleeping woman first. This wasn't easy either as she was quite heavy. Even with the increased stats their classes gave them, it took more than 2 people to get her out of there, while also making sure not to touch the armored person on the opposite end. This woman, along with the others, was then pulled to the side and onto a smaller cart. On it there were already several other sleeping bodies that they would haul away towards the secret chamber. Their ritual could only be completed during late-night hours. Before it was too late, they needed to get enough people there. Finally, after the heavy woman was out of the picture, it was time to move the armored man that was in the way of the wagon's entrance. Touching him directly was out of the picture, thus they decided to use some special bindings. This special rope was placed at the front of the wagon space where the man was resting. Then one of the robed figures brought out an unsuspecting bell, which he soon used to produce a faint chime. His words were quiet, but it was clearly a special chant that, together with this bell, was used to activate the hex. The regular-looking rope soon started to be affected by the chant. It was as if it was transformed into something like a snake covered in darkish energy. With the spell activated, the chanter could from a safe range entangle the target's hands and upper body, while making sure to not overdo it. As before, when the rope started entangling itself with the man's arms and wrist, there was a magical discharge. Blue lightning energy traveled through the magical rope, but this didn't stop it. The item continued to wrap itself around the targeted person from a safe distance. Soon the rope was ready to be pulled by the people there, and without a worry for their safety. Help me, brothers. The 3 that logged the large woman away returned soon to help their allies. They gripped the magical rope firmly and started pulling to finally get the man out of the cart. He was also quite heavy, and with the way the rope was fastened, it only made things tougher, but in a minute all of them heard a large thud as the armored man dropped down to the ground. Good, now brothers, let us pull him towards the others. Wait, what is that? After the man's body dropped down, they continued to drag him along, which made them unable to notice the change. After the impact, the armor started to give out a glow that began at the chest area. It allowed the runic spell to activate without them noticing. Only when runes started appearing on the armored man's back did the robed figures notice. Various magical effects were activated in a second that manifested themselves before them. Firstly, a large explosion of mana that pushed everything away from where the man was. This was followed by a seemingly random hail of mana bolts. This was a peculiar spectacle as they shot out of various spots of the man's armor that were exposed. There was no rhyme or reason to their direction, as if the magic spell had trouble discerning the intended targets. The rope that was around the man was quickly eviscerated, while the ones holding it backed away in shock. The Great One will protect us. The seemingly random mana bolts that shot up suddenly changed direction and headed for the group of people that were messing with the armored man's position. But before the attack spell could collide with their bodies each, and every one of them held out a strange medallion that produced a shield of dark energy. The man that used the magical rope commented on the strange sight. He approached with a stone in his hand, which he threw towards the mana barrier. As he expected, the magical shield caused the rock to be shocked by the same blue electrical energy as before. "What should we do?" asked one of the robed people while looking at the man that previously used the magical rope to entangle their target. "This person must be someone important. This amount of magical protection is very uncommon. We need to report this to the Dark Enchanter. He will decide his fate. Leave him for now. This protective spell won't last forever." Their target was still unresponsive and affected by their secret relic's power. There was no imminent danger to them or their cause. They needed to continue with their order first, as the dark priests would certainly punish them if the people were not ready to accept the baptism. Later, they could bring this up while their leader decided on the fate of this one. Should be it, just like before, this thing instantly reacts when its runic structures are in danger of being destroyed. Roland was looking down at the horrific monsters that were climbing towards the large tree. At this moment, he was standing on one of the large branches of this strange tree in the middle of the village. He had quickly realized that this place was just an illusion, very similar to the one he had witnessed all those years ago. When activating his debugging skill, he could see runes everywhere. He was unsure if it was because this illusion was somewhat inferior to the one he experienced previously, or if it was because of his growth. But when straining his mana senses, he could feel a faint difference from the real world. This was probably not something a non-mage class could feel, so he was sure the others would remain trapped inside this illusion. Then there was the discomfort he felt by knowing that his protective measures against getting affected by illusory spells didn't work at all. He had prepared several spells that should be able to shield him from such things beforehand, but they didn't aid him at all. This meant that either this relic was just that powerful that the inferior spells didn't work on it, or that he was lacking the understanding of how this illusion was activated. Probably not the best time to worry about that. The people I was with probably won't be able to tell if this was an illusion. Even if they did, they won't know how to leave it. But if someone else wanted to get out of here, they would probably need to do something more drastic. This whole tree was the center of this illusory spell. The only way he could see the spell being broken without knowing where the core rune was would be to destroy the whole tree instead. Yet this tree was huge, and when damaged, the person would find themselves being attacked from all directions. Roland was unsure if they could die if killed by these monsters, or if the monsters were even capable of doing such a feat. Instead, he theorized that they would probably restrain the one under the spell in some fashion until the caster outside delivered the killing blow. Did the Abyssal cult find me, or is this about something else? While getting ready to destroy the core rune, his mind was in disarray. The moment this was destroyed, he would be put into the real world, where his enemies were waiting for him. The scenes of the past that he managed to forget started resurfacing. The image of the strange warlock and elf that stabbed him in the shoulder was the first to come back. If these two were behind this, would he be able to contend with them in his current state? His level was high for a Tier 2 class, and he had a better stat multiplier, but was this enough to compete against true Tier 3 classes? A lot of time had passed since his run-in with them, so they would have probably gained more levels. Their gear could have also been enhanced, which put him at a big disadvantage. There were no hidden allies that could help him here. He had gone through most of the people in the caravan, and while some adventurers were above his level, they were not Tier 3. Without anyone to rely on, he might have to make a difficult decision that would most likely be detrimental to the people he was with, yet to know how his chances were he needed to get out of here. Finally, he pressed on a spot that was above the branch he was standing on. This time around, he would not need to be too drastic. His knowledge of runes had already progressed towards Tier 3 as he had gone through many schematics. With regard to that, he could consider himself someone that was 1 foot toward Tier 3, but who lacked the permission to unlock higher tier skills. Before the monsters could get to him, the world started crumbling around him. The whole place looked as if it was cracking as many spider-like threads appeared everywhere. Monsters that were after him all halted in their place as everything started to vanish and turn white. Soon, like all those years ago, he appeared back in the real world. Huh, what's going on? The first thing that he noticed was that he was not in his cart but laying down on his face outside it. The alarm in his armor was constantly buzzing and jolting his body with a small electrical jolt as it was trying to wake him up from his slumber. I see the defensive routine was activated while I was out. Roland knew that enemies could be waiting outside. Like all those years ago, he expected these cultists to be confident in their runic relic. Even back then when he woke up, the Tier 3 class holders didn't know it. Thus he believed that if he didn't show any signs of waking up, he would remain unnoticed. Luckily for him, even when he was down on his face and unable to move, he could still monitor the situation. First, he disabled the alarm that was running to see if he could hear his enemies around him. To his surprise, the whole place was silent. Besides the buzzing of his mana barrier, there wasn't much he could detect. This brought him towards his next step, which was to examine his radar. There he could see various dots moving around. The first thing that he noticed was the lack of any red ones, which indicated that there weren't any monsters around. The number of people there was vast, but there was something off. Why are there so many of them in one spot? Are they getting moved somewhere? Many circles were overlapping over each other, as if they were stacked in one location. It was clear that they were being moved towards one location, which wasn't that far away from where he was in now. He could only speculate due to the shield that was around his body. Roland had implemented various features into his armor that would activate if he was ever knocked out cold or attacked when he was asleep. It seemed that these cultists had managed to drag him out of the cart, but were unable to pierce the strong mana shield that utilized his vast mana reserves. Even when he was in the dream world, his MP would continue to regenerate, which seems to have saved him for now. There are 2 life signals close to me. Did they leave some guards to monitor my situation? Roland could only speculate that the cultist found his mana shield too hard to deal with for now. Without being able to pierce the spell, waiting for the mana to run out was the easiest solution to the problem. Even he would run out of MP after more time passed. With that in mind, he finally moved, slowly tilted his head up. There in the distance, he saw a person dressed in a pitch-black robe. They were standing with their head facing in another direction. In their hand, they had a suspiciously familiar dagger that when he saw made his shoulder throb. It's really those bastards, but this guy. Name: Zaxori. Classes: T1 Dark Acolyte L16. T1 Scout L25. The first thing that he noticed about this person was their low level. They didn't seem to be paying much attention as they continued to repeat some incoherent words while looking towards the middle of the village. There he saw a larger version of the spiral relic he had destroyed. That thing will be a lot harder to destroy, but this guy shouldn't be a problem. Now came the big decision that he was afraid to make. The way before him looked to be relatively safe. The guards around him were weak, and he would probably be able to take them out with ease. The big question was, what should he do after freeing himself? Should he help the others or flee while the cultists were unaware of his escape? A man recited something in an incomprehensive manner while looking towards a large double spiral tower. It was giving out a strange buzzing noise that was hard to make out, and the glowing red runes pulsated whenever the noise was released. Perhaps if the person was paying more attention, he would have noticed that someone was approaching from behind. Soon, within a fraction of a second, 2 armored gauntlets appeared from behind him. One of them went for his mouth while the other started twisting. The robed figure's neck was being twisted, causing his spine to be broken in quite the violent way. But with the weapon in his hand, he could retaliate. Even though he couldn't turn around to see who was behind him, in a last-ditch effort he went for the stab. Yet instead of flesh being torn, a scraping sound was heard instead. The dagger just slid off this armored assailant without being able to penetrate through the harder alloy. This seemed easier in movies. I got them both, but what now? After awakening from his slumber, he detected only 2 guards near his location. Everyone else was on the other side of this large monument. Even now it was releasing the illusory spell that kept everyone trapped and unable to fight back. There were a lot of questions on his mind as he was confused about what these cultists were doing. First of all, some time had passed since the illusory trap had been activated. This time around it took him longer to get out of it than before. Time seemed to work differently in these illusory traps, perhaps due to the size of this relic. It was harder to awaken even when getting out through destroying the core rune. His willpower stat that should aid him against attacks going for the mind didn't seem to work that well when this strange runic object was involved. It belonged to a cult of some kind of evil god, so he could only speculate that there was something besides regular magic involved here. Due to him being out cold for so long, the cultists had enough time to pull him out of the wagon along with all the other people. Yet when he was looking at the radar, everyone seemed to be still alive. For some reason, they took everyone to that one location, while thinking Roland sneaked back towards the wagon he was stationed at. Strangely enough, his backpack was still there along with Griselda's axe and his weapons. The way to the inside of the wagon was open, but it didn't seem that these people were interested in their possessions. They didn't take anything. These cultists weren't acting like bandits. The people were alive and nothing seemed to have been moved. All the weapons the soldiers had were still there. It even seemed that these people purposely avoided moving anything, which was very confusing to Roland as he didn't know what they were trying to achieve. Were they just going to come back later to take it all? What's going on here? These guys' aim doesn't seem to be to rob this caravan. Do they need living people for some kind of ritual? After his run-in with the Abyssal cult all those years ago, he started doing research. There was not much that he could dig up as this cult was mostly shrouded in mystery. Besides the name and sightings of robed figures, there was not that much known about them. They seemed to work similarly to other evil god worshippers, but were somehow able to erase most of their tracks. This relic that caused immediate hallucinations was probably the reason for it. Even Tier 3 class holders were affected by them and easy prey. One thing was clear, this village had been in their grasp for a while now. This relic didn't just appear in the middle of it out of the blue. The buildings looked unkept and the vegetation was overgrown, yet there were magics in this world that could cause hasten plant growth, which made it hard to put a number on the amount of time they spent here. How were these guys able to remain unnoticed for this long? Isn't this village supposed to be a waypoint for many merchant caravans? This was the biggest question. If merchants started disappearing along with their wares, then this cult would have been quickly discovered. Even this illusory relic needed to have a limit. If too many people showed up, it would probably be unable to affect everyone. It was probably made for smaller merchant groups in mind instead. Roland could only imagine a few scenarios in which they were able to evade discovery. One of these scenarios would have someone in power helping them erase their presence. Another one was more far-fetched that involved mass hypnosis, but one seemed the most plausible as it involved the merchants leaving this place alive. This would explain why they didn't touch the wagons at all, but why would they go through all of this just to release the captives in the end? He had no idea what these people were thinking, and this was not the problem now. A decision needed to be made. When the cultists were busy with the others, he could just leave. These people were certainly assured that their relic's effect could not be broken. They didn't even bother to place any sentries to watch him besides two low-level acolytes that weren't even looking his way. While leaving was the obvious choice if he considered his own safety, there was a problem with that. The cultists would certainly track him down all the way to Albrook even if he reported it. He had no idea of knowing who was in cahoots with these people and if anyone would believe him. If his theory was true and these people actually turned up alive later, his statements would be questioned. Shit, the biggest problem was this guild quest that he was taking. He was noted down as a runic mage that was taking a test. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that it was him that escaped from here. So even when he returned home in a few months, he could receive a visit from his old Tier 3 acquaintances. Thus, if he wanted to get rid of any future cult shenanigans, he would have to free the other adventurers from the spell. Only if they confirmed his story would anyone believe him. Then if they managed to kill all of them, his involvement could be downplayed. Would the cultists try getting to the bottom of what transpired? Certainly they would, but with so many involved, he would be given more time to decide about his next step. Roland gave out a sigh while taking out the 2 spider drones from his spatial backpack. Along with them, he also pulled out 2 pouches with what looked to be large colored marbles. These were promptly inserted into the golem's compartments, where previously was his radar range enhancer. While he had decided to see what was going on here, it didn't mean that he would be hasty. Perhaps fleeing would still be the only option left, as he did not truly know the fighting capabilities of his enemies. Yet there was one certainty: there were no Tier 3 class holders here. One of the most important features of his radar was danger assessment. Within the vicinity of this village, he only detected high-level Tier 2 enemies. It was possible that a Tier 3 could be hiding somewhere, but it was not probably. Back in Albrook, he had tested his scanning system out on the guild master and some platinum adventurers. Tier 3 people had a certain mana fingerprint that was above the rest, which made them easy to detect. It was not a measure of strength, just a way to make sure who he was facing. The strongest combatants seemed to be gathered in that one location behind the large spire. Just as ordered, the spider drones skittered away into the night, while quickly digging up holes into which they dropped a marble into. The moment the colored orbs dropped down, they started, giving out a faint glow that was quickly hidden by a thin layer of earth. While his automatons were working hard, Roland started preparing. Inside his backpack, he had several pouches filled with more goodies for his enemies. There was also the biggest hurdle, that was this massive runic construction in the middle of the village. He was convinced that if he got too close to it, the cultists would probably become aware of his existence. Yet destroying it would be important to his success, as even with his current firepower and preparation time, there was no assurance of his victory. But he was not alone here. With the help of the other adventurers and the guards, his chances of winning increased. That small one was easy to destroy, but this one won't be that easy. Without his mana sense, he would probably not be able to see it, but there was some kind of protective enchantment at work there. If he unloaded all of his spells on this large double helix, it would probably trigger the defensive measure. If he had enough firepower was debatable, yet there was another way to disable it. This was nothing more than another runic creation similar to one of his own. It worked in the same way, and even if it utilized some kind of divine energy, it was not part of the runic software that could be switched off. Now there were 2 ways he could access this runic structure. One would be to go directly to it and go by touch. This would activate the protective measure it had, which made this option difficult. Then there was the easier method, which he would probably need to go with. The relic needed some kind of remote control, just like a control rod for a golem. This control item would certainly be in someone's possession, probably in the hands of the leader. It would be much easier to figure out the shut of code through it than to attempt it through the massive construct directly. Those sorts of items always had an imprinted set of codes that could be sent to the main runic construct. Some, like the golem control rods, had no protective measures and could be used by anyone holding them. While there could be something locking it to the mana fingerprint of the user, he had enough knowledge to get around it. The bigger problem was to identify the control item. This control item should be giving off a similar signature like this. Perhaps my scanner can pick it up, yet, even after going through with that, his mapping feature wasn't as precise as he had wished for. It was guiding him towards the area where all of the people were. It seemed that he would find it there along with a large group of crazy cultists. Finally, it was time. His main weapon, which was the iron staff, was now in his hand. On his back was a shield that had various protective barriers to keep him safe from damage. By his hip, he also had his sidearm, which was a longsword for whenever someone managed to get close. Most importantly, though, he had his runic armor that allowed him to shatter the conventions between classes and levels. Even with all of them together, he was still unsure if this was the right thing to do. Escape was still an option, yet his current life would be over then. He would need to escape from Albrook and hide away somewhere. The cult would certainly know that he had a runic class now, and perhaps even discover his new hiding place in time. He would spend the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, or perhaps be forced to return to the noble estate to seek shelter. Then there was Elodia, Bernir, and all the other people that he came across. Would they run away with him if he explained it all, or would they remain in the place they called home? Would the cultists use them to get to him if they decided to stay? This was not something he wanted his friends to ever experience, as he knew of the inhumane ways of the Abyssal cult. Before he could cloud his mind with any more questions, he decided to stop. There was no use asking himself hypotheticals before the battle started. If he didn't focus on the task at hand, he would certainly fail. Thus, while activating a concealment spell, he slowly wandered through the deserted part of the village. The area he was in was quite silent, but as he ventured toward that gathering place, strange noises entered through his ears. There were people chanting something. It was very similar to the incoherent babblings of the two guards he had disposed of earlier, and only got louder when he approached. To evade detection, he decided to stick to the emptied-out village houses on the side. With the tall grass and bushes there and the help of his spell, it would be impossible for these cultists to sniff him out. Then finally, on the other side of the large spire, he saw some of the enemies. There were about 10 of them, and they were kneeling outside a large building that was further away. This structure looked like some kind of temple that had been haphazardly constructed. The materials were clearly taken from some of the village buildings that he could see in the background. This whole structure looked like an unfinished pyramid that was flattened at the top. There were large stairs leading up a few meters to a large open door. The night was quite dark, so the light from the inside was illuminating the way for him. More of those strange chants were coming from the temple-like building, so he started wandering closer to see if there was a way to get there without going through the cultist from the front. First, I need to find an escape route. After examining his surroundings, he looked at his two golems. These two would be an important part of his plan, so they needed to be strategically placed on standby. Only then he started to scale the wall towards the man-sized opening at almost the top of this temple. From what he could tell, this was probably made for ventilation purposes. Finally, when he reached the entrance point, he was also able to peek inside. Without the walls in the way, the chants were quite loud, yet this was not what he was paying attention to. Inside, he saw something that he didn't expect, something that he only imagined seeing in horror movies. The area in the temple was quite large, and it was riddled with the sleeping bodies of the adventurers and members of the caravan. In the middle was an elevated platform, and on it he could see one of the caravan guards. He was slumbering on something that looked like a sacrificial altar, yet instead of being stabbed through the heart as a sacrifice, something worse was happening to him. 3 priests were gathered around him, one to his left and another opposite, while someone that looked like the leader was directly looking down at him. They were chanting something sinister while holding a slug-like creature in their hands. The creature was about 5 centimeters in length, with strange tendrils coming out from its top part. Its head looked like it belonged to some type of leech with many teeth. As the chants continued, a strange black shroud of energy surrounded this creature that gave out a strange high-pitched scream. What are they doing to these people? Soon enough, the leech-like creature was passed on to the main priest that started lowering down towards the passed-out man's face. One of the side cultists leaned over to spread the man's closed eyes. Then the moment the creature made contact with the man's eyeball, its many tendrils shot out towards it. Roland was taken aback by the sight of this thing quickly wiggling inside of the man's eye socket and disappearing into it. He had no idea what the purpose of that thing was, but he was certain that it didn't bode well for the people gathered. What are those creatures? The radar isn't picking them up as monsters. Are they too small to be registered, or are they part of some kind of spell? Roland was above ground and looking through a ventilation opening down into a large chamber meant for occult rituals. One of these was apparently taking place. The whole area was riddled with passed-out people and more figures from the Abyssal cult that he was familiar with. After making his way here to find the control item for the large-scale double helix device, he found something he never expected to see. Small leech-like creatures were being inserted into people's eye sockets. Just a few seconds, one of them vanished into a guard's eye, and besides a little bit of blood, there didn't seem to be anything off. Instantly, his mind went racing to figure out what was going on. After the run-in with the Abyssal cult all those years ago, he had gone through extensive research on the subject. Yet there wasn't much information about their real purpose besides the usual disappearances and murders. It seemed that the calling card of this cult was this double helix relic. With a magical device that could knock out even people at Tier 3, it was easy for the cult to go unnoticed. Roland didn't have access to much information. Most of it was clearly being hidden away by the information guilds and other powerful existences. They were not informing the commoners about facts concerning cults, probably to not have widespread panic. Most of the second-hand information that was passed by word of mouth didn't amount to anything. Even when some cultists were apprehended, they were taken away by the governing lord's forces. The only thing he could do was to spend large amounts of money at the Thieves' Guild that sold information. Even with that, there wasn't much on the cult. They mostly evaded curious gazes. Not even corpses remained in place, and they vanished into the night after carving out their signature symbol. Without it, most of the cases would not be identified, and the afflicted would not even know if their loved ones had actually died. Roland had witnessed firsthand what these people were capable of. That one warlock that could transform into a giant monster was probably responsible in some way. The merchant group that existed in Edelgard disappeared in a day without a trace. If he didn't get out of the illusory world back then, he along with his old boss would have done the same. Luckily, the old gnome had some powerful bodyguards that could contend with the cult assassins. There was no word of any incidents like that even when trying to get information through the Thieves' Guild. Mostly there were just rumors of events happening that didn't seem to be related to each other. There were many assassination groups working in the kingdom, and the cult had a good reputation, yet there was no mention of these wiggly things they were inserted into people. That looks like some kind of parasite. What's its purpose? Take over the host body to produce more, or is it something else? While observing the gruesome scene in front, Roland came to a conclusion. He had heard about various ways of controlling others' minds, and perhaps this was one of them. The way the little leech-like creature went through the eye socket without harming the person made it seem that the cultists weren't aiming to harm the people. If they just wanted them to act as some parasite breeding hosts, then they were going through a lot of hassle. Why would they leave the whole caravan mostly untouched? They were probably going to place these people back onto the carts later on. Is this some kind of body snatcher scenario or something? While he did try to figure out what the purpose of those bugs was, this was not the time for his contemplations. Down below, part of the adventurers and even regular travelers were already put through this dark ritual. If he didn't do anything, all of them might become his enemies. If the parasites could actually control their hosts was a big possibility. His main plan was to get the control item and then free the adventurers from the illusion they were in. After this was done, he wanted to use their help to take out the cultists. On the other hand, if all of them turned into some mindless zombies, he would only back himself into the corner. Those guys seemed to be fine for now, but in the background, he could see some of the adventurers behind hauled over. Dalrek and his small group were sprawled out next to each other. Orson had a strange smile on his face. It was as if he was having the best dream of his life. Griselda, on the other hand, looked to be next in line for the ritual, and the spirit spearman was right behind her. These guys are really convinced that nothing can awaken these people. I guess I should make my move. After going through the temples inside, he had also discovered the item that he was looking for. The runic device outside was giving out strange mana patterns that he had stored. After a quick search, he had identified an item in there that he was looking for. Name: Lothar L. 139. Classes: T2 Dark Shaman L. 39. T2 Dark Priest L. 50. T1 Dark Acolyte L. 25. T1 Cleric L. 25. It was in possession of this man. This seemed to be the leader of the group that they all gathered around. At first, Roland thought that it was the occult-looking staff in his hand, but it was devoid of any runes. The only item fitting the job was a strange medallion that he was wearing around his neck. It had a double helix symbol in the middle, along with many tiny runes. This would be his assault target, which made things difficult. He was the person holding out the little parasites while the other dark priests chanted. What he needed to do was get to that medallion. Through it, in theory, he should be able to send a signal to disable the large relic. Roland considered blasting the large spire with spells and some enhanced magic, but he wasn't sure if he could blast through its defenses. The double helix tower was surrounded by some kind of mana shield that protected it from harm. The amount of mana he would need to put into a blast to get through it would be immense. It would surely drain his reserves and put him at great risk if he failed. Thus he decided to go with option B. While this might have seemed like the more difficult task, he had a few helpers to aid him. The 2 golems that he had taken along for this adventure were already getting into place. Here goes nothing. Without further ado, the haphazardly created plan of his was triggered. The two shiny spider drones were quick to follow the instructions that their creator gave them. From within their bodies, pointy rods started to slide out. They had cylindrical shapes while becoming thinner at the end. They were all covered with runes that at this point in time were shining blue. The drones lowered their center of gravity as they went low. Soon the runes traveled up the rod, coming out of the top of their body to activate the spell effect. What shot out were simple mana bolt spells, and while their aim was mostly to distract, killing some targets was not off the table. On the outside of the temple, there were several cultists that continued to chant, but soon enough they awoke from their trance by having their bodies being punctured by concentrated bolts of mana. Jia, one of the men, screamed while falling down to his knees. The chanting cultists here were not of high level. Even a simple mana bolt from a spider drone was enough to maim them if the target didn't move. None of them were prepared for this, but there were far too many targets to shoot down. After the second cultist went to the ground, there was an uproar which was followed by the emerging of more targets. Brothers and sisters, we are being attacked. While some of the cultists remained kneeling on the ground, some others emerged from the side. The sound of shouting and screaming soon got loud enough to reach the ears of the people inside of the temple. This caused the dark ritual to be paused right before a certain parasite made its way inside of a large muscular woman's eye socket. Who dares interrupt the secret baptism? How could anyone get through the Dark Lord's blessing? Is it someone from the Golden Order? The main dark priest started shouting, while the outside was being bombarded with mana bolts. The other acolytes that were there abandoned the sleeping bodies and turned to their leader. Even while the shouting was happening outside, they didn't seem to react as they just waited. We do not know, fools. Go outside, the baptism cannot be interrupted. While the few priests on the platform remained in place, the others started rushing out. There they saw two hard-to-spot shiny spider golems. The two medium-sized constructs were hard to spot due to the various enchantments that kept their bodies somewhat shrouded in the night. Yet due to the constant mana bolt salvos, they could be recognized even by these priests. But as soon as everyone rushed out, the golems halted with their assault and quickly retreated behind the evil spire. The dark acolytes quickly followed after. In their hands they were mostly holding daggers, bows, and various other light weapons. While not many, there were some with magical staves that were able to protect their allies with some quick mana shields. The spider drones weren't as fast on foot as the people chasing them. They were soon discovered on the other side by the maddened cultists. Everyone here was quick to charge before the enemy constructs could continue with the magical assault. However, the first cultist had a rude awakening from his angry charge. As the moment he was a few meters away from the golem, an explosion occurred. A large loud bang shook the area as the man's whole leg exploded along with the patch of earth under it. This man might have been the first casualty of the trap, but he was not the only one. The maddened cultist had not paid attention to where the spider golems were leading them. Now they found themselves around a hidden minefield, and soon enough the first explosion was followed by a second one. Arg, Uog, it was a strange sight to see. Part of the cultists didn't seem to care for their health at all. They continued to rush towards the escaping spider golems and stepped into the placed runic mines. Only a few of the higher-ranked ones quickly stopped as they saw the carnage unfold before them. Stop, you fools. The mindless charge caused a lot of casualties, but as soon as one of the few dark priests shouted, the others instantly halted. It was as if these lower-leveled acolytes followed through with their orders blindly, even if their lives would be ended in the process. Use your bows. The man in charge was holding a magical staff in their hand. The moment the dark acolytes stopped with the advance, the golems started attacking them with mana bolts again. But the leader was quick in reacting. While chanting, he produced a barrier between himself and his people to block the incoming projectiles. Even when the smaller golems performed strange maneuvers, they were unable to evade that many projectiles going their way. Spears, arrows, and even some explosives were coming their way, and soon enough they were down on the ground. Even then they continued with their assault. The mana bolts only stopped after the last blow was delivered. The victory was assured. The mechanical contraptions had been defeated. Yet as the dark priest was looking at the destroyed automatons, he felt that something was wrong. This was quickly followed by a revelation as he looked towards the dark temple in which a light show was taking place. All of them quickly rushed back, while not even caring if some of the mines took out another batch of acolytes. When they arrived on the scene, they were greeted by a large magical orb that was formed at the top of the ceiling. This orb was spinning around and constantly releasing magical bolts of energy. The dark baptism had been clearly interrupted. The dark priests performing the task were chanting out loudly while protecting themselves with magical shields. Everyone was in disarray as the constant bursts of light were making it hard to see. It's coming from there. Quickly, my brothers and sisters, protect the temple of the Lord. There was clearly a mage sitting up there and casting this spell. It looked like a magical staff was above them and someone was holding on to it. Thus, after a few shouts, everyone took aim for the area above their heads to bring down this intruder. dark orbs of energy formed around the dark priests that took the shape of skulls. With their enemy now identified, the magical projectiles quickly made their way up towards the target. The skulls promptly exploded, bringing part of the roof along with them. Their victory was assured as the orb of light above them quickly diminished in size and vanished. But instead of the body of an enemy hitting the ground, there was something else. It was clearly a magical runic staff with a large gem on the end, but it had a strange apparatus attached to it. The shape was rectangular, and when it fell down to the ground, the inside produced some cylindrical-shaped objects that did not explode. "Wait, where is the head priest?" Everyone looked around, but to their surprise, their leader was down on the ground. There was a wound in his back, which indicated that he had been stabbed through it. Well, that seemed to have worked, but I probably don't have much time before they find me. Roland was now hiding within one of the abandoned buildings. In his hand was the runic medallion that he had taken from the body of the head priest. The plan was simple. While they spider golems distracted the cultist, he would take the item in question. This was easier said than done, as even after they had started the distraction, a lot of people remained inside the dark temple. While he could have jumped down and battled it out, he would not have any time to work on this medallion. Thus he had used a second diversion that utilizes his previous mass guiding spell. After marking all of the remaining cultists, he had lodged the magical staff into the wall. In his backpack, he had a spare battery pack to which he could connect this staff. While it continued to churn out spells, he quickly made his way towards the second ventilation opening on the other side. Then during the chaos that ensued, he sneaked up on the priest to take him out. The man did not expect to get stabbed from behind. I got their attention now. Roland could hear various maddened shouts outside. His deception had been discovered, and they were now looking for him. It was time to quickly decipher this contraption. If he was unable, he would need to go against a small army of angry cultists. With how they were able to protect themselves with magical barriers, they would not be easy targets for someone like him. Without the aid of his ranged spells to clear out the large number of meat shields, he found it unwise to confront them just yet. But he did not panic. The runic medallion in his hand was already being deciphered, and soon enough he would wake his companions. We must retrieve it, find the intruder. After the head priest had been stabbed in the back by an unknown assailant, the whole place was in an even bigger uproar. A few deaths had occurred during the obvious diversion, but there were still many angry cultists around. They quickly noticed the treasured magical item that adorned their leader's neck was missing. This was not something that could leave this place. Some of their darker secrets were attributed to that item. Find this heretic, they could not have gone far. This was the truth, as Roland had to duck into a nearby building after his trickery was discovered. Time was of the essence. If he couldn't figure out the inner workings of this strange medallion, he would be unable to wake up everyone from their slumber. Without his allies, it would be difficult to escape, as the number of cultists was too much for him. Kaboom. A sound of an explosion entered his ears and was followed by a cry of a cultist. When retreating, he had spread all the remaining explosives around this area he was in. It was clear that he didn't have much time as they were coming this way. Soon, they would probably figure out that he was in this house. Thus, he quickly activated his rune smithing skill to access the internal structure of this strange magical device. Luckily for him, while the large double helix outside was in possession of a greater rune, or above this one wasn't as intricate. Good, it's just a high-grade common rune, whereas the structure that is responsible for communicating with the main relic. From his experience, he knew that if he tried to activate this thing with his mana, it would go sideways. This had been clearly made with the dark priests in mind, and was attuned to their special mana fingerprint. Perhaps it also had a bit of evil god energy mixed into it that would not be possible to recreate by someone not in the cult. Roland knew all of this, as he had already created similar long-range tools that worked like remote controls. After some fiddling, he had found the correct structure. Now he only needed to go around the password that only allowed cultists to use it. This was a delicate process that normally was not to be rushed. What he needed to do was to alter the structure to fit his mana fingerprint instead. This would cause a large change in the structure that could introduce other mistakes into the runic item. These would need to be altered as well to access the main program inside, and finally send a disabling signal to the double helix-shaped device. Wish those guys could be a bit quieter, but I think that I don't have much time left. There was an obvious larger concentration of traps around the house he was hiding in. It was a combination of explosive marbles and other small devices. While some of the spells only exploded taking out the feet or whole legs of the cultists, some were more complex. Right at this moment, as Roland was altering the medallion, the cultists were witnessing another mana bolt trap. After getting in range that didn't require stepping into it, the spell caused the marble to jump upwards. Then instead of a regular explosion, it caused something akin to a shrapnel grenade to go off. This, depending on the opponent, would cause less or more damage. Luckily, they were humans that had many exposed spots. Without any heavy armor protecting their bodies, most of the cultists approaching the building received many deep injuries, yet with time they had decided to surround the building he was in. I can sense the intruder's presence. He must be in there. Soon about 20 cultists were rushing in like madmen towards the house he was hiding in. Even with the many explosives in their way, they couldn't be stopped. The dark priests used their spells to protect their foot soldiers from the magical attacks which allowed them to burst through the door. Yet instead of the intruder, they discovered something else. It was an emptied backpack along with some strange metallic contraption. Before they could realize what it was, it started giving out a radiant glow, which soon blinded everyone there. Our retreat. It was too late. Even though the dark priests that were standing in the back created a barrier around their foot soldiers, still the ensuing magical explosion was too strong. The entire building was taken out along with all the people that had rushed inside. The ground shook for a moment and alerted everyone to this position. There goes my backpack. Roland had quickly tackled down one of the walls while surrounding himself with his own protective barrier. Now he was running for his dear life while still working on the magical item in his hand. His cover was blown and he had gone through all of his explosives. There he is, brothers. Shit. The explosion had brought every cult member to this position. His armor that was constantly giving out a runic glow was easily spotted. But this was not the end. He still had a chance, as finally, he was able to jerry-rig this medallion while the whole village was after him. The only problem was that due to this hastily put-together solution, he needed to make his way back towards the main relic. It was time to make his last big push, so finally, he took his kite shield. While lowering his head behind him, he started running. Unbeknownst to his enemies, this protective shield had a handy feature. On the front, there was a small orb, a tiny golem eye that fed information directly into his helmet. This allowed him to sprint toward his destination without the need of peeking his head out. Even when the bolts, arrows, and skulls made from dark mana flew his way, he was able to defend against them. With a protective barrier around his front, he was able to charge through his enemies towards one destination. Yet to the cultist, he was only boxing himself in as soon enough they surrounded him around their great relic. You have nowhere to run, heretic. You will tell us how you were able to awaken from the dark dream. Oh, will I now? Roland's back was now facing the large tower that was still active. Even now he could feel the strange waves of energy radiating from it. The cultists seemed to increase in number. Some of them were occupying the houses, only coming out when an intruder was spotted. Now the whole village was out for his head. With how many opponents were here, even with his armor, this would be an uphill battle. But before they could charge toward him, he held up the precious item that they wanted. You want this? The moment the cultists saw the medallion, they stopped in their tracks. He knew that they didn't want this item to be destroyed, but they would probably not let him leave with it either. However, this was just another small distraction. While holding it out in front of his body, he activated a small spell. This spell wasn't meant to damage, but blind his opponents, as it was just a concentrated flash of bright light. The medallion was just used to get the cultists to focus their eyes on this one spot. Then, as the flash of light momentarily disabled their advance, he pushed the altered runic item towards the double helix relic. Only when the two objects were touching each other could he deactivate it. You will regret that, heretic. It didn't take the abyssal cultists long to recover from this little distraction. When they came to, their enemy was still there. He had taken up a strange position on the ground with his kite shield's bottom end touching the ground while he was kneeling down. Soon a large blue barrier of light surrounded his whole body. The maddened cultists quickly rushed towards the man that was clearly just stalling. Yet the moment they got too close, they were repelled by the shield he had produced. Their cursed daggers were bounced back along with their spells that only caused the shield to crack slightly. Was this the right choice? Will they wake up in time before they can get through my shield? Heh, take this. What are you doing back there? Where did the tits go? What is this? A rather surprised Orson was looking at a dwarf posterior that he was holding with both his hands. The large village girl breasts that he was just playing with turned into his adventurer's partner's posterior that he was now fondling. Almost instantly, he jumped back in horror just to collide with another random body he was on. Get off me. Hey, who stepped on me? What the hell is this place? Soon the voices of many were heard by everyone here. Orson looked down to see that he, along with Darlak, were on top of a pile of people. It was a mix of adventurers and regular passengers that he had gone on a transport mission with. The last thing that he remembered was him having a nice time with a voluptuous village girl. These people had left a long time ago while he had decided to remain here along with his party members. Both of them had hit it off with the locals and even had planned to be married soon. There is something wrong here. What are those creatures? Senna called out from the side. She was down on the ground and looking into some kind of basin of water. There was a small flight of stairs in the middle of this place that led up to some kind of ritualistic altar. On this altar, the large barbarian woman was sitting with a confused look on her face. This was not the strange thing, as Senna pointed out towards the dark murky water. When he narrowed his eyes to focus, he also noticed a large amount of leech-like creatures wiggling around in it. The small tendrils around their bodies were flailing all over the place, which made them look quite disgusting. "Hey, weren't we in that village, but didn't you leave?" asked Orson while getting off from the pile of people around him. The question was posed to his halfling party member that quickly made her way towards her two companions. "The village. Yeah, I was about to win 10,000 gold coins from that stingy merchant, but then I woke up here. Wait, did you hear that?" Everyone's senses were still a bit groggy after they woke up, but soon they heard people shouting. The voices were coming from outside and they only got louder. "Hear what?" Someone just said, "Kill the heretic." Senna's class allowed her to hear a bit further than everyone in her group. She could clearly tell that there was some kind of commotion outside. "Something is wrong here. Luckily, my daggers are still here. Where is my halberd?" Dalrek replied while looking around. Orson was in the same boat as his two-handed sword remained back at the caravan. "My sword is missing too. Doesn't that belong to Wayland?" Orson pointed to the runic staff that was sticking out from the side that was left by Roland as a distraction. "The hell did all the meat go, and what's with all that shouting?" Finally, Griselda shouted out while also standing up from her spot on the platform. She had a good view of the whole room below her. Most of the people from the caravan seemed to be here. There were some that weren't waking up though, and they all occupied the space to the side of the room. Was that some type of illusion spell? Before people went outside, a certain young woman brought up this possibility. The other adventurers looked at each other and soon began making their way outside. There they witnessed a shocking turn of events. A large group of hooded individuals were gathered around someone. They couldn't make it out from this spot, but the person was clearly getting attacked. "This doesn't look good. All of us might have been affected by some spellcaster's spell. Everyone get your weapons. Expect those robed people to be our enemies." The guard captain was amongst the ones that had woken up as well. He was quick to assess the situation, and finally everyone that could fight made their way outside. While they were leaving, the people that had gone through the ritual remained asleep. Some of the non-combatants remained back to look over them. Walking them up proved impossible even when they were dragged from the pile outside and fed various potions. They were not waking up. That is, besides one person. A certain woman's hand started quivering. After more time had passed, her body started to rise, which caused the remaining people to back away. If this didn't work out, his only way out would be to rush towards the cultist himself. While he was strong, there were too many targets even for him to handle. The moment of surprise was over, and his enemies had their own mages as well. Normal spells would be probably protected against, which would put him at a disadvantage. But he didn't worry, as while turtled up behind his shield, he was checking his runic radar. There he noticed something important. The dots that represented the other adventurers started moving. He had been successful with his plan, and they had awoken from their slumber. "I need to time it right." Thus he continued to wait. Only when his allies had finally rushed outside to see what was happening would he have a chance to get to a safer location. "Hey, who are these cloaked people? Are they from some kind of evil cult?" The voices of the guards and adventurers started becoming clearer, as some of them that still had their weapons appeared behind the large gathering of cultists. Luckily, they didn't bother to strip them of their belongings, as they were probably planning to send them on their way after inserting those parasites into them. Now, this was his chance. For a moment, his enemies let up with their charge to look behind them. With the pressure lessened, he could charge towards the wagons where most of the armaments were still at. The runes on his armor glowed brightly while being mostly concentrated on his legs. With a quick increase in his agility, he finally moved his shield up and charged for the most obvious blind spot in their formation. With enemies coming from behind them, the cultists started to become disorganized. With a lot of resistance, Roland burst forth with all his might. On his way, many robed members bounced off his mana-covered body. The opponents were large in number, but they certainly lacked skill in combat. Their equipment was also light, which allowed him to bully his way through. "Hey, you're going to need this." The first thing he did when appearing at the cart he previously occupied was to grab the large axe. Even without it, Griselda was already knocking out smaller cultists with her bare fists. She had quite a surprised look on her face when her weapon landed right next to her following Roland's throw. "Kill the heretics, leave no one alive. They have seen too much. Screw off," replied the large woman while decapitating one of the cultists after regaining her weapon. While the Abyssal cult members shouted out in a frenzied state, they were quite an unorganized fighting force. This could be only attributed to their unwavering belief in the relic that could disable everyone. They did not have the right weapons to go against seasoned adventurers and guards. The daggers they used could not stand against the long spears and blades they were up against. A battle between the two parties erupted, which the higher-level adventurers were winning. With Roland's help, they were slowly driving the enemies into a defensive battle. The few dark priests surrounded themselves with the lower-leveled cult acolytes, but even the meat shields were running out, and if this continued, they would surely lose. "Brothers and sisters, we must not let them escape, for the Dark Lord." Then, as the battle was almost over, the cult members did something that no one expected. Each and every one of them gripped their dagger tightly and plunged it deeply towards their hearts. "What are these crazy bastards doing?" called out one of the adventurers while backing away. It looked as if the enemy group was committing suicide to evade being captured for questioning. Yet there was something strange about this, as the two dark priests that had survived continued to chant something. Yet they soon delivered the killing blows to themselves to follow suit. A large pile of dead-robed figures was now drenched in black blood that sunk into the land beneath. Victory seemed assured, however, before anyone could check, a strange occurrence took place. The pile of corpses started being surrounded by some kind of dark mist. This mist started quickly eating away at the dead flesh, which turned gelatinous. The dead cultist turned into some kind of pitch-dark blob of mutilated flesh. "What the hell is that?" Roland called out while quickly shooting out a beam of concentrated, heated energy towards this mass of dark flesh. Though even when the spell cleanly connected, the metamorphosis continued to progress until a truly terrifying creature was before them all. Name: Abyssal Abomination L. Name: Abyssal Abomination L. Roland felt like he had been in a situation like this before, but this time around there was no tunnel to collapse to get away from the Tier 3 monster. All of the people from the cult had combined themselves into some kind of strange abomination that was hard to describe. The whole transformation unfolded before his eyes. After the cultists stabbed themselves with those pitch-black daggers, it all started. Their bodies began turning into the same color as their weapons while quickly melting. Their skin was first to go, and their muscles and organs were quickly revealed to everyone. Everyone looked in horror at the strange phenomenon taking place. Some of the commoners started to vomit the instant they saw the convulsing dead bodies on the ground. Yet this was not the end, but just the beginning. The carcasses started being molded into something and quickly slithering towards one of the dark priests that would act as the core of this metamorphosis. It was as if the bodies were being affected by some type of gravitational spell. While partially melted, they started quickly flying towards one location and combining with each other. At first, it started off as a mass of mashed-together limbs and organs, but soon the human appendages started taking on a new form. A plethora of tentacles with smaller tendrils coming out from them soon started appearing. All of the squishy flesh that looked gelatinous at first took the shape of pitch-black leathery skin that was this monster's outer shell. Many large and small eyes riddle all of its body, along with similarly spaced-out toothy mouths. One of these was noticeably larger than the rest and occupied the upper front of the monster along with a central eye. "The hell is that thing?" Nishalaus the spirit spearman called out while everyone was shocked at the spectacle. While this was a terrifying display, Roland didn't seem as affected as the others. This monstrosity was giving out strange groans as it was taking shape, which seemed to be causing some form of a mental debuff. It was keeping people from reacting to the change and letting this creature take its full shape. Won't get a better chance than this. Roland was quick to realize that this would be the best moment to strike. Before the abyssal abomination fully took shape, he had some time to launch a magical attack. He did not have his staff anymore and had to blow up his backpack while running away. This left him with only his armor to perform this task. This reminded him of the clash with the dinosaur monster from the dungeon. While he would be using a similar spell like last time, it had been improved. He did not need any large external components besides one small add-on that he still had on his side. While his backpack was gone, he still had his little satchel with some ammo inside. "I can't do this too many times. My armor won't be able to take the load, but better if it breaks down before this thing can form itself." He knew the dangers of straining the armor's runic components. His mana reserve was large, and with the ability to alter the spells he made, it was easy to utilize it all. Even when the monster was not formed and lacked a level, it was very obviously above Tier 2. The longer he waited, the stronger it would become. If he could not take it out now, then everyone would be in danger. Thus he stepped forward to get a good vantage point. With people being stunned from the strange low and high-pitched screams, he didn't need to worry about hitting them. After planting his legs firmly on the ground, he moved his hand towards his chest area where a barely visible circular indentation was. Previously, he removed a red-colored gem from his satchel. This gem was quickly inserted into this depression. Almost instantly, a runic circle appeared around his chest plate where he placed this jewel into. Thus the countdown began while he stood out with his chest pointing toward the monster. His whole armor began glowing brightly, and the somewhat torn-up robe he was still wearing quickly started going up in flames to reveal the shiny silver armor beneath it. His hands were held in front of the glowing stone in his chest area to aid in the forming of the beam. Roland felt his mana instantly being drained to activate this spell. While he would rather use some pre-prepared explosives, he didn't have any. Instead, he needed to deal the most amount of damage in the shortest amount of time. Soon the beam was taking shape as the area around the gem started to give out arcs of blue electricity. Some people that were previously panicking had snapped out of their stupor just from the sheer amount of magical power that was being used here. Roland's feet were jolted back as if he was shooting off a high-caliber rifle. The dark red beam of concentrated mana drilled its way towards the screaming monster that was still gathering the corpses of the dead cultists. A resounding explosion that blew up lots of smoke followed shortly after this display of magical might. The monster's groan was quickly heard by everyone. This finally managed to snap everyone out of this strange debuff effect they were being affected by. Yet before they could realize what was going on, their faces were hit by strong wind containing sand and gooey monster parts. What the hell? Get away. Everyone jumped back while covering their faces from the incoming debris. While they could not move their bodies due to the stunning effect, they could still see everything unfolding. After backing away, all of them looked to the sparkling armored man that was still radiating energy. Was that enough? Roland wondered while moving his hands down. The red light that was covering his body along with the sparkling runes started to dim. It was soon replaced by a bluish hue as he activated his rune mending skill. While the attack was powerful and reached into the Tier 3 realm, he was not sure if he wouldn't need to fire it off again. Did he do it? Asked Nishalaus, that was the highest level adventurer here. After recovering from the illusory world, he had recovered his spear to fight along with the others. Seemingly, Roland had managed to deliver the last blow as the monster's shrieks had gone silent. Fuck, that scared me. Orson called out from the side while holding his large double-handed sword over his shoulder. He, along with Sina and Darlak, looked somewhat exhausted after the small skirmish. They should reward us plenty for bringing down a cult. The dwarf cheered as he already could see the increase in wages for bringing this village to light. The merchants probably wouldn't increase their wages, but there was a bounty on abyssal cultists in the kingdom. They would be rewarded for each of them slain along with any occult relics returned. With how large this helix spiral was, the amount of money they should receive would probably last them many months. Shut up, you idiot. That thing isn't dead yet, hey, you watch out. But while Orson and Darlak were nodding at each other, Senna could tell that something was wrong. Due to how much energy Roland had burned through his radar system was also lagging behind. But the monster would not wait for them to reassess their situation. The only thing on its mind was to kill. From within the dust cloud, a myriad of tentacles shot out toward the closest people to it. Unfortunately for Nishalaus, he was in the line of sight of the maddened monster that had been injured by Roland's attack. Even though he was a high-level Tier 2 class holder, he was unable to react in time at all. The old man could not even perform one defensive maneuver before he found himself being impaled by several thumb-thick tendrils. These squiggly things traveled at a speed that he could not follow at all. Quickly, his body was hoisted up into the sky, along with a couple of other unlucky bastards that were too close. Was my attack ineffective? Roland was sure that he managed to hit the monster straight on. He had faced other Tier 3 monsters in the form of those dungeon skeletons. By his calculations, this condensed beam of energy should have been able to kill one of those skeletons in one shot. The way it worked was quite rudimentary. The mass of mana would spin at supersonic speeds which would go through the enemy's defenses. Once inside the body, the spell would shove chaotic mana into the body, making it explode from the inside. This was a spell that he came up with after contemplating the creatures with strong outer defenses. Most of the time, the troublesome part was getting past these defenses to get to the squishy insides. When those crumbled, it was mostly over, but for some reason, this monster was still standing. Finally, the dust had cleared, and he had a good view of the aftermath of his spell. The first thing that he noticed was the large gaping hole inside of this black mass of tentacles. Yet even with this size of an injury, the monster was constantly putting itself back together. Nishalaus, the unfortunate spear user, was one of the reasons that it was probably able to do this. At this point in time, his body was being drained of all its blood and flesh. The tendrils that went through his body were bulging out while transporting nourishment towards the main body that was mending itself. Name: Abyssal Abomination L209, level 209. The creature had finally formed itself and its level was revealed. Tier 3 began at the 150th level, and with each consecutive level up, the gap between Tier 2 grew. While it was possible for a small group of high-level Tier 1 class holders to defeat a lower-level Tier 2, this was not the same when it came to fighting Tier 3. With the gap in multipliers being higher, and the rise in stat increases with each level, it was impossible for a small group of Tier 2 class holders to defeat a Tier 3 monster over the level of 200. Even Roland, who had enough time to prepare a devastating spell, could only wound it before it started regenerating. Can I hit it again? Will I have enough time to gather enough mana? Roland was not sure what to do now. He still had 3 more gems to perform the same spell. The biggest problem was that now the monster was on the move. While it wasn't moving from its spot, much the various tentacles and tendrils were. Its counterattack began by inserting those appendages into the ground. Fuck, everyone get back. The attack is coming from underground, he shouted while activating his agility runes to increase his speed. This was just in time as a large leathery pointy tentacle shot up from the spot he was in before. He had been successful in dodging, but others weren't as fast. Some people instantly got impaled and had their bodies hoisted into the air, where the absorption process quickly began again. Even before the monster utilized its many mouths, its victims were being digested. But some of the stronger ones that didn't instantly die were pulled over towards the larger mouth to be promptly tossed inside. The crunching sounds that were produced along with the screams of people were truly horrific. Many individuals that were here were non-combatants. The screaming of women was followed by a stampede in all directions. The victory was short-lived as the Tier 3 monstrosity started going after everyone, even with some adventurers being able to react to the tendrils, and the guards the people didn't think they could win. What is this thing made of? Orson cried out after managing to dodge one of the thinner tentacles. It seemed that the further away from the main body, the slower these appendages became. At a distance, they were dodgeable by Tier 2 class holders, but even when the swordsman used a cleaving skill, his large sword couldn't get through the darkened flesh. Instead, it got bounced off as if he hit reinforced rubber. Roland approached this same exact spot. With his own runic sword in hand, he attempted the same feat. Instead of using skills, he used magic. The runes on his sword began glowing blue and surrounded his weapon in something that looked like energy. His armor boosted his strength to an inhumane amount, but even he could feel the monster's body somewhat resisting the cutting motion. Yet it did give out, but at the cost of using a large amount of mana and using a special magical weapon. Not many people here were in possession of weapons that could harm a Tier 3 monster. We must retreat. This monster will massacre us all. The appendage he cleaved through continued to wiggle on the ground before transforming into a glob of black liquid. It was clear that they were ill-prepared to defeat this monster. His magic was capable of harming it, but as long as it could grab people to regenerate itself, it would be of no use. There was also a large possibility that it possessed various other regenerative skills as well. These types of monsters always have some kind of weak spot. If we find it, then we might stand a chance. Can you use that spell of yours again? Senna asked Roland, while all of them started backing away. I need half a minute to prepare, and I don't think you'll be able to keep it busy for that long. The halfling clicked her tongue as she knew that the moment they got close to that thing, they would be instantly impaled on those tendrils. While Roland could use ranged spells from afar, he would not be able to deliver any lasting damage. The difference in levels was just too big. It didn't seem that they had any options left besides running. What are you all babbling about? Are we doing this or not? A somewhat injured Griselda appeared out of the blue and joined this team of 5 adventurers. She appeared by jumping forward and cleaving a tentacle in half before it reached them, showing off that she was above Orson's swordsmanship skills. Go die on your own, you idiot. We need to run. I say we split in all directions. It can't follow all of us. Senna replied quickly while trying to convince everyone to a tactical retreat. However, this came a bit late, as when everyone was about to back away, a new set of wriggly things appeared behind them. There were many, much more than in front. Does it want to box us in? Roland said while scanning and looking in all directions. The same tendrils started appearing all around the area. It was as if they were in a prison cell made from squishy dark flesh that was slowly contracting towards them. The monster had more intelligence than he anticipated. While bashing the place from where it was standing, it distracted the people while at the same time burrowing underground and forming an enclosure. Now they were trapped with it, and the only way out would be to go through the rubbery things. Should I blast a hole through and run? There was only one way that he could think of at this short notice. If he used a strong enough spell, he would probably be able to create a hole for some people to get through. A large number of the caravan participants would remain trapped, as those tentacles would surely reform themselves quite fast, but was there any other way for him to survive? Shit, he looked towards the ones that were screaming while unsure where to run, and he started to move his hand into his satchel where he had his special jewels. Yet before he could pull one out, he felt a large surge of magical energy. This energy was somewhat peculiar. It was certainly composed of mana, but there was something else there, something divine, and it was quickly approaching the spot that the monster occupied. The radiant arc of glistering yellow came from out of nowhere. It traveled at an astonishing speed and connected with a bunch of those rubbery tentacles. They were in the process of wrapping around some screaming caravan travelers, but were cleanly severed by the thin arch of energy. Roland had witnessed similar techniques in his life, and this seemed to be some kind of cutting skill. The bright golden color made it stick out from the rest, as it mostly represented the divine or the holy element. Energy attacks like this took on the coloring of their respective element. When there was no element, mana took on a pale blue color instead. Is that a woman? Did we have someone with us like that? Senna the halfling was the first one to point toward the person that produced this long-range attack. Just a moment ago, running away was the only option, but now there seemed to be someone on the level of this monster helping them out. To his surprise, he knew who this person was. It's the girl from the guild. The previously tied-up haar had been loosened, and their color had changed into a bright yellow. Her hazel eyes had turned into a brighter tint of dark yellow as well. Yet the most eye-catching thing about her was the bright golden weapon that she was holding. From this location, it looked like a condensed beam of light, but it wasn't quite that. Is that a concentrated or a blade? Name: Melena L. 68. Classes: T2 Analyst L. 18. T1 Accountant L. 25. T1 Villager L. 25. Before Roland made any speculations, he activated his identification skill once more. Whereas before he only received mundane classes and stats. It was clear that the person there was not an analyst, but possessed a higher-tier battle class. Some kind of item was used to fool his analyzing skill, and he didn't even notice that anything was wrong. If her name was actually Melena was also up to debate. For now, she looked like an ally, but was she strong enough to defeat this malformed monster? In her right hand, she was holding a hilt of a sword. From the hilt, a bright golden radiant crystallization was shooting out. To the untrained eye, it might have looked like some kind of laser sword, but it was not made from light. This was an advanced aura skill used by various classes possessing it. From what Roland had read, it could materialize an insanely hard weapon. The most common was a sharp blade that could even slice through mithril depending on the person using it. Then there was the color, which made it seem that this woman was related to the church, and the words that she spoke confirmed this. Filthy creature of the abyss, you will not take any more lives. This I swear on the name of Celeria. Her voice was stern. She did not sound like the ditzy, untrained guild worker that he met before. It was now clear that this woman was good at acting the part of an inexperienced guild instructor, but in reality, she was a somewhat battle-hardened member of the church. Is that woman part of the Celeria church? Could she be from the Golden Order? Orson asked while standing to the side. While the ray of light sliced through the monster, its attention shifted to the new foe and gave everyone here some time to think. The Golden Order? Griselda asked without knowing what the human was talking about. You don't know who the Knights of the Golden Order are. You really are stupid. How did you survive this long? Replied the halfling while narrowing her eyes. Why, you little stop it. Now is not the time to argue that woman might be from the Golden Order, but that doesn't mean that she can defeat that Tier 3 monster alone. Roland was quick to interrupt the two idiots from having a fight in the middle of a life and death situation. While no one explained, he already knew of this order of knights that belonged to the church. They were hand-picked by the church and acted as judges, juries, and executioners whenever the occult was involved. They were a small group of powerful individuals that possessed specialized skills and classes. If they wished, they could rally troops belonging to the church and also to the nobles. The kingdom had a symbiotic relationship with its main religion, thus lending aid to their strongest members was a given. Even within this knight order, there was a distinction between positions. The most influential members were the Golden Inquisitors that only answered to the Pope. How far into their ranks this woman reached was unknown to him. Why she was here alone in the middle of nowhere was also a big question. Did she know that the Abyssal cult was here? But wouldn't it be better to gather a large force to take them out instead of going in solo? She was also affected by the illusionary relic. Roland did not have enough information to figure out how this person ended up here. For all he knew, she was undercover for a different reason, and this was just a coincidence. But this worked in his favor, as now the battle might not be hopeless. While the tentacles that surrounded the whole area still remained, they didn't seem as active as before. The monster was focusing its attention on the woman that was able to wound it. The appendages that she had slipped through also seemed to be affected by the golden energy, as they weren't regenerating at all. Finally, she charged forward. Her foot hit the ground and created a small indenture. Her speed was truly tremendous. Not even Roland, who could boost his agility with his runic armor, would be able to reach such speeds. However, the monster she was facing wasn't a slouch either. The multiple tendrils and tentacles shot out instantly, while the monstrosity cried out with its many mouths. It was as if a hail of bullets was coming her way, but she did not stop with her advance. Instead, she just lowered herself to minimize any potential points of impact while also increasing her speed. While a normal person would have been instantly impaled and absorbed by the monster, she was able to outpace it. The tendrils connected with the ground under her while she slipped past them. Yet she did not get past unscathed. Some of them managed to graze her body. These monster attacks were shooting out in rapid succession. She did not manage to dodge them all as she sustained some grazing wounds. Even then, she continued to get close all the way until she was in close quarters combat range. Why is she getting so close, could she be? Roland wasn't sure why Melena was rushing into danger this much. After showing off that ranged attack, it made sense to keep distance and use it more often. It was capable of slicing through multiple tentacles at once and posed a real threat to the monster. That is if she could fire it off repeatedly. Is she tired or something? Not like she participated in the previous fight, but wait, I don't recall seeing her in the temple. When thinking back to the temple ritual, he didn't remember seeing the woman there. He focused mostly on the cultists and the people having the leeches inserted into them. There was a small pile of people that had already passed to the side which he did not examine as much. Could that be it? Is it still inside her head, or did she get it out? He didn't really have the chance to check on the affected people yet. The cultists chased him down to the other side of the double helix. The woman might be having problems with brain slugs while fighting, or had removed it at a cost. Would she be able to defeat the monster in her weakened state? After managing to force her way through the massive tentacles, she was now standing a few meters away from the large creature. Her sword finally shot out towards her enemy, which protected its main body with a mass of squiggly things. Yet the sword still managed to plow through most of them, along with injuring the monster's main body. The creature let out a massive howl while thrashing about. It seemed that the monster was on the ropes as the cage that it formed with its body was retracted. It was defending itself by calling back the appendages that it spread through the underground of this village. We must run away. Now is our chance. Roland turned to the voice from afar that belonged to the guard captain that was somehow still alive. The caravan owner was also there, and the moment the fleshy prison bars were gone, they made a run for it while abandoning anyone else. Shouldn't we also go? Orson looked to Dalrak. The coast was clear and they could escape now. Even if the woman from the Golden Order didn't win, they would be able to survive. It didn't seem that the monster could move that huge body that fast. If they got out of the range of its many tentacles, they would be safe. The other remaining adventurers and travelers were already scattering to the sides. Some were going towards the surrounding woods while others went back to the wagons. The animals were going crazy, but if handled right, could still be used for a faster escape. That girl is going to die, Griselda commented while looking. It seemed that she also noticed that the blonde was getting slower by the second. She was like a candle flame that burns the brightest before it dies. Perhaps she had an ace up her sleeve, but from outside it looked like her stamina would run out faster than the monster's would. What are you talking about, you idiot? Even if she is going to die, what will you do? Senna asked while backing away. She was not willing to stay for much longer. This was the right choice, as there was no way anyone here could intervene in a Tier 3 battle. They were in separate worlds. They would only be turned to the monster's food and help it regenerate. I didn't say I would do anything, you twerp. Griselda did the same. Even though she was a strong barbarian, there was nothing that she could do here either. It was better to live to fight another day. Everyone seemed to be in agreement as they started to back away, but one of them stepped forward. Wayland, hey, where are you going? That's where the squiggly monster is, asked Senna along with the others as they saw Roland step forward while placing a gem into the small chest cavity on the front. Go ahead, I won't be far behind. I just need to do something first. While he realized that what he was about to do wasn't the smartest, it was also a chance to gain an ally. If he just left and this knight here died, he worried that the Abyssal cult would just ransack this place. The creature was probably created to keep this place a secret, and it would most likely destroy the relic that caused those illusions to happen. Roland was getting tired of running away. It never really solved any problems, just pushed them towards another date. The longer he didn't face reality, the worse the future would be. He would not be surprised if the cultists got a hold of the passenger list of this caravan and then started assassinating each one of them after this was over. How could he prevent this from happening? Either by running again and keeping a low profile for another couple of years, or giving the cult other things to worry about. Their biggest secret was this cursed relic of theirs. Without it, they would not be able to carry out their assassinations. If he could help this woman defeat this monster, then perhaps the cult's biggest asset would be exposed. While he had inserted the gem into his armor, it was not as powerful as he had hoped for. To deliver a meaningful blow to the monster, he needed to get closer. Luckily, his enemy was preoccupied with the blonde church member. Her aura sword was turning the tentacles into mincemeat, but the creature had many to spare. After feeding on some adventurer corpses, it was managing to cope with that radiant blade of light. There he goes. The small group of adventurers looked at each other while Roland moved forward. Even though none of them were willing to get closer to the monster, they all still remained in close proximity, wondering what their new friend was trying to achieve. After activating all of the cloaking spells that he had in his possession, he slowly sneaked towards the center of the battle area. The closer he got, the more outlandish the battle seemed to him. He could barely see the blurry tentacles flying around, yet the woman, even in her weakened state, was able to bat them away with the help of her swordsmanship. She did not seem to have any grand skills besides the ranged attack she performed a few times. It was swordsmanship and quick movement that she was relying on to keep herself going. Regretfully, the decrease in speed was starting to be noticeable. Even though the monster was getting cut, she was unable to find the core to finish it off. This thing's weak point must be changing locations. If this monster was similar to a slime, then it had some kind of core that if destroyed would cause it to die. But while slimes were transparent and their core was easy to spot, this thing was pitch black with many eyes, mouths, and tendrils. Finding its core in such a chaotic battle would be almost impossible. That's why burning through its body with magical energy could be the best choice. Hey, I don't know who you really are, but if you can hear me, dodge. Finally, he found his opportunity to strike. The same long-range spell was activated, and the runes started burning into the metal yet again as they shifted from blue to red from being overloaded. His Goliath Slayer title was probably increasing his damage as the creature out-leveled him by quite a bit. The monster was focusing on the front where the aura user was, so he decided to aim right for its back. The wide drill-like beam shot out yet again, but now with even more mana behind it. After drinking some mana-recovering potions, he decided to go for broke. Previously, he took his entire mana pool below 50%, now he would push it further down. The energy arcs gained in thickness as they continued to destroy the ground he was standing around as he continued to pump out his spell. But to his surprise, a bunch of tentacles shot out just in time to protect the monster's body from behind. Yet he did not stop, and as he continued to prolong the attack, he drilled itself into those thick rubber-like appendages before breaking them. At about this point in time, he lost his footing as the strain on his body had gotten too high, and a splitting headache caused him to crumble to the ground. A resounding explosion rocked the entire area, and it was quickly followed by another huge scream coming from the monster. It was hurt and part of its body evaporated yet again, but instead of dying it continued to flail around those tentacles that were now on a collision course with the one injuring it. Before the monster's retaliation began, though the person on the other side counter-attacked as well. The moment that Roland gave her was enough. Her sword moved at an astonishing speed to connect with the now exposed weakened spot. During the explosion, it had become apparent, and now it had been cleaved in two by the golden blade made from aura. Almost as if time had stopped, the tentacles halted their advance. Roland, who had stumbled down to one knee, looked up to see a pointy spear of dark flesh just a few centimeters away from his eyes. Soon it started crumbling into dust as if it was burned away by a massive fire. The moment the monster's core was destroyed, its life was over. It could not even groan as it disintegrated before his eyes. The battle at the village finally reached its conclusion, and the two responsible for it were looking at each other. One was an unsuspecting runesmith that didn't want to stand out, and the other was a supposed guild worker that just came to grade a test. Name: Lorena L. 204. Classes: T3 Divine Swordmaster L. 54. T2 Radiant Sword Dancer L. 50. T2 Aura Swordsman L. 50. T1 Blade Acolyte L. 25. T1 Sword Warrior L. 25. The monster was dead and the battle was over. The accountant by the name of Melena had managed to deliver the finishing blow while the monster was distracted by Roland's magical blast. Her clothes were in tatters and revealed a body fit for a warrior with many muscles and scars. Yet this was not what Roland was looking at this point in time. His gaze was on the status screen of this woman that had been updated. Lorena was her true name, and her classes were quite interesting. Probably the item that kept her status screen had been destroyed along with her clothes during the battle, which allowed Roland to take a peek. Lorena had certainly been blessed with good swordsmanship. Even her first class was a sword warrior. This class was usually taken by people trying to rank up into Tier 2 swordsmen down the line. The Blade Acolyte was unknown to him, but it indicated the relationship with the church. That was nothing new, as during the battle, the woman brought up her relation to the church a few times. The Golden Aura Blade was also a dead giveaway that she was related to some kind of deity. The coloring would be dependent on the god they were involved in. The cultist, for instance, would probably have a more darkened blade, either pitch black or dark purple. This battle also gave him a bunch of experience. He delivered 2 large blasts to the high-level Tier 3 monster. Even without delivering the killing blow, he was rewarded with 3 level-ups and was fast approaching the Tier 3 threshold. Name: Roland Arden L. 129. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L. 50, Secondary. T2 Runic Engineer L. 4, Primary. T1 Mage L. 25, Tertiary. T1 Runic Monoscribe L. 25, X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L. 25, X. HP 52 72 62 52. MP 44 18 15,333. SB 76 43 90 155. Strength 164. Agility 130. Dexterity 202. Vitality 169. Endurance 181. Intelligence 236. Willpower 217. Charisma 18. Luck 11. Besides getting some new stats, his dexterity was pushed past 200, which gave him another trait. It seemed that he would not need to worry about fumbling when working with his hands, even less. increases the nimbleness of a person's hands, allowing them to perform tasks faster and with grace. While his old runesmith lord class was more equalized in all fields, his new runic engineer seemed to put strength and agility into the back burner. This was fine as he could bridge the gap with the help of his armor. The more mana and intelligence he possessed, the more his spells would scale of them. No new skills were unlocked, which was normal. Usually, new skills would be unlocked every 10 levels or so. Sometimes it was even rarer. Nothing was a guarantee, and some classes required the person to unlock the skill themselves by some kind of revelation. A skill book was the best way, but an individual could acquire a skill on their own accord if they managed to figure something out. It was similar to gaining a climbing skill just by going up a tree a few times. You have my gratitude. I didn't do much, just distracted it for a moment. While glancing between the interface, he saw that the woman from the church regained her footing. Even now her breathing was erratic, and the glistering aura blade had crumbled into dust with only a sword hilt remaining in place. He had to give it to this weapon. It was quite fascinating and compact. Could he create a magical version of it that would not consume all of his mana at once? An aura blade was considered to be equal to something like mithril. While this was not the strongest metal out there, it was from the top shelf. Yet it would still be damaged, while a blade made from aura could be recreated multiple times. A sword hilt wasn't even needed. If a person's aura blade skill was high enough, they could even create it from thin air. Yet the more space it covered, the more resources it burned up. A hilt was not as important, thus most master swordsmen used separate items made from similar alloys. The one this woman was using looked to be high quality, with various gems placed on the sides that perhaps augmented the blade in some way. Don't sell yourself short, Mr. Wayland. You were able to cause damage to an abyssal creature. You will have my eternal gratitude. The woman did something surprising as she bowed her head before someone of a lower level. This caught him off guard, as most people with power would most likely brush his involvement to the side. Yet now came another problem. What was this all about? What started as a regular rank-up test for a silver-grade adventurer turned into a cult eradication mission. Don't worry about it. More importantly, Ms. Malena, are you feeling all right? I saw what those cultists did to the people. Your eye. Roland could see the woman's legs shaking. Even though she was standing up, there were many wounds on her body. Then there was also her left eye, which seemed to have been occupied by one of those tiny leech-like monsters. While he seemed concerned about the woman's wounds, in reality, he was somewhat prodding for answers. If she was from the church, she probably knew what this was all about. Perhaps he could finally figure out what this abyssal cult was after. I am immune to the abyssal influence, but what did you just say? You saw the cultists perform their dark ritual. Could you explain yourself? The woman seemed to react strangely to his question. After thinking for a moment, he realized the mistake he made. Lorena was part of the church and was here probably to hunt down the abyssal cultists. This meant that she should be somewhat aware of how they conducted themselves. Roland did not know if the church actually knew about the runic items they were using to evade detection. Considering that this high-level Tier 3 swordmaster had a strange creature inserted into her eye socket, they probably didn't. This made his involvement in the cult peculiar. Perhaps it made him look like an accomplice. The information about the cult was really vague, but if someone knew something, it would be this knight from the church. That's what I would like to know. Weren't you already fighting these bastards when we were in that smelly temple? Senna appeared out of the blue between the two. Right behind her, Orson and Dalrak were already arriving with a somewhat mean-looking barbarian. That's true. It took some time to awaken you from that illusion. Illusion? Yes, you probably remember coming to this village and experiencing many various events. I'm sure if you ask the others, they will give you a different recount of their experiences. Lorena started nodding while listening to Roland. While his innocence was probably not proven, he could quickly clear up the misunderstanding. What he needed now were allies that would help him against the abyssal cult. What better way to keep them off his back than sending another large force their way? If I give this woman enough information, then perhaps the church could take care of the cult for me. Can you see that large double helix-like tower? Hey, wasn't there a large tree inside the village instead? How did that thing get here? Senna replied while looking at the ominous-looking thing. All of them saw the initial village scenario, with the dancing women and festivities before their own imagination and cravings took over. The large tree was the center of the illusory world, and without accessing the core rune or destroying it, there was no way out. Without his debugging skill that showed him the runic structures, it would be impossible for even him that was already a skillful high-level runesmith. That's the symbol of the abyssal cult. It represents the evil god's twin tongue, and you say that it was responsible, Lorena commented while looking at the tower in the distance. While he wanted to ask her a few things, there was a barrier of levels between them. The woman was tired, but she would probably be able to take care of all of them in a flash. While he was fine giving her some information, it would be better to get something in return without getting forced to go present a lecture to the church. So it's this evil relic. You must tell me what you know about it. Soon the woman stepped toward Roland while putting the sword hilt to the side, yet she didn't seem to be in quite the condition that he expected. The moment that first step was taken, she tumbled forward and fell onto her face. The display was quite comedic as right after getting a bloody nose, she quickly got back up. Her face was emotionless, as if she was trying to make everyone ignore what had happened, and it worked. How about we mend our wounds first? Roland proposed while looking around. About a quarter of the caravan travelers had been killed by the monster and cultist. Then another quarter had fled in all directions during and after the monster was killed. The merchant owner was nowhere to be seen, and there were still many injured people everywhere. Are there more of those bastards around? Should we make a run for it before more of them appear? Orson asked while Roland quickly replied, "That's a possibility, there won't be any more coming." Lorena shot down the answer quite fast and explained even quicker. So that thing was supposed to destroy the whole area along with us. Lorena nodded while stumbling forward and rubbing her head. It seemed that she was dead set on getting information out of him, but at her current state, even he would be able to make a run for it. There was no reason, though. She didn't seem as much of a zealot as the other church members. "Hey, Blondie, get a grip of yourself, you did enough. What good will it do if you pass out?" Surprisingly, Griselda was the first one to walk over to the swordmaster and give her a shoulder to rest on. "You have my gratitude." The two women looked at each other, and it seemed that the divine swordmaster took up the offer. Soon enough, they all headed towards the caravan where people were gathering. After the monster was dead, all of the tentacles turned to dark sludge that started to quickly evaporate. It was as if the cultists were never there to begin with. Everyone gathered around the remaining wagons, where they had their supplies and healing items. Some of the merchants had escaped. This included the main one that took off with the cart Roland once occupied. Regretfully, there was no priest among them, and Lorena was poised for combat. This left potions and other healing items to mend the various wounds that were sustained during combat. The monster didn't manage to instantly kill everyone. Some were missing limbs or had their body drained of most vitality while still surviving. In their current state, they could very well die before reaching the next destination. Then there were also the people affected by the strange parasites. After a small break, Roland and some of the other adventurers decided to go back to the temple. These infected people were all still asleep even when the runic item stopped sending out signals. The only person that could help them now was the church member that seemed to know a thing or two about these cultists. So, it's not an occult relic but a runic one. Yes, it seems to be sending out signals via sound waves that affect anyone that gets within range. At first I thought that it was by sight, but after examining the control device I realized that it wasn't. While they were moving the people out of the temple, Roland started talking. He disclosed some of the information about the large tower. How he found the core rune inside the illusion he did not mention, but most of the things he told her was the truth. The medallion that he took from the dark priests he also handed to the Golden Order member that soon confirmed her identity. "Ms. Lorena, I have told you about the runic item and the way of interfacing with it, but could you enlighten me about something?" "Yes, what were you doing here, and will I be able to pass my gold rank test?" "Gold rank test." She stopped in her tracks while looking at the armored man that delivered the sentence in a monotone voice. Soon to Roland's surprise, she gave out a resounding laugh that was heard by almost everyone in the vicinity. "Ha, that someone would worry about a gold rank test in a situation like this. Very well, Mr. Whalen, let me tell you a bit about my mission. It was not a coincidence that I found myself here. This area has reeked of abyssal decay. You have seen those little creatures, they call them rift larvas." "Rift larva? Yes, that I would have the joy of being infected by one." "Worry not, we of the Golden Order are blessed by the goddess. Such an evil creature will be burned away with time." This instantly explained how the woman was able to awaken while everyone else was still in deep slumber. "We must get these people to the church before the curse spreads further." They continued with their task at hand, while Lorena spoke about her secret mission. While she kept it vague and left out any names, he continued to fill in the gaps himself. Some way or another, she had received a tip about the activity of the cult here. She had clearly worked together with the Adventure Guild to get the position of an instructor. Her disguise was quite intricate, as even the cultists didn't discover her true identity. The larva would have burned away eventually. Perhaps she might have been able to free herself from the illusion before they were sent back to the city. "Can I ask you something?" "Yes, Mr. Wayland." "What do these cultists hope to achieve by putting those rift larvae into people?" "That is sensitive information that I can't disclose. I hope you understand." Roland nodded while not being offended. He was still only an outsider that was not part of the church. Perhaps he had saved this Golden Order member here today, but it didn't mean that he was owed an explanation. There was already enough that he knew. With this much, he could make his own theory that was probably not far from the real truth. "Shit, does this mean that we won't be paid?" After the long talk about the cultists was finished, everyone gathered at the caravan area. Senna was stomping on some dirt while shouting. With the disappearance of the merchant leader, their reward for the transport mission was debatable. That merchant probably went towards his initial destination. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes straight to the guild or the ruling noble when he arrives there. Some of the wagons were missing, but a lot of merchandise was still here. The merchant had made it out with his life and was probably going to try and get his wares back. It would have been surprising to Roland if they ran into a rescue party being formed in the next city they would visit. If we take these wagons to the guild, they should take care of it. The merchant will have to pay one way or another. Dalrak chimed in, as he knew the usual procedures. If the merchants didn't pay up, then their items could be confiscated as collateral. The guild would then just sell everything off, and if it was enough, give the adventurers their full salaries back. I hope you are right. So does that mean I can drink all of the booze? There is a lot of it here, Orson called out from the back while holding a bottle of wine. He had rescued 2 bottles from one of the carts and was already drinking. The second bottle was tossed towards Griselda that just smirked. We can just tell them that they were already empty when we got here. Soon enough, all of the adventurers started shouting out and raiding the liquor-filled wagon. Roland just shook his head but was fine with it. Everyone was tired. What they needed was some rest and relaxation before journeying towards the original city. Here, is that so? Roland bowed before the golden-haired woman that was now looking a lot better. She was not a Tier 3 class holder for nothing, as within half a day she had recovered all of her lost health and stamina. They had remained in the village until the next day. There were many injured people, which required them to use up all of their healing potions that still remained. Luckily, the next city wasn't far away, and the lands were now protected by the Valyrian noble house. Running into bandits would be even less likely than having another cultist encounter. During this time, he had explained about the strange runic device as much as he could. He implied that it was due to his rune-related class that he was able to awaken from the strange illusory world. To his surprise, this was enough to get Lorina's approval. It seemed that she was somewhat able to discover the fake village, yet without any way of finding the core rune, she was unable to free herself. Instead, she activated the defense mechanism and found herself being attacked by strange monstrosities. Only after Roland managed to disable the tower's signals was she able to awaken. Will this letter be enough? Roland looked at a sealed letter that Lorina had written up for him. Due to her secret mission, she needed to remain here. This brought a problem to the table as he still wanted to pass his gold rank quest. If the person that he was required to escort didn't arrive at the city, then he would certainly fail. However, Lorina was thankful enough to write him up a letter that he was supposed to pass to the guild master of Rika, the city that was his last stop. Yes, if you mention my name and give him this, then everything will be taken care of. You're a strange one, Wayland. Anyone else would be honored to be rewarded by the church. Your role in this incident was not minor. Are you sure you don't wish to reconsider? Yes, that would be best. It would be better if the cult didn't know that I was involved in this affair. He nodded while slipping the letter into his spatial bag. While he and all the others would be leaving, this one woman would remain here. A few hours ago, he saw her use a similar letter transportation spell as the cat professor from the Magic Academy. There were several blue swallows flying in all directions. In their previous conversation, he implied that runic mages along with runesmiths would be indispensable in examining this relic. He himself wanted to go at it, but his skill with Tier 3 runes wasn't quite there yet. In spite of that, Roland was not going away empty-handed. With the help of his debugging skill, he had copied over the schematic of the control medallion that was now in Lorina's possession. With so many attempts at copying schematics from stores, he had gotten the hang of it now. Both this and the relic's main schematic was noted down, but the more important part was the inside runic structure. This he did not really have the time to research and copy from the larger relic. The only item he would be comfortable in decoding was the medallion that worked like a remote control. This was already a big step in the right direction, as it could help him design countermeasures against that signal the main runic item sent. From what he could deduct, the initial spell was activated by sound, yet the possibility of a combination of sight and sound could not be excluded yet. The pulsating signal was there, and it might be enough to block it to be protected from being caught in the illusion. Ah yes, that person should be able to decipher the runic structure if you manage to get them here. Roland decided to go with a little gamble. He was not able to get through the complex marriage spell that was implanted into this double helix. There were high-tier runic mages that were more experienced than him, and one of them was his mentor. Thus, if Lorina managed to yank the cat over here to do some research, he might be able to get the information from him later. Phew, for a moment I thought that she would force me to stay behind and help her decipher everything here. As he walked away, his pace started to increase. The woman he interacted with could probably slice off his head in one move if she deemed him to be some cult member. Luckily, after helping her with the strange tentacle monster, he had gained her trust. His armor was able to pierce through a high-level Tier 3 monster, but it would only work on an immobile enemy. It was not something he could repeatedly use against a fast-moving enemy or one that could regenerate themselves like this one. Then there was also the problem of his armor's runes degrading from overloading and being empowered. After 2 shots, some of them had already degraded from the highest rating into the intermediate one. Without the ability to quickly mend them, they would have probably not been able to function past the second blast. Should I focus on immobilizing my enemies or a more sustainable form of combat? He did not feel like he would last more than a few seconds during an exchange with that woman. The gap between him and a Tier 3 class holder might have gotten a bit smaller, but he was nowhere near strong enough to win a proper one-on-one duel. The only way he could see himself winning was by luring his opponent into a drawn-out battle where he utilized golems, ranged spells, and explosives. His weapons were able to pierce through the monster's body, but this monster was specialized in regenerating itself. Its body was not heavily armored, yet still proved troublesome for the high-level Tier 2 adventurers. The monsters varied in shape and specialization, and depending on it he would need to alter his tactics. Are you finished with telling your girlfriend your goodbyes? Yeah, we are finished, we can leave now. Well, you're no fun. Senna's attempt at teasing Roland had failed as he just ignored her comments. He had spent quite some time explaining the runic device while trying to squeeze some information about the cult from Lorena. To his dismay, she was unwilling to give out much besides some of their structure that he had witnessed here. While going up onto the new wagon which he now occupied with Dalrak, Orson, and Senna, he started thinking back to it. The Abyssal cult worshipped a prominent evil god that supposedly lived in some kind of void dimension. The thing they worshipped had no gender, nor did it have a set physical form like other gods similar to Celeria. There was one thing that everyone agreed on. The creature had some kind of double helix protrusion coming out from its body that the cultists turned into their calling card. Lorena told him that the creature that they thought was corrupted by the void god's divinity. The corruption would rob the corrupted of their will and turn them into a creature with a desire that originated before the transformation. The monster's form was something that was supposed to resemble its master. It was the same for the Abyssal warlocks. He had seen one of them before, and the tentacles along with growing more eyes was a similar trait they shared. His new acquaintance didn't go into much detail, but it seemed that those Tier 3 warlocks would be around the level of the Golden Order Knights she was a part of. She did not mention the goal of this cult, nor what the brain parasites were for. The evil gods and monsters from other dimensions had various strange motives, but mostly it was a battle for believers. Perhaps the larvae were there to alter the brain and turn anyone into another Abyssal worshipper, or perhaps they would turn them into mindless monsters to bolster their forces. Roland did not prod further as the reason was not that important. Even without knowing it, he knew that the cult had to be stopped. People with these larvae in their heads would not be aware of their existence. This was truly a terrifying thing to realize. Anyone he knew could be infected. The only way of curing those little pests was through divine energy that was in possession of high-level priests. Yet without realizing that the process of contamination took place, no one would seek out a priest to have this cursed creature removed. It would fester in their head for God knows how long, perhaps waiting for the right time to take the host over. Fortunately, he had witnessed the removal of these little monsters by the hand of the divine swordmaster. The procedure was a lot easier than he expected, as even without a proper healing spell it could be done. Lorena just needed to use her divine aura blade that radiated holy energies. After holding it close to the afflicted area, the larva would deteriorate. It was truly not for the faint of heart. During the procedure, the larva would panic and crawl outside through one of the host's orifices. This would either be the nose, the ears, or back through the eye socket. By this time, it would have shrunk from the 5-centimeter size down by a half and then directly turn into a puff of smoke. It should be enough to go to the priest and tell them to focus their energies on the head. After witnessing this spectacle, he had made up his mind to get a checkup. While he didn't think that this was such a prevalent affliction, he could never know. This expedition showed him that no one was safe. Some of his acquaintances, like Armen and Lobelia, left the city regularly. They could have gone through this area on their travels and been infested by abyssal parasites. What do you think will happen to those people? I don't know, just leave it to the church. As they were slowly moving away from the village, Senna posed a question to Orson that just shrugged. Even though they had removed the abyssal larvae from the inflicted, they had stayed behind in the village. Lorena told them that the people that were directly affected by the abyssal corruption needed to be further inspected. It was actually surprising that she just allowed all of the rest to leave. It didn't seem that she was trying to hide that the incident took place like some other people in Power Wood. He could not imagine the Valyrian household allowing this info to leave the village if they could stop it. It would make them look bad that they allowed the evil cultists to occupy one of the villages in their main territory. I guess the church doesn't care. Or is this woman just a peculiar case? After spending many years in this new world, he had gained some insight into how the people in power operated. Mostly, they would withhold any kind of disturbing information like this and try sweeping everything under the rug. Even when corrupt nobles were discovered, everything was done to keep the information from spreading. They wanted to keep the commoners feeling content with their power structure. If it seemed that the rulers were incompetent, then a revolt was more likely. Lorena was a peculiar case then. Even when being part of something called the Golden Order, she didn't feel like a proper knight. Her class distribution made her look like an adventurer. As usual, someone at her position would have a paladin class instead. People with those classes were usually a lot more fanatic about their belief in God. How she handled the infected was also quite mild. From his research concerning the wars between the cultists and the church zealots, the results were mostly more bloody. The paladins usually went to more extreme lengths of erasing anyone with potential ties to evil gods. Didn't seem that he was the only one thinking this as his travel companions started to speak up. That girlie scared me for a moment, though she would have taken that lass head. Darlak spoke up after their smaller caravan had finally left the village and they were on their way. Yeah, when she pulled out that glowing sword, I thought she would slaughter them all. Yeah, that was strange. Was she really from the Golden Order? Heard those guys aren't much different from the cultists. The denizens of this world confirmed his thoughts, as it was more likely for a high-tier church member to burn the village down along with the afflicted than to help them out directly. Yet she still had them stay behind. If those people survived when the rest of the inquisitors arrived at the palace was up to debate. You don't think that she just sent us away so that her church allies can ambush us in the woods? You all saw that woman use that communication spell. After speaking about religious cleansings, Senna started looking nervous. It seemed to have gotten the attention of the others that quickly grabbed their weapons to protect themselves. Why would she do that? Not like she wouldn't be able to kill us in the village by herself. Roland commented while not believing the conspiracy theory yet, but the others weren't convinced. She wouldn't be able to get us all, but if there is a larger force surrounding us then perhaps, Senna replied while somewhat making some sense. There were a lot of survivors in the village and Lorena might not have been able to kill everyone if they spread out into the forest. There were others that escaped before we even left. At this point, what can they do? Stop making stuff up, you idiots. Griselda called out from the top of the cart. All of them were now on. A part of the adventurers, along with the merchant owner, had already escaped before the monster was slain. Even if the church killed them all now, the information would already leave this place. Luckily, the kill would be attributed to the Golden Order member, and not to the wandering rune mage that was along for the ride. He had gained a good shield to shift blame onto, but if his new acquaintance would be able to keep his involvement hidden was unknown to him. One thing he was convinced of, though, the woman sounded genuine in her words, so he was not expecting any paladins to cleanse this smaller caravan. Thus, while his adventure companions continued to stress out about it, he just leaned back and already thought about what he could do when he returned home. What is that? Is this some foreign language? Those are some strange symbols and drawings. Is it magic? Could you stop doing that? But it's so boring. A bored halfling gave out a sigh while looking over the shoulder of a certain armored man who was scribbling something into a notebook. Leave Wayland alone, Senna. We will be there in a few hours. After Senna was shooed away by her party member Orson, Roland was able to go back to his notes. These were the ones he took during his stay at the village taken over by the Abyssal cultists. It described in detail the way the Tier 2 ranked remote device worked along with its runic program. The larger problem was the higher tier main relic that was used to create the illusion. It could pierce through high amounts of willpower and even affect someone that had divine skills like the Swordmaster. Yet that woman had mostly combat-focused classes, so she might have not built up any mental defenses against attacks like that. He could not leave that option out. Perhaps some Tier 3 classes would be immune to the effect of that magical device if they had some specialized skills. His armor and runic spells that he applied to it were clearly not enough, and he would probably need to replace them with Tier 3 variants to have a chance. But that's only if I can't figure out how this relic works. What are my options here? There wasn't much to do during the trip to the city of Rika. There had been no ambush as some of the other adventurers speculated, and the whole journey was mostly boring. After a while, they found the main road and now could see vast farmlands which indicated that they were close to civilization. The volcanic earth here was high in nutrients for the plants and also gave them a red tint due to fire element influence. Thus, while looking at the fields, he continued to ponder the problem. The easiest way he could think of would be to insert some kind of kill switch into his armor. If placed at a timer, it could send out a signal to any potential abyssal cult relics, yet that would only work if these devices were copies of each other with no variation. There were various ways a runic craftsman could go around implementing safety measures into his items. One of them would be to make them unique in some way. A slight variation to the code could alter the turn-off switch. This of course depended on the craftsman and their willingness to alter their design. Would the person that created these double helix towers do that? Was he the conscious type, or did he just copy everything to cut on time? Altering a Tier 3 runic structure was not easy. Changing something in the code could potentially cause the device to malfunction. By the way these cultists acted, their belief in that illusion was absolute. he thought to the two lazy guards that he easily killed after waking up. They were clearly not paying attention to his slumbering body. Either they were just lunatics enamored with their magical items, or no one had given them a reason to doubt them. Perhaps the one time he managed to break through back in Edelgard was a first for them as well. Luckily for him, his Tier 1 status probably shifted their suspicion towards the Tier 3 class holder that was there instead. He wouldn't be surprised if his old gnome boss took the brunt of their revenge afterward. If he was still alive, until now was also debatable. It was not a far-fetched idea if he considered the cult's ways. The higher the level the craftsman was, the more conceited and hard-headed they got. Roland could see the person making these relics think they were infallible, so they might have not bothered to change the perfect runic code they made. If they created the copies while believing that no one would be able to get their hands on the control medallions, then it would be feasible for him to create a countermeasure. He would only need to have his armor send out a signal to turn these runic relics off. This he could either do by making it do it constantly on a loop, or make it react to the frequency the double helix was sending out. The second option was the more difficult solution, as he would need to get to the bottom of the Tier 3 runic operating system. For the current him, this was not possible, as he lacked the skills to access Tier 3 runes. Even if he had gone through a lot of theories, he had no practice. The only person that could help him now was his acquaintance from the Magic Academy. I'm still not sure if Lorina will involve that cat. His involvement in the cult relic was already known by this church member, so he made a shot in the dark by proposing a rune mage that he knew. He could only wait a bit to see if they ever contacted them for help, or if they used their own people to investigate. Runic mages were few far and in between, so the cat's involvement was not out of the question. To be on the safe side, Roland moved his hand into the satchel that had survived the ordeal. Inside of it, he had a few small things along with a certain magical scroll. Onto it, he started quickly scribbling a detailed recount of the incident, with leaving out a few things he wished to keep secret. After he was finished, he inserted his mana into a thumb-sized stamp on the side, which caused the scroll to roll itself up while quickly turning into a green swallow afterward. "Whoa," Griselda shouted out as she saw a small bird made from wind mana bolt into the sky. Carried a letter to Roland's runic teacher with some information about the relic. Even if the cat professor wasn't asked for help, he might know the person that was. Due to the lack of runic mages in the kingdom, a lot of them knew each other and exchanged research. It was not outlandish to believe that it was the same situation here. What are you surprised about? Haven't you seen magic before or something? That's why country bumpkins like you are what you little shit. I dare you to finish that sentence. As always, the two women adventurers got under each other's skin. This was not the first time, and actually something that the other adventurers started cheering on. But the joy was short-lived, as soon Senna squinted with her eyes and called out, "Hey, it looks like we are going to have visitors. There are a lot of them, and they are heavily armored, without trees in the way." His radar lost out to scout classes and their enhanced eyes, yet even he could use similar ways to see further beyond. After peeking out from his cart, the visor he was using momentarily glowed in a blue light that caused the scenery to zoom into the distance. It looks like a group of mounted knights by the armor. Is that the Valyrian crest? Nobles, this could be bad. What do we do? Senna called out to the people on the other wagons, and to some that were walking on foot, but in reality, her words were aimed toward one person. This person put away the notebook he was working on, somewhat surprised that he was being asked the question. "What can we do? Just keep your head down." Everyone nodded at Roland's words, as they knew that they could not go against soldiers from the Valyrian household. Even if there were no nobles or proper knights with them, a commoner could not go against the ruling noble faction or their soldiers. Soon enough, the now smaller caravan was forced to stop, as it met with a force of about 30 mounted knights and various other mercenaries behind them. "Halt, identify yourselves. Who is in charge here?" A man on horseback that was wearing the shiniest armor stepped forward while everyone waited. While he shouted, the knights slowly started surrounding the carriages. There had to be some kind of order singling caravans like this out, as normally soldiers would not have bothered and just passed by them. "Answer me." "Explain yourselves," the man shouted again, as there didn't seem to be anyone willing to speak up. To Roland's surprise, when he looked to the people he was with, they continued to stare at him and between the soldiers. "Wait, am I the one in charge here?" It took a second for him to realize what was happening. It wasn't strange that after the village incident, he was considered to be the strongest fighter here. Even Griselda, that was easy to anger, was just sitting there and not doing anything. Without the merchant and his guards, it was up to the next in line to lead this small group of people. "If you don't want to talk, then wait." Before the armored man could continue, Roland finally decided to speak up. His armored self was hidden in the back of the forward wagon and only became visible to the soldiers after he walked forward. "Before I answer, have you perhaps been tasked with securing the lost caravan going towards Rika?" The owner goes by the name of Raymond. After Roland gave some information about the caravan and the name of its owner, it garnered a reaction. The leader looked to one of the knights that nodded his head before the conversation continued. Are you insinuating that you are from that caravan? Yes, as you can see, the wagons carry Mr. Raymond's insignia with them. Merchants emulated noble houses by applying their own calling signs to their possessions. While they had no last name, they would sometimes use their own and apply it to their wagons. The same applied here, and if these knights were called here by the real owner, then they were informed about this fact. The old man had to have made it to the city with his guards at least half a day before they got here. It seemed that the one in charge of the city had assembled a task force to get to the bottom of this incident. In the front, there was a group of armored knights, but there were also various others like adventurers following behind them. You seem to speak the truth. While he was thinking about this predicament, the armored men continued to encircle them. Roland didn't like this as they were quickly cutting off any escape routes that they could take. Not like he was inclined to charge at the soldiers belonging to a noble house. If he did, even his noble roots might not help him. Is there a problem? He called out while everyone else also started getting concerned. Some of them, like Griselda, were moving their hands towards their weapons. You will come with us. You are all under arrest. Don't try to resist. I thought so. Roland could only sigh while looking at the shackles. Some of the other soldiers were pulling out. Even though they informed the other party about the truth, they were only carrying out orders. This was probably the right decision from the leader's standpoint. He had no way of knowing if the people here were telling the truth or if they were bandits in disguise. They were tasked with rescuing people from the village, but instead, they suddenly showed up on their doorstep. We won't, Wayland. What are you doing? Roland just looked towards the people behind him that for some reason picked him up to be the leader. Do you want to run and live as a bandit or something? Just go along with it. If that merchant was really the one behind this rescue mission, then we won't spend that much time in the dungeon. His explanation had some merit, so the other adventurers quickly agreed. Not like they could start a full-fledged battle with the people here. They would be turned into outcasts otherwise. They are going to take my armor, though. This worried Roland. As the men with shackles approached, he believed that they would confiscate all of his items, which included the armor. Without it, his battle power was seriously diminished, and he would fare badly in a scuffle with a Tier 2 class holder with a proper battle profession. However, just as he was about to get shackled, the ground began shaking. What is that? It was not an earthquake or any magical attack. No, it was generated by horses. From behind, another group of mounted riders quickly showed up as if they were following behind these soldiers. They were wearing very characteristic white armor with a red pattern depicting the sun. Are those Solarian knights? Are they being led by a paladin from the Golden Order? The soldiers halted in their advance as another force appeared out of nowhere. In the front, there was a magnificent-looking knight wearing golden armor. Without needing to think much, he realized what was happening. The backup forces that Lorena had called for had arrived and were charging towards the village containing the Abyssal relic. What's happening? Are you sure that we shouldn't run? Asked Senna while looking out into the distance at the large group of armored church knights. Their forces were double of the ones surrounding them. With how spooked everyone was after hearing about the church cleansing, some wanted to quickly run towards the hills. But unfortunately, they were surrounded and nothing but flatlands were here. They would certainly not run far even if they wanted. Run where? Just remain calm, he replied while looking towards the wagon. The large horse that was pulling it could be used for a getaway. But not many people would fit on it, and he was still unsure about his safety. Would these church people turn out to be zealots and try to take them away? If he had to choose, he would rather go with the city soldiers, as how the church operated was somewhat a mystery. They could be charged with some occult dealings and burned at the stake, which he would like to avoid. Soon they arrived, and just as the soldiers did before them, they started to encircle the whole caravan. They were now surrounded by two separate forces that were in a staring match with each other. Without being able to affect this situation, he decided to listen in, as his fate would probably be decided within the first few moments of the conversation between the leaders. We are from the Valyrian household, noble paladins from the Solaria Church. Could you explain your actions? The leader of the city soldiers stepped forward while remaining on his horse. He was being somewhat cordial with the larger force that also carried a lot of weight behind them. The Duke's house was very prestigious, but if someone could go against them, it would be these religious forces that worked under a different set of rules. The person in the golden armor moved forward as well. Roland had to give it to the craftsman that created this magnificent plate mail. It was made from a superior metal and had many enchantments on it. Magical energy was radiating from it that could be felt by him. The item probably had various enhancements on it that reached Tier 3. This armored man slowly removed their helmet and held on to his side. This gesture revealed the mature man beneath. He had a full set of salt and pepper hair along with a long beard matching it. His face was devoid of any scars, but the sharp and experienced look informed everyone about this man's battle-hardened past. Yet when asked by the soldier leader about their motives, the man did not reply. Instead, he looked in Roland's direction before speaking out. You fit the description. Everyone instantly looked at the man wearing the shiny runic armor that was now being stared at by a tier 3 or higher paladin. What this Golden Order paladin wanted from the adventurer was on everyone's mind, and while they pondered, the young man in question slowly realized what he was in for. It was me. If they were in a cartoon, then a large question mark would appear above Roland's head. The old man had a similar frame to his father, but was slightly shorter, was devoid of scarring, but there was a certain thing in his eyes that made him seem like a battle-hardened warrior that had made it through many battles with monsters and humans alike. There was a clear difference in levels between them, which Roland was unable to check with his analyzing skill. It was clear that just like the woman he met in the village, he probably had an item that kept his status hidden away. Wait, did Lorena mention me to this person? This was the only answer he could come up with. The high-leveled paladin singled him out almost instantly as if he knew him. Probably the magical letters that she sent out had reached his hand. The question was what was in those letters. Did she put in a good word for him, or was he about to get captured by the church instead? Young man, you are the one called Wayland, are you not? While Roland's mind was racing to comprehend this man's motives, the paladin arrived right before him. The soldiers from the city seemed offended, but after taking one look at the man, they backed away. This was obviously an inquisitor-level threat to them. No one besides a proper noble would be able to go against them. In this world of fantasy and magic, evil sorcerers, witches, and evil cults were quite real. It was up to the holy knights and priests to put an end to their dastardly deeds. Witches that performed evil curses were hunted down, evil cults were eradicated, and anyone willing to aid them followed a similar fate. If an inquisitor found a person in cahoots with someone deemed a heretic, then this person's life was forfeit. Even the soldiers here knew that with one word the paladin could turn their world into hell. That's right, I'm Wayland. Without having much choice, he replied. The man's presence was truly tremendous. If he compared it to the creature he recently faced and the tier 3 woman he met, then this person's presence was vastly superior. It was as if a large predator was glaring at him, ready to bite his head off, and he had no way of escaping. Remove your helmet. You want me to remove my helmet? Yes. If Roland was apprehensive about one thing, was removing his helmet and showing his face to people that he did not know. Many years had passed since the old incident with his family, but this trait still was with him. He was slowly working on it, yet even in the city he lived in, he mostly covered his face partially by a hood. How dare you make the Inquisitor repeat himself? His character flaw of not seeing people above him differently made him cause a scene. One of the shiny white knights that was with this old man didn't appreciate the lowly, uncultured adventurer's response. Roland could even see the man move his hand towards his sword, ready to strike him down. Luckily, the old man that was now revealed to be an actual Inquisitor raised his hand, which caused the knight to stop shouting and to back off. This was probably his chance to show some respect, thus he begrudgingly decided to go ahead with the request. There was no way of running away, and if a scary Inquisitor was asking for something, it was probably better to capitulate. The old man's eyes met with Roland's almost instantly. He thought that he was looking at some kind of beast. This was a difficult sensation to describe, but even without his analyzing skill, he could feel that the gap between him and the old man here was vast as an ocean. He had felt a similar way a few times in his life, once when he met the Tier 3 cult members that almost killed him, or when encountering the Tier 3 Ant Queen. Could this person be above Tier 3? The man's eyes glowed with a golden sheen which caused his spine to tingle. His knees started to shake and he felt like dropping down to his knees. Yet after taking one step back, he managed to catch himself to power through it. Tier 3 was the barrier that Roland was attempting to cross. This was one of the reasons that he had tossed himself into this short adventure to rank up. While not by much, having a higher adventure rank would aid him in this goal. It was considered to be the first step into becoming an elite in this world, and enough strength to walk with a head held high. Nevertheless, this was not the end of it all. There existed levels and realms of power above it. Not many were able to cross it, but there existed a small number of masters that were able to reach Tier 4. Just like with the other classes, the requirements were doubled. Instead of 50, a person needed 100 levels to maximize on a Tier 3 class. If this man was an actual Tier 4 class holder, would mean that his level was at minimum 351. This was not something a person possessing a battle class could achieve easily without tossing themselves into countless battles and surviving. Yet the feeling of the chasm between them didn't go away. Could this person truly be this monstrous? Ho, impressive. The man called out while going even closer. To Roland's surprise, after the eye stared down that he did not break, the man's armor began glowing. This glow was similar to his own, and was followed by mystical characters similar to runes glowing on that golden armor. This magical effect took shape fast, and surrounded both him and the Inquisitor in a small magical bubble that seemed to be meant to keep people from the outside from peeking in. Not bad. I guess if you're related to that old bastard, then it makes sense. Huh, old bastard. The man in shiny armor moved closer and placed his hand on Roland's armored shoulder. At first, it seemed that he wanted to help him up, but instead, he delivered a smack to it, which sent him down to the ground. His armor shook violently as the man's large mitt hit him. It felt like he was hit by a baseball bat. If he was not a high-level Tier 2 class holder, then his shoulder would have been either broken or dislocated instantly. Grandchild, did you mean Lorena? The same, I got her letter and rushed over. She said that she was aided by a man in armor and to think it was someone like you. Tell me, boy, how does that old bastard Wentworth fare? Are you his son, or perhaps a grandchild? You do look similar, but luckily you aren't half as ugly as him. Ho ho ho. The man was overly chatty for some reason and started laughing as if he was a certain fat old man dressed in red. Yet after one name was mentioned, it sent Roland's mind spinning. Wentworth was the name of his father. By how this old man was referring to him by his name, and even calling him an old bastard, then they had to be old friends. Is this some kind of old war comrade of my father? This could be bad. Will he try to drag me back to the estate? Wait, he probably only saw my last name, but he doesn't actually know who I am. It was clear that the Inquisitor here had seen his status page. This was the first time the magical item that he received from the gnome had failed him. He had to consider that his whole name of Roland Arden was known to him. The man seemed to recognize his facial features that were also similar to his father's, which made it hard to dodge the assumption. Claiming that he was from some faraway family would be hard if he looked similar to Wentworth Arden. Yet this brought another question to Roland's mind. Should he actually care about his father finding him at this point? He had already gone down the path of a runesmith that would make it impossible for him to become a knight. Would he even be forced to abandon his current home? He was a lowly fourth son of a baron with not much worth. Normally, his fate would have been to join the Knight Academy like his older brother Robert. There he would become a soldier to slowly gain merits, and finally probably be forced to marry a daughter of a merchant or some lower noble to garner better relations. But with his current status as a runesmith, this path would be hard to proceed in. He had no proper training when it came to noble relations, so his family would probably wish to hide his presence at this point. It wouldn't be strange if they just left him in the backwater village, just like Arthur Valerian was sent away. Man of a few words, you really do take after him. Roland, is it? Was there a brat with a name like that, or are you perhaps? While Roland was racking his brain about his response, the man continued to talk. It seemed before he could even answer, the Inquisitor came to some kind of conclusion as he smacked his shoulder yet again. Oh, so that's it, that scoundrel. It must have been hard for you. Huh, to think that bastard would go around producing more offspring than he already has. He really is an ogre. What? The more the man talked, the more he was confused. For some reason, the high-ranking church member he was facing had a vivid imagination. Without being able to remember Wentworth's children, he presumed that Roland was a bastard son made out of wedlock. This was not uncommon, as many nobles sired children that they let out in the world to fend for themselves. This made Wentworth Arden look bad, but was a good resolution to the situation. Don't worry, boy, when I meet your father I'll be sure to. No, please don't. The old man started shaking his fist while talking, but before he could continue, Roland shouted out to stop him. He did not want to have this scary man go to his father. One mention of his name would reveal his secret. Even though he wasn't as afraid of meeting up with his old man again as he was in the past, this was something that he still wished to postpone as much as he could. The best would be after he achieved Tier 3 status and would not be that easily bullied. Is that so? It seems that you do not wish me to speak to that bastard of a father of yours. Very well. This old man will do so. To his surprise, the man was quick to accept the proposal, but even then Roland was not sure what would happen if he ever met his father. How deep was their relationship, and how often did they run into each other? The man was a high-level church inquisitor that could even order noble armies around. He probably did not have that much time on his hands to talk, and he could not see how his stoic father would enjoy the company of a blabbermouth like this. You must forgive this old man. Your name brought back old forgotten memories. What I wished to ask you was not about your lineage, but about the Abyssal cult. Lorena's letter brought some things to light, but I would like to hear your recount of the event. Yes, sir, sir. Just call me Bartholomew. Sir Bartholomew then. Ho ho, have it your way then. After receiving a few more smacks to his poor shoulder that felt like it was about to break, Roland gave a recount of the situation. It was a very similar tale to what he told Lorena, but this time around he was a lot more nervous. Even though this man was acting like a nice grandfather, it could have been all an act. He was also an inquisitor that probably had experience in interrogating people. Perhaps he would see through his lies if he tried. This he avoided by constructing his sentences in such a way that he would not be caught lying. Instead of mentioning his debugging skill, he only confirmed that he found the core rune to disable the illusion. Lorena's self-named grandfather just kept nodding all the way until he was finished with the story. Of course. I didn't think that I would meet such a lad like you here. A reward is called for, but I did not take anything worthwhile with, if I may speak. Oh, go ahead, do you have something in mind? Yes, if it's a reward, could you keep my involvement in this incident a secret? Oh, you do not wish to be named. I see very well. Roland took the opportunity to ask for a small favor. Riches was not what he wanted, but if his name could be kept from the records, then perhaps it could keep him safe in the future. After meeting this man, he realized that this incident could be bigger than he anticipated. This whole region could turn into a fighting ground, as the cultists would surely not allow the church to get their hands on their relic. This has been a good talk, but I must now be on my way. Those cultist snakes have to be taken care of. Roland was not sure about what conversation he was talking about, as it was mostly one-sided babbling from the old man. Even when he tried to give a recount of what happened, he was interrupted many times. Luckily, it seemed that he was in no danger of being taken in for further questioning, as the barrier around them was removed. Everyone, we are leaving. Bartholomew moved back towards his horse while everyone else kept quiet. The church knights started moving back into formation towards the area where the cultist-run village was. Before leaving, there was another lucky turn of events, as this was not the end of the man's orders. You belong to the city guard, right? Why, yes, sir, Inquisitor. He called out to the leader of the knights that had come here first. You shall come with us. We need more able men to contend with this blight. But the Lord has ordered us to. You dare refuse the order of the Inquisitor. The knight that was here quickly shrunk back as the same church knight that previously shouted at Roland turned towards him now. Bartholomew had the power to force forces like this to move on his own accord. I dare not. But what about these? They do not belong to the cult. I feel no presence of the abyss here. Let them pass. Bartholomew put on his helmet and after glancing in Roland's direction. For a moment his eyes focused on the young man before he signaled his horse to move forward. The rumbling of hooves resumed as the whole place cleared out. Even the hired mercenaries and adventurers followed after the church knights that were the leading force here. Wayland, what how? The predicament was over, and almost instantly the adventurers swarmed around Roland. They all started shouting and asking questions. How was it possible for an adventurer like him to catch the eye of an inquisitor? It was baffling to them, but to the man himself it wasn't much different. What just happened here? Roland could only shrug his shoulders as he didn't know how to react. Was he supposed to be shocked, stressed, or reassured that the scary inquisitor didn't burn him at the stake? One thing was for sure, he needed to get out of here quickly and get back to his home. A gentle breeze flew past his hair while he glanced into the distance. The rumbling of the horses had already calmed down, but the conversation he had with the Inquisitor felt like a dream. How could such a person have appeared before him just like that and be involved with his father Wentworth Arden? His father was a famous knight that had gained power almost exclusively through military conflicts. Even though his age was close to 80, he still looked like someone in his late 40s. The increase in his levels allowed him to keep his body youthful and battle-ready. The Inquisitor seemed to know him well and looked to be about the same age. This was even harder to pinpoint, as besides having a high level, he was a paladin that had contact with various divine artifacts and elixirs that could prolong one's life even more. In which conflict the two had met he had no idea, but they had certainly worked together. Did they take part in some skirmishes with other cults in the past? Roland tried to think back to some conflicts in the past that his father could have taken part in and where the church was involved in. Yet while he was contemplating this issue, the people around him were getting rowdy. Did that Inquisitor wipe his mind with that interrogation skill? Orson asked while Darlek quickly replied while the two stared at Roland. Did he, not like he talks a lot to begin with, just give the lad some time? His stoic responses were already known to the adventurers, but after seeing him surrounded by a shell of divine energy, it wasn't surprising. An Inquisitor picked by the church had certain skills that could force people to talk. In their eyes, the Inquisitor had interrogated Roland by the use of some mind-affecting skill that could have caused mental damage. Did his brain turn to mush? Can I get his magic items if he doesn't recover? Asked Senna, which caused Roland to furrow his brows when looking at the halfling. You know that I can hear you, right? Senna just smiled while skipping away as if she was scared. Soon everyone looked toward their temporary leader. It was clear to him that they wanted an explanation, but he surely would not disclose that the Inquisitor knew his father or that he was a noble. It wouldn't be hard to lie about the exchange, as everyone had preconceived notions about the people from the Golden Order. I don't know, he used some skill on me, and then everything went dark. The next thing that I remember is him walking away. Damn bastards doing what they want. Griselda's loud voice was heard by everyone as she slammed her fist into the side of the wagon. The others could just nod at the explanation, which made a lot of sense. Wayland looks fine though. Maybe the rumors about those skills being dangerous were false, Orson commented while looking between Roland and the mad Griselda. At least they left without throwing us into the dungeon. I don't know about you, but I'm famished. Let us depart toward the city, Darlak said while looking toward Roland. It was as if he was waiting for a confirmation from the leader. Yes, we should go. Those soldiers were probably sent here by the merchant. I hope that bastard still intends to pay us. This time around Senna was the mad one. She along with Griselda nodded at each other while agreeing. two didn't seem to like each other, but when it came to money, they were quick to see past their disagreement. The other participants from the caravan were all tired too without needing to tell them twice. They all soon departed towards the city of Rika. Thus they finally arrived at their final destination. This city was a massive hub of commerce through which many caravans like this one came through. They would stock up on all sorts of items and head out to the smaller towns to bring in vast amounts of profit. A nearby port with access to fast ships added to the city's prosperity, but this was not all. This area was purposely created in a place. A dungeon had sprung up which hastened the progress and made a lot of money flow in for the city's development. Even now as Roland and his companions were approaching the city gates, they could see the results. So this is Rika, the city of merchants. Did it have that name? Orson asked Senna that brought up the name. Yeah, that's why I don't even think about heading out alone. You'll probably get scammed by some whores like last time. Hey, you said that you wouldn't bring it up again. I'll stop bringing it up when you stop acting like an idiot. Why did I even decide to join you two simpletons? One is a drunkard and the other is a pervert. A dwarf is not far away from his liquor. Darlak just laughed from the side while Senna was grumbling and didn't seem to mind being called a drunkard. This place is run by the Merchant Guild. It's more similar to the Thieves Guild if you ask me. Those bastards will squeeze everything out of you if they can. Then there are the nobles. Roland was on the side listening to the banter between the two adventurers. It seemed that this was the first time they were here as well. Senna was clearly the information-gathering type that knew a few things about the island they had arrived on. This was nothing new to him, as he had stayed on this side of the kingdom for a few years already. This city was a bit similar to Edelgard, but instead of craftsmen, there were various other venues that brought in money and exotic wares. Halt, let me see your papers. After arriving at the gate, the soldiers asked them for their identification. Being the impromptu leader, Roland had to deal with it. Thankfully, the city had been alerted to the cult drama that had been happening, and he only needed to show his adventurer card to explain himself. With the help of smaller merchants that had also survived the journey, it didn't seem that they would have trouble with going in. While conversing with the soldiers, the large Valyrian noble crest on the entrance gate didn't go unnoticed. This was a large city that brought in vast quantities of money. This money could be quickly spent in the auction houses that the noble family was known for. You seem to be speaking the truth. We will escort the carts to where they can be examined by the merchant in question. It would be best if you report to the Adventurers Guild and inform them. The guard said while letting them through. With this, their journey was almost over, but a few things needed to be ironed out. We need to make a report to the guild. They should help us clear things out with that merchant. Roland commented while checking if he did not leave anything behind. Besides the satchel filled with some money, magic crystals, and his notes, he still had his runic weapons. The staff he used was recovered, but had been bent out of shape. His armor's runes had degraded due to overloading them and using the mending skill, but he would still be able to protect himself. They should pay us double for what we went through. Griselda said with a grimace on her face. Even now the barbarian was unsure about being paid. Darlak that was walking behind her and chuckled. You're a big dreamer, my large friend. Shut up, dwarf. After a contract is signed, there won't be any increase in the wage, even if the adventurer suffers greatly. Darlak was telling the truth. The only way of increasing the payout would be to make a custom contract. This document would require specific clauses to alter the amount of money the adventurers were getting. Contracts like that were not made for short expeditions like this. They were mostly in the favor of the person creating the job. It was a harsh world where most people weren't willing to help each other out. Even if the adventurer perished during the mission, their money would not be added to the wages nor given to their family members. Only when adventurers started gaining fame and reached higher ranks could they hope for better deals. This was also one of the reasons that Roland saw rising his adventurer rank as a longer-term benefit. With a higher rank, he could start choosing his jobs and enter places to level up faster. Only with a high rank could he continue to gain power in the dungeons, and power was still something he needed. While he had access to Tier 3 monsters back in Albrook, he needed to think about the future. At any point, his secret could be discovered or some phenomenon in the dungeon could close the fissure. If that happened, he would not be able to gain easy experience from a safe distance anymore. This place looks packed. Are they getting rowdy in there? Orson commented from behind Roland, who halted for a moment. For some reason, his old acquaintances and the two women that disliked each other were still sticking to him. This was already the end of the road. The mission was over. What remained was to go to the Adventure Guild and present their adventure cards along with the contracts. What dungeon grade does the city have? Was it a C+? Oh, so you don't have straw for brains. After all, I'm surprised you remembered. Senna laughed at Orson, who just rolled his eyes. Roland could not understand why the two men were fine with this loudmouth being around them, but perhaps they had a long-lasting history that he was not aware of. It was not that rare for adventure parties to form after they went through a life and death event. This was also how Orson and Dowrek began their friendship. We should go in before the other adventurers arrive. It might take a while until they get our issue resolved. Roland was the voice of reason as he took a step towards the large adventurer building. It was 3 times the size of the one back at Albrook, and probably had 10 times the number of adventurers inside. The dungeon might not have been that much higher rated than the one back at his home, but the city was vastly better. Adventurers were able to get all types of missions here. It was a trade hub that let them attempt the easier transport missions, with caravans like the one he just finished. Then there was the dungeon that actually possessed a few Tier 3 monsters at the end. Gold-ranked adventurers could face off against the boss to gain some valuable experience, and even platinum ones remained for the same reason. The door swung open before he could step through it. Before him were a few armored men with rough-looking faces and even rougher-looking weapons. They did give him the stink eye, but soon enough walked past him without starting a fight. This was quite the sight for sore eyes, as the moment the door opened he could already smell the scent of sweaty adventurers. It was a strange feeling. Such a place filled with mostly uncivilized people would be seen as vulgar. Most nobles would scoff at the sight of drunk, unwashed adventurers laughing out loud while talking about fighting monsters. Roland, on the other hand, was different. To him, the noisy adventurers were a better fit to keep him company. They had a clear goal, and their motives were easy to read. In contrast, nobles tended to always have some kind of hidden agenda that could come to the surface at a random point in time. It wasn't strange for them to hide behind words like honor and duty. Yet in actuality, they were performing tasks to rise up in the ranks not by their own strength, but by realizing others in to do the dirty work. Secret contracts between powerful families to bring down others were something any noble needed to account for. No one could be trusted, and rarely could they be bought with things like money. On the other hand, the adventurers were simple creatures that had lesser aspirations and could be easily influenced by money. Those lines seem packed. Yeah, think it will be better if we split up. Senna and Orson commented while everyone headed towards the guild receptionists. He did the same, and after about 20 minutes he was just a step away from being done with this cursed mission. His life had been endangered far too many times, and he still needed to pass his test. How can I help you? I would like to complete a mission. Of course, please give me your contract and your adventurer card. If you have lost your contract, you will still be able to complete the mission if you have your contract identification number. The guild receptionist reminded him of his woman that was back home. She quickly listed down all of the possibilities, as she clearly noticed that he was not from this city. Adventurers losing their contracts was not that rare, but there were workarounds. Just like she had stated, if he had the contract ID that corresponded to one that was here, there would be no problems. The transport mission's destination was this city, so the corresponding contract would be stored here. I have the contract and the ID, but also here, Roland's contract was a little bit different this time around, as this was his rank advancement test. Normally, the person that the guild had sent on the journey with him would have taken care of everything, but she turned out to be a secret agent from the church. Luckily, he had received a sealed letter that was supposed to get him through this predicament. The woman first looked at the contract and the adventurer card to confirm the validity of the person before her. Then she moved on to the strange letter that she wasn't sure what to make off. It was a strange sight for Roland. He could see the woman's eyes getting wider the moment she laid her eyes on the letter's seal that clearly belonged to the church. I was lucky that Lorina's golden order seal was left behind in one of the wagons. Lorina's items that she had on her body were partially destroyed during the fight, but luckily for him, she had left her traveling bag in the wagon. In the bag, she had various utensils that she could use to prepare a proper letter. The receptionist here could clearly tell that the seal on this letter was from a high-ranking church member that was related to the Inquisitors. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back, sir. Just as he expected, the woman here was not high enough on the guild's food chain to open the letter. The only person that was allowed to fiddle with the seal would be the guild master or a high-ranking member of the church. Thus he just nodded and allowed the woman to quickly run into the back. Hope the guy isn't away. The guild master of an adventure guild was mostly swamped with work. They were somewhat retired adventurers that at least reached the platinum rank. As one of the elite, they were sometimes tasked to keep order or join various events that even involved the nobles. If the guild master was out then, he might have to spend some time here waiting. What is it? Guild master, an adventurer, returned from a mission carrying a letter with a seal from the Golden Order. Oh, they did. Did anyone else notice it? No, sir, I've brought it here first as you've instructed. You did well, please wait outside. Yes, sir. A dandy-looking man with reddish hair was leaning against a large chair. Before him was the letter that Roland had received from Lorina. Only when the guild worker left his office did he open up the letter. His eyes darted through the handwritten letter that was quickly burned to a crisp. Interesting to catch that woman's eye. This person named Wayland must be unusual. The man removed the monocle that he used to go through the letter and started rubbing his chin in contemplation. Soon he nodded to himself and quickly called the guild receptionist back into his office. Allow this person to pass the rank advancement. Also bring me a copy of his adventure card and all of the information that our guild has on him. Do it discreetly, do you understand? Yes, sir. Soon the large office door closed behind the guild worker that sped down the stairs. It seemed that the person below was no normal adventurer. Who he was unknown, but it was clear that he could not be anyone normal. Interesting, it seems that we might be in for some turbulent times. So this is it? Yes, Mr. Wayland. Congratulations on passing your test and achieving the gold rank. Roland looked at his adventurer card, which now had a golden outline on it. After the woman he talked to vanished for about 10 minutes, she rushed back down to proclaim that he had passed. What Lorena wrote in the letter was unknown to him, but it seemed to have impressed the current guild master. Even the process of updating his card was hastened. Already after an hour of waiting, everything was in order. The best part about it was that he did not need to get his status read for the update. This was something that he expected, as the status check was done before the test was supposed to start. With the help of a certain sun elf back at his home, he was able to go around this. Would you like me to explain the benefits of the gold adventurer rank? Ah well, that's Finn. Before Roland could finish his sentence, the guild worker was already blabbing away the information that he was already familiar with. Now that you are a gold rank adventurer, you can choose to take a leadership role in small expeditions. You will be free to command lower ranked adventurers and receive higher rewards if placed in such a role. Bronze, steel, and silver grade adventures were quite common and mostly seen as common foot soldiers. Now after reaching the gold rank, an adventurer was seen as more experienced and with a future. This was the rank just before Tier 3. It was the last step before the world of elites opened up. This reminded him of one of his earlier adventurers in the ant-infested mines. Their group of gold rankers took over the show and instructed him, who was only a steel grade adventurer. They just sent them out as scouts without much thought about the dangers while waiting. Now he could actually join those types of expeditions and be the one giving orders, but did he want to? That does seem like a bother, but there were pros and cons to being a leader. On one hand, he could direct the forces as he wished to complete the task at hand in the way he wanted. On the other hand, if the mission failed, he would be held accountable for any deaths or failures. It was a double-edged sword that mostly fell in favor of the higher rank, as they were able to save their life by using lower ranks as meat shields. With your gold rank card, you will be able to purchase potions and various other necessities at a higher discount. The woman continued to list things that he already knew. With Elodia back home, he already had a living encyclopedia that he could ask about all things related to the guild. One big change that the woman didn't mention was concerning tamed beasts like Agni. The ruby dire wolf was over level 100, and only if their master was a gold rank adventurer could his pet be officially allowed into the city. This would require more paperwork and a special harness with a muzzle, as he was a wolf-type monster with a strong bite. This would not be a problem for a blacksmith like him, who could easily create one. With a few modifications, he could even make it come off automatically, so if Agni found himself in trouble, he could just use his mana to take it off. Ah, please come again. Roland decided to interrupt the woman as she continued to babble on. The job that he concluded was still under review, but he would not receive any rewards anyway. Due to it being a rank-up test, he wouldn't be receiving any more than this. Money was not what he came here for, though, and this would allow him to leave this city earlier than any other participant. Hey, Wayland. While walking away from the guild receptionist, he heard a familiar voice that belonged to a fellow adventurer. It was Orson waving to get his attention. His entire party with an additional berserker were all there eating and drinking up. Are you finished? Have a drink with us, lad. Dalrek laughed while moistening up his beard with some cheap beer. They all had clearly finished up giving their reports and were now winding down. This adventurer guild was a lot larger than the one back home, and this canteen area was the same. It was mostly full with some empty chairs here and there. I guess I haven't eaten anything in a while. The moment he saw the food on the table, he could feel his belly rumbling. The fresh food that Elodia had prepared for him before the trip was already gone, and he was stuck with dried meat and bread. How is it? What does it matter? Food is food. As he sat down, he turned in Griselda's direction. The large woman was munching on a drumstick belonging to an unidentified bird. It was a lot larger than one that belonged to a chicken and could actually belong to a monster. Monster meat was mostly too tough to eat, but there existed some weaker ones that could actually be raised. I guess you are right. Excuse me, can I have one of those too? He nodded before calling the waitress over. Though he had gotten used to the seasoned food prepared by Elodia, eating roasted bird from time to time wasn't bad. When among other adventurers in heavy armor and a muscular barbarian woman, he didn't seem that out of place even when wearing this shiny armor. So how long do you think they will make us wait? Asked Orson after taking a swig from his mug. I'm sure that merchant will try to weasel out of paying in full even though we recovered most of the merchandise. Replied Senna that was poking a piece of meat with a knife. We might be stuck here for a while. Why don't we visit the dungeon later?" said Dalrek while laughing. Roland was listening in without saying much. This was quite a large incident that could take a while to resolve. It mostly depended on the merchant that could just fork up all of the money they were owed. If not, the guild might have to confiscate some of the merchandise and sell it before giving the adventurers their wages. Maybe if someone didn't drink all of the liquor from the carts, it would go faster. Senna narrowed her eyes when looking at Darlak. At this moment, Roland recalled how the dwarf had probably gone through most of the booze by himself. He was probably the only one that didn't partake in the drinking, as he preferred tea or just regular water. Can't blame a dwarf for quenching his thirst. What about you, Wayland? Are you going to stay? Me? I'm not sure. While Senna was arguing with Darlak, Orson posed a question to Roland, who was going through the drumstick he ordered. He had done some thinking about his next step, which mostly took him back to his own city. "I was planning on leaving, but I'm not sure if it will be that easy, so you want to go back. That will be a problem with the Inquisitors running around. All the paths back will be blocked off. That would leave you with a few choices. Right, either I take the long way back or take the ship. Yeah, they will probably make it difficult for anyone that isn't a resident from going on the ship, though. That's a possibility." Roland had a quick back and forth with Orson that continued to look drunker with each passing moment. They had managed to enter the city right after the incident had occurred. Not everyone was informed about the situation, so they managed to evade any integration attempts yet. That Inquisitor was on my side, but this doesn't mean that others will act the same. Staying here for too long might be unwise. While these four didn't seem to be bothered by the run-in with the cultists, Roland was not so relaxed. He expected the forces of the evil cult to clash with the Solaria worshippers. Even the city could be turned into a battlefield if it gets out of hand. This depended on a few factors. Do they have enough forces on this island to go against those church knights? Will they just abandon their precious relic or quickly scramble to take it back? Roland did not know much about the cult. They were quite the secretive bunch. But at this time they were out in the open. They could not remain hidden away if they wanted their biggest secret to being revealed. If the church managed to figure out how the relic operated, they might be able to counter any future mind-affecting attempts. It will probably not trouble them instantly. Even if the relic was decoded, the specialized equipment would not come cheap. Probably only high-ranking church members would have it with them. This would really not help their victims, that would still not be able to do anything about the illusion trigger. They could wait and also take the relic when it was being transported, but the church has the resources to protect it, so you coming or not? There you go again, spacing out into your little own world, I said. Are you coming to have some fun? His thoughts were interrupted by a visible, more drunk Orson that was grinning now. By how the man was licking his lips while talking about the fun, he already knew where this was going. Orson was a man that followed his basic instincts. This mostly consisted of getting drunk and going to the whorehouse. "I think I'm going to pass." Suit yourself. Night was arriving and it was time to split up. The three adventurers that he arrived with were getting rowdy. Even though they didn't receive their payment, they still had some money. Without much to spend it on, they were probably going to hit the city for more drinking and entertainment. This was something that Roland had grown out of. With his combined age, he was already over 40. "It was fun working with you," Senna called out to him while heading over towards the party of four. For some reason, Griselda was also sticking with the group that she seemed to dislike. Perhaps she was reeled in with some promises or another bet that she would probably lose again. With that, he was alone again in a city he did not know and without a proper means to return home. Normally, he would take the first caravan back home as a passenger or sign up to be a bodyguard like in the previous mission. All of those caravans went through the nearby village that was filled out with church soldiers now. They would certainly not let them enter the forest that they needed to pass through. I need to restock. The satchel he had only had a few mana potions and healing potions remaining in it. He had enough money to last him a while, but he did not want to be stuck for a month here. If the church decided to create a makeshift base in the village, it could block people from using the old route for quite some time. It seemed that the fastest way of getting out would be the ship. It doesn't seem that they are implementing martial law, or at least not making it too obvious. Also, who was that paladin? I should probably do some research. While he had been saved by the high-level church inquisitor, the man's origin was unknown. Would he listen to his plea and not disclose that he met him in the middle of nowhere whenever he visited his father? Was there even a possibility of the man seeing his old man unless a war broke out? People like them should be busy. I can't imagine a paladin like that heading to noble parties to mingle with people, but he could always send him a letter. His cover could have been blown and he would not be able to do anything about it. His only choice was to wait and contact his older brother Robert. If his father found something out, then the only person he could confirm this information with was Robert, which made things difficult as he was busy performing his duties as a proper soldier in the kingdom. With being low on the totem pole, he would probably not be able to give him much information. Without the knowledge of what was waiting for him, Roland knew that he would be stressed out. This he could only work on by himself by preparing for the unexpected. When he returned home, he already knew that he needed to toss himself back into the dungeon and level up as fast as he could. I should check out the pier first. It was close to sundown. Everyone else that came for the trip was either waiting in line or out in the city's pleasure district. To them there was no rush, the cultists were dead, and they could just use the nearby dungeon to get some coins. Roland, on the other hand, needed to have an exit strategy if for some reason the cultists appeared in the city like in Edelgard. There was a low possibility of this, as with the appearance of the Golden Order, they would be busy for a while. Thus his first option of getting back home was the port. Luckily this city came equipped with it, and the ships here should be leaving for the port town that he visited when he first arrived on this island. The Adventure Guild had a detailed map of the city hanging on the wall to help anyone that was new find their way. With the help of his good memory, he quickly noted down the important areas. This is a lot bigger than the ports I have visited before. The walk towards this side of the city took him about half an hour. The whole city was sectioned off into 3 main parts. One of them was the main noble castle, where the reigning noble and his army resided. Some rich merchants and lesser nobles also had villas and houses that they occupied there. Then there was the commercial part of the city, where the Adventure Guild and Merchant Guild was positioned. This was the largest part of the city, which had the highest concentration of people. It had many smaller districts that apparently had their own set of rules. Money reigned supreme there, which brought the rich merchants up to the forefront. Then there was the third side, which was the one he was looking at, Rika's port town. It was composed of many piers that were occupied by various ships. Even now he could see sailors unpacking large crates with various goods in them. While spatial technology was available in this world, it was not available for every small piece of luggage. One of these should be going towards Albrook. After seeing the many various ships, his hopes were up. Perhaps if he was lucky, he could take a trip back this very day. Roland was worried that if he didn't take the chance now, the church could block people from leaving the city. The governing noble would probably not allow that, as even a week of halting the trade would bring in losses to their coffers. Yet if the push was too strong, or if the cultists appeared in the city, then even the noble would have to go through with an order like that. What he was looking at was a massive circular building that was right in the center of this port area. The water flowed inside of this large building that was taller than any of the ships that were going inside. He couldn't really see it from this angle, but from what he could tell, this was a giant warehouse into which some of the ships directly deposited their wares. On the inside, there were probably a lot of guards to protect all the various wares. Think that's the harbor that was noted on the map. I need to go inside to see if there are any ships leaving. It was time to gather some information. With some luck, he would be able to get out of here before anything drastic happened. While he wished to tour the area and check out the stores for any runic equipment he could copy, he was not a beginner anymore. Anything that was at the stores he had already seen, unless it was a high tier 2 runic item or beyond, he was not really interested. Thus he descended towards the area smelling like fish in hopes of getting back hope to his friends. Watch it if he dropped that there, you're going to Ave to pay for it. Stop shouting and just help me. From the distance, Roland could see people dressed like sailors carrying large crates with various items in them. From what he could tell, all the merchandise was divided by worth that could be measured by the way the packaging looked. If it was something cheap, then regular wooden crates were enough. On the other hand, if it was something worth a lot of coins, the crates were made from magical wood, along with several paper seals that produced a magical barrier around it. Even if someone hit a crate like that with a sledgehammer, it would not leave a dent in it. But this didn't mean that the items inside couldn't be damaged if the outer shell was handled without care. So this is the shipyard. He had entered the large building filled with various seafaring ships. Besides them and the mass of people, he could see some that were under construction. This caught his interest as he could see some construction golems being utilized. Some of them were carrying heavy logs and parts of the ship. Some of them were even working on this world's version of a crane. The golem itself was not the whole crane. Instead, they were used to replace laborers to pull long ropes that were connected to various pulley systems. Roland recalled some history lessons that back in his world, before mechanical cranes were created, people had to actually pull them themselves or use livestock. It might be cheaper to have the golems pull those ropes instead of making a large crane golem instead. Roland didn't see a problem in creating a golem that could actually work as a regular crane. The runic structure wouldn't be as hard, and everything could be configured to allow an operator to move it with the help of some kind of console. The only problem would be the money required to procure materials that would last for years without deteriorating the runes. The underground dwarven city was said to use something similar to heavy machinery. I guess for a human shipyard this is already plenty. The golems that were working here were slowly lumbering on 4 legs and were clearly mass-produced products. With their help, the construction efforts probably progressed a lot smoother, and the costs weren't that high. A large investment would be required to produce a better effect. The Valyrian crest is also here. If I remember correctly, then one of Arthur's siblings should be stationed in this city. After glancing at the crest, Roland recalled his research that went into the Valyrian household. With one of their members being within walking distance to his house, it was a given. They were a family known for their swordsmanship. Apparently, many of them were at least spirit swordsmen. I guess that's why they have the nickname of the Kingdom's Sword. That's ironic with how they are in the aristocrat faction and not with the royalists. The Valyrian household had won their position by pitting their children against each other in hopes of gaining stronger and stronger sword masters. Their current position was won by bloody conquest in the past. It was a tough life that consisted of being compared to other siblings. Duels were quite common with these kinds of nobles that wanted to prove themselves to their elders. Sending Arthur out to a peaceful area like Albrook puts him in a tough spot. Arthur was still a son of a noble, and what nobles lived for was rising up in the ranks. By being ordered to Albrook, he wasn't given much to work with. There weren't any opportunities for him there. His brothers would probably be sent on most of the worthwhile expeditions to gain strength, while he only had the dungeon to work with. Time's against him, unless he can produce some results, or if the dungeon suddenly goes up a grade it will be hard. Roland was not sure what to think of the noble in the city. He had helped him with his work, so he was somewhat indebted to the young man, but he could work that debt down by helping him gain more money. This would be achieved by selling various runic creations in the auction house. While this could pad out Arthur's pockets with some extra cash, it was not really something to bring attention to the city. I should probably stop worrying about him and get out of here. It doesn't seem that they will close the city for the time being. Not much time had passed since he came here, as after getting his updated adventure card, he headed straight to the dock. Ships traveled around the sea on a set timetable, and depending on it, they could be a faster solution to his problem. If he was unable to get a ship, then the only way back would be through that wide forest. This was something that he wanted to avoid. Even if the caravans were blocked, he could always buy himself a horse and travel alone. The only problem was the potential cult presence in the forest, along with the church knights. There was a possibility of running into both sides, clashing with each other there, which would put his life at risk. Even if he stayed to the outskirts, some narrower passages had to be crossed. The cult could also come from the other side of the forest, like on the bridge where they met the bandits. If the cultists actually showed up to recover their large relic, they would probably ignore the surrounding ships. The most troublesome area would be the forest area with the village that they had taken over. There was also another route by land that he could take. It went through a troublesome mountain path filled with various monsters. I'll make a decision after confirming it with the shipyard staff. After going through everything in his mind, he finally found something that resembled a receptionist. It was another young lady that was similar to the ones he had come across in the Adventurer Guild. Next to the booth that she was sitting in was a large notice board with various scribbles that he didn't understand. "Excuse me, could you give me some information about the next ship leaving for the port close to Albrook?" "Albrook, please wait a moment, sir." There was no line like in the Adventurer Guild, so this time around he was given an answer quite fast. The girl pulled out a large book that looked like a ledger found in an accounting office. He could see many entries with various names, dates, and even longitudes. The woman flipped through the pages for some time, which started to make him nervous, but finally, he saw a positive reaction. "Ah, here it is. A merchant ship will be arriving tomorrow to unload its cargo. It will then leave towards Vita." Vita, Roland strained his geographical memory and recalled that this medium-sized port was not the one that he had previously visited. It was further back into the island, but the trip from it would be around 3 days on foot. While this was not the location that he was expecting, it was enough for him to instantly ask for more information. "Does the ship allow for passengers?" "Of course, if you pay the coin they will surely allow you to come, but it will take a week before the ship leaves." "A week?" "Yes, if you wish to buy a ticket, please come tomorrow." After the quick exchange, he received the information and had an idea of what was happening. It wasn't odd for the ships to stay for longer than a day after unloading the cargo. The sailors could have families here and be given some time to relax with them before sailing off once more. Even if he considered that he would need to remain here for a week, taking the ship would probably be the fastest and the safest mode of transportation. Perhaps if he was a Tier 3 class holder, he could attempt a solo crossing through the mountain range. Yet he was not. His items were depleted, and both of his golems had been destroyed during the scuffle. They had turned into scrap metal that he shoved into a replacement spatial bag for the time being. "May I ask about the location of this ship and when it will be arriving tomorrow?" "Of course." The lady smiled at him and quickly disclosed the information. While this receptionist could give him the information, he would need to go to the ship captain or the first mate to confirm everything. They could still deny him access to the ship if they already were booked beforehand. It was possible for the ship to be bought out by a rich merchant or a noble, and no other passengers being allowed on the trip. "You have my gratitude. Please come again." After getting the pier number and asking about the layout some more, he had what he came for. Now, like always, he needed to find himself an inn to rest at. Thankfully, this large city had an active adventurer guild and a dungeon. Considering this, there would not be a problem in getting a better room for his money as it was in the previous town. With his visit to the city docks being over, he headed towards the commercial district. There he was surprised to find various neon signs and a city bustling with life. This was a stark contrast to cities like Edelgard or even Albrook, where when night rolled around most people returned to their homes. I see they're trying to maximize on the large adventurer population and the people that come over to have fun. There were people shouting from the entrances of restaurants and inns that were trying to attract people. Colorful signs that radiated magical energy were purposely created to draw in the eyes of people visiting. From the distance, he could even hear music and the cheers of people. It seems that some kind of show was taking place in the open, which was quite a rarity. Street performers, or perhaps something like a circus. Roland stopped himself from going towards the alluring sounds of music. What he needed now was not to have fun, but to prepare for his journey home. Before leaving, he asked the girl at the docks about possible alternatives and was shocked to hear that if he missed this ship, the next one would be arriving in 3 weeks. Most of the ships here connected to the mainland, so he would need to first return there before finding a ship that would take him to Albrook there. The girl didn't have a detailed map of the ship's paths, so was unable to help him with that. If he decided to head with that route, it might take even longer than going through the potentially dangerous mountain range. "Sir, could I interest you in our city's specialty, roasted soul carp? May I interest you in this pearl necklace? I'm sure you will be able to grab the heart of any lady. Would you be interested in buying?" It was clear that these people were a bunch of scammers, as the items they were being advertised were mostly different. Even the food was counterfeit, as the fish was in actuality only a mud carp that was worth a third of what the peddler was trying to get for it. For some reason, he also expected the ones in power to be fine with it. "I bet they allow these people to scam the wanderers and the adventurers as long as they pay their taxes. The more they can sell their wares, the more money flows into the city. The Lord could easily ban these scammers from selling counterfeit wares, but what would he gain from it?" Roland knew how some nobles operated. They would not care if a commoner came complaining to them that they were cheated of their money. As long as the side of the city that was populated by higher-class people was in order, whatever happened on this side was not their problem. "I don't want anything, let me through." Luckily, his appearance was similar to a knight or a high-leveled adventurer. By raising his voice toward the people blocking his way, they quickly moved to the side. The reaction was surprising, but gave him an idea that this place went through its fair share of problems. Rowdy customers appeared from time to time that could destroy a month's worth of merchandise. The guards are patrolling to keep the cities in order. When passing through, he could see various armored guards standing to the side. While they did look his way after he moved forward, they ignored him quickly. It seemed that the Lord was aware of the money he could make here. By keeping the merchants safe themselves, they would not need to ask any crime syndicates for help. Any money gained from protecting them would line the Valyrian nobles' pockets instead. I can't imagine them patrolling the poorer side of this district, though. Finally, he arrived at his destination and was greeted by a long street filled with various inns, pubs, and restaurants. It seemed that the entire district was carefully designed so that the people staying at the inns weren't far away from places with food and entertainment. This made him wonder how much money he was losing by having his shop away from the city in the eyes of many potential clients. The streets were filled with various travelers, not only adventurers who came to the city. Others that saw potential in making it big were also here. Many merchants were interested in a deal of their life, so they flocked to cities like this. Almost no one of them was successful, though, and ended up being a regular peddler like the ones he saw before. "Hello there, sir. Could you be searching for a place to stay for the night? Our inn has the comfiest beds." Before he could analyze the surroundings and pick an inn to stay, he was interrupted by a young girl of about 10. She was holding a sign with a picture of a black cat. When looking at the building she was standing close by, he could see the same black cat moving around on something that looked like a neon sign. This reminded him of some of the motels he stayed at in his old world while going between cities. "Yes, I am. Could you show me the way?" The girl was all smiles after he agreed to visit her inn. Roland was not picky. He wanted to get a place to rest and have some privacy. There were some items he also wanted to procure before resting for the night. Even though the stores here were open for longer than usual, there was not much time left now. "I heard that you had free rooms." "That we have. Are you traveling by yourself?" "Yes." Soon the young girl brought him over to the innkeeper, who seems to be the girl's mother. The resemblance was there, and the woman quickly found him a room to stay in. "Will you be staying for the night now or going out? I will return later if that's fine with you. We are open throughout the entire night. Please return whenever you wish. You can get your key from me when you return." It seemed that the people here had grown to accommodate their customers. Most of the time, even the inns and pubs had a cutoff before they locked their doors. His armored appearance was also seen as normal here. Thus he exchanged some coins for the room and went on his way towards the tool shops. They should have some smithing hammers here. I must repair these degraded runes before the night is over. Roland needed to at least remain here for another week. With that in mind, he needed to restore his armor. The runes had degraded after the use of his mending skill. Only with a proper hammer would he be able to use his runecrafting skill without burning through all of his mana reserves. Thus he headed out into the bustling city consumed by greed. If he could get a good price on the items he desired was debatable. I think this should do it. Roland was sitting in a well-lit room through which he could see the sparkling city. Even now he could hear people shouting and talking while having fun. He, on the other hand, had different things to worry about. After heading out into the night and avoiding a few drunks, he had managed to stock up on some smithing tools. This hammer cost more than it should. Even when you leave a city, you can't get away from those damn scamming dwarves. In his hand, he was holding a hammer made from regular metals. While he would prefer to have one made from more resistant deep steel, this was fine. It didn't need to last for long as he only wanted to repair his armor. The runic structures that had gained blemishes from his skill use could only be replaced by way of rune smithing. There was an actual way of repairing these runes without using his regular rune smithing skill. He had a skill that allowed him to upgrade lower-graded runes. This one he did not use during combat, as it was quite mana-intensive. That mana he needed to buff the beam of deaths that allowed him to survive. In theory, if I combine rune mending with rune upgrade, I could continuously restore the runes into the highest grade. That is, if I have enough mana for it. As it stands, I could probably do it at most twice with this armor. While Roland had an astonishing amount of mana for his level, it would still run out. Using both of the skills on something like a basic runic sword was also different than using them on the complex runic armor that he was wearing. The armor was composed of various runic components that needed to be precisely aligned with each other. The skills targeted the entire structure and not the smaller components, so it would burn through a lot of MP which was needed during his battles. I guess the basics are still the best. Let me get to work then. After picking up the hammer from the ground, he placed one of the gauntlets on a piece of thick steel that he also bought. Without activating the debugging skill, he already knew that this piece wasn't looking too great. The mending skill destroyed a lot of pathways and even some components. It was a miracle that this armor didn't become just a shiny slab of metal instead. With one big swing, he gathered the required mana and smacked the gauntlet to insert it into the metal. The unseen pathways started glowing with a blue hue that represented the basic mana in this world as they took shape. The clogged-up traces that have even fused with others started parting and returning to their original shape. It took him about 30 minutes to get through the first piece of gear, and he continued to work through the entirety of the night. Without a proper forge and tools, he was unable to soften the metal, and if he tried to do it here with the help of a fire spell, he would probably set the whole inn on fire. It's already morning. Roland wiped the sweat from his brow after he noticed a ray of light entering through the window. It was a bright and sunny day outside, as he had worked through the entire night without taking a rest. This should be enough, though. After giving out a sigh, he looked at the spread-out armor pieces on the ground. There was not enough time to get his armor into its original shape. What he could do was repair the most damaged parts that would otherwise cause major issues if he tried casting spells. But this was not the end. He still had his rune upgrade skill with him. While normally there was no reason to use it over basic rune smithing, in a situation like this it would shine. There was a moment of hesitation before using the skill. There was a slight problem with the skill as it could fail. Multiple uses of it could cause the runic structure to degrade even further than they already were. The patch-up job he had done was to protect the most damaged runes. Never been a fan of RNG. Finally, Roland decided to go through with it. Before the attempt, he replenished his lost mana with a potion. The armor was one piece of runic equipment, and the skill would treat it as one closed system. If it was successful, the entire suit of armor would go up a grade. This all depended on various elements, which involved his level, stats, and even other skills related to runes along with pure luck. I only have a maximum of 2 attempts, just as any of the magical skills that increased the ranking of anything there was a chance of them backfiring. This skill allowed him to at most get 2 free shots in, with the second also having a very low chance of failure. He had tested it out several times, and came to the conclusion that going past 2 tries would be too dangerous. Of course, it fails on the first one. Roland had activated the skill, which surrounded the whole armor with an orange glow. This color slowly shifted to red, which indicated that the skill had failed. Now he had a decision to make. Would he risk a second failure that would force him to repair the armor again, or go for broke? With a small nod, he continued with the second try. The runes started glowing orange before the radiance took over the whole suit of armor. Now, on the other hand, instead of the red color, it turned to green. To someone like him that could see the runic traces and pathways clearly, the change was noticeable. From the high grade that he managed to fix it up, it changed to the highest after being upgraded. This would be the last time that he would be able to use the skill on this armor with such a large possibility of success. There was some kind of hidden counter that would be remembered by this world's game-like system. As with every skill that he had, Roland performed several tests. When spacing out the upgrades, the timer didn't seem to vanish, and the skill was prone to more failures the more he kept using it. Perhaps if he waited a year or longer, it would have been reset, but this would be hard to confirm. After inspecting the armor once more, he decided to put it back on. With the sun coming out, he was ready to return to the docks. Besides the tools, he had also acquired a replacement for his robe that had seen better days before. His armor made him stand out like always, and he could not risk drawing in too many eyes. With that in mind, he left the inn that he was staying at without eating breakfast. The city was a lot more silent at this time of day. With such an active nightlife in this city, they obviously had a different cycle. The streets were filled with broken bottles and passed-out drunks that were being removed by some city workers. Probably before the next party started, everything would have been tidied up. I think it should be this pier. He had noted down where the ship he needed to watch out for would be docking at. But this was not the modern world. The ships didn't stick to a full timetable. The woman only stated that the ship is due to arrive in the morning, but that could very well be a few hours. While waiting, he also remembered his voyage toward this island. It was a first for him to travel out in the sea, and they had even encountered monsters. If he was unlucky, the ship might not even arrive. It could have been pillaged by pirates or devoured by some sea creature with tentacles. Thus, while he was waiting, he spotted a stall at which someone was cooking some fish. He had ignored food due to the armor repairs, so he was still hungry. Working through the night burned through a lot of calories that needed to be regained. After eating a proper meal, a hidden buff was given that caused some benefits, so this would also help him recover any mana that he had previously lost. It was quite an interesting sight to behold. The fish were set out on skewers that were perfect to carry around. They were being dipped by the vendor in something that resembled oil. If he had to compare it to his old world, then it looked like a magical version of a deep fryer. He could not spot any coal or wood being used to heat the large pan up. It doesn't feel like a runic item, probably some low-level enchantment. Please come again. The old man smiled after receiving the small silver coin from Roland. While the food wasn't the cheapest, the taste wasn't bad. It was actually better than the regular food that he came across in other inns in this kingdom. Can't judge a book by its cover. Without much to do, he found himself an empty barrel and started looking towards the sea. Many ships were arriving, and the same number were also leaving. It seemed that this place was being managed by whoever was in charge. If the ships were delayed, the person that owned the cargo would lose money, as they would not be able to continue their trade. At least if it comes to the food, that might be true, but the dwarven shops aren't dropping their prices much. Roland was not sure what the Union was doing, but it was monopolizing this island's weapon and armor trade. He could not spot any shops that weren't under the Union's umbrella. Their logo was even plastered on the human-run shops. Luckily, the dwarves from this city didn't know him, so he was able to get the tools to repair his gear. In the distance, he also saw a gaudy-looking white building. It stuck out like a sore thumb and didn't match the architecture of the other buildings. It was a large white church with golden outlines that represented the sun. It towered over everything that was there and was still placed closer to the commoner districts than the noble ones. This was, of course, the temple that belonged to the Celeria Church. They had a strategic placement between the poor and the rich so that they could receive donations from both sides. While looking at this temple, he started thinking about the cult and how the reaction to their location was awfully fast and convenient. It's as if they were waiting for Lorina. They must not have been stationed far from here to arrive this fast. Their reaction was far too fast. It would take some time to rally that many high-level knights and an inquisitor of that level. In Roland's mind, they had to suspect that the cultists were somewhere in this region, and they were waiting for a sign. Perhaps Lorina wasn't the only hidden agent patrolling the lands. She was just the lucky one that managed to live through the cult's illusion trap. Luckily for him, the woman didn't ask too many questions and allowed him to leave. Now the only problem was her grandfather that could spill the beans to his father if they ever ran into each other. For this fact, he needed to get home as fast as he could and go back down into the dungeon. His father or even the cult could come back with a vengeance, and he needed to prepare for such an occasion even if it was minuscule. Could that be it? After finishing his food, he finally noticed a ship approaching the pier. It was a medium-sized galleon that looked like it went through some hard times. There was some damage here and there as if it had been smacked around by something, yet it was moving forward and the sails were in working order. Wait, haven't I seen that ship somewhere before? While sitting there, he narrowed his eyes. The ship looked a lot more beaten up, but it did fit the one in his memory. When he arrived on this island all those years ago, he was carried over by a similar vessel. Could have been the same one, or was it just a mass-produced model that shared a resemblance? The other ships in the port had many similarities with each other as well, so it was possible. Yet the moment it docked, it became more apparent that this was the ship that carried him over to Albrook. The confirming factor was a certain large bouncy chest that to this day was hard to forget. It belonged to a woman that was wearing a tricorn hat while standing behind a group of sailors that were ready to disembark. "Move your asses, I wants all this cargo out here by the end of this day. But Cap'n, everyone be tired, how about we allow everyone take a wee break?" A large dark-skinned woman with a cross-shaped scar on her chest was shouting at one of the sailors. From what he picked up, she was the captain here. If Roland's memory was correct, then she had moved up in the world. Previously, she was only the first mate. This meant that either the old captain had retired or had died, and she inherited the ship from him. This also brought back the sexual harassment part of the voyage from before. The woman had a thing for younger men and was quite pushy. Luckily, she didn't go too far, and he was able to spend the trip to Albrook without getting assaulted. It seemed that he would need to put himself under the line of fire again, but perhaps she had matured with age just as anyone else would. "Excuse me, I've heard that you are accepting passengers. I wish to go to Vita if that's possible." While the sailors started unpacking, he didn't wait to ask the question. If it turned out that the ship would sail to Vita, he would need to alter his plans. With the captain just standing there, it was the best way of getting information. "Who do we, Ave here, an adventurer?" "He wants to sail on me ship." Roland was a large man, and the armor only made him bulkier. The dark robe that he was hiding it under made him look like he was looking for trouble. For this reason, he went against one of his rules and decided to not walk around with his helmet on. Instead, he just covered his face with the hood, but when in close proximity, his face could be clearly seen. "Yes, how much will it cost? Ye be in luck, young scallywag. 'Twon't cost ye that much." For some reason, when the woman caught a glimpse of his face, she started smiling. Yet this was not the worst part, as suddenly he heard a high-pitched scream coming from the ship, which was followed by someone jumping down from it. What he spotted were two young women quite similar to the captain in appearance and upper assets. "Big sis, wha are ye grinnin' about? Let me see. Wha ye two doin' shoutin' about?" The two homed in on the conversation that he and the ship captain were having and surrounded him from all sides. Their gazes were focused on his partially covered face and his shiny armor. "Am I in danger?" "Hey, not bad. Haven't I seen ye somewhere afore?" "No, it must be your imagination." Roland shifted himself to the side while trying to hide his face. His decision to not wear his helmet caused an old acquaintance to ask some questions. It turned out that the woman that was this ship's captain was someone that he had a run in a few years ago. She was looking at him in a funny way while licking her lips, and this was not the only problem. "I big sis, can I ave this one? He be kind o' me type." In the past, the woman had tried luring him into his cabin, which he refused. Then there was an even greater problem of her having multiplied. Previously, he only had to deal with only one strange pirate lady, now there were three of them. They were clearly sisters that weren't that much apart from each other in age. Perhaps after the oldest became the captain, she lured her siblings into the trade. One of these sisters was now leaning against his shoulder and grinning like some pervy old man. Even without asking, he knew where this was going, and if he took the ship, then the trip would probably be somewhat uncomfortable. "Nah, fair, ye looted the last one. It's me turn now." For some reason, no one was asking for his opinion. It was as if it was a given that he would consent to whatever they were feeling. Roland decided to leave the two pirate-like ladies to their fight while focusing on the ship's captain. She was still the decision-maker, and it was still safer to go by ship. "Excuse me, see, he likes me more. Can not compete wit your cap'n? No, I just want is the ship leaving." The captain seemed somewhat happy that he came over to her. It seemed that these three sisters liked to compete for the attention of the male passengers. For some reason, they weren't that interested in the sailors around them. Besides these three, all the other people here were rugged men. Roland's frame wasn't that much different than of the sailors, but his face wasn't as rugged, and his skin was more fair compared to the tanned men of the sea. "We be leavin' in about a week, but I wouldn't mind if you join me in me cabin tonight. I'll have to pass on that. Well, ye be no fun. If ye change your mind, ye know where to find me. Till then, ye'll ave tea wait. The shipment that we needs tea grab won't be dockin' for a few days." Roland already knew that only when the ship was about to leave would he be able to pay for the trip. Until that day came, he would need to remain here in this city. While the cult problem was unresolved, this was the safest place to be. Solaria's church was here along with a prominent noble house. With so many soldiers, knights, and adventurers, even the cult would not be able to storm the city. "This doesn't mean that I can just relax. Where are ye goin', handsome? Why don't we grab some rum at the tavern?" While walking away, one of the younger sisters tried yanking him towards the city. After shaking her off, he backed away and headed back. The women seemed maddened by the fact that they were rejected, but soon they turned towards some other men that were going down from the station ships. It seemed that they were just itching to get drunk and party. Having fun was not on his mind. He needed to stay here for almost an entire week if he wanted to take the ship towards Vita. Before leaving the docks, though, he paid another visit to the information booth. Perhaps some other ships were leaving sooner, and if a problem arose, he could take them instead. Nothing is going towards Albrook. I'm really unlucky to come at this time. It seemed that all the ships were unloading cargo at this time, and the earliest he could leave was in 4 days. Even then, the ship was leaving to the other side of the island, and the one after it was going towards the mainland. Apparently, there was some angry sea creature spotted lately which was blocking the way. A group of ships was forming to clear it out, but it would also take a few days for them to complete the mission. What should I do for an entire week? There was not much for him to do here, but twiddling his thumbs was not something he wanted to do. For someone that didn't need that much sleep, spending a whole week doing nothing would be mind-numbing. He had repaired his armor's runes already, and the rest of his equipment didn't suffer that much damage. Even his runic rod only needed to get bent back to shape. Maybe I should go to the church and get some elixirs. Wish I could get my hands on an Empyrean crystal. The cult was still on his mind, and the best way to counter their corruption was divine energy. He had witnessed firsthand how a divine blade made from aura could cause the strange parasitic creatures to turn to vapor. Regretfully, he was not someone that could mimic divine energy. It was a skill locked behind worshipping classes. Yet there were ways of storing this energy. One of such items was called an Empyrean crystal. It had various shapes and sizes. Depending on the divinity, it could even turn black to produce evil energies that demons craved. This crystal was able to store the energy that he required to counter the dark ritual. With its help, he might even be able to use divine skills if he managed to decode them with his runic eyes. From the literature that he read, it was stated that these crystals formed by absorbing holy energies from their surroundings. This could be achieved in many ways. One of them was actually a secret of the church that was able to produce these items. People theorized that after performing healing miracles, the divine mana that was released was being absorbed by something that would later become an Empyrean crystal. These would then be used in the production of various holy items, even weapons like swords. Would be nice if I could just emulate the divine energy with only my runes. Going to the church every time will drain my coffers quickly. Roland gave out a sigh while looking into his purse. He needed to get some supplies like mana potions and health potions. Then he needed enough for food and the ship fare. This didn't leave much for him to buy an elixir that could cure curses on the fly. They were one-time use items that could put a person in department quite fast. Back in Albrook, the church was not advanced enough to produce any, but here in Rika, he should be able to get one vial for the road. Thus, for the time being, he decided to go through the city. While he had gotten some supplies for his trip, he was hasty. Now, with more time on his hands, he could go through the list slower. First, he visited the Church of Celeria. While he was interested in getting his hands on some elixirs, this was not his only reason to go there. With the cultists buzzing around, there could be some information that he could receive there. So this is the church. It makes the Albrook one look like a little shrine. This temple created for worshipping the sun goddess could be seen from outside the city gates. It stood at the same height as the castle that belonged to the Lord and was probably founded by the noble himself. People took religion very seriously in this world, and nobles liked to be in good graces with the high priests from the church. With deathly curses being a reality, they could assure themselves a quick checkup from a high-level priest if a need ever arose. It looked more like a large cathedral than a church. In the front there were 2 large towers, and between them was the entrance. The large stairs led up to it, and the circular window with stained glass above it was fashioned to look like the sun. Above this window, he could see a statue of a woman that resembled what the people here believed Celeria to look like. Roland wasn't sure if these gods really existed or were just a representation of some skills. To his knowledge, this representation of Celeria was created after some pope used some powerful skill that apparently summoned the god to aid them against some demon in the past. Was it an actual god, or was it just some summoned creature similar to the ones summoners could call down, was the question. No one was stupid enough to call the believers out on their gods. The worshippers were lunatics in Roland's eyes, but even he could not deny the existence of supernatural creatures. He was proof of something outside his understanding existing, as he came to this world from another world, and was now able to produce magical arts that went against everything he had learned there. It looks quite busy. Is it normal for that many church knights to be here? The first thing that he noticed was a group of armored knights that looked similar to the ones that he met when escaping the forest. They were just standing around the whole church as if they were expecting something to happen. People were still coming in and donating money. The side that he entered was meant for the merchants and nobles. Perhaps this is normal. Roland wondered if the cult activities were the reason for a large number of church knights here, or if it was just due to not wanting the commoners, with no money to venture through this entrance. A far smaller chapel existed on the other side, through which the less fortunate could get their prayers answered. This didn't sit too well with him, as they were clearly segregating the people by class. The place was covered in silver and gold patterns. The large windows were created to allow the natural sun to illuminate the whole area. Then there were a few statues of their goddess, along with some angels similar to the Valkyries from his past life. With the help of his mana sense, he could feel that there was a high concentration of divine mana in this place, a lot more than he was used to in the other churches he visited. But he was not here to admire the nice architecture. What he wanted was to get a cheap elixir to help him with any potential curses that awaited him in the future. After a few glances, he noticed a side room with a few Solarian nuns that were doing just that. They had shelves lined with various concoctions, one pricier than the other. "I wish to buy a divine elixir that works against curses," praised the sun. The nun welcomed him, and after presenting him with a few options, he was quickly done with his purchase. It was quite surprising how well-trained these acolytes were at peddling their wares. He needed to constantly be on guard as they tried pushing the higher potency potions on him to make more money. Some things definitely got them spooked. Could they be expecting the cult to make a move? His reconnaissance mission was over, and he discovered a few things. The number of soldiers was concerning. Were they just being cautious, or were they preparing for war? If they were expecting a large number of cultists to appear soon, this would explain the tight shift they were running. The amount of divine mana was also telling him a story. He knew that those squiggly worms could not survive long when exposed to them. Perhaps if an infected walked into this church, their affliction would become obvious to the priests here. Lorena didn't explain much about them, but it does seem that those buggers can lie dormant in a person for a while. If someone started getting a headache and dropping down to the floor, it could be one sign of being corrupted. But could those bugs affect the host's brain before becoming active? Would they do something if the person decided to go to a church filled with energies they disliked before it happened? After discovering that the church was on high alert, Roland went on towards the vendor stalls with dried food and water. There was not much that he required to survive, and beef jerky was enough to last him for weeks. Due to Elodia's good cooking, he had been spoiled slightly, but this didn't mean that he couldn't survive on dried meat for months. Well, this is problematic. I didn't expect them to be so wary. What's problematic? Huh. While mumbling some words, he heard a familiar voice. It was a halfling along with 3 other adventurers that he thought he ditched after completing his mission. He was now in a restaurant. Spending the day walking around the city and getting supplies was quite tiresome in heavy armor like this. "We meet again, it might be fate," said Dalrek while making himself at home at the empty table Roland was occupying. "Fate my ass. This place just has the cheapest food from this area. We were bound to run into each other," said Orson as he sat down next to his dwarven comrade. Even Griselda was here. She only nodded while sitting down next to him as if it was the most normal thing to do. "What's with the long face?" "Oh, I forgot. It's just how your face is." Senna was the last one to sit between the two groups. It was as if she was the mediator between the gold-rank adventurers and the silver-ranked ones. As always, Roland remained mostly silent, but their company wasn't as uncomfortable as he remembered. Perhaps he was slowly growing accustomed to other people, but this didn't mean that he wasn't thinking about just walking out the door when they started acting stupid. "So, did you decide on your next destination? If not, how about you come with us to the dungeon? We could use a mage like you in the team." Senna spoke up while the others called over a waitress to bring them some food. This was not a surprising proposal, as he was already a gold-rank adventurer. People of his rank would have an easy time finding work as they were proved specialists with one foot in the Tier 3 region. "You want me to join your party? Interested? We'll give you a good deal. You might be a gold rank, but I and the boys will join you there soon too." The others smiled as it was the truth. If they stayed in this city and trained in the dungeon, they could probably reach level 100 in a short time. Then a full party of 5 gold adventurers could be created to challenge harder dungeons like the super dungeon that this island was famous for. It was not such a bad deal as he already knew these people. Forming teams wasn't only about the number of levels each adventurer had, there always needed to be some trust involved. This could be created in various ways, but some reassurance that a person would backstab you during a dungeon expedition was needed for a long-lasting party. The longer a party lasted, the easier fighting monsters became, as with teamwork came improvement. "I will have to decline. I need to return to Albrook." "You do? What does Albrook have that the city doesn't?" "The women are better, the alcohol is miles apart, and even the dungeon here is a C+." This time Orson answered. This city was clearly superior, but Roland had another life there. Adventuring was only his side job to fall back on if something went wrong with his shop and to get stronger. "Wayland is just playing hard to get. Leave the talking to me." Senna, on the other hand, grinned after hearing his reply. From Roland's perspective, the halfling had probably mistaken his motives. He wouldn't be surprised if she thought that he only wanted more money. With being a mage class holder, he would easily be able to join proper gold rank teams that were already established. Yet before he was able to receive the sales pitch, something happened. What was that? From the distance, he could hear people shouting at something. Those shouts were followed by a strange, low-pitched howl. He was clearly not imagining things, as everyone turned their faces to where the commotion was coming from. By Solarius tits, what the hell was that? Orson called out while grasping his ears. The strange sound made the entire restaurant shake with the people inside. The windows were shattered along with dust being pushed into the building as if an explosion went off outside. Roland, on the other hand, was fast to grab the helmet that he had attached to his hip and put it back on. Quickly, he activated his radar to see if there were some problems in the vicinity, yet due to the large number of nearby people, it was hard to make out anything. The only thing that he could confirm was that there weren't any monsters in the vicinity. That sound came from far away, commented Senna, that had begun to move towards the shattered window to peek out. The others, along with Roland, weren't far behind her. While they all were armed, none of them chose to pull out their weapons just yet. They were still in a large city filled with soldiers. If there was a problem with some terrorists, then it was up to them to protect the people and not the adventurers. There is nothing there. Where did that sound come from? Griselda asked while being confused. It wasn't only them. Most of the people that were in this restaurant decided to look outside. There they only saw some people holding their ears while getting up from the ground. It didn't seem that it was a magical attack, as there was no damage in the vicinity. The only clue was the strange howling sound that caused some of the windows to shatter. Something is coming. Cover your ears. Senna shouted out, which made Roland activate a protective barrier of blue mana. While it was meant to defend against physical and magical attacks, it would also work against shockwaves produced by sound. He made it in the nick of time as another strange sound wave connected with the surroundings that shattered all the windows that had remained intact previously. The hell is that coming from? Is it outside of the city? No, it's coming from the sea. Orson cried out while grimacing as he didn't have a mana shield protecting his eardrums. Just as he said, the sounds were coming from a faraway location, and judging by the destination, it was coming from where the city port was. Yet buildings were covering their view from seeing further. Is someone attacking the port? Who would be dumb enough to do that? Dalrak commented while scratching his beard. The city wasn't small, and it probably had a large force of soldiers and Tier 3 class holders protecting it. Unless it was a large force of invaders, they would not be able to survive the counterattack. Could someone be setting off bombs as a distraction? Orson proposed a solution that was plausible but not very probable. That doesn't sound like bombs, and it's coming from beyond the port. Could a sea monster have appeared by the coast? Roland added his 5 cents, as the strange sounds could be signs of a monster battle. It wasn't odd for ships to be equipped with large cannons and magical weapons that could kill huge monsters. Though the ships used various ways of hiding away from large monsters from time to time, if one appeared, it needed a full subjugation team to take it out. Strange, wouldn't there be some information about it being sighted? Would they be able to assemble a battleship big enough to create these loud explosions? He didn't like it. The whole thing was suspicious, and it also seemed that the sounds were getting closer and more frequent, which was probably about to cause some panic. Without enough information, he could not make the right decision. He needed to get to higher ground and see what was happening. Wait here, I'll go check. Senna had apparently the same idea as Roland, as she quickly jumped out the window and headed for a large clock tower that wasn't that far. He decided to follow the halfling, and even though he could not just climb the building from the outside like she was doing, there was the usual way of doing it. Thus, after quickly running up some stairs and ladders, he found himself high enough to see what was happening. The moment he got up there, he had to activate the mana shield for another incoming shockwave. What he saw made his jaw drop, as the various howls and explosions were not actually happening at sea level, but up in the sky. He had read about flying technology in this world, magical islands that ignored the laws of gravity. Oh, you're here, Wayland. Yeah, isn't that it does look like a Solarian galley, but what is that worm thing around it? What both Senna and Roland were seeing was a battle between a flying ship and some kind of monster. First, the ship was flying the Sun Religion's flag, which was a dead giveaway to which faction it was associated with. It was quite long and made from some shiny goldish metal that could perhaps be orichalcum. To the sides, it had something that looked like wings, but one of them was being shoved to the side by some black worm thing. The creature had no eyes, only a huge mouth with a plethora of teeth at the front. Its body was around 3 times as long as the ship it was chasing. This long body was pitch black with various tentacles, with some sorts of spikes that were concentrated closer to where that toothy mouth was. How it was able to traverse the skies was a mystery, as it clearly had no wings helping it glide. Wait, what is that? With the help of his helmet, he was able to zoom in on the fight that was taking place. He was focused on the flying monster worm that was thrashing its tentacles around while shaking itself off from the flying ship. Roland could barely see something akin to thick straps made from some dark material. Wait, is there a cabin strapped to that monster's back? I can't really make it out. Oh, so you can tell. Oh right, you have your spells. That's probably where the tamer is. You can tame a huge monster like that. It must be an exceptionally high-level tamer, or perhaps it's a summoned creature. Senna gave him an idea of what this could be, but this also raised a lot of red flags. The battle in the sky was continuing, and the direction they were going was not the city but the forest where the cult's relic was hidden. After putting one and one together, Roland realized what this was about. Did the cult send this creature? It might be. Senna was of the same mind as she nodded. Both of them looked at the continuing battle that was now changing. The ship started using its side cannons to pelt the monsters with some magical spells. Even though the creature was taking some damage, it was quickly regenerating the missing limbs that it used as projectiles. This doesn't look good. It might be better to leave this damn city before it's too late. Roland nodded at the comment as the sky battle was slowly getting further and further away from their location. This was not something at the level of gold-ranked adventurers. Anyone that was not a Tier 3 class holder would probably be nothing but a meat shield. He could only speculate about the flying ship and why it was there. The relic in the forest was quite large with more length than width. The ship was somewhat longer as well. The church was probably intending to transport the runic device to a safer location. The cult must have quickly reacted by sending this monstrosity to destroy the flying vessel. The fight in the clouds wasn't the only chaotic thing that was happening. At this very moment, Roland felt a spike in mana coming from the direction of the church. An actual radiant barrier of bright orange appeared around the whole building. The source seemed to be coming from inside, and it was clearly an effort against any corrupted creatures that could appear. Shit could those cult bastards have gone through with it. The cat was out of the bag for the cultists. Roland had convinced himself that the cult that liked to perform their tasks silently wouldn't just go all out against the church here. It would be more logical to wait to gather more information before going nuclear. Even if the church was sending a flying ship, they could have intercepted it when it was transporting the relic in a more favorable location. Now when they have revealed themselves, the church would do everything in its power to stop them. Probably more flying ships and more holy knights would be arriving soon. With that many opponents on the horizon, there was only one way of holding them back. Hey W, what's wrong with you? GHHHH. While thinking about the worst possible scenario, he started hearing a strange moaning sound coming from below. Some people were down on their knees and holding their heads. Their screams filled the streets as the transformation started taking place. Strange tendrils started shooting out from their ears and eyes as the abyssal larvae were activated. Shit, what's happening to those people? Is that some type of zombification? Senna asked while focusing her gaze on the large number of the afflicted. Their heads were taking a grotesque appearance while their skin turned a pale gray. The sounds of their skulls bursting and bones being reallocated was truly disgusting. Even if he wanted to help them, it was already too late. In No Getaway, what are these things run? People were screaming as the monsters appeared. The corrupted retained their humanoid shape from the neck down, but then turned into pulsating masses of flesh and waving tentacles. One of these tentacles was a lot longer and had something resembling a scythe blade attached to it. This one-bladed appendage was clearly its means of attacking, and while the main body was quite slow, the tentacles were moving at quite the rapid pace. Abyssal Spine Eater. L62. The streets quickly turned chaotic as people started running for their lives. The monsters that just hatched had various levels and iterations. Some of the tentacles were thicker and more robust, and were probably due to the larvae having more time to grow. These creatures were no joke, as anyone below Tier 2 would not be able to stand a chance. Hey Wayland, stop spacing out, we must go. Ah yes. Roland nodded as this was not the time to be gawking at what was happening below. The populace turning into monsters could only be the start of it. Perhaps they were only meant to distract the Inquisitors from the relic, but this didn't mean that a more dangerous foe couldn't appear again. He was reminded of the Tier 3 ball of tentacles they faced in the forest. If these creatures could combine into a stronger form was possible. Why is my luck so bad? After coming to this city, he had hoped to leave his troubles behind. He was not expecting the cultists to go through with a plan like this in broad daylight. They seemed more of the silent killer types that would try doing their business away from the regular populace seeing them. But they certainly weren't hiding now. The illusory relic must have been important enough for them to alter their plans. Roland and Senna were lucky enough to have gone up the old clock tower. There weren't many people in it, and on the way down they didn't run into any opposition. Only when they arrived at the last floor did the fighting start. I shouldn't use spells too much. I might hit the civilians. This was not a dungeon where he could indiscriminately pelt monsters with a large number of spells. He was in possession of deadly force that could easily go through buildings and kill the people that were hiding inside. This was not something that he wanted to have on his conscience. Thus, for the time being, he decided to use the sword and shield that didn't find much use in the previous encounters. His shield had various rune patterns on the inside, with a glistering outer shell. On the outside, there was also a golem eye for whenever he needed to see what was going on when protecting his head. The shield had been banged up after the run-in with the cultists in the forest, but he had managed to mostly repair it while traveling back. His first opponent made itself known by a strange screeching sound coming from its tentacle head. It had one large long whip-like tendril with a blade attached to it, which was swinging in random directions around its body. The creature was blocking the path outside while approaching a woman that was grasping a child. While Roland didn't see himself as the heroic type, he could not just let a mother holding her child be eaten by some monster. He quickly activated his runic armor to augment his agility so that he could swiftly place himself between the two parties. This was just in the nick of time as the bladed tentacle shot out for the woman's head. Instead of colliding with flesh, it hit a blue shield of mana that was surrounding his shield. The moment the blade collided, Roland could feel his wrist straining slightly. The monster before was only level 70, but its power was no joke. Yet the moment the appendage bounced back, he stepped in quickly. His sword was quick to aim for the fleshy part, as he sliced the monster's only way of attacking. A black fountain of blood shot out from the severed tentacle while the creature backed away. Its way of walking was very uncoordinated, which made it a very easy target for the slaying. Thus, while the fleshy blade was flopping around on the ground, Roland continued with his assault. The runic blade that he was holding started glowing red, and its blade was surrounded by mana of the flame variety. With his flaming hot blade, he performed a basic slash that was aimed at the monster's neck. While it tried using the other softer tentacles to protect itself, they were far too mushy. Roland didn't feel much resistance after cleaving right through the monster that quickly dropped down to the ground. It does look like the head is the weak spot, but to be on the safe side, Roland recalled a phrase from an old zombie movie that he once watched. It was always better to perform a secondary attack on these types of creatures with regenerative powers. The name of this monster also bothered him, so while the monster did a flop forward, he stuck his flaming blade into its spine. Ga hhhhh. The moment he did, a bunch of smaller tentacles shot out as if they were trying to push his sword out. Yet before they could do anything, they were consumed by the magical flames and quickly suffered a critical hit. Only when he received a message from the game-like system did he relax. Yet this was not over yet. This was only the first of the many enemies that awaited him outside. What were his options here? With the city in a state of chaos, there wasn't much he could do. He could either try to escape to a safe location or attempt to get out of the city. Should I try going to the docks, or is it too late? His old plan of taking the ship out seemed to be in shambles, but depending on the time, he might be able to make it out. The whole place would be in chaos, so the ship captains would probably attempt to leave as soon as possible. These monsters didn't look like they could swim either. There was an option of seeking help at the church or the noble district, but it was very slim. The church had surrounded itself with a holy shield that might not be accessible to the common folk. The sturdy walls and gates at the noble district would be a good defensive position too, but he was convinced that they would not let an adventurer like him inside, which left the docks as one option, and then the other would be to abandon the city. "Hey Wayland, help me out here, we need to go help those 3 idiots or they might die." His deliberation was interrupted by Senna, who was peeking outside. While he could try going through the city alone, he would need to abandon the small party he was involved with. By himself, he might be able to slip through the streets faster, but in a larger group, it was always a bit safer. "No, stay away." An old man was trembling while a strange humanoid creature that seemed to be missing a head was approaching him. This creature's head was a mass of squiggly tentacles, with one being much larger with a sharp claw-like appendage at the tip. "The hell are you doing just sitting there?" The monster swung its thick rope-like tendril toward the old man that just froze in place. Luckily for the man, the attack was bounced back by a large sword that belonged to an adventurer. This man was not alone, as a dwarf was right to the side and ready to pierce the monster's head with a halberd while it was distracted. "These shits are annoying. Why are there so many of them?" There was a third member of this small party, a large woman that was using a big axe to cleave another one of these creatures in half. These monsters had just appeared all over the place, even in the restaurant these 3 were staying. This event sparked widespread panic as everyone was running for their lives. "This must be related to the cult. They look similar to that thing we saw in the village." Orson, who delivered another attack on the downed monster, shouted. While the humanoid creatures with tentacles for heads weren't an exact copy of the abyssal abomination they had seen in the village, the structure of their floppy appendages was somewhat similar. The group of adventurers also knew about the head parasites and were able to make an informed conclusion. Is this what happens when you get infected by they bugs? Darlak looked at the defeated monster and how its head started dissolving into a dark goop. This was quite similar to what happened to the monster Lorina defeated, which supported his claim. Where did Senna and Wayland run off to, and why does this shit keep happening whenever we are around him? Orson clicked his tongue while remembering the fiasco in the mines where he almost lost his life. Their life after that encounter wasn't nearly as deadly until they had a run-in with Roland once more. Now, after the third fiasco took place, the two-handed swordsman was starting to believe that his old acquaintance was cursed. "How about you stop whining like a little girl and kill some monsters instead?" Griselda shouted from the side while deflecting a bladed tentacle from another monster. All three of them had gone outside the restaurant, as some patrons had turned into these strange abyssal creatures. To not be stuck in a confined space with beings that flailed their strange appendages at high speeds, they decided to jump outside through the window. Now they were fighting for their lives along with some soldiers and other close-by adventurers. They went "Tea that clocked her. Tease nay far should we go there or wait for a mare. Let's move, it's better than sitting here and waiting for the monsters to surround us," Orson replied, while helping Darlak get rid of the abyssal spine-eater. While they had left the restaurant to not be boxed in, the outside space wasn't that much better. There were a few options, and one of them was to rendezvous with their other party members to bolster their forces. "Have you two made up your mind? I don't care, we can just stay here. These bastards aren't that hard to kill." Their barbarian friend didn't seem that impressed with the quality of the opponents she was facing. They were all below level 100 and didn't pose that much of a threat. Yet soon enough she would realize that the individual strength of these creatures was not what they should worry about. Wait, what are those things doing? While looking towards the clock tower where Senna and Roland disappeared, the group of three noticed a peculiar scene unfolding. Even though soldiers and adventurers were trying to protect the non-combatants, it was impossible. Some of them were being devoured by these abyssal spine-eaters. What Orson had noticed was a larger group of about 10 feasting on the flesh of others. Their tentacles slid into the dead bodies, which soon after started drying up as if their vitality was leaving them. The thick tendrils that were performing this absorption technique started getting bigger and wider as if the monsters gained more strength. This was followed by a visible increase in the size of those abyssal spine-eaters. Those things are they evolving. Evolution was something that happened to monsters when they reached a certain level threshold. It was a slow process that was akin to leveling classes, but without the troublesome need of buying a class up a crystal or passing a trial. There were certain laws that governed them, but for some reason, these creatures were breaking the logic of this world by reaching smaller evolutions. The gruesome act continued to unfold before the group of adventurers. It was as if these monsters realized that they would not be able to win against people of the races gathered here. Instead, they all flocked to one location where the pile of corpses was increasing. Their monstrous heads were covered with strange appendages sunk into all that meat. More and more of the strange beings appeared and practically tossed themselves into this ball of gore. They were devouring not only the dead people but each other as well, forming something more dastardly and similar to what the three adventurers remembered from their visit to the village. "Shit, we must leave." I, Dalrak, and Orson were in agreement. The creature that was forming there was not something they would be able to handle. It was similar to the abomination that now haunted their nightmares. Even if it was only a lesser evolved variant, it wasn't something they could easily combat in this open street where it could absorb more people to heal itself. "Wait, what's that under the thing? A magic circle." Before they decided to jump back, they noticed that there was a glowing circle with strange glowing runes under the monster. While they were not magically inclined, they had seen some lesser mages perform similar feats. When aiming for a wide area attack, a mage could construct a circle from far away and it would appear on the ground before the spell took shape. "Hey, it took you long enough. Are you two done with your honeymoon? Shut your trap, you drunk bastard." Orson smiled as he noticed a certain halfling hanging from the side of a nearby building. It was clear to him to whom the magical circle belonged. With the absence of any chance, it was obvious who the mage performing this spell was. The magic circle that was blue in color started shifting to orange and then quickly became red. The temperature surged around the area as a pillar of condensed flames appeared from within. The flames burst upwards while quickly changing into the shape of a twister. The creature that was not formed gave out a wail of pain that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Its tentacles started flailing around in every direction, causing widespread damage, but the spell continued to burn. Orson, along with Dalrak, had to cover their faces as the storm of fire expanded in scope while producing tremendous wind. Roland stood there with his sword back in his scabbard. It was replaced by the spell staff that allowed him to perform some spells faster. Senna, along with him, had returned to the restaurant to search for their friends only to encounter more of those strange monsters. They didn't pose much of a problem for them, but were certainly too much for the confused guards and commoners to handle. After taking out a few, they arrived where Orson and the others were. While the group of three seemed to be fine, there was a large problem. The abyssal spine-eaters were fusing with each other and mutating. He was able to use his identification skill to analyze the creature's name. The thing had not fully formed when he arrived at his destination. Roland had seen the Tier 3 version in action, but even a lesser variant was probably deadly. The mass of tentacles wasn't forming as hastily as the one back at the village, and it would not be able to finish the transformation. Thus he decided to apply one of his runic spells. The spell he was using was called Firestorm. It was created by combining fire and wind runes together. By feeding it more air, the flames would be riled up and forced to circulate around the targeted area to increase the temperature. If it was possible then, he would choose to use a divine spell to which these monsters were susceptible to. Yet without any current knowledge, he went with the closest thing to it, fire. There was a reason why people in this world decided to burn evil beings, as besides the holy element, it was good at cleansing abyssal creatures like this one. Normally, this high tier 2 spell would require a mage that specialized in 2 elements before being created. Roland, on the other hand, could go around all the requirements with his runes. The only drawback was the increase in mana usage and drop in power compared to the original version. Yet these he was already circumventing by having various skills that raised his MP and increased the damage of runic spells cast by him. Guo, the monster, was burning up before his eyes. It had sealed its fate by deciding to mutate right then and there. At this stage of its evolution, it could not move or evade the powerful spell that continuously burned that dark flesh. Its weak point that was somewhere on the inside of that disgusting body was not as hard to pinpoint as with the tier 3 version of this monster. Thus soon enough the flailing tendrils halted in mid-air and dropped to the ground. Damn, is it dead? Yeah, it's dead. Are you sure? Won't it regenerate like the one in the village? No, I'm sure it's dead. Roland looked towards Orson that was inching towards the lesser abyssal abomination. After being burned to a crisp, its body started dissolving into a dark liquid that was similar to a slime's. It seemed that the creature was similar, but was able to keep a more fleshy form than its common slime counterpart. Is everyone okay? Aye. Before continuing further, he glanced at the 3 adventurers. They didn't seem injured in any way, just out of breath after the sudden battle. All the monsters in this area had swarmed towards one location, which made it easy to destroy them with one well-placed spell, but this battle was not over. These things, hey Waylon, what are you doing? We need to get out of here. How about we go to the guild? I'm sure those monsters won't be able to get in there easily. Senna shouted out towards him while he approached one of the defeated monsters. This one's head was now just a puddle of black goop, but the host's clothes and body were still somewhat there. When going through the city, he had noticed something. A lot of these monsters were wearing gear that was sold at the Adventurer Guild. It was clear to him that it was all due to the village that the Abyssal cult had taken over. These poor bastards had probably gone through escort missions and been infected by the larvae. I don't think that the guild is safe. The whole merchant district is probably infected. What do you mean? Think about it, you've seen that village. He had probably been there for many months, maybe even for years. How many people did they infect? This whole city might be done for. We need to leave. Senna was shocked as her idea to go towards the Adventurer Guild was shot down. If Roland was right, then those monsters had already burst forth inside of the guild, and a massive battle was taking place there. The merchants that traveled through that place always took a large gathering of soldiers and travelers with them. Shit, where should we go then? To the church? Orson asked while looking around nervously. Even though they had managed to defeat the monsters here, they could hear people screaming in the distance. Fires were burning and other battles were taking place. The city guards had their hands full, and if they weren't fast, the monsters would start mutating. I'm not sure if the church will let anyone in. We should probably leave the city by ourselves, Senna said, and Roland just nodded in agreement. That radiant shield was still around the church. It was clear that they were more concerned about their own safety. The protective barrier would probably keep the priests and church safe, but deactivating it to let people inside was not something the church was willing to do. Their priority was to keep their assets safe and not the people of the city. That's fine with me, let's just go. Wait, you idiot, do you even know where to go? Orson placed his sword over his shoulder and was about to step in a random direction before Senna stopped him. What is it now? You just said that we should leave. Go where? Do you know where the gate is? Do you think the soldiers will just let us out? What if we run into more of those monsters? You're annoying. If we run into them, we can just kill them. Orson smacked his chest as if he had it all figured out while Senna's eyes twitched. While Roland was keeping out of their argument, it was worrying. His mapping device was showing monsters everywhere. Some of the dots were larger and confirmed that some of them had started evolving. The problem was the lack of information. There was an unconfirmed number of these creatures here and it could get worse. What if more of those tier 3 tentacle things start spawning while the Golden Order was outside the city at the village? When he visited the church earlier, he could not see anyone above tier 2. His main worry was that all the strong combatants had left to secure the relic, leaving them with a lesser force. Will the city lord come out, or will he concentrate his forces on the noble district? He didn't even need to ponder this question, as he already knew the answer. There was no possibility of a noble ordering his forces to help the commoners. All the important figures lived in the rich district that probably was being attacked as well. Only when they had secured it would the noble troops start clearing out the lower districts, and the church would also probably only bunker up and wait. Does anyone of you know the layout of the city? No, it's the first time we are here. Roland posed the question to everyone, but he was left with shrugs and head shakes after Senna replied. The city was large, and there were probably ways of getting around it while minimizing the risks of being attacked. Shit, there is probably a way of reaching everything through the underground. A city like this must have a thieves' guild and underground tunnels to the key locations. Senna was a trickster, so he assumed that she might have been informed about Rika's thieves' guild. Without a proper guide, they would be forced to go through the monster-infested streets instead. Get off her, ye fucker, huh? During his deliberations, he heard a familiar voice that belonged to a woman that he had met in the morning. It was coming from behind the corner and was followed by a death groan of a monster. Wait, that voice, wasn't that? I be like a lot o' things, but I be na mighty into this kind o' play. A heavy rapier pierced through a monster's head while producing a loud banging sound. The moment the tip was buried in that mass of squiggly flesh, an explosion occurred. Various parts flew in all directions, covering a part of the person that had performed the attack in black ooze. Erg, I got some o' it on me boots. Big sis, wha shall we do? What do you mean we go tee the dock and get the out o' here? Sis, thar too many o' these things. 'Twon't be that easy. While a group of 3 pirate ladies were shouting between each other, a certain runesmith was watching. After clearing out the street before the monster spine eaters could form into an abomination, he overheard some shouting. To his surprise, it was the ship's captain that he met in the morning along with her 2 younger sisters. It seemed they had come to the merchant district to get some food just as he did, and were now getting surrounded by monsters. Name: Isabella. L126. Classes: T2 Swashbuckler L26. T2 Fencer L50. T1 Warrior L25. T1 Thief L25. After a quick analysis, it was clear that the woman was not someone that needed protection. Her sisters were below her at similar levels as Orson and Dalrak. The blade she was using brought some old memories back, as it was a similar weapon to the one the assassin used when Roland was young. By using a small explosive rune at the tip, it produced an explosion after piercing through the enemy's body. Yet she wasn't a pure fencer, which was indicated by the swashbuckler class. There was a certain lack of firearms missing in this world, which somehow diminished the usage of that class that got bonuses to sidearms like smaller crossbows. Instead, she was using a shorter blade that looked to be some kind of enchanted dagger. Hey Waylon, where are you going? Did you decide on a route or something? Before moving towards the next monster-infested street, he was halted by Orson and the rest of the group. While he might have not considered himself the leader, the rest of them did. After the incident in the village, everyone knew that he was the strongest member of the group. This was enough to put a person in a leadership position, even if they didn't want it. Perhaps, but first we need to help those 3 out. Roland pointed to the 3 sisters that were poking the monsters with their thrusting swords. Orson was pleasantly surprised when his gaze landed on the chest regions of the women that were there. Even before Roland gave out an order to attack, the 2-handed swordsman charged forth. My friend, you do have a keen eye. Hey, wait. It was impossible to stop the other adventurer from charging forward, as he already focused his eyes on the prize. The other 4 people there just glanced at each other while shrugging before moving into an attacking position. Roland, Darlak, and Griselda just charged behind him while Senna remained in the backline. After switching to his sword and shield combo, Roland began decapitating the nearby monsters. They were much too slow and weak. There was no reason to waste his mana on these sorts of mobs that he could easily slice in half. While conserving his energy, their group gained more and more ground. I ain't that the handsome scallywag from afore, one of the younger sisters called out after spotting Roland's characteristic armor. Soon enough, the group of 5 adventurers was able to push through the turned people. Orson was of course the first one from them to get there, and the women there could tell what he was mostly looking for. Do you lovely ladies need some help? Orson called out in his rugged voice while trying to smile, but his facial expression only confused the 3 pirate women that were there. Instead of replying to him, Isabella looked towards the armored man that was not far behind. You can thank me later after we get to your ship. Me ship. Yes, how about we make a deal? We help you get to your ship, and in return, you'll help us leave the city. There was no time to bat around the bush. The reason that Roland decided to help these 3 pirate women was for their ship. The other crew members were probably back at the docks as they were still unloading the cargo when the monsters appeared. This was a gamble, as the sailors could have decided to run away on their own without waiting for their captain. Then there was a second reason he approached the ship's captain. Even if she would not be able to get them out through the docks, there were other ways. This was related to her Tier 1 class of thief. A woman like her would probably have contacts in the Thieves' Guild in the cities they unload their wares. Thieves' guilds normally used a web of tunnels that were built underground in the city they occupied. The longer the guild remains there, the more places a person can reach through them. Considering that the cultists mostly targeted merchants and adventurers, the underground tunnels should be clear of that many monsters. It should be safer than going through these streets at least, but it's a gamble. Har har har. So that's why he wants, and here I thought Yejus couldn't forget about me. Isabella laughed at the reason that Roland gave her. The woman quickly turned towards the approaching monstrosities that even at this very moment were trying to mutate into stronger variants. The city soldiers were all over the place, but the number of these creatures was truly staggering. That doesn't sound like a bad deal. Good. Are you familiar with the layout of the city? Is there a safer way that could take us to the docks? It seemed that Isabella gave it a quick thought. Her gaze focused on the group of 5 adventurers, along with who looked to be their leader, Roland. Quickly the decision was made as she nodded. Hey, are you finished with your love talk? We need to go. These things are just multiplying and immune to poison. Senna tossed a dagger laced with some paralyzing poison toward one of the abyssal monsters, but it didn't slow it down at all. Instead, Griselda needed to cleave it down with her oversized axe. She made sure to turn to the halfling while grinning after the confirmed kill, which produced a frown on Senna's face. Yes, we are done. Roland replied while turning towards Isabella that looked at a building in the distance. Then she quickly pointed to it while speaking up. We needs to get in Thar. It was an unsuspecting pub that didn't stick out from the rest. Luckily, there weren't that many flailing tentacles blocking their way there, so the group charged forward without being reserved. The shouts and screams of many other people filled their ears, but in a situation like this, they needed to look out for themselves. Some time had passed since the transformation occurred, and most of the people had already fled. On the inside, as expected, they only encountered dead bodies of the unfortunate commoners and more black ooze. Behind that door, break it. Isabella, along with her 2 sisters, looked towards a door that was leading to the back room. Roland looked to the barbarian of the group that just nodded and quickly delivered a powerful kick to the locked door. The door frame buckled under the pressure and managed to stand tall. Even though it looked inconspicuous, it was made from quite the resistant wood. Can't you even break down one flimsy door? Move over and let a specialist do it. What the hell you on about, Pipsqueak? After a few more kicks, it was obvious that Griselda would not be able to just break it down that easily. Instead of using more power, Senna decided to step in. She pulled out a lockpicking kit quickly and went to work. Can you pick it? Who do you think I am? Just keep those bastards off my back, and I'll have this lock open in a second. Roland didn't know what was on the other side of that door. If they forcefully destroyed an entrance that led into the den of thieves, a trap could be activated. It would have been easy for him to blast it open with a strong enough spell, but if he triggered some kind of safety that blocked the rest of the way for them, it would be inconvenient. Let's just leave it to Senna for now. Help me guard the door. Griselda looked ticked off, but after Roland gave the order, she retreated to the back. The monsters outside clearly saw the party of 8 go into the building and gave chase. Luckily, they were quite clumsy in their basic form and didn't pose much threat from range. Glegg. Soon the door opened before them and revealed another room into which they all quickly dived into. After locking the entrance behind them, they continued to the lower level where the wine cellar was. Orson moved his sword to the side after not seeing any enemies while also speaking out. Is this really an entrance into the Thieves' Guild? I've always heard stories about them, but never been in one before. Inside the wine cellar was quite dark, but was quickly illuminated by a rudimentary spell produced by Roland. The 3 pirate ladies were quite surprised to see an orb of blue light floating out from his palm and sticking to the ceiling, but after seeing him use mana bolt spells, they also realized that he was a mage. Blast ye, Thar be no one on the other side. Thar best be a switch or something here. Help me find it. While the adventurers were looking around to see if no monsters were nearby, Isabella started knocking on an unsuspecting wall. This was probably the entrance to the thief-owned underground tunnels. Instead of a password, they were using a knocking code. Not surprisingly, there was no person on the other side. Did the thieves from this pub decide to abandon it for now? It wasn't that surprising that whoever was informed about this place decided to evacuate to a safe location. If they were unlucky, then the opening mechanism would only be accessible from the other side. In that case, going through the wall would require a lot of force. If we don't find the switch, can we just blow up the wall? It was already too late to turn back. Monsters probably had started going into the building they escaped in. If they turned around now, they would have to go through more tentacles than before or bunker up until the city guards got everything under control. I wouldn't recommend that. The tunnels might now last through an explosion, Isabella commented while patting down the walls and knocking on them. Sometimes places like this included hidden opening mechanisms. Thieves were occasionally lazy. One of them sleeping through their shift on the other side was probably not that uncommon. While everyone was looking around, Roland decided to do the same, but use his radar system instead. When using more mana, he could make it slightly more detailed and also increase the range. Just as he had predicted, the floor that they had left was slowly becoming infested with more monsters. The people from the merchant district would probably flee towards where the soldiers' presence was the highest and leave this place empty. Only when some semblance of order returned to the city would he be able to leave. This left the underground tunnels belonging to the Thieves' Guild the only way out. Let's see, could this be it? Did you find something, Wayland? Asked Senna as she was peeking around the corner. Give me a moment. Before giving an explanation, Roland activated the strengthening feature of his armor. With increased power, he started pushing his armored fingers into the brick wall. There was no time to find the hidden latch for the opening, and he had enough strength to just pry the bricks out forcefully. Oh, this should be it. I don't see any traps on it. You can go ahead and give it a yank. He nodded to Senna, who examined the lever and crank attached to it. This lever was meant for 2 hands and perhaps even for 2 people. With his boosted strength, though, he was able to make it spin, which then produced a cracking sound from the wall that Isabella pointed to. The grating sound that started coming from the wall was noticeable. The party of adventurers was vigilant. Dowrak placed his shield in the front and waited as the wall was being lifted up. There must have been some kind of pulley system in the wall through which Roland was now pulling the wall up. Luckily, after half of the tunnel behind the entrance became revealed, no monsters could be seen. There is no one there. The thieves either retreated to their guild or escaped outside the city. Senna commented after passing through the half-opened wall. With her short height, she was able to just walk through it, while everyone else needed to wait for Roland to pull it all the way up. Let's go then. If we be lucky, we'll be back at me ship in a jiffy. Isabella let some of Roland's party members check the tunnel for enemies before going in herself. Soon, everyone was going through while leaving Roland to hold the lever in place. It didn't have a locking mechanism. This would normally force him to sprint towards the entrance before the wall slammed down shut. I got it, Wayland. That is if he was alone. With Orson's and Griselda's help, he wouldn't have to. When he lowered the sliding wall slightly, both of them used their muscles to hold the entire thing up. To their surprise, even when done by both of them, the thick slab of rock was heavier than it looked. When Roland was passing by them, he noticed some strange looks he was receiving due to his surprising strength. Are you sure that you are a rune mage and not some kind of berserker? Orson asked right after dropping the wall behind Roland. Both he and Griselda were now slightly out of breath and wondering how one man was able to use a lever crank to pull this heavy wall up. Don't be silly. Let us continue. The faster we get to the ship, the quicker we will be safe. Let's go. Dowrak called out from the front as he took up the tanking spot. Next to him appeared a large barbarian lady with an oversized axe. Between them, Senna appeared. Her trap detecting skills would be quite useful when traveling through these tunnels. The 3 pirate women remained in the middle while Roland and Orson protected the rear from any potential surprise attacks. With this composition, they moved towards the uncharted territory. What waited for them there, no one knew. The shit is this. I was supposed to have some fun with the local girls, not be stuck in some shitty dump corridor. Have fun with the local girls. You mean the local whores? What's the difference? Orson spit on the floor while narrowing his eyes. There were no torches in this place, so it was hard to see what was ahead of them. The party of 8 people was slowly going through the underground passages, with only Roland's mage light as a source of illumination. Can you two be quiet? We don't know if this place is even safe. What if there are more of those strange monsters here? Senna commented while the eldest of the pirate sisters spoke out. Don't worry, those bastards shan't be able to get here that easily. All the entrances shall have been closed, and I bet everyone be juice, waitin' for it to blow over. While everyone was talking, Roland was sure to use his parallel thinking skill. Part of him was constantly looking at his radar, while another was paying attention to what was happening in front. Even though what Isabella said was true, this didn't mean that this place wasn't dangerous. Roland didn't voice his concerns, but he wasn't sure if these underground passages were truly safe. Considering that the cult had so many infected in the city, it wouldn't be surprising if they had some kind of secret base here as well. It would be quite bold of them to create one so close to a church worshipping the goddess of the sun. Am I overthinking this? Could they hide themselves from Tier 3 paladins and high priests in this city, but they weren't able to discover the infected? The Abyssal cult was a secretive bunch that certainly liked to hide away in the shadows. It was possible that they had ways of hiding from the church if they decided to infect this many people in a large city. Perhaps their big plan was to infest more of the populace before finally attacking when there were enough forces. Yet for such a thing to be feasible, they would need some kind of foothold. And what better foothold than a base in the city that they want to take over? Hey Waylon, you've been awfully quiet. Did you figure something out? No, let's just quickly head toward the docks and get out of here. You don't have to tell me twice. How much longer is this passage? Orson asked the question to Isabella that just smiled while replying. We be a riven at the market soon. Hope we can get some rum thar, me throat be gettin' parched. Don't get ahead o' yourself, Eve. Better ready your rapier. One of the sisters of the ship's captain that seemed to like alcohol was a bit excited when they were going from around the corner. If what they were telling was true, then they should arrive at the black market area after passing through another checkpoint. Well, shit. Yet after they went around the corner, instead of a door or some kind of passage, they run into some rubble. Roland, as usual, was looking at his radar to see if there were any monsters or humans behind this collapsed opening. His surprise, there was nothing that his device was picking up. That's strange, of course it's strange. Why would they collapse the entrance to the market? Are you sure that the black market is behind here? There are no life signs behind this rubble. Don't you think it's odd that there aren't any people at something important like the black market? Wayland is right. I can't sense anything either. Hey, dwarf, can we get through here? Senna turned to Dalrak, who as the resident dwarf had a keen eye for collapsed tunnels. Without needing much time, he moved towards the rocks and could quickly tell that the blockade wasn't deep. We should be able to get through here. Not many of the rocks have fallen. What are you all worried about? So what if there is no one there? Just makes it easier for us to pass. Orson smiled while moving towards the rubble, while others just looked at him funny. Yet even Griselda wasn't that worried as she decided to help her new party member with moving the rocks. With so many strong people here, it would be quite easy to clear out a path for them to pass through. Senna just looked towards Roland that wasn't sure what to make of this. It was clear to him that a place like the Black Market would be well protected. There should have been enough high-level bodyguards to kill a larger group of the monsters, that is if they weren't the ones that had turned instead. This left a few possibilities that they would probably figure out when getting to the other side. It could be that the merchants decided to instantly abandon the place when the monsters began appearing above ground. All of them could have already been outside the city at a safe location, and bringing down this wall was just a precaution to keep any potential threats from following them. Leave it to me, Roland replied while observing the dark corridor behind them. While going through this place, there were some forks in the road, so there was a chance of something appearing from behind as well. Luck was on their side though, as after about 15 minutes they were able to make a big enough hole for people to squeeze through. With some help from Roland's earth magic, the makeshift opening was strengthened so it wouldn't collapse. Wait here, I'll be right back. Be careful, lass. Dalrak moved to the side while Senna quickly jumped through the human-sized hole without much trouble. In such situations, it was up to the people with scouting-type classes to search the area. We have been steadily going deeper underground. They must have really wanted to evade detection. While waiting, Roland continued to think about the situation and if it was possible for them to get through this location without being attacked. The deeper a hiding place like this was created, the harder it would be for the authorities to detect it. Then there was a whole other issue with bribes. The nobles and church members could have been on the Thieves' Guild's payroll, which would not be that surprising. Everything comes down to money in the end. Shit, ye scared me. Stop shoutin', Christy, ye'll wake the dead wit, that voice. This time around it was the youngest of the three sisters that gave out quite the surprise screech. Ye, shut your mouth, girlie. Griselda wasn't amused as she inserted her little pinky into her ear that she took the shout with. Stop your yapping, we need to move, the coast is clear, so hurry up. Yeah, stop squeaking, pipsqueak. After Senna vanished through the opening, it was time to test the size of the hole out. Griselda moved in through first and was barely able to get her wide shoulders and muscular upper body through it. Hey, move your fat arse through faster. Roland could hear the halfling berating the large woman as her lower body also got momentarily stuck in the hole. With some help from the group and a firm push, she was able to land on the other side with the axe going through afterward. Dalrak, go next or those two might kill themselves. Fearing for Senna's health, Roland gave the order for the friendly dwarf to go first. For some reason, he seemed to be able to talk to both parties without getting any animosity in return. After he was through, the trio from the ship were next, and were then closely followed by Orson with a stupid grin on his face. It was clear that he was enjoying the view that he soon followed after. Roland was the last one to squeeze to the other side. Before turning around, he made sure to place one of the large boulders in the hole to block it. It didn't seem that they were being followed, so there was no reason to collapse the entrance once more. It was better to leave an escape route if some enemies came from the other side. Wayland, give me a moment. Without needing a clarification after Senna called out to him, 2 orbs of light were produced from each of his palms. One of them he threw up into the air. To no surprise, this black market had a high enough ceiling to accommodate the illuminating light. The other light source remained above his head to help him see the things closest to them. They really did leave, but yeah, they left in a hurry. With the help of the illumination spell, the whole area became bright. The first thing that he noticed was that this black market was a lot larger than the one back in Albrook. Along with the whole width, there were levels going below. They were standing on the top floor, and when looking down they could see a large open space. Roland felt as if he was standing in a large mall and looking down at the last floor that even with his spell was hard to make out. These stands were abandoned. Some of the items are still there. A black merchant left Thar loot behind. Isabella was surprised as everyone knew that black market merchants were penny pinchers by nature. They would rather get injured than give away their money or wares that they could later sell. Yet these stands were abandoned with some strange herbs, potions, and even knives riddling the floor. Yeah, those monsters were here, look at that. Senna pointed everyone towards the wall where they could see some strange singular claw marks. They would align with the sharp tentacle blades that the spine eaters were equipped with, but that was not the problem. If those creatures are here, where are the bodies? That's a good question, Orson. You get 5 points. Orson frowned at the jab from Senna, but only became more aware of the situation around them. Everyone was quick to pull out their weapons with the exception of 2. One was the trickster and the other the armored man that was scanning the whole area for enemies. You can relax for now. Even if there were monsters here they have left, I'd say that they'd probably went that way. Ooh, Wayland gets 50 points. The hell? Why do I only get 5 points? Cos, you're stupid. Comduni 2, new isn't th time for this. While Dowrek was de-escalating the fight between the two, Roland just looked in the direction of a certain large pathway. It was the most damaged one of them all. A lot of those claw marks were on the ground, and they continued to the inside. There were signs of them trying to collapse the entrance, but also of something pushing through which someone like Dowrek would probably notice as well. Where does that lead to? Call me Cap'n or Isabella, don't be a stranger now. Isabella frowned slightly while replying in a coquettish manner to Roland's question. It didn't seem that the woman was taking the whole situation as seriously as he did. Yet to keep it friendly, he decided to just go along with her. Then Cap'n, does that perhaps lead to the Thieves' Guild? It does. Have ye actually been here afore? No, it was just an informed guess, but I hope that's not the way that we have to go to reach the docks. Roland wanted to give out a sigh of relief, as things seemed to for once be in his favor. Even though there was an outbreak in this area, the monsters followed the thieves and merchants toward their main guild. This implied that most of the abyssal creatures would have gone that way, but it didn't exclude the possibility of them being in the other corridors. How the hell could those things ransack this whole place? What is that shitty thieves' guild doing? Orson shouted out while looking around. This is strange, the guild shouldn't be this weak. Senna brought up a good point. Something like a thieves' guild would be well protected with their guild master being a tier 3 class holder. Unless all of their enforcers were on some kind of secret mission, it was hard to believe that the tier 2 creatures could just go through the bodyguards and leave no bodies behind. Their absorption powers were known to everyone here, so it wasn't strange that there was nothing left behind in their wake. However, it wasn't that hard to defeat them for people below tier 3 to the point of no bodies being left behind. I agree, we should be careful, these monsters might be getting some help. Do you mean? Yeah, that's a possibility. What are you two talking about? That's why you only get 5 points. The hell? Senna and Roland exchanged nods while Orson's face became even more confused. Don't worry about it, let's just get out of here. Even though it's such a waste, Senna agreed with Roland that there had to be some kind of secondary abyssal cult presence besides the creatures here at play. There were a few possibilities, like part of the Thieves' Guild already being in their clutches, or a strong cultist hiding away somewhere as well. Then there also could be some kind of hiding place even further below. What the halfling was pouty about were all the black market items that were left behind. Even now she was shoving some of the expensive-looking wares into her spatial bag while going towards the tunnel leading to the docks. It wasn't different for Roland, as some of the strange potions that were here and there could prove beneficial in some way. There was no time. If they rested for too long, the things that left for the Thieves' Guild could return here. It would probably take hours to get through all these collapsed stands. It wasn't worth losing their lives over some money, or this was at least what was on Roland's mind. His new friends continued to look at the ground with more interest while picking up disregarded coins and items to check for their worth. Do we have to go? How about we just stay for 10 more minutes? I'm sure if we all contribute we can get a fine haul. No, Roland replied to Isabella's plea for booty. He already knew where the way towards the docks was, and he would drag the ship captain there if he had to. The light orb that was illuminating the ceiling soon popped thereafter, which made plundering the area a lot harder. Begrudgingly, everyone returned to the previous formation and continued down the next long corridor that should lead them to safety. I have a bad feeling about this place. Even though the claw marks vanished from view, there was something bothering him. For some reason, he felt like something was watching them, but whenever he glanced at his radar, he could not detect any nearby enemies. This didn't help, as he knew that the technology he was using wasn't perfect. There was always a chance that something could be affecting his radar, or that they found themselves in an illusion again. For this reason, he was constantly activating his debugging skill to see if any runes would appear, and his eyes were becoming strained. We be well nigh thar. See, I told ye that we could ave. Some members already had noticed that they were slowly moving back up and on the right track. Isabella started shouting and pointing towards the next fork in the road that was supposed to be the last one. This was an indication of a gathering spot, and all the tunnels here were probably all leading towards Thief Guild associated establishments like the pub they came from. Click, huh. However, before they could jump in joy, a strange sound appeared from behind. It was followed by a more clear sliding door noise akin to secret passages. Roland was in the backline along with Orson, so they could see the wall going up before their eyes. Wait, what are you? Before the door slid open, Roland stomped with his foot on the ground. His right leg started glowing, and this light was transferred to the ground. Orson was surprised by the quick reaction that produced a multitude of thick stone pillars. They all sprung in front of that secret passage that just showed up to shut it. Why are you spacing out? Run. After the spell was finished, he turned towards his party and instantly bolted in their direction. If his radar was correct, then they needed to flee and do it fast. Go, 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 I'm going. Holy fuck, stop collapsing the corridor's Wayland. The whole party of adventurers was running towards what was supposed to be the exit towards the pier. In the back was Roland, who with each step was releasing a jolt of magical energy that continued to shoot out thick pillars of earth to block the path behind them. "What did you see back there, Wayland? Now is not the time, just keep running," Orson commented again while running a bit in front of the panicked runesmith. No one from the party was able to see what came out of that hidden wall, but they believed in their current party leader's intuition and started running. "I didn't expect them to be able to fool my radar, but it does make sense. How else would they be able to hide their cult down there?" The reason that Roland was running was linked to his detection device. The moment half of that wall slid open, many red dots started appearing on the indicator. Yet this was not the scary part. Besides the red ones, he could see a different color that indicated a person belonging to the races together with the red ones. It was clear that an actual Abyssal cult member was together with a bunch of strong monsters, which would complicate things. The monsters were strong in their own right, but they lacked intelligence. Their attacks were easy to read, as they would just toss themselves at the first person they saw. They gained some intelligence as they evolved, but their movements were still mostly basic and locked to their cardinal instincts. Yet with the appearance of a tamer or a handler, the creatures would become ferocious weapons. The flying worm that was ramming into the costly Solarian ship was an example of such a use. Its might could compete with state-of-the-art magical technology that only a powerful faction like the Sun Church could afford. Maybe if we are lucky, whoever was controlling those monsters would let us be and focus on more important things. There was a small chance that whoever was behind those monsters would not see them as a large threat, but it wouldn't be so. After the creatures entered the corridors, they were now showing up on the radar. The cultists clearly had something to confuse his detection device, along with the scouting classes. If they were able to keep themselves hidden from Tier 3 thieves, then his little runic radar would certainly not be able to pierce through the veil. Shit, the entrance be closed, Thar best be something. Did those bastards break the open-in tool? How are we supposed to open it now? Finally, they arrived at the end of the tunnel, yet what awaited them was another wall. Isabella was the first one to notice the hole to the side where the opening mechanism would normally be. She had gone through this part and seen other thieves activating it, but now there was nothing there to press. "Griselda, I'm on it." While looking behind himself to check on the pillars that were blocking the way, Roland called out to Griselda. The large woman didn't need a direct order as she grabbed her heavy axe with both of her hands. Her muscles started contracting, forcing her physique to become even more chiseled than before. The axe collided with the hard wall, but instead of it going through, it only produced some cracks. This was not just a simple wall, it was reinforced by the Thieves' Guild to make it hard for anyone unwelcome to descend into their tunnels. Even though Griselda was a high-level gold-rank adventurer, she would not be able to get through there with only one swing. "Let me help ye with dat, lassie." Dalrek decided to help out by bashing the wall with his tower shield to produce more cracks. Perhaps if they had a proper sledgehammer, they would have been able to get it down in a shorter time frame, but without them, it would take a minute. "Something is coming, I can hear their voices." Senna could tell that a bunch of monsters were arriving from behind them. The rock pillars that Roland produced were hastily created and could only slow them down slightly. To Senna's surprise, when the groans of the monsters got louder, they were dampened by some kind of explosion. This was another surprise that Roland had left for their pursuers. While one leg was used to raise earth up to block the path, his other was leaving behind trap spells. They had a similar way of working to his mind scrolls, but at a diminished rate. Their biggest drawback was that the mana would dissipate rapidly, but for this encounter, they were the perfect mana mines. The explosions aren't stopping them. Roland was actually surprised by the fact that their enemies were still continuing with their chase. He expected the tunnels to collapse on top of the monsters after they passed through them to block their approach. But when looking at the ceiling, he understood that it wasn't easy to make this place crumble. Whoever created this tunnel was a master at their craft. Bringing down the ceiling would require a much bigger blast than the Tier 2 explosive spell that he created while running away. "Can you get through the door?" "Fuck, I'm trying some shit," left a metal grate inside this damn rock. Now this was troublesome. He could see the rocky wall crumbling in various places but not going down. Even Griselda, who could probably generate more physical power than he, could not break through it. Her weapon was the one that was becoming bent out of shape after colliding with the metallic reinforcement this wall was created around. "There is not time. Everyone move away from the wall and cover your faces. I'll break through it with a spell." While it might have been possible to bust through that wall by his party members, there just wasn't enough time. The explosive trap spells were being constantly set off, but the red dots on his radar continued to push towards their location. It was clear that these creatures would arrive here shortly, and they needed to get outside promptly. When the other adventurers saw Roland take out a glistering gem to place it on his chest, they knew what he was about to do. Without questioning him, they all jumped to the sides to give enough room for the beam that was coming. This confused the three pirate-like women that needed to be pulled behind Darlak's tower shield for safety. Just like in the village, his armor started glowing, with the highest concentration being focused on the chest area. The runes had been repaired beforehand, which would allow him to fire this beam of concentrated energy at the highest output. I can't use up all of my mana. The wall is already partially broken. This time around, the situation was not as dire. He wasn't against a tier 3 monster that could regenerate itself constantly. The only thing before him was a wall that was reinforced with what looked to be regular steel. Griselda's axe that wasn't of the utmost quality was already able to bend it out of shape. What he needed to do now is aim at the weak spot and finish it. Shiver me timbers. After hearing Isabella's surprised tone, when producing a sentence that he only expected to hear in pirate movies, the beam went off. It traveled at a rapid pace and quickly connected with the middle of the wall. The whole place was instantly lit up in red in the same color as the gem that he inserted. It took a few moments, but the beam started to quickly melt through the wall before producing a loud bang. Everyone covered themselves up to protect their faces from any shrapnel. On the other side of this wall, a large red dent started pushing out before forcing the wall to explode. Most of the produced debris was tossed into the room that was outside, while the people on the inside received minor cuts and slight burns due to the heat. Not long after the explosion, the group burst through the created opening with Dowrek in the front with his shield raised. He was followed by an angry-looking barbarian and 3 coughing women that were swearing all over the place. Shit, fucking shit. Don't stop, it's not over yet. Maybe I put a bit too much into it. Luckily, the runes haven't been degraded. The way forward was now clear, but this was not yet over. He felt tired, but there was no time to rest. Even with a bit of a migraine, he injected more mana into his armor to increase his own agility. Even though he was all the way in the back, this allowed him to quickly catch up to his party members. Now the only thing to do was find the ship and get out of this city. His glorious plan of safely traversing through the Thieves' Guild tunnels had been partially successful, but it also put them all in a tough spot. If for some reason they couldn't get to the ship, or it had left, then their only hope would be to contend with the monsters in the city. Leaving outside through a secret tunnel would be impossible now. What is this damn smell? Orson wanted to hold his nose as he burst through the door. What he saw inside was a lot of fish products that were giving off a strong smell. Everyone else was also glancing around, with Isabella pointing with her sword in one direction. Stop looking around like idiots, the exit be this way. Where all of them came out was at a fishmonger's abode. Various fish were here and were at various stages of being preserved. Some were in ice, while others were dried or preserved in salt. After the stress of running away, some of the people here started getting hungry, but soon they awoke to the reality of the situation, as a strange deep growl escaped from within the opening they blasted open. When they looked in the direction, the sound was coming from they saw their party leader's glowing suit of armor. It was in the process of being enveloped by dark leathery tentacles, very similar to the ones of the monsters they all saw in the small village. Roland was in trouble. Even though he activated his agility boost, he had been caught by the pursuing monster. He didn't turn around, but when he was about to collapse the exit behind him, a tendril shot out from within the darkness and coiled itself around his leg. Even though he was quick with his sword to slice it apart, more of them appeared in a flash. Wayland. The people from the group could see him struggling to free himself. Before they could help him, they were stunned by the strange scream of the monster holding on to him. The ball of tentacles and eyes finally revealed itself as it started pushing through the opening in the door. Shit, this thing looks like the one from the village. Roland didn't need to use his identification skill to confirm the monster's type. It was very similar to the one he previously faced, but it wasn't quite the same. When comparing it to the one the woman from the Golden Order slew, this one wasn't as fearsome. Even now, he was somewhat able to resist the pull of these tentacles, which would be impossible against the Tier 3 being he faced before. It's fine, he called out while moving a hand that was not being coiled around. From his spatial satchel, he pulled out a certain vial with a sun symbol on it. After quickly popping the small cork with his thumb, he placed it inside of his palm. There it was, surrounded by magically produced water. Common, open it up. Without losing a beat, he fired off the orb of water into that gaping mouth. The effect wasn't instantaneous, but soon enough he could feel the grip on his limbs weakening to the point of him being able to get himself free. What did you do? It doesn't matter, just run and leave it there. It's not the only one. Roland quickly shouted at the party members to make them aware of the problem at hand. They didn't need him to repeat himself, as they all rushed behind Isabella that had already bolted up towards the only exit. While they were rushing up the wooden stairs to safety, they could hear the strange, painful groans of the monster that for some reason was unable to give chase after swallowing the orb of water. The spell was a simple, aqua ball that any water mage would be able to produce without much trouble. The vial that was inserted into it contained the holy elixir that Roland had bought earlier from the church. He had seen the effects of divine energy on the abyssal parasites before it was natural for even the larger ones to have the same weakness. It was similar to a regular human being poisoned. The creature had swallowed this divine concoction that would burn it up from the inside. Took ye long enough, get on. When on the outside, to the surprise of the whole party, the ship captain had not run off on her own. Instead, she and her sisters were on top of a carriage with 2 horses pulling it. It was large enough for all 8 of them to get on it, with a few members like Roland taking up a spot on the outside. This carriage had seats in the front for the coachman, while also having a spot for a servant to sit in the back. Roland was the only person that was capable of using long-range spells, so to make a getaway, he decided to take it up. Senna remained on top, while Isabella had the reins in her hands. "Hey, a lot of those ships have left. Are you sure we'll make it?" Orson asked while peeking his head out of the carriage. Inside were the other 2 sisters along with Dalrak. None of them were optimistic about getting out of here through the sea, but Isabella was confident enough, so they were willing to give it a shot. "Fear not, me lads would ne'er leave without Thar Cap'n." After everyone was together, the carriage took off towards the docks. There was a long straight road going down with not that many obstacles in the way, besides a few tentacle-slinging spine-eaters. The bigger problem was behind them. The moment they got the carriage in motion, a loud explosion-like sound erupted behind them. This was caused by the injured monster that burst forth after them. It was not alone, as another similar-sized creature appeared right next to it. The one that Roland used his elixir on was in a bad state. Its form was more gelatinous than usual as it was decomposing before them. Even though this one was not the problem, the plethora of other strange monsters behind it certainly was. It was a truly horrific sight to behold. Some of the larger tentacle monsters pushed the smaller ones out of the way while madly rushing behind the moving carriage with people in it. The streets were deserted as most people had sought shelter closer to the church or the noble district. This caused all the creatures in the area to hyper-focus on the group of 8 heading towards the pier where a ship was waiting for them. Luckily for everyone, they had a mobile turret in the form of Roland with them. With his magic runic rod still operational, he readied himself to release some of the more damaging spells toward the pursuing monsters. Yet this wasn't all, as from the sides, more enemies approached. Would the small group of people make it to the docks before every monster in the area got a hold of themselves, or would they fall before their final destination? Those spells aren't workin'. Be that thing gettin' bigger. I can see that." Roland watched as a large ball of tentacles rolled down the road. Even when it touched his mind spell, the explosion didn't cause a tiny bit of damage nor stop it in its tracks. A few minutes ago, everything started. They had left the Thieves' Guild corridor and ended up close to the port where they hoped to catch a ship and flee. Regretfully for them, they were quickly followed by a bunch of Tier 2 lesser abominations, similar to the one he destroyed in the city with his firestorm spell. They had followed them all the way from that secret passage and were now chasing them down. This is strange. There was something bothering Roland when seeing this scene. Most of the monsters going after them were the ones that followed them out of the tunnel. His radar showed the monsters as red dots, but before they appeared, the runic system would place a random number. This number would persist for the duration of the monster being in the scanning range and then get purged to save space. Think this confirms it. Someone ordered them to chase after us. There was a person from the races in those tunnels. It was probably a high priest from the cult. He could have ordered the abominations to get them due to them seeing the secret tunnel entrance. Perhaps the cultists still wished to keep their secret lair down there a secret from the church. Even if their forces above ground got wiped out, they could continue to rebuild as long as their foothold was there. Can now you use that spell you used T blast the door open? I don't think that would be a good idea. The knockback from it could damage this carriage. Aiming it will also be an issue. Roland replied to Isabella that kept looking back and forth from the coachman's seat. The ride down into the pier was quite bumpy. The beam attack was powerful and could even damage a Tier 3 monster. It traveled fast but was predictable as it went in a straight line from his chest. With how this carriage was shaking up and down, he would probably miss while also using up a large chunk of his mana. Well, he better do something. Those things be getting closer. While getting another spell ready, he also looked around. When coming out of the tunnels, the loud noises became apparent. Soldiers were fighting with the monsters and trying to keep them away from the port where all the cargo was. From the distance, he could even see armored men shielding themselves from the spine eaters. Finally, after gathering his mana, an orb of blue light escaped from his casting rod. It traveled up into the sky before exploding. A large mass of guided mana bolts fell down on the abyssal creatures that were chasing them and riddled them with holes. This did indeed halt their approach slightly, but soon the damaged monsters started combining each other once more. I can't hit their cores like this. The homing spell worked well against regular monsters, but against these creatures that possessed a core, they were less than stellar. Damaging their outer shells only slowed them down slightly. With the addition of the other spine eaters that were coming from the sides, the few Tier 2 abominations that were chasing after them, had free healing potions that they could absorb. If I can't slow them down with attacking spells then. Roland had already tried razing the ground with his earth spells, but the street they were on had been reinforced with something to the point of him not being able to. The little bumps in the road were not doing anything, thus there was only one thing left in his repertoire to try. They were about halfway towards their destination, and some of the rolling masses of tentacles were gaining on them. The first one forward was showing its sharp teeth, but before it could get in range of its target, something moist hit it. There was no pain, just a mild feeling of annoyance as it gave out a low-pitched howl. It was hit in the face by a large orb of water, which was not the only one as they continued to fly its way. These orbs of water were common aqua ball spells that Roland was now shooting at a high rate from the carriage. This attack was not meant to hurt the monster, but to prepare it for the following magic. He did not know if the creature could feel anything, but if it could, the drop in temperature would soon start causing it pain. The air behind the carriage started dropping below zero while being pushed outwardly by strong winds. By combining 3 types of spells, he hoped to stop the pursuing monsters in their tracks. First came water that was quickly followed by a cold wind. The freezing temperature of the frost spell was enhanced by the strong wind, and the result was quickly noticeable. This abyssal abomination started to be surrounded by a thin layer of frost. At first, it could just shrug it off, but soon the air started to get colder and colder. The tentacles that were wriggling at high speeds started to be encased in ice, which tremendously reduced its speed. It was freezing and visibly getting stuck. The other abominations that were behind it were able to quickly catch up to it, with all the momentum they built up ramming into their ally was obvious. The stopgap was successful as he fired a few more aqua balls and a frost spell to encase more of the creatures in ice. This won't slow them down forever. How much longer? The hell are these shits? Roland had been successful in stopping their pursuers, but another problem arose. When he turned around, he could see some strange spider-like thing jumping at Senna. Yet on further inspection, it was far from an arachnid-type monster. The appendages that he confused for spider legs were actually human ribs. Its head was composed of some tentacles and a similar lengthier one that had a blade on the top. The creature flung itself on the halfling with those bony legs as if it was trying to grapple her. Luckily, Senna had predicted this movement, and with her enhanced agility, she slipped to the side. Even though her feet landed on the side of the carriage, she didn't fall down, but instead, she remained standing horizontally. Scuttle this thing. Isabella started screaming like a little girl when she saw this creature lodge itself into the roof of the coach. I got it. Orson, that was inside the carriage, was quick on the uptake. His long sword pierced through the wood that this monster attached itself to. The blade went right through the creature's human spine, which caused immediate death. The tentacle blade on its head started wiggling around as it just dropped dead on the spot. This wasn't over, as many other smaller creatures like this one appeared on the buildings on the side. It seemed that they had abandoned their host bodies that they took over to achieve a faster form to chase them down. Now they were jumping from the sides and trying to attach themselves to the damaged carriage with 8 people on it. No, ye don't. From the left side, Dalrek popped out along with his halberd. One of the creatures was quickly smacked to the side by his weapon. On the right side, the same incident occurred with one of the beings being cleaved by a large axe. We'll take care of the sides. The 3 adventurers that were on the inside of the carriage shouted while poking their heads and weapons out. While the abyssal monsters were faster in this form, they were also a lot more fragile. Smacking them away was enough to shatter their bones, and even one hit was deadly. You better grab something. T's going, T hurt. Roland, just like the others, had switched from slowing down the main monster force to trying to get the smaller ones from attacking them. The trip could not last forever. Eventually, the party of 8 found themselves at the end of the road. It was a miracle that the wooden coach made it all the way towards the port, but now the trip was over. Everyone jump. Before them stood a barricade made from crates, logs, and various other items that the forces behind had stacked up. The horses were clearly unwilling to smash into it, so they tried going to the side. This sharp turn, along with the momentum, tossed the whole carriage into the barricade. Isabella was quick to jump off while holding her magical rapier in hand. She thrust her weapon towards the 2 horses that were pulling them along. With a few precisely aimed hits, she was able to free them from the harness before they met their demise. This allowed them to scatter a bit before the inevitable collision. Roland was luckily on the tail end of this all. Right before the crash, he activated his buffing spells to jump off. It was quite the sight to behold. The noble carriage they stole started side-rolling along the barricade as if it was a ramp. It shot up into the sky and quickly crashed on the other side. When his feet were back on the ground, he quickly turned around to deliver a smack with his metal rod to one of those spider-like monsters. The thing flew into the distance while shattering into smaller bone fragments and tentacles after failing. It wasn't over yet. They had arrived at the port, but they still needed to get to the ship. Whoa, that was close. I thought I wouldn't make it. Orson was down on the ground with one of Isabella's sisters sitting on his back. The other one was to the other side with Griselda. Senna had no trouble performing a somersault through the air and landing on the barricade, but there was still one person missing. "Wait, where is Darlek?" Roland asked while looking around. Everyone was accounted for with only the dwarf missing. All of them started looking around before settling their eyes on the pancaked carriage on the other side of the barricade. Quickly they all bolted towards it, but before they could cross to the other side they saw a group of soldiers. "Who are you people?" "Fuck I be Cap'n Isabella move. I wants tea, get back to me ship." The confused guardsmen were quickly shouted at by the ship captain that was already on the other side. All of the people here looked to be on edge, but they could tell that they were not part of the abyssal creatures. Some monster corpses along with human ones were scattered around here, but it seemed that the place was mostly under control. Yet Roland knew what was coming, and that these guards would not be able to contend with the abominations that he was only able to disable for a moment. "If you want to live, you should run. Hey Darlek, you stupid dwarf, are you in there?" I think I'm a right bit ma arm." Orson was the first one to arrive at the wreckage with his party member. Dalrak kicked open what used to be part of the wooden door to get himself out. Dwarves like him were not very nimble, so during the escape he was unable to quickly react. Instead, he just curled up behind his tower shield while hoping for the best. The result was a mostly alive Dalrak with a dislocated shoulder or perhaps a broken arm. Kin still carry ma shield, I'm fine. While he tried to play it off, it was clear that he was in some pain, but they needed to continue. Griselda kicked the rubble to the side and grabbed the halberd that was left behind. "I got his weapon, let's go." "Halt, you can't just." The soldiers quickly stormed from all the sides to investigate the small group of adventurers. It was clear that they had their orders, and there was a possibility of them being their enemy, but before they could question them, a strange deep howl came from the other side of the barricade. "Ah shit, run." Orson threw Dalrek over his shoulder and started running after Isabella and her two sisters. The sisters had already used the confusion to sprint towards the pier that their ship was in, and now the monsters that were pursuing them had arrived. Roland could also clearly tell that it were the abominations, as his scanner had kept their mana fingerprint. The soldiers standing there had all their weapons drawn and were ready to fight. By the number of dead creatures here, they had been able to protect the area. Perhaps this was the reason why they weren't taking them that seriously. Even now they were keeping Roland's way to the docks closed. That was until the howling noises got louder and something slammed into the blockade. While previously it was only smaller monsters that didn't pose much of a threat to the trained soldiers, this time around it was something more massive. The moment the ball of tentacles collided with the obstacle, it tore it to shreds. "Waylon, what are you doing?" The others took this as a chance to bolt towards the pier where the ship was. The confused guards would not stop them when contending with the monster there. Roland felt a bit responsible for bringing those things here, but he was not the one causing widespread slaughter. He was just trying to save himself along with his party members that were trying to achieve the same. Thus he turned away and started running. The monsters managed to bulldoze their way forward, but they were still far away. With nothing else to stop their escape, they continued forward while hoping to get to the ship before it sailed away. The cap'n be back. "Wha are ye idiots waitin' fur? Raise the anchor." "But wha about the cargo?" "Screw the cargo." To Roland's surprise, it was like Isabella had proclaimed earlier and her crew was still there. He had expected them to at least undock and remain at a distance from land where the monsters were at. Perhaps they had remained here as there weren't any afflicted and the fighting was happening outside. Nevertheless, it seemed that his plan of getting out of here would succeed. Isabella and her sisters were fast to jump onto their ship to bark out orders. The anchor was quickly raised by the crew members that got to work quickly. The wooden walkway that was placed between the vessel and the pier was also quickly removed before Roland and his party could get on. "Wha are you waitin' fur? Jump." It didn't seem that Isabella was willing to wait for them. Instead, she was quickly ordered everyone to get her out of this god-forsaken place. The monsters continued to screech from the distance, which probably added to her panicked state. Senna was the first to arrive on the ship as she was not far behind. Then came Griselda and Orson with a dwarf over his shoulder. "Wayland, what are you doing?" Surprisingly, the last person was the armored man that helped them get here. At this very moment, he was just standing in the distance while glowing. Before anyone could ask more questions, a large mass of black tentacles appeared out of nowhere. It knocked several soldiers out of the way while rapidly going down the steep hill towards the group that was leaving. With the speed and momentum it had, it would be able to catapult itself onto the slowly departing vessel. That is if it didn't receive a concentrated blast of energy that escaped from Roland's chest. Before the monster could contemplate its mistake, a large hole appeared in the middle. The concentrated beam of energy spread to the sides and luckily caught the core, which caused an almost instantaneous death to this abomination. While being drained, and with a migraine, Roland quickly took off towards the leaving ship. The sailors on it were surprised to see someone able to move with such speed while wearing a heavy-looking suit of armor. Their jaws dropped even more after he jumped and safely landed on their deck while producing 2 small holes for each foot. The chase was over and all 8 of them were now on the ship. Following the dead abyssal creature came more that halted in their advance when reaching the end of the pier. All they could see were their flailing tentacles that could not reach them. Finally, they were safe, but could they really leave this area unscathed? The message that Roland had destroyed the lesser abomination was displayed before him, along with the experience points for it. Yet this was not something that he was preoccupied with. Instead, he looked onto the docks that they were leaving. There he could see more of those masses of tentacles arriving. Are they going to follow us into the water? I don't think they will, Senna asked Roland while watching along with him and the rest of the group. The only one not paying attention was Dalrak, who was grasping his arm. After suffering from the carriage crash, he was still feeling the after effects. Hard, those bastards can now swim. Good riddance, I say. Isabella spit out of the edge of the ship while also trembling slightly. It was clear that everyone that had made it to the ship was in the process of gathering themselves. They had been through a roller coaster of emotions of being chased through tunnels and then the city by strange creatures. The same creatures were now on the pier, contorting in unnatural ways. Raise the sails, we be gettin' out here. Aye, Cap'n. The ship started drifting away from the shore and allowed Roland to see everything clearly. Soldiers started storming the pier that they left to engage with the monsters that broke through the line. Various fires could also be seen from within the city, along with the sounds of fighting. Just as he predicted, the noble district didn't seem to be suffering that much damage due to the lack of smoke. The church shield is still there. The only ones suffering are the common folk. As long as the merchants and nobles that had their homes in the rich district survived, everything would be fine. All the workers could be replaced, and all the buildings could be repaired. This was the reality of this work, where the common labor force was deemed dispensable. The business owners were probably more concerned about their stores than the people getting killed. Roland, who had worked hard to become a business owner, didn't quite like this approach. He knew the plight of the common laborer, as he was one for a while. At his business, he allowed days off and even sick days. If he lost some money for a few days, it was fine and nothing to lose sleep over. Even to this day, he didn't really understand people's fascination with money, as to him it was only a means to an end. Was living in a grand mansion with multiple servants so much better than just having a medium-sized family home? To him, there was always a limit where money started losing its worth. The biggest reason he was improving to this day was mostly for survival, as without money he would not be able to gain the strength required to have a peaceful life. Alright, watch it. I think T's broken. Think you need to work on your evasion skills. His attention was brought back to his new party members. Orson was all smiles when looking at Dalrak, who was in pain. At this very moment, the dwarf was slowly getting help from Senna with his armor. If his arm was broken, the bone would need to be set. This, of course, would be a very painful procedure. Yeah, this one is broken. Tell me when you are ready. In this world filled with monsters and strife, it was quite normal to see a scene like this. Dalrak just nodded while biting down on a rolled-up rag. Roland would offer the dwarf some pain-numbing potions, but he didn't have any, and neither did anyone that was here. Almost every adventurer had the first aid skill. Orson was performing the bone setting and seemed to know what he was doing. Crack, fuck, finally it's over. Hey, do you have any booze here? I could use a drink. 'Twould not be much, a ship without some rum. Eve looked to Orson while winking at him with a bottle in her hand. It seemed that she was already downing it along with the other sisters. Dalrak was just leaning against the mast while the sailors worked on getting them out of here. Just as anyone else, Roland wanted to just sit down and rest, but not long after they started gaining some momentum, a strange howl entered their ears. At first, they thought that perhaps the abominations were just maddened by their departure, but the sound was not coming from the city, it was coming from the sea. Ahoy, it's common from Thar. The sailor that was up in the crow's nest shouted out while pointing into the distance. Roland, with the help of his suit of armor, was able to zoom in to see another large monster flying up in the sky. It wasn't alone, as several smaller ones accompanied it. The heck, there are more of them. Everyone started panicking as the monsters appeared from behind the clouds that blocked the view. It would be impossible for the ship's cannons to do much damage to these monsters or even aim correctly. It was designed to hide from large sea monsters and battle at most the mid-sized ones while retreating. If one of those large worm monsters decided to wrap themselves around the ship, they would need to quickly abandon it as they lacked a holy shield to defend themselves. Wait, there is something else there, Roland called out, and the man on the lookout point on top of the main mast did the same. Behind the group of flying monstrosities, 3 large ships appeared. They were different than the first one Roland saw, but they were carrying the church's flag. Soon enough, their cannons started firing off and hitting the flying creatures. Helmsman, I be on it, Cap'n. A large, bald muscle man that had his body riddled with various tattoos quickly turned the rudder to make the ship turn to one side. The evasive maneuver positioned the ship away from the battle in the sky as they quickly tried heading away from the shoreline where the battles were heading. Blasted wind ain't pickin' up. Hey Waylon, ye're a mage, can now you do something about this? The wind. It took him a second to process the information before quickly heading to the back end of the ship. He had read up about things like this. Some ships utilized magical devices to produce strong winds. While his regular wind-based spells were meant to cut things or mix with his ice spells, he could quickly alter their structure. With the help of his runic restructuring skill, he was quickly able to alter some of the runes on his armor. This could be observed by everyone here as his armor started glowing, and the runes started to slightly shift into other places. Soon enough, he had a runic wind blower that he could point at the sails. Whoa! Orson was the first one to stagger when the strong wind energy collided with the sails and made the ship jolt forward. That's why I be nattering about. Keep it steady, helmsman. I cappin' even for Roland. This was no easy task. Most spells were made by a quick jolt of condensed mana, but this one would constantly drain it at a rapid pace. But there was no other way. With his help, the ship could quickly zoom through the waves. This could not have happened at a better point in time, as suddenly a large explosion caused their ship to tilt to the side. To everyone's surprise, the entire area was getting riddled with explosions that were coming from the sky. The vessels that belonged to the church were pelting the monster with cannon fire and constantly missing. The ride was quite rough, but the helmsman was quite experienced. Somehow he was miraculously able to predict where the next close explosion would occur and react accordingly to dodge it. When looking up, Roland got a good view of one of the metallic golden ships that passed over them. It was accompanied by a strange humming sound and a monster trying to entangle it. Luckily, the factions that were battling it above them didn't care about the merchant ships below. After passing everyone, they headed towards land and the forest area in the distance. Their aim was clearly the village where the Abyssal cult's relic was hidden. Soon enough, the distance increased, and the only thing the party of people could complain about was that they were now all wet. Finally, it was over. The monsters in the sky, along with the flying vessels, were now a small speck on the spyglass. Even when new flying monsters appeared, they were far away from their current location as they had made it out into a safe region. Yet not every ship had made it out in one piece. They could see that some lifeboats were floating in the distance. I can't. Roland dropped down to one knee while holding his head. During the escape, he pushed his mana reserves down to 10%. He was now starting to really get a migraine that if he continued would cause him to pass out. He did well, not bad for a mage. Isabella showed up to deliver a smack to his metal back that probably hurt her more than him. She didn't seem disturbed by this fact as she began laughing while holding the hand she smacked him with. The other sailors around with the two sisters burst out laughing in unison as if this was a normal occurrence. Aren't you going to join the others? No, I'm fine here. I need to do some repairs. Is that so? A somewhat intoxicated halfling with a mug filled with some alcohol was looking at Roland. He was in the process of fixing some runic pathways that had suffered some damage during the battles with the monsters. A day had already passed since they left the city of Rika, and everyone was taking it easy. Not far away there was the sound of cheering and music. Orson along with Dalrak were dancing around with both of Isabella's sisters and having a good old time. Even though the danger had passed, Roland could not relax. Instead of partying with the others, he decided to work on his gear. After going through this whole predicament, he had to reevaluate his fighting style. His over-reliance on spells was one of the problems. He was also questioning the choice of weapons. The sword and shield weren't used as much compared to the magical staff. After some deliberations, he had thought of a replacement that would fit his frame more. Common, relax for a minute, have a drink with me. Weren't you having a competition with Griselda? Ha, that lightweight. For all her size, she drinks like an old gnome. When peeking to the side, he noticed the passed-out barbarian woman. Not so long ago, he remembered hearing her shouting all over the place while challenging Senna to another drinking competition. Of course, she lost the new bet and was a few coins behind once more. Don't be a stick in the mud here. It didn't seem that his new halfling acquaintance would take no for an answer. She was quick to pull out a fresh bottle of rum that was probably acquired in some shifty ways. The bottle was thrown his way, so he was forced to stop and catch it. It took him a moment, but finally, he decided to give in. His armor was still mostly operational, and working on this ship was less than optimal. After the cork was popped open with the help of his thumb, he just took a good swig. The alcohol filled his throat and started burning it. The sensation quickly subsided as his various skills took effect. Yeah, that's better. Senna cheered out, and her mug made a clunking sound with the glass bottle that he was holding. Roland tried remembering the last time he was pressured into drinking alcohol and started recalling the party of 3 he encountered when he was about 10 years of age. So what are your plans for the future? We haven't had the time to visit the Albrook dungeon. I heard it was a C grade. Me and the boys are probably going to check it out. Oh, are you going to stay in Albrook? Yee, that's the plan. Think we can get ourselves up to the gold rank there. That idiot might also join us. That idiot was the passed-out Griselda. While she was overleveled for being their party member, she would probably be a great help against the Tier 2 fire monsters in the lower levels. Yet her involvement in the group would cause them to gain experience slower due to a member with over 10 levels higher than the rest. You're also from Albrook, right? Can I count on you to show us around? She smiled while taking a sip from the mug that was not meant for halflings. A C-grade dungeon would be a perfect training ground for adventurers below the golden rank. The monsters were at appropriate levels, with not being overly easy or overly hard to combat. Ah, sure. Roland felt like he was scammed into agreeing, as he just blurted out the answer before thinking much about it. He wasn't really sure what to make of this halfling, but he did not dislike her or the other three from this party of adventurers. He too got space for a third. Hey Cap'n, come on over, we were about to have a little drinking competition with Wayland. No, we weren't canna ave a drinkin' competition without me. Suddenly Iceballa appeared and started laughing like a drunkard. Some of the people that were previously singing and cheering were drawn to the voice of their captain. Soon enough they were all cheering and chanting as the drinking commenced. Why did this end up like this? Drink, drink, drink. Roland looked at the glass filled with alcohol and quickly tossed it down his throat. His competitors were red in their faces while he only had some rosy cheeks. It wasn't that much of a fair fight as the two had already been drinking beforehand, but even with that, he was starting to zone out. He had gained resistance to alcohol, but even he had a limit. These two drunks had probably gone through their life drinking wine and rum as if it was water, so he was still at a disadvantage. Thus the night of partying ended with him passing out at one point in time. When he woke up, he could feel some kind of weight on his face. When pushing it down, he realized that it was something soft and squishy. When trying to push it away, he was surprised by the alluring moaning sounds. Soon he realized that the captain had passed out on top of him with her chest pressed against his face. I'm glad Elodia isn't here. He wanted to laugh while placing the passed-out woman to the side. Half of the crew were similarly sleeping in strange positions, while the other half continued to tend to the ship. In a few days, they would arrive at their destination, and then finally, this little adventure that turned out to be a disaster would come to an end. Ugh, egg, that's disgusting. Shut up, you damn shrimp, Griselda proclaimed while leaning her head over the edge of the main deck to relieve herself of some food. This brought a smile to Senna's face that was to the side, just watching as the oversized woman was still vomiting after getting drunk once more. I hate this ship. How much longer till we get to land? URP. Nah much. Oh, a sailor. We'll be thar soon. Want some rum? Leave me alone. Isabella started laughing along with all the other sailors that couldn't help but tease the large barbarian woman. She didn't stomach the waves too well, and along with the proclivity to get drunk, she spent most of the days flopped against the edge of a deck. Roland at this time was closer to the bowsprit of the ship and looking out into the distance. There he could almost see the port town that he had visited all those years ago. Due to the situation they found themselves in, the captain decided to first reach the closest safe haven. We should get there within the hour. Finally, I can put this whole mess behind me. His long mission to get this golden rank was finally over. With his new card, he would be able to organize his own small expeditions if he wanted and command other adventurers. Some of the prices would also be lowered, and he would get paid more, but was this worth what he had been through? The biggest problem was the reemergence of his old enemy, the Abyssal cult. Even now, they were probably still setting the city and the forest ablaze. The only lucky part of that whole mess was that due to the chaos, his name would probably be forgotten. His old enemies would probably turn their attention towards the church instead. That is, if the church wins, there was a possibility of the cult actually winning the battle. If they managed to catch people from the Golden Order that knew of his involvement, he would find himself in danger. The possibility of that happening was very low, and he didn't believe that the cult would go that far. Their main mission was probably to either retrieve that illusion device or destroy it. After they take care of that thing, they will probably try to lay low for a while. That was the usual way criminal organizations went with their business. If they started sticking out too much, they would try to hide. The people in power couldn't send out their forces to track them down forever. Everything cost money, and after some time had passed, they would be able to return to their evil ways. Although now everyone will be alert to their presence, I'm not sure the nobles will just let their cities be invaded. Just how many of them have already fallen? Edelgard popped into his head. There he had a run-in with the cultists. He had presumed that the cultists were just hired assassins to clear out the merchant union in the city, but after coming in contact with the brain slugs, he needed to reconsider his position. Could the person hiring them be part of the cult? Perhaps he was forcefully conscripted. Hey, how about you try to smile from time to time? Senna interrupted Roland's brooding session and brought him back to reality. Would you look at those two idiots? She didn't ask about his thoughts, but instead pointed over to Orson and Dalrak that were leaning against some barrels. They looked like they had their life sucked out of them. What happened to them? Are they seasick or drunk? Roland wasn't really that noisy and kept to himself, so he wasn't sure what the problem was here. Only after seeing Isabella's sisters walking out of their private cabin did he realize what this was about. He recalled seeing the two men interacting with these ladies and going inside that very cabin. "You dwarves were supposed tea, ave alato stamina," Eve shouted out while bringing everyone's attention to the two floppy men. "I sorry my lassie, spirit is willing but flesh is weakening. At least your dwarf can still speak. That scallywag passed out in the middle had do all the work myself." Christy, the second sister, grumbled while looking at the passed-out Orson. The man was barely moving, and his complexion was quite pale. When looking at the two men, he wondered if Isabella and her sisters had any succubus blood running in their veins. This was a possibility, as their sex drives were a bit over the top. He did not indulge in these kind of events for a few reasons, the current one being that he had already settled on one woman and didn't really see the point of branching out to any others. Maybe this will keep them from spending their money on whores for a while. We'll have some money to buy better equipment. "Hey Wayland, you know Albrook, right?" "Yes, that's right." After having a good chuckle, Senna turned towards Roland. She was clearly looking at the runic armor that he had on. Previously, he didn't make it obvious that he was the one that made it, but after going through some repairs on this ship, it became more obvious. "We'll probably be stuck there for a while. Know any good places with good weapons? Are you looking for anything specific?" He replied while playing dumb. It didn't take a genius to know where this conversation was going. Senna was obviously looking at his runic items with a glint in her eye. Normally, he would ignore such deliberate prodding into his business, but during his journey, he had started realizing that perhaps it was impossible for him to do everything himself. Even though he was probably the main driving force behind their escape, without everyone else he would have probably not made it onto the ship by himself. "Well, you know, that big lug is missing an axe, and she will probably need something fit for a gold-rank adventurer, probably something with runes in it." Senna pointed to Griselda, that was apparently now part of their party. Her weapon had been dented during their escape and needed some repairing. "You are right, might as well replace it now instead of repairing it. Probably something with an impact rune to increase the cleaving power." The barbarian woman reminded him of his old acquaintance that used a large hammer with that kind of enchantment. It was perfect for people with low mana capacity and a lot of strength. It would just increase the weight of the weapon during the swing to produce more damage. "Now, where could we find a nice runic craftsman that could help us out with that? We can agree on the price later, but it'll probably be cheaper than whatever you can get in the other shops. If you want something, just ask it directly." "Oh, so you own your own store?" Senna asked, seeming slightly surprised. "Yes, something like that. That does fit you more." "What does?" "Owning your own store. Don't take this the wrong way, but you don't come across as someone that works well in a group." "Yeah, that's probably accurate." Roland started thinking back to his past, where even when he worked for others, he was mostly doing everything himself. When working for the gnome, he received his own small workshop where no one bothered him. Since then, he preferred to just not interact with other craftsmen and do everything his way. "So, Wayland, who are you really? What do you mean?" His heart skipped a beat as Senna continued questioning his true identity. Luckily for him, this was not related to his noble birth in any way. "I mean, you are obviously not just a mage. You can work with a hammer." "Oh, I'm a runesmith." "A runesmith?" There was no problem in revealing his identity as a craftsman to anyone here. In Albrook, his name was already known, and they would have found out about it sooner or later. Yet Senna didn't seem that convinced, as she just nodded while raising her brow. "I guess that's a normal reaction. Other runesmiths can't really do it." Even though other runesmiths would be able to create similar weapons and armor, they would not be able to use them as efficiently as he. The regular runesmith class wasn't suited for battle. If he didn't achieve the Lord variant, the armor that he was using would have to be trimmed down. Without his high mana capacity, there would be no way of him ever using that many powerful spells at once. "Wah, are ye too nattering about? We'll be dockin' at shore soon. How about ye get those two sobered up unless we can keep 'em?" Isabella came around to break up the conversation that they were having. She pointed to Orson and Dalrak that looked like they were at death's door. With how Griselda was in a similar state, it would probably be up to him to pull them up. Senna was still just a halfling and would not be able to drag them down to the port. "Does this happen often?" "Not that often, but I could tell you some stories." Senna laughed while Roland decided to get back into his suit of armor. With his help and some smelling salts that the sailors lent them, the two were back among the living. Yet their legs were shot. They could not hold themselves steady even after he helped them up to their feet. "What were you doing last night? Do you expect me to carry you?" "Wayland, you don't understand. My pride as a man was at stake. You would have done the same." We might. Ave lost battle bit 1 war." "Stop spouting nonsense. Why do I put up with these two perverts?" The two men exchanged strange bittersweet looks with each other, as if they went through some life and death situation the previous night. Roland could only imagine what the two had gone through to get into this sort of state. In the end, he needed to lend both of them his shoulder while escorting them down the ramp after they had docked. "Don't think we are the only ones that escaped from the city." When they arrived at the shore, they spotted a few damaged ships not far away. The people here were all shouting and giving recounts of the flying monsters that appeared, which made things more obvious. After helping his weakened friends to a bench, he decided to listen in on the conversation. What are the nobles and church doing? How could they have allowed something like this to happen? Why are we paying taxes if they can't even protect us? I heard they massacred half of the city. The rumors were exaggerated in most cases, but the whole thing put both the nobles and the church in a bad light. People were clearly maddened by the leaders that had failed them. Normally such news would be kept secret, but this catastrophe was too large. There was no way to halt the spread of these rumors, and there would probably be factions that would just fuel them further. Anyone that is against the Solarian Church and the Valyrians will try to smear them. He could only imagine what Arthur was thinking now. The city of Rika belonged to one of his siblings. While this would pull their name into the mud, it could be an event that helped his new associate out. Perhaps if he proved himself in some way, they would divert some of their funds into the new city, but that was still somewhat unlikely. Unless Albrook gained another valuable resource besides the C-grade dungeon, it just didn't have anything worth investing in. Fuck, I need some water. Why don't those bastards have any water? Do they just drink wine every damn day? While trying to listen to the people in the small port city, the loud voice of Griselda broke his concentration. She was able to get down the ship on her own accord, but wasn't looking great either. Ye adventurers have no guts. Isabella laughed while following after the large woman from behind. With 3 people from the adventure party down for the count, it was up to Senna and Roland to continue the conversation. So about our bounty, wait, you're going to bill us after all we've been through. Camaraderie won't fill me belly. I have a ship tea run, and we lost most o' our cargo, but you did help us get tea, the ship, so I can lower it slightly. Roland didn't really care one way or another. He had intended to get on this ship beforehand and had prepared the payment. Without saying anything, he just placed the amount in Isabella's hand. Pleasure doin' business wit ye. The ship captain turned towards Senna with an open hand. Very begrudgingly did she fork up the money, but there seemed to be an issue. If I count Handsome's share with this, that still leaves one scallywag out. Senna grinned widely while looking towards the annoyed Griselda who was listening in on the conversation. Fuck you, give me back the money you stole from me and I'll pay. I want it fair and square. He could see the 2 women looking at each other with some animosity. Griselda did have some coins when they arrived on the ship, but he saw her gamble it away through the entire trip. I guess I'll have to pay for my silly friend back there. I'm sure she'll pay me back eventually. Senna made a spectacle by paying Griselda's share of the ship fare. This looked like a planned scheme to get the higher-level barbarian to come along with them. With her around, they would probably have an easier time fighting monsters down in the dungeon. Well, if he ever needs a ship, don't be a stranger, N. Isabella pocketed the few coins that she received but didn't look all that happy. She had lost a lot of the cargo and probably a lot of money during this whole fiasco. Her ship was luckily not damaged, and perhaps there were some wares that she could gather here or people wanting to go to the mainland. Wait, this is, teas, if you need something. Tea, leave the island, I'll give you a good price. Before walking away, the chesty ship captain delivered a smack to his armored behind. What he received was a small card with a few names on it. It was obviously something related to the Thieves' Guild, through which he would actually be able to contact Isabella. She was a member, and smuggling goods directly through her could be more lucrative than selling them on the black market. And for the time being, he decided to put this card into his spatial bag. Due to the auction house, he did not need to use the black market to earn money. Instead, he could grow through the more common ways, but if times were tough, then perhaps he could look into this contact. Having Isabella on speed dial could also save his life just like it did during this small expedition. Finally, he was almost back. While his mind was filled with future problems, he still managed to think back to his home. There people were waiting for him, people that he actually enjoyed the company of and didn't smell like rum all day. This was a rather odd feeling that he had almost forgotten existed. A place to call home, huh? What are you mumbling about, Wayland? Nothing. If you're not busy, then help me with these 2 idiots. Yeah, sure, but don't expect me to haul their drunk asses through the entire city. Thus, with 2 bad-smelling men leading against his shoulders, he headed towards land. There he first needed to get some proper food, and then find a way to get back to Albrook. I'm feeling like a new man. There is nothing better than cracking a cold beer in mornin'. Don't get used to it. We're running out of coin because you 2 bastards always throw it away on cheap booze and whores, and now we even have a freeloader with us. Who you calling a freeloader? You. Senna pointed at Griselda, who was eating some food with the others. Roland was sitting between the 2 women that continued to shout at each other. This reminded him of the first time he met them. That time Senna was escaping under the table, while Griselda tried to bash her head in. Orson and Dowrak were ignoring the 2 while enjoying their food. After the party of 5 left the port, they were forced to rest at the nearby tavern. Due to a small refugee problem, they needed to wait for the carriage. It would be leaving soon, so they were just having breakfast together before departing. While everyone was being loud and obnoxious, Roland was just looking outside while tapping his fingers on the table. Even though the danger was over, he was feeling restless. The trip back home would be faster on the carriage, but for some reason, the worrisome thoughts didn't leave his mind. Soon everyone noticed that the table was starting to shake, and the source of it was their new runesmith friend. Wayland, huh, he snapped back to the real world as Orson called out to him. His strength was above regular Tier 2 class holders, so it wasn't that hard to make the tableware clutter. Is something bothering you, Wayland? Oh, I guess I'm just a bit anxious about returning home. That's surprising. Senna chimed in from the side and actually looked somewhat confused after he blurred out the answer. What is? Well, don't take this the wrong way, but you don't look like someone that is bothered by many things. The other three nodded in unison while finishing up their food, which left him also a bit confused. Hey, even I get anxious from time to time. Do you think I'm some kind of golem or something? Now that's a good way to put it. Senna laughed out, which brought a frown to Roland's face. It seemed that his quiet demeanor was attributed to a lack of emotions. This was not true, as he felt that he was similar to everyone else, just a bit introverted here and there. Yet his new party members apparently didn't feel the same way. You know that I can hear you right. Roland raised his eyebrow at Senna, who was sticking her tongue out at him while laughing. After shaking his head, he made a mental note of trying to fix his introverted ways. Perhaps with the number of people increasing around him, he could stop replying in short one-liners and actually hold a conversation that doesn't include runes or business. Let's go. Next stop, the city of Albrook. A few of them cheered as the time to leave for their new destination was upon them. They all had met up with him outside the city and had never actually been there. Albrook had become a new destination for adventurers, and they all were interested in the new dungeon, but also mostly about the possibility of gaining more gold. The journey back home was an uneventful one, though. No monsters had crossed their path, and neither did any bandits. Yet this didn't stop Roland from constantly activating his debugging skill every time they came to a halt. After what he was through, he could not trust his eyes anymore. Those evil devices were also portable. At any moment, a cultist could appear and put everyone under their spell. So you can't recommend anyone. Well, there is one idiot, person, but it would be better if you didn't speak with him too much. Roland wanted to roll his eyes at the questions that Orson was giving them. It was as if his mind was only filled with ass and tits. Even after passing out on the ship, Orson was already itching for more fun and asking about the red light district. He never visited those types of places unless he wanted to visit the Thieves' Guild, so he had no idea what to say to his new friend. The only person that could probably point him in the right direction was Armand. Yet when looking at Orson, he could not shake the feeling that they were quite similar. Stop with that stupid shit. Senna smacked the back of Orson's head as he was derailing the conversation. So back to those Dwarven Union bastards. Such a pity that they would do such a thing. Dalrek shook his head after Roland described the years of his back and forth with the Merchant Guild and the Dwarven Union. He informed them about the price gouging and all the small things they tried to do to force him out of business. But you must be a good craftsman to last for so long. I know a thing or two. Luckily, runesmiths don't grow on trees and rarely move away from the main cities. Everyone nodded while he continued to explain the power dynamics that were in the city. He colored everyone in a mostly gray light while putting Arthur slightly above them. Though Senna was mostly interested in the Thieves' Guild and a way of getting in contact with them. Can you bring me along the next time you go to the market? I guess if I bring you as a guard, then they will have no problem letting you in. As a member of the black market, he would be able to bring in bodyguards. Yet if Senna wanted to actually perform missions for the guild, then she would need someone to vouch for her. Roland knew a few people like that, with Lobelia being on the forefront. It's good to have people in high places. She will decide, though. I can only introduce you. He shrugged as Lobelia had the freedom to disregard Sena's plea. There was a possibility, as Senna was a guild member but belonged to a different region. The underground guilds weren't as tightly connected as the ones like the Adventurers Guild. Each one was slightly different. Depending on the guild master, she could very well be refused entry. So that's Albrook, yeah. After the conversation was over and some more time had passed, they had finally arrived at their destination. The chimneys from the dwarven workshops were constantly releasing smoke into the air, but besides that, the city seemed peaceful. As always, he could see new people stuck at the main gate, and this small caravan would probably be the same. Yet even though his new friends were all looking at the medium-sized waiting line, his attention was drawn to another place, towards the forest. There he could not see any smoke, as he had designed his workshop to filter all of it out instead. He had promised to help them in the city and introduce them to some of his acquaintances, but being stuck in a line was the last thing that he wanted to do now. This might take a while, so just go. Your wife must be waiting for you. When we are finished with our accommodations, we'll come and visit you at that workshop of yours. Senna grinned while smacking his armored back. She isn't my wife, we just sometimes live together, poor lassie, to have an unfaithful husband. Dalrek shook his head while somewhat hiding a grin under that beard. Orson, who was walking next to him, started laughing and followed with a few jabs of his own. If you live with a woman, then you are as good as married, but if you want to join me on my next expedition, then I'll keep it a secret. During the trip, he had informed everyone about his living conditions and also Elodia. From the point of view of adventurers, if anyone settled down in one spot and had a significant other, then they were practically married. Commoners didn't always go through the church to hold a ceremony. They also didn't require proper documents. Wayland, I thought you were the serious type, but you're the same as those two leechers. Griselda joined in on the joke by acting disappointed and sighing. Screw you guys, Roland replied with a frown on his face. It was clear that they were busting his balls by how they were acting so after turning around a faint smile appeared on his face. Although the people he met were loud and sometimes annoying, he did not dislike their company. They treated him like a member of their group. Their bonds were tight after all the trouble they had been through. Damn, look at him go, that's a man on a mission. That woman of his is in for it. Smack, hey, stop hitting my head. Maybe I'll cure that chronic stupidity of yours if I keep smacking. The group of adventurers laughed as they saw the usually quiet Roland slowly picking up the pace. Even though he wanted to make them believe that he didn't care about much, it was clear that he did. The way he just fast walked towards the forest area and took off confirmed it all to them. While all of them would need to register at the Adventure Guild, they were hoping to remain here for a while. Wayland seemed like someone that was heading places, and perhaps they could join him on this trip towards greatness. They are doing well, right? Normally, he would have used a magic device to contact his home by now. Regretfully, the crystal ball he took along for the trip had been blown up along with the cultists during the battle in the village. Without finding a replacement, he needed to wait until this very day that he returned. Finally, he saw the trees clearing up to present him with the path towards his home. It was a strange feeling. He had not been gone for that long, not even a whole month had passed. Traveling was nothing new for him as he had already changed the location where he lived before. Now, on the other hand, it was different. He did not want to leave this place where he had managed to build a home for himself. Am I getting sentimental at my age? In reality, he was not a young man anymore. If he counted the number of years he spent in his original world, he would be around 40. Was this just a sign of his advanced age, or was there another reason that he was attached to this place more than the others? I still can't shake this bad feeling. He zoomed through the path like a madman. After what had happened to him during this trip, his paranoia had only been made worse. His level was too low to defend himself against the abyssal creatures on his own. The weapons he created were inefficient, and if he ever encountered a Tier 3 monster, then his life would probably be over. There was much he needed to improve on, and he wanted to hasten it. Ow, what is it, Agni? Before coming out of the forest, he was halted by a familiar voice and howl. It was a strange feeling as he froze in place. The people that he wanted to meet again were just there. The feeling of awkwardness washed over him. How should he greet them? Should he just wave and greet them or smile instead? Luckily, while he was frozen in place with his thoughts clouding his return, someone quickly approached his destination. He did not need to look at his radar to know that it was not a human that was running this way. Before he could say anything, he was tackled from the front by a red blur. Normally, he would be able to take this kind of tackle without going down to the ground, but today he was willing to give his pet wolf a pass. Awu, hey, stop licking me, Agni. His helmet flew to the side as he had removed it during the run through the forest. Due to this mistake, he was now getting his face licked by an overzealous ruby wolf. At first, he was just happy to see him, but after moments passed, the face licking started to get a bit annoying. Get off me, Agni. Stop that already. With some force, he raised his body along with Agni's, only to have the wolf's nose bump him in the face. Finally, with a hard push, he managed to get some space between himself and the wolf. Even then, it didn't seem that the ruby beast would halt his assault as he tried to jump on his master again. Down, boy, sit. Only when he changed his expression and called out in a more commanding voice did the ruby wolf decide to sit down. Agni's ruby tail was thumping the ground while kicking up dust. Clearly, he had missed his master that had vanished for multiple weeks. The open mouth and flopped-out tongue made Agni look as if he was smiling, which also quickly transformed Roland's maddened expression back to a more cheerful one. Agni, what are you doing? Did you find a squirrel again? How many times have I told you to leave them alone? Oh, hey, it's been a while. For some reason, he was feeling a lot more awkward than usual. Perhaps the near-death experience he had been through had made him think a bit more seriously about his life here and the woman before him. He could see her just standing there while wearing the uniform from his store. Yet before he could continue with the conversation, she took off running. Wait, be careful, just be quiet for a moment. Without giving him a warning, Elodia jumped at him and put her hands around his neck. To save her from bumping into his armor, he managed to grab her waist in midair so that she wouldn't bump into him too hard. Her face landed in his chest as she could not reach his head, and there she remained for quite some time. Hey, are you crying? I'm not crying. The sniffling was quite noticeable, and how her smaller body was trembling was worrisome. Without thinking much, he decided to place one of his hands on her head while hugging her closer. There they remained for a minute until Elodia managed to calm herself down. With a quick push, she freed herself from a hug and looked up to him with quite a lot of tears in her eyes. I thought something happened to you. I've heard about Rika and sorry, I'm a mess. Elodia pulled away while removing her glasses to wipe the tears away. It was normal for the news of the cult's attack to have spread, as they did a bad job at hiding their presence now. The tears were not something that he was expecting. Instead, he thought a stern lecture to be more careful would await him when he returned. How about we go in and I'll explain everything to you? There is a lot we need to talk about. Elodia nodded while also grasping Roland's hand that was offered to her. While he wanted to do nothing more than go to his bed and sleep for a whole day, there were some things Elodia and his workers needed to know. This mostly concerned the cult parasites that needed to be checked for in the church as fast as possible. Only after that was done could he put his worries to rest. Only then would he be able to relax and put this horrible trip behind him. Yet already he was happy his home was here, and in it were people that he learned to care for. Welcome home, Roland. Yes, I'm back, he replied with a small smile on his face while walking towards the entrance gate. His previous journey was at an end, but the next one was already around the corner. Roland, is this really necessary? I don't feel that anything is out of place, and is Agni coming too? Awo. Yes, I've already explained. It's better if we do it now before word reaches this place. Bernir and Diana need to come with us too. If you say so. Roland was now back home, but this was not quite over yet. After getting a big hug from Elodia and a lot of slobber from Agni, he didn't just relax. The cult was still fresh in his mind, and the creatures that turned people into abominations could be among them. The only cure that he knew were elixirs and holy energies, thus the best place for a checkup would be the Church of Celeria that was in the city. His assistant Bernir along with his wife needed to be brought over as well. He would not be able to relax if anyone around him was infected. Probably from this point onward, all of them would need to periodically go get checkups at the church if that was a possibility. There was no official announcement yet, and without things like the internet, information traveled slowly. While nobles could use magic to get informed, most of the common folk were usually left out in the dark. Everyone had their own little circle they cared about, and just like him, they would probably prioritize them. What the people knew about was that there was an attack in the city of Rika, but they didn't have the details. Not many knew about the abyssal larvae that could transform people into monstrosities. If they did, they would probably all be pushing towards the churches. What got ye knickers in a twist, boss? Shouldn't we have a drink first? Ye managed to get ye golden adventure card. Now is not the time. Is Diana with you? I'm here. I've got some gauntlets for your magical touch, bossmen, and we also managed to finish that thing you were asking about. It was hard to do the measurements with him moving around so much though. Good, but that will have to wait. We need to get to the church, so we'll close the shop for today. To the church, both Bernir and Diana looked at each other with confused expressions. They didn't know what was going through Roland's head, but he had an unusual expression on his face. Luckily, they didn't argue too much or ask any unnecessary questions before nodding. Let me turn the forge off before we go then. It took them a moment to make sure that no magical tools were turned on. Not having his home burned down after his return would be appreciated. Elodia finished up in the shop, while having to apologize to a few people that were glancing through the wares. The hired guard there would remain to keep watch for the time being while all of them headed to the city. Do you mind explaining why we are going to the church? Does it have anything to do with the current rumors about Rika? Yes, Roland didn't want to directly announce that all of them could potentially have brain-eating parasites in them, so he needed to make it seem at least a bit less lethal. So you all know that I've taken the mission towards that city and that it was attacked by cultists, right? Yes, replied Elodia while the other two nodded. During that trip I directly encountered the people from the Abyssal cult. They have been, how should I put this, inflicting people with an ailment that could be deadly if not checked by the church. An ailment. Did you think that it could have happened to us? There is a slight possibility, but you all should probably be fine still. We need to see. It can be cured, so don't worry. All three of them started looking at each other and then quickly onto their own bodies. In their minds, they tried to remember if there were any symptoms of getting cured or poisoned. None of them could recall such an event occurring. Their own statuses weren't showing anything, but not like they would, and Roland was aware of this. Wait, was this ailment responsible for what happened in Rika? Don't think too much about it. Let's just get to the church. Sister Kasha should be able to get rid of it. This was also an unconfirmed statement. He had seen a high-ranking member of the church destroy the parasites, but she was a Tier 3 class holder. Lorina was not a priest that specializes in healing magic. The abyssal larvae were quite weak, in theory. A Tier 2 priest like Kasha should have been able to cleanse them, but this was still only a theory. After the little talk, his friends started walking at a quicker pace. They all knew that Roland wasn't someone that would lie to them. If he was kicking up a fuss about a strange disease, then they needed to get to the church and do it fast. Stop. With a rapid pace, they finally arrived at the city gate. There the first problem arose, which was a huge dire wolf with rubies on it. The moment the people waiting in line saw the oversized wolf, they started backing away. The guards grabbed their spears and pointed them toward the dangerous beast, which made Agni growl slightly. He is my tamed beast. There shouldn't be a problem here. Before the situation could get out of hand, Roland presented the people with some papers. Their Agni was stated to be his tamed monster, and along with his golden adventure card, he would theoretically have permission to bring it inside of the city. These documents are outdated, Mr. Wayland, but the card is real, I know. I recently went through my ranking test. As you can see, he is wearing a muzzle to update those papers. I need to get him to the guild. Even though he didn't update the documents, he wasn't in the wrong. Agni needed to be taken to the Adventure Guild for an assessment of his stats. With the gold rank card, he would be also taken more seriously and be allowed to keep a tier 2 monster. It wasn't forbidden for adventurers to take weapons into the city, and a tamed beast was just another part of their repertoire. You are correct. Please have the new documents the next time you bring him here, or you will pay a fine next. Everything went rather smoothly. The guards had the power to keep him from entering the city, but as he had a relation with the city lord, they could not. He wouldn't be surprised that they would have let him in even if he didn't show any of those documents to them. Ha, it's good to be famous. Diana chuckled along with the rest of them after they managed to get through the checkpoint. Let's go to the church first. I'll sort things out with the guild later. Everyone nodded before going towards their destination. Roland took some time to examine Albrook. It didn't seem that anyone was taking the infection in Rika seriously. The news of the parasitic creatures that could be inserted through the eye socket certainly didn't spread yet. The nobles and church wouldn't want to cause panic. If the people in power announced to the world about this potential plague, the kingdom could come to a halt. Every person would clamor to get themselves in the church to get cleansed. This could have various ripple effects on the kingdom's economy and even potentially invite outside nations to attack. It wouldn't be surprising if they spread some counter-rumors to keep everything hidden. They will probably only mention that the cult attacked the city, but now how people started turning by themselves, not many people witnessed everything like me. At first, he thought that the only reason the Inquisitor let him go was due to his noble heritage. But there was another reason. No one would believe a group of adventurers about the parasite problem if it wasn't confirmed by the church. Yet at that point in time, no one expected the cult to retaliate this swiftly and make a giant spectacle of everything. He and the adventurers were loose ends that could complicate things. Will they try to, hey, boss, we are here? Was he in his own world again? Aye, that he was. Hey, Roland frowned as Elodia along with Bernier started laughing at him. Everyone was already used to him spacing out in his own thoughts for a long time, so they learned not to interrupt him. Only when they arrived at the church did they raise their voices to get him out of the trance. Before we go in, he looked towards Agni, who just plopped his rump on the ground. The muzzle that he was wearing did make him look a lot less energetic. His tail, which was usually a propeller, was just hanging down without moving. I'll stay with him. Ow, Agni replied with a weak howl. Luckily, after receiving some ear scratches from the large lady, his tail started wagging once again. After I clear things up, we'll probably have to get Agni in through the back door, so just wait for a moment. It shouldn't take long. It's fine, take your time. Let's go in then. Thus everyone besides Agni and Diana made their way inside through the large gate-like door. For something called the Sun Church, it's awfully chilly in here. Elodia shivered slightly after going into the building with a high ceiling. The drop in temperature was noticeable to everyone, but nothing too extreme. Luckily, Sister Kasha wasn't far from the entrance. We were lucky. Think they just finished with the sermon. I could never stay awake through those. Just sounds like gibberish to me. Bernier smiled as he saw Kasha walking down from the slightly raised platform. There was a large circular stained glass window behind it that concentrated light there during certain hours. When it wasn't midday, the light would focus down from a side window while the priests performed prayers. Mr. Wayland, what brings you to the church? Have you finally decided to devote yourself to the Radiant Lady? It would be a pleasure to praise the sun with you and your companions. Sister Kasha spotted Roland the moment he entered the church. For some reason, she was obsessed with trying to convert him to her religion. He wasn't sure why, but perhaps she was just thick-headed and unable to accept that he wasn't interested. Luckily, this would only allow him to ask about the favor. Sister Kasha, it's nice to see you. I require some help, but I'm not sure that this is the best place to speak about it. After arriving here, he noticed that the church was filled out with believers. They were kneeling on the ground and praying with their hands together. They did it in a very similar fashion to the religion he was part of in his original world. Not the best place to speak. There is nothing that needs to remain a secret under her watchful eyes. Yeah, I thought you would say that. What if I tell you that I know what really happened in Rika, and the problem is a lot more serious than the church wants us to believe. Roland was not sure if every person in the church was informed about the Abyssal cult. It could just be something that the Inquisitors were involved with while the priests were left out of the picture. People like Kasha were here to offer comfort and heal people. They were not meant to interact with the cult forces outside the church. What is this truth you speak of? Yes, it involves the Abais. Don't speak their name here. Before he could continue, Kasha raised her voice slightly while placing her hand over his mouth. It seemed that talking about the cult from the abyss was not something welcomed here. With the problem it caused Enrica, he knew why. "You must excuse me, I've acted out of line." Kasia pulled her hand away while quickly bowing. Soon she turned her face to the side where a door was. Roland nodded while turning towards Elodia and Bernir. The two did some nodding as well before all going towards the new location. The door led to a narrow corridor that was connected to some rooms. Some of them were open. There he saw Solarian nuns performing prayers. There was even one producing holy water, indicated by the sparkly glow coming from the bottle it was in. "This is my bedchamber. Please come in." "I didn't think I would be ever going into a nun's bedchamber." Bernir had a strange smirk on his face while going in. Before he could peek his head inside, he was smacked by Elodia. "Hey, what was that for? Don't think I didn't see where those eyes were looking. I'm going to tell your wife everything if you don't stop." Please, anything but that." He could only roll his eyes at the panicked half-dwarf. His assistant liked to boast about how he was the man of the house, but whenever his wife was brought up, he started behaving like a puppy. "Please don't cause a scene. Let's just go in." There was no time for this, so he decided to place his hand on Elodia's shoulder. Thankfully, she was quick to let this matter rest while they were inside the church. Bernir was clearly touched and a bit smug when looking at Roland that seemingly had his back in this situation. Though after one stern look from Elodia, he quickly turned his face to the side. "Would you like something to drink? We do have the best water that her radiance gifts us. Holy water could perhaps do the trick." While Kasia offered Roland a drink, he contemplated the validity of holy water working on the parasites. This blessed water was one of the most praised products of the church. It could be sold in bulk and was cheap to produce. It was nowhere near the potency of an elixir, but could help out against low-level undead and demonic creatures. When ingested by such a monster, it would act similarly to a poison effect, just like the elixir that he fed to the Abyssal monster when he was escaping from Rika. "Holy water. That's not something I expected Mr. Wayland to drink. No, I mean it's better if you just sit down. This might take a while. How much do you know about the Rika incident?" Kasia didn't seem well informed. She was a Tier 2 class holder and a priest, but not really someone in a leadership position. Even in this church, there were others on the same level, and all of them would need to answer to any Tier 3 priest if they met them. "I must admit that I don't know anything specific, but I'm sure there is a good reason for it. I guess that's one way to put it." Finally, after the door was closed and everyone was seated, Roland started to explain everything. He glossed over most of his battles to not worry Elodia, but he did mention the parasite problem. The moment he started to describe the monstrosities that people turned into, if the little monsters weren't killed, he could see everyone's faces change. Wait, boss, are you telling me that I could have one of those worms inside my head, and I'll turn into some monstrosity if I don't get it out? Well, yes, but there is an easy way to get rid of them. There is. Bernir started to panic, but soon let out a sigh of relief after Roland mentioned that there was a cure. Elodia, along with Kasia, became silent, but he could see them also thinking hard to figure out if they could have been infected in any way. These monsters can't stand divine spells. If they are exposed to them, they should easily die. Asked Elodia as she didn't like the sound of those words. Yes, I don't know how time affects this. He didn't want to worry them, but he had no idea if those larvae could be killed after living in a host for a long period of time. It could have already been too late for the people that lived in Rika. If he didn't see Lorina remove the abyssal creatures with her holy energy in the village, he would not be so sure about a cure even existing. "So this is why I have come here to you today, sister. I would like you to use your magic to examine my companions." The cat lady was shocked by the revelation. Her hand covered her mouth, but he could clearly tell that she was shaken. Yet without missing a beat, she just nodded when Roland posed his request of healing his friends. With proper guidance from him, she would be able to focus those divine energies on the spots that the parasites resided in and hopefully remove them if they were there. "Stay still, boy, this isn't going to take long." "Awoof, I didn't know that he would be afraid of healing magic that much. I'll hold him down." Roland had to go down to one knee and keep Agni steady while Kasia performed her healing spell. Surprisingly, the large dire wolf had a fright of divine magic. Perhaps it was some kind of innate fear as he was still a monster. Luckily, Roland was able to hold him down until the priest was done with her spell. "I don't think he has any either. Can tamed monsters also be a host to those creatures born of vile magic? I'm not sure. I've only seen them take over people as hosts." This brought up an interesting question, but not one that was important. After spending 20 minutes in the church, everyone had been dosed with holy energy. This is what he expected to see, as no one showed any signs of discomfort when venturing into this chapel. Roland expected some kind of reaction from the abyssal creatures, even though the concentration of divine energy was low. Sister Kasia went through everyone one by one while focusing her divine energy on their heads. There was no feeling of discomfort for anyone in their small group. Lorina from the Golden Order went through the same process, and there the reaction was quite visible. Either the monsters would try to crawl out through an orifice or black smoke would rise from the infected person while it perished. This holy energy was extremely deadly to these tiny creatures, thus they were obviously not in any danger. AWOO. Agni jumped back while wrestling out of Roland's grip after he loosened it up slightly. He was quick to run behind Elodia while whimpering. There was no damage that he received from the healing and cleansing spells, so his behavior just made everyone confused. Your fluffy friend doesn't seem to like me too much. Kasha cat ears flopped down slightly after her last patient seemed visibly shaken. Perhaps it had nothing to do with the healing spell. Maybe it was the age-long conflict between the canines and the felines that was making Agni behave like this. Now was not the time to speculate about the relations between cats and dogs. There was more work to be done. You have my gratitude, sister. If what our bossman is saying is correct, then we owe you one. Everyone started thanking the feline priest, which made her cat ears spring back to life. Her frown turned back to a radiant smile, as if it was never there to begin with. I just did what the Lady of Radiance has entrusted me with. Her blessings are meant to be shared with the people. Her radiance has blessed us with another. Sister Kasha, I think you probably have enough work on your hands now that you know about this affliction. The affliction, Roland managed to cut her off before she could continue babbling about Celeria. The moment he mentioned the parasites again, she became quiet. In reality, she didn't have any information from the church, so she would not be able to act on her own accord. They had a strict hierarchy in this church, and Kasha was not the leader. You're correct, Mr. Wayland. I need to consult the head priest. We will have to postpone our discussion about the Radiant Lady for later. It was more of a one-way discussion, though before we leave, would it be fine with you if we brought over more people later? There is always a place in the church for the afflicted. You have my gratitude then. If you ever need runic items, you are welcome to come to my shop. Roland knew that it wouldn't be fair to just let the woman leave like this. She had allowed them access to her healing spells, without taking any payment, which was somewhat uncharacteristic of a Solarian priest. Oh, I will be sure to take you up on that offer if I require anything, but for now, I will have to excuse myself. They had gathered outside to take care of Agni, so Kasha was the only person returning to the church. While she was a high-level Tier 2 priest, she was not the person making the decision. From his perspective, Kasha would probably be forced to stay silent until the top brass decided to make a proper decision. There was no way of knowing how people would react to this knowledge. This small temple that they had created here could probably not manage too many people clamoring for their services at once. There she goes, commented Elodia while Roland just nodded and was about to turn away. Hey, what are you looking at? There he noticed Bernier's head moving at an angle as he was trying to take in the view of Kasha's behind. Diana noticed this and delivered a smack to the back of her husband's head, which made him do a nice flip to the side. What was dat foe? You want another one? Sweetie, please calm down, don't you sweetie me. How about you two take the rest of the day off? It's already late. I'll see you tomorrow at the workshop. Roland turned to Elodia, who started chuckling and nodding. It was already the middle of the day. Even if they returned, there wouldn't be much time before the sun went down, and the two were allowed to turn in for the day. No, boss, help me. Sorry, you're on your own with this one. Let's go, Agni, we need to get your documents renewed. While Bernier was getting chased by his oversized wife, Roland and Elodia headed towards the Adventure Guild. Finally, he could start to relax. Everyone close to him was doing fine, but this wasn't quite over. Even though the ones closest to him had been examined, this was not true for everyone that he knew. Elodia was still part of the orphanage, and they were also others. When you were talking to the priest, you mentioned others, do you mean? I don't want to worry you, but you have probably realized by now. Lobelia and Armand. Elodia leaned in towards Roland while also grasping his visibly larger hand. He could see the concern in her eyes, and it was justified. The probability of the kids at the orphanage of being infected was close to zero. None of them ventured out of the city much, and the only place some of them visited was his own workshop. Those two have been taking missions outside of the city for years. We need to get them to the church fast. Elodia nodded, while also grasping his hand harder when he mentioned both of her adoptive siblings. Armand, after achieving the gold rank, had been adventuring through the entire island. With Roland being in the city, he had someone that she could rely on, and thus he could focus on his progress. Lobelia was part of the Thieves' Guild. The places she visited were unknown to him, but she had also made her rounds around the continent. Sometimes she would even vanish for a month or longer before appearing as if nothing had happened. Roland noticed one fight between the two sisters when the half-elf had not shown herself for a while. Do you think they will be at the guild, or are they out of town? I think Armand should be there. He came back from a trip recently. He never leaves for too long. That's true. He does seem to go back to that place a lot. Hey. Elodia jerked her head towards Roland, who mentioned Armand's little addiction to the red light district. It seemed that he had grown accustomed to some of the girls there. With not having to worry about the orphanage, with Roland in the picture, his expenditure there had only increased. Well, if Lobelia isn't there, I'll check the other guild. Her two fans might know where she is. Those two, they probably would. An image of a dog and fox fighting it out for the affection of the elven maiden popped into his head. The two would probably know if she decided to leave the city or was just having fun elsewhere. First, let's see if they are at the guild. Elodia nodded, and the three of them headed toward their next destination. With Agni's increased size, he was really standing out. Roland was forced to put him on a leash that was not very appreciated. From time to time, the ruby wolf would just sit down and grumble. Even when he tugged on the line, he would just sit there with his nose down in the dirt. Stop being a little baby, Agni. Luckily, with some words, Elodia was able to get him moving. If this continued, Roland was ready to deliver some punishment in the form of withholding food. Finally, after some time had passed, they managed to arrive at the Adventurers Guild. The building did not change at all. Among the adventurers, Agni would comfortably fit in, as most of them had already seen a tamed monster. The tamer stables are in the back. Wait for me there. Sure. With Elodia here, he would not really need to go in there himself. After giving her the old documents, he started moving to the area behind the guild. There he would find some other facilities, like the training area that he had his bout with Armand all those years before. There were people shouting and cheering, just like now wait. After moving closer to the back of the guild, he started hearing various shouts. People were cheering, and some even ran past him towards the training area. He couldn't really see what the noise was about, but this was not something that rare. Perhaps there was someone advancing to their silver rank and taking a test, or someone was in a sanctioned match between adventurers. The guild was filled with various people that liked to let their fists do the talking. When a dispute arose between two parties, they could always clear it up in a fair match. The reason for allowing a brutal competition where their health was on the line was as always money. People could bet on who would win and win quite a high amount of coins. The loser will be disgraced and the winner takes all the glory. Roland found something in this sentiment. Perhaps if he knew about this tradition sooner, he would have taken on the party of adventurers that hurt Bernier there. It would be a good show of his might, but luckily for him, the guild master wanted to do business with him at that time, and he got off scot-free. Ow, is something wrong, Agni? Woof. The ruby wolf pointed with his nose towards the direction of the training area where all the noise was coming from. There was something there that Agni wanted, and Roland kind of had an idea what. Did he recognize someone's smell? Maybe it's Lobelia or the idiot. He had just arrived at this location, and even if he went towards the training ground, it wasn't that far away from here. Elodia would probably need at least 15 minutes to get everything sorted out, even with the many guild members she knew. That left him with nothing much to do for that time. Perhaps checking out what the commotion was about wasn't such a bad idea. Okay, let's go then. Ow, you think that she can win? I don't know, her axe was damaged, and that other adventurer looks strong. Why can't that idiot keep her mouth shut? I'd say T's in favor OTH lad. They gauntlets be unusual. It must be dwarven craftsmanship. It didn't take long for him to get there, and before he could examine the situation, he started hearing familiar voices. 3 of his new adventurer friends were gathered right at the entrance and talking. He didn't need to look to figure out that Griselda was involved in this event, as even the bystanders were vocal about it. I'll put 1 large silver on the giant woman. Just look at those muscles. Ha, you're an idiot. Look at that weapon she has. It'll be a miracle if it doesn't break. Armand got this in the bag. So that idiot was really involved. After hearing that Griselda and Armand were involved, he wanted to facepalm. Finally, he looked towards the training area, and there he saw Elodia's brother smirking. Opposite to him was the barbarian woman that he met during his journey, and she looked mad. The two were both gold-rank adventurers, but Armand fell behind in levels. This he probably made up with the runic gauntlets that he was using. Why are those two there? Didn't they just arrive? Is this some new world record for finding trouble? Much time didn't pass between him going to the workshop and back to the city. The caravan had to stop before being allowed through the gate. This added to about 2 hours before this incident had to happen. Roland was quick to take his friends to the church and to get here. This meant that Armand and the barbarian woman started fighting not long after they visited the guild. Hey, it's Wayland, but what's that thing with him? Is that a ruby wolf, but it's much bigger? What is going on here? What is Griselda doing? Roland quickly moved toward the 3 to ask the question. Didn't make sense to him that such a situation could have arisen within this short span of time. Do you want the long or the short version? Short. Roland quickly replied while Senna pointed at Armand and started explaining. In all honesty, that muscly-bound idiot started it. When we were in the guild, he walked up to the other muscly-bound idiot. I think he was trying to woo her. Wait, he was trying to woo her. Ha, that was my reaction too. Does he even have eyes? So I reckon that this courting process didn't go too well. I think that's still debatable. The 2 idiots made a bet if the guy wins, she has to spend the night with him, but if he loses, she gets 10 small gold coins. Why would she? Senna shrugged while Roland started wondering where such a ridiculous bet came from. 10 small gold coins were a large sum of money, and probably the reason why Griselda decided to take Armand up on the offer. The barbarian woman probably wanted to pay off her debt to Senna with this one last gamble, but her chances of winning weren't that great. Don't ask me, maybe she was playing hard to get. That guy is an idiot, but he does have a handsome face. Senna rubbed her chin while looking at Armin's handsome features. Even now he was getting cheered on by a group of ladies from the side. This, of course, was only fueling his big ego that he didn't seem to have been able to get rid of even after suffering many defeats. The times he had been beaten up by Roland faded into obscurity, while the recent victories and ranking up took over his mind. We don't have time for this. Normally there were rules with these kinds of bets. People from the outside could not get involved, or they could be held responsible by the adventurers that just loved making bets. Luckily for him, he had a high enough position in this adventurous society that he could risk it. There you are, I've been looking for you. What happened to getting Agni registered? Before being able to move towards the two idiots that were staring at each other, he heard Elodia's voice behind him. Good that you are here, can you help me with that? That, Elodia followed Roland's finger and instantly frowned when she saw her younger brother puffing out his chest. Then even more as she noticed another familiar person further behind him. This person was holding on to a lot of cash and gathering various bets. Even Roland was noticed by the entourage she was with. At least all of them are here, now we can. Yet before he could move in, he heard a loud banging sound that indicated the start of the fight. The large group of adventurers swarmed towards the fence to quickly block off the path as the fight had started. Why don't you just give up? No reason to be shy about your true feelings. I'll be sure to take care of you well. Armand winked at the woman that was standing on the other side of this training ground. While she wasn't quite his type, it didn't take much to get him going. He was sure to strike a gallant pose to show off his muscles that had grown since he reached his second Tier 2 class. What's wrong with your head? You've been spouting nonsense the entire time. And you call those things muscles. These are muscles. Griselda the Barbarian was on the opposite end. The moment she saw her opponent flexing to show off their physique, she returned the favor. Her body wasn't behind Armin's in any way, and she was also taller. When she was striking that double biceps pose, the other adventurers started whistling. Damn, that woman is huge. Isn't she larger than Armand? He's got a bit more volume on her because he is a man, but she isn't far behind. Some posing enthusiasts that were in the peanut gallery started giving their opinion while the two showed off their goods. Other people that were here to see a fight started to complain, but not like the two muscle brains cared. They continued to strike poses as if this was some kind of bodybuilding competition. They did draw in the attention of a certain guild leader. The bald man that was in a different weight category started rubbing his chin while looking at the two young adventurers. His eyes were drawn to Armand, who used to be part of the faculty of the guild. He did improve a lot, but he still has a lot to learn, guild master. What are you doing? Oh, don't mind me. Solana, that was within the office, tipped her head to the side while looking at her boss. Ordhin, who was of the Goliath race, suddenly started flexing his biceps while looking out the window. The shouts of the other adventurers didn't go unnoticed, but it was not something that they weren't used to. Please, pay attention and stop doing that. I can't have any fun around here. Maybe I should give that brat his position back. While the guild master was getting scolded by his secretary, another group of people were looking dumbfounded at the fight. Roland had rushed towards the fence and almost jumped over it to stop the altercation, but the two just continued the flex off. I'm really glad that you two aren't blood related. Yeah, Elodia nodded her head while looking away. Her face was a bit flushed after having to listen to Armand make a fool of himself. But now is not the time. Let's get him over to the church. To everyone's regret, before any real action could take place, Roland along with Elodia rushed to the two muscle brains. He went over to Griselda while Elodia had to contend with Armand and his antics. Wayland, what are you doing here? Keeping you from doing, I guess it's too late for that. Just come with me and ignore that guy. But he started it first. I won't feel satisfied until I cleave his crotch in two. You want to do it with that? Roland pointed to the damaged axe that she was holding. After the escape, it had been damaged and needed to be repaired. Griselda looked at her weapon and for some reason tried to hide the dented edge behind her back. As a heavy axe, it probably could be used to deliver some blunt damage, but against Armand, who was a close combat specialist, it wouldn't be that effective. Hey, stop that, that hurts. While he was trying to convince the barbarian woman to give up, he heard Armand's pleading voice from behind. There he saw a strange scene of a vast, smaller Elodia yanking on the man's ear. He looked truly pathetic with his shoulders and arms slumped forward. Even though the person pulling the ear didn't have much strength, he was forced to move. Why do you always have to get in these stupid situations? I thought you'd mature after getting the gold rank, but it seems that you need to be scolded. Elodia shouted while tugging on his ear. The other adventurers burst out into laughter as they forgot about the bets that they made. Ha ha, Armand is going to get scolded. Elodia, you're making me look bad in front of the other adventurers. You should have thought about that sooner. Wait until you get back home, Army. Hey, I told you not to call me that. The people burst out in even more laughter after Elodia brought up a nickname from his past. It was clearly something that one would call a child and caused everyone to start shouting it at the man himself. I think Army needs some milk from his mommy. Hey, look guys, Army is going to cry. Some adventurers shouted out after getting some fuel. Armen was known around by many and had built up a bad reputation. There were many other men that disliked him for being popular with the ladies, and this was the perfect time to throw in some jabs. They were safe in the crowd and confident of him not being able to tell where their voices were coming from. "Hey, who said that when I find you I'm going to bash? You're not going to do anything, now start walking. What are you looking at?" Nothing, the halfling just chuckled while Orson started mumbling something to himself. "Big muscles aren't that bad. Ho, did you discover something new?" "Perhaps I did, my friend." Roland wasn't sure what the two were talking about, but they were looking at the muscular barbarian lady that seemed more oily than usual. Their gazes were focused on her thighs that were probably thicker than even Armen's. For some reason, it seemed that the woman rubbed oil onto her body that made it shine even more than usual. Perhaps it was a plan to be more slippery for the battle, with a hand-to-hand specialist. Yet this was not the time to ask silly questions, as they needed to get the troublemaker to the church for an examination. "Hey big sis, why did you do that? I had to give all the betting money away. It was their lucky day." Suddenly out of the crowd emerged Lobelia along with the two young men from the Thieves' Guild. Rennie, the one that was part dog beastman, and Jasper, who had fox-like ears. They were the ones taking bets and weren't given their cut after the bout didn't take place. "Oh, do my elven eyes spy a famous runesmith? Good to see you, Lobelia. Grab that idiot. We need to talk." After a less than heartfelt greeting, he pointed to the mad Armen that was shaking his fist at some of the other adventurers. Most of them would probably bring this accident up for the next few months to come. Soon all of them excused themselves back towards the tamer side of the guild, where he was supposed to get Agni registered before going through with that. He needed to give Elodia's two siblings an explanation. "What? Hey, keep your voice down or I'll keep calling you Army. Hey, that's unfair." After going to a more secluded location, Elodia gave a quick explanation to both Armand and Lobelia. Both of them were shocked at the thought of being infected by some strange type of disease. "True, we could sell this information to the guild for a nice margin. Hey, who is this? I like her." Senna popped her head out to look at Lobelia talking about selling the info. The guild in this case was not actually the adventure one, but the one that worked underground with thieves. When the two spotted each other, they could instantly tell that they came from a similar background. "Waylon, who are these people?" "Right, I should probably introduce you. These four were on the same mission with me and then helped me escape from Rika." More like we just clung to Wayland here while he did all the work. You should have seen him sling those spells around. Speak for yourself, Pipsqueak. I did my part." Griselda didn't seem so amused as she remembered killing a couple of monsters on her way out. The others just chuckled and ignored the small outburst. "You have my gratitude." Elodia moved towards the four and performed a little official bow before them. The four were taken aback by the gesture. They were all grizzled adventurers, so a heart-filled bow of gratitude wasn't something that they were used to. "So is this Wayland's wife?" asked Griselda after the bow of appreciation. The large woman just nodded her head back, but on the other hand, both Orson and Dalrak remained quiet. "His wife." "Oh no, I am just." Elodia's face got a bit red after the statement. She looked towards Roland that for some reason felt a lot of weight on his shoulders. That look that she was giving him started making him sweat, but luckily he had some people to divert the conversation in a different direction. "So that's Wayland's type. Those clothes are deceptive. Is that an E? No, I think it's an F. The lad has a keen eye. The hell are you two on about?" After getting kicked in the shin by Senna, both of the idiots backed away. Roland was surprised by the keen eye that Orson had when it came to women figures. Not bad. For one reason or another, Armin nodded with approval at the two new adventurers he met. The three started looking at each other with a certain glint in their eyes before bursting out in laughter. This laughter brought frowns onto the female members of this conversation that started inching away from the trio. "I guess those three are equal in their perverseness. Better not to leave Elodia alone with any of them." Roland made a mental note of keeping his woman away from this trio of blockheads. He wouldn't be surprised if not soon after they cleared things up, the three would start going to the red light district together. "Anyway, everyone, let's meet up at the church in 15 minutes. Do we have to?" asked Armin while throwing glances at Griselda, the new woman in town. Luckily, after one S-sider from his big sister, he just nodded. Agni's papers needed to be taken care of, which would take a bit of time. Thankfully, with Elodia's help, they were able to get these sorted out in about 10 minutes. "Here you go. Please show this to the city guards whenever you take your tamed beast into the city. Also, remember to keep your beast muzzled at all times. If it causes any harm to a citizen, you will be held accountable for its actions." Roland nodded after seeing a stamp appearing on a small, slightly above card-sized piece of paper. This thing was similar to an identification card. On the front it had his information written down, while on the back there were 6 squares for a stamp. It was clearly less intricate than the adventure card that was not easily destroyed. Each time he gained a new tamed monster, or his old one evolved, he would need to get a new stamp of approval. The only magical part about this small document piece was this stamp that was radiating a faint mana fingerprint. They probably have something to identify the stamp within the guild. It wouldn't be easy to falsify this. While the document in itself would be easy to counterfeit, the stamp would not. Perhaps in the Thieves' Guild, there would be someone able to create a false card for a tamed beast that one didn't want to have on the record. For instance, a poisonous creature could be tied to assassination, but could be hidden behind a fake tamer card. Some creatures look similar to each other and could also have unique evolution options. Even wolf-type monsters such as Agni could evolve to have poison glands in their fangs if they were brought up in a poisonous environment. Food choices could also affect this, as they did with his ruby wolf that liked to eat mana stones. I never get to see you anymore. Want to go to the tavern? After finishing his business, he was hoping to quickly get the rest done soon. Yet when he returned to where Elodia was, she was getting hugged from behind by a beautiful elf woman. The tavern. I'll have to decline. I still have a few things to take care of now. Let me go. Should I? Solana was the one that was clinging to her old co-worker and making a scene. They didn't have that much time on their hands, so even with his aversion to social interactions, he decided to go over to help Elodia out. Well, if it isn't the famous Wayland, just the man that I've been looking for. He didn't like the sound of that. Roland intended to just give Elodia an excuse to leave earlier, but instead, he seemed to be the focus of this ploy. Solana was quick to move toward him for a quick interrogation. Didn't your mission involve Rika? You probably heard the news. How did you manage to get here so fast? I was just lucky and left before the incident. That's quite the luck you have there. The way back should be blocked. Did you use a ship? Roland didn't really want to talk about his involvement in the village incident or about the monsters in the city. There were probably records of him entering the guild in Rika that Solana couldn't confirm due to the attack. The only real proof was the ship that he arrived at, but he could always claim that he left the city right before the monster attacked. Yes, now if you would excuse us. While Solana wasn't his enemy, he didn't have time. His closest companions came first. After everyone was checked, he didn't mind informing some of his allies about what truly happened there. Getting everyone in the city examined was something that needed to be done. Arthur was probably left in the dark even as the city lord. As his new boss, it would probably be good to inform him about the problem at hand. Wait, yet when he was about to go, he felt Elodia tugging on his robe. Her face said it all. It was clear that she wanted to explain everything to Solana, but didn't want to go ahead without his consent. Roland took a moment. The elven girl did help him in getting this mission sorted out quickly. Even though he almost died, it was his choice in the end. I'll go with the others. You can meet us there after you are finished, but on one condition. Take Agni for now. Awu. Agni had been allowed into the guild filled with monster hunters as long as he had someone watching him. Roland couldn't go into the church together with his ruby wolf if Elodia wasn't there to keep him company. All right, be careful. Elodia smiled while nodding before turning back to Solana, who was confused but intrigued. While the two were going to have a long conversation about the true movements of the Abyssal cult, he needed to get Armand and Lobelia checked. While the quartet of adventurers didn't need a checkup, they were still hanging with the new group. When he arrived at the church without Agni in tow, he could see two groups forming. On one side were the trio of leechers that were probably talking about women. On the other side were the women along with the two young men that hang around Lobelia. Hey, Wayland, where is Big Sis? Asked Lobelia, who was a bit confused. She stayed at the guild to take care of a few things. Wait here, I'll go get Sister Kasha, she will examine all of you. Luckily, it didn't take him long to get Kasha to let them in through the back door. Just like before, Roland kept his eyes on everyone that was going in. This time around, he noticed something peculiar. One of the people they came with looked strange. Their eyes started twitching, and they started to sweat. It was as if they were feeling uncomfortable from being exposed to the environment of the temple. So how about the two of us grab some brew after we are finished here? Some brew. Do you want to discuss the scripture of the Radiant Lady with me? How about you come to the sermon and pray with me then, Mr. Armand? A sermon. I didn't think that I'd see Armand ever be dejected when talking to a woman. Roland, along with a few other people, were looking at Armand's facade crumbling. They had come here to get checked up, but he could not hold himself back from courting someone as beautiful as Sister Kasha. Regretfully for him, this woman was already in a relationship with the sun goddess, Celeria. The moment he tried his one-liner on the cat lady priest, she mistook it for a call for preaching. At least he seems normal enough. He isn't infected, and Lobelia is next after her will be those two. The plan was to get Elodia's two siblings here for a proper examination, but they weren't the only ones here. Besides these two, another duo followed them inside of the church. They were half-beastmen that belonged to the Thieves' Guild and liked to hang around their leader Lobelia. In the past, the two of them along with Lobelia tried to rob him of his possessions. They took him for a defenseless merchant that was new to the guild and wanted to teach him a lesson. Luckily for them, Roland was able to control his impulses and didn't harm them too much. Ever since then, he could tell that the two weren't fond of him too much. Perhaps it was due to the beatdown in the past or his relation to Lobelia. He did not truly know or care. Just as usual, they were giving him that passive-aggressive treatment while not talking much, but there was a slight difference. Jasper, the one with the fox ears and the louder of the two, was acting strange. Could he have it? Oh, my skin feels a lot smoother. That's one of the gifts of the Radiant Lady. Her light is capable of revitalizing a maiden's skin. There were after effects of the divine-based healing magic. From what he could tell, there were variants of healing spells. One boosted the body's natural mending capacity to rapidly seal any wound. The downside was that it would leave a scar. Then there was divine healing, which apparently turned the body back to a state in which it was healthier. The drawback with those spells was time. The longer a person remained wounded, the harder it would be to heal them with a divine spell. This could be countered by more powerful spells or higher levels. Thus, if there weren't that many wounds, it would only de-age the skin cells. Jasper, you're up. Lobelia, with a smile on her face, moved over to the young man with fox ears and gave him a smack on the shoulder. The response wasn't what she expected, as instead of going forward with a puffed-out chest, he just took a step back. His forehead was full of sweat, and it seemed that he was close to losing it. What's wrong with you, Jasper? Are you afraid of priests or something? No, can we just get out of here? I don't see a reason why we have to do this. Will we have to pay that nun after she is done? Doesn't this look a bit fishy? He turned to his friend Rennie, whose dog ears were flopping around while listening. Wait, we need to pay for this, Rennie asked with concern in his voice, but was quickly interrupted. No, you don't. I will cover any expenses now. Move and get checked. It won't take long. Roland was quick to reply while taking a harsher tone with Jasper, who for some reason was fidgeting around. No, I don't really. Why don't you listen to the man, my small friend? While Jasper was backing away, he bumped into something hard. When looking up, he saw a large, grinning barbarian woman that was strategically placed in the doorway. Before everyone entered the church, Roland asked her a small favor. He had already realized that Jasper was acting strange. Griselda was much taller and stronger. Even when he tried, he could not wrestle out of her grip. Bring him over. Wayland, is this really necessary? Lobelia, along with Rennie, tried moving closer but were unsure what to do. Quickly, Roland answered the question with a raised voice while also quickly moving to grab the young man's forearm. Yes, he could be compromised, Sister Kasha. While caught by the large barbarian from one side and Roland from the other, Jasper was dragged before the priest. After pushing him down to his knees, he was held in place by two people with superior strength. Stop with your squirming. This is for your own good. He tried to reason with the fox beastman, but he was like an unruly dog at a veterinary appointment. There was clearly something wrong here. Luckily, with the two of them combining their strength, there was no escape. Sister Kasha quickly started focusing her divine energy on the man's head. Wait, what is that black smoke? Lobelia shouted out while pointing towards Jasper. The moment the golden light surrounded his face, pitch black smoke started escaping from his orifices. No, stop, it hurts. Hold him, he is infected. During the first stage of the treatment, Jasper's body started convulsing. It was as if he was going through an epilepsy attack. Soon after, dark smoke started rising from his nose, ears, and even eye sockets. His eyes started bleeding as if they were about to pop, but before that could happen, the healing spell took over. He passed out. What happened to him? Is he going to live? In all honesty, Roland didn't truly know what would happen to this person now. Back in the village, Lorena insisted on having the people with the abyssal larvae taken by the church. This wouldn't be different. Jasper needed to be watched by people from the church and observed for any kind of relapse. I think we need to move him to a bed first. Sister Kasha, do you have a room where you keep the sick? The priestess was fast on the uptake. After seeing the dark smoke, her smile was gone. Roland wasn't sure, but he assumed that clerics could feel corruption from evil deities like this. This was quickly confirmed as they left the room to go towards the infirmary. Before they could get there, an old man in full priest garb appeared before them. Sister Kasha, what is the meaning of this? Why do I feel the influence of a primordial evil in the house of the Radiant Mother? Head priest, this person. It was the head priest of this church that was able to feel the miasma arising from the previous treatment. Without thinking much of it, Roland decided to use his identification skill to confirm something. Name: Stanwick L. 141. Classes: T2 Son Devout L. 41. T2 Son Priest L. 50. T1 Cleric L. 25. T1 Acolyte L. 25. The man looked to be in his older years and lacked a Tier 3 class. Not everyone that was old possessed a high level. This priest probably gave up on hunting monsters in a party and focused on spreading the word of God, which would hinder any progress. A priest was a battle class. It required experience points from killing monsters to progress. It was not like a crafting class that could still continue by fashioning items. Most priests had no lust for things like strength or power. They had a comfortable life at the church, and everything was provided for them as long as they could cast healing spells. Usually the younger Tier 2 priests would be sent to the dungeons, but after going past the 100th level, they would have an option of quitting. This was his first time seeing the leading figure of this church. Kasha was also a Tier 2 priest, but her level was inferior. After seeing the knocked-out Jasper for a moment, he could see him scrunching his nose. "This young man very well, bring him, but sister, you will explain yourself to me." Kasha bowed in an apologetic fashion before they carried Jasper to the infirmary. The room wasn't very large. It only had about 10 small beds that weren't even divided by anything. Some of them were occupied, but there was enough free room for the new patient to lie down. What's going to happen to him? I'm not sure. I think the larva should have been killed by the healing spell, you think. I'm sorry, I don't know much about these creatures. Lobelia raised her voice at Roland as she demanded some answers. He really didn't know what the long-term effects of these monsters on a person's mind were. The creature should have been dead, and Jasper didn't turn into a tentacle monster either. His complexion also looked better now. Irene, you need to get examined this instant. What if you have the same thing? What? I could be sick too. He's probably fine. Didn't you notice how your other friends started acting after we stepped inside the church? Now that you say it, everyone started thinking back to the moment they stepped through the church. Even though there was no holy barrier inside of this building, healing spells were cast constantly, and holy water was being made as well. These abyssal larvae couldn't stomach even the faintest of the divine arts. Now Roland was sure about it. If someone afflicted entered this area, they would start feeling some side effects. But to be on the safe side, he should be examined by a priest. Lobelia nodded before grabbing Rennie by his hand and dragging him towards Jasper. He was being examined by the head priest along with Kasha that would probably have a long talk with him afterward. Roland had already explained everything regarding the abyssal parasite problem. I'm not sure I can trust these people with this issue. Yet this wasn't quite over. There was one important person in this city that needed to know the full story. This was the city lord. His brother was the city lord of Rika, and the fiasco would probably be pushed on him. Perhaps the citizens would blame him for allowing the cult to sneak into their midst. That is, if they actually tell them the truth, he could try to pass it off as a conflict between cultists and religious zealots that the city was caught between. There you are, where are Armand and Lobelia? They are in the church. We had a problem. You don't mean that one of them. Calm down and let me explain. Both of them are fine, but one of Lobelia's friends. Roland was done with the church for now, so he decided to go outside. There he parted ways with the 4-man adventure party that needed to find an inn for the day. They all agreed to meet up on another day after the commotion died down. The 4 also needed to decide if they actually wanted to stay here. After seeing another infected person, it wouldn't be odd to leave. After they were gone, Lobelia showed up along with Agni. Due to the accident with Jasper, he had spent a lot more time than he intended on the inside. He was quick to give her an explanation that her siblings were just keeping their friends company. This is horrible, so it really reached our city. What will we do? Elodia was shocked by the revelation. It was one thing to hear about a troubling fact and then another to be involved in it. If one person was afflicted by the parasite, then more of them could be there. I think there are things that we could do, but I'll need to get some high-quality potions. You need to buy potions. Yes, for now, you better return to the orphanage. I don't think that any of them will be afflicted, but it's better to make sure, right? The idiot is inside with Lobelia. It'll be safer if you wait for the 2 first, before going back. Elodia nodded and didn't argue the fact. Roland knew her well enough to know that she wouldn't be able to sleep through the night knowing that one of her family members could turn into a strange creature. She was soon gone, and he was left with a confused Ruby Wolf that just wanted to go home. The day was slowly coming to a close as the sun inched down the horizon. There wasn't much time left for him to go to the shops to buy proper stock for what he was planning. This problem with the cult wasn't an easy issue to handle, but it needed to be prioritized. While the church fought with the cult, they would probably funnel their forces to that forest, which gave him and others time to prepare. I wonder where that kid got that larva from. Even though he is part of the Thieves' Guild, it wouldn't be surprising if all of them moonlight as adventurers. They could have gotten it from the same village. He had a tiny theory when it came to that village and the parasites. They could have a limited number of the evil creatures, and even if people passed through that area, they couldn't infect everyone. Instead, those people would be held up by an illusion of the village and just pass through without being harmed. Perhaps the cult went through their possessions to gather information to sell it off as a side job. The number of infected might be lower than I initially thought. Infected. I need to stop muttering to myself. Good day, Mr. Wayland. The Lord would like to have a word with you. Oh, not that much time had passed since he entered the city. Only after coming along with Agni and the rest did he actually go through a proper checkpoint. Perhaps the guards had sent word to Arthur that he had returned. Did he order them to inform him if I got back to the city or something? Is there something that Lord Arthur requires of me that can't wait until tomorrow? You really like to joke around, Mr. Wayland. I'm sure that you know why the Lord would like to see you. Roland just shrugged while showing a weak smile. He wanted to see if it was really about the incident in Rika or just some business meeting. It wasn't strange for Arthur to be interested in what happened in the city, but it was surprising that he knew that Roland was there to begin with. Did he put some informants into the guild? Arthur Valerian didn't possess much power in the city, but as a noble, he did have some money. It wouldn't be hard to bribe some of the officials that had already been selling themselves to the merchants. It seemed that while Roland was trying to gain some levels to progress, Arthur was expanding his net of influence inside the city. I was meaning to visit him. I do think that we have a lot to talk about. It won't be a problem if I bring him along, right? He pointed to Agni that was looking at Mary with perked up ears. The moment the cat girl saw the ruby wolf, she just smiled and gave a nod. Soon the two and one large wolf were walking towards the city lord's mansion. There Roland would need to explain the situation that the island they were on had found itself in. Roland nodded while going through the gate of the mansion where the city lord was living. The first thing that he noticed is that the number of soldiers had increased. They were wearing the usual armor and weapons that would probably not be all that great against anything than other humans. Most of them were holding spears, with a couple also having a side blade strapped to the side. From what he could tell, Arthur was starting to expand his personal forces. The men looked to be young, and their levels weren't all that high. There weren't that many people over 100 in levels, and quite a few haven't reached their first Tier 2 class. I guess he doesn't have the money to gather a proper battalion, but this is a start. There was no Tier 3 class holder here. Without one working under a noble, they would not be taken seriously by the other aristocrats. The guards here could produce an artificial crowd to make the lord look better in the eyes of the commoners, but only with enough high-level retainers could they be called proper nobles. This could be attained in a couple of ways. The most common one was, of course, wealth. Powerful adventurers would swarm to become proper knights as a retirement plan. In certain aspects, it was safer to become a soldier of a noble than to battle swarms of monsters. The second one was prestige and influence. Under a powerful house, the soldiers and retainers would have various perks. Sometimes the potential for growth would also be enough, but Arthur Valerian lacked all of these in the eyes of the masses. Probably only with money could he sway anyone's mind. I might be the highest level lackey that he has, but not like I'm loyal to him. It's only a matter of convenience for now. Roland wasn't sure what to do with the Arthur situation. Even though he was a hidden noble, that didn't mean that he couldn't be a retainer of another one. He could easily become a knight as a son of a baron, and due to having a commoner mother, this would be as far as he could go. There was another way, if Arthur actually became a duke or a higher status noble. Roland could be given land and a title of his own, just like his father did before him. This was the case with his father. After attaining many accolades in battle, the aristocrat that he was subservient to had given him a title as a reward. He was somewhat convinced that if he asked Arthur, he would be glad to take him on as a proper retainer. Yet he did not want to get locked down by another person. His life as a craftsman just gave him all the freedom he wanted. Even though the work was hard, he was still working towards his own dream and not someone else's as he used to. I see that you have already noticed, Mr. Wayland. Yes, the improvements are hard to miss. Are you renovating? While walking towards the entrance of the mansion, Mary the silent walking maid called out to him. Besides the increase of the soldiers, he also spotted a surplus of builders. The walls were being expanded, and he could even see a few watchtowers springing up here and there. This place used to be the house of the city mayor, so it did lack some defensive features that a noble would use. Assassination attempts between opposing aristocrats were quite common, so this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The world is a scary place, Mr. Wayland, now even more than ever with that cult on the loose, but you probably know more about that than me. He just nodded at the statement, as he wasn't quite sure about how much of the information he should disclose. If anyone found out that he had a skill to counter the cult relic, he would probably be a dead man. After seeing the lengths the cult was willing to go through in Rika, he knew that they would quickly swarm this city to either kill him or get to the bottom of his skill. Becoming a lab rat for a strange cult wasn't something that he was willing to take. Luckily, he could just shift all the responsibility to the church that was also here. Lorena was the perfect scapegoat. Yes, there is an important fact that the Lord needs to know. Then let us not delay. Mary clapped her hands together while smiling before increasing her pace. Roland was then guided through the busy mansion that was going through some improvements. He could even see new side houses being set up behind the main one. Perhaps with more money, Arthur could even add a separate wing to the main mansion. The big question was if he had enough funds, and if he did, then where was he getting them from? Did he take a few bribes from the merchants, or did he perhaps increase the taxes? There weren't that many ways of earning money in this city, besides the obvious ones. The most lucrative ones were probably related to adventurers and the resources in the dungeon. Arthur would probably make a lot of money if Roland ever decided to disclose the secret mining location. On the other hand, he could have finally taxed those dwarven mines in the dungeon. Before Arthur appeared in the city, the dwarves along with the merchants were monopolizing the mines. They could easily fake the numbers without proper supervision or by bribing the officials. Roland was sure that Arthur would probably go through a purge of those officials. Perhaps during his time spent in Rika, this had already taken place. Without anyone faking the numbers, more money would flow into the pocket of the governing noble. This didn't mean that he couldn't work a deal out with the dwarves that would be more lucrative for the both of them. With official records out there, he would need to send a large chunk of those earnings back to the main house. Instead, he could pocket all of the bribes for himself while still giving the other side a better deal than if they did everything by the book. That would explain why he got so much cash to spend and why he hadn't been that active. Roland knew that Arthur had locked himself in the mansion. Rumors had spread at that time. Everyone thought that the bastard son of the Duke was just scared to manage his territory. Yet instead he was going through all the records and probably sent a large portion of the city officials to prison. This also put him in danger. He was withholding information about the secret mine spot. Even though he was not a city official or a proper retainer, this wouldn't matter. Everything that was in these lands belonged to the nobles. It was similar to hunting without a permit in forests belonging to aristocrats. It was something that could be punishable by death. Roland was still willing to risk it. It was the fastest way of reaching Tier 3. If the need arose to gain more money, it was still possible to unload the rare ores on the black market without being discovered. Luckily, in this kind of world, it was not that hard to commit tax evasion. There was no paper trails leading to his home, and the thieves' guilds would take care of the selling. Please wait a moment. Finally, they had arrived at Arthur's main office. This was the first time for him here, and the usual 2 sentry knights were guarding it. Previously, he only came across the city lord at the auction house, but these 2 always followed after him. Their levels weren't all that high compared to him, but if the lord actually needed protection, he did not know. Like most nobles in high places, he wore an artifact that jumbled up his identification skill. Come in, the lord is expecting you. Excuse me then. After entering through the door, he was greeted by a large desk that resembled the one at the Adventurers Guild. The person sitting behind it was a lot smaller, though. His aura of nobility was clearly shining through. Bookshelves with thick books and documents were everywhere. He could even see some of them stacked on top of chairs. The man was clearly working hard and still going through the records. Mr. Wayland, please take a seat. I'm sure you know why I requested your presence today. It's about Rika, isn't it? I'm glad that we are on the same page. Would you be so kind to describe the events that transpired in that city? Please don't leave any details out. Arthur was not beating around the bush. The work seemed to only be piling on, so he needed Roland to quickly give him a recount of what had happened. Normally, such information could actually be sold for some coin, but he also needed to show some respect to his new landlord. There was no reason to push his buttons just to gain a few gold coins that he could earn by inscribing a few runes in 5 minutes. Very well, but this could take a while to explain, and also, Mr. Wayland. Sorry, my lord, you must understand that this information concerns the Abyssal cult, and one of their most well-guarded secrets. Are you aware of the consequences of this information ever leaking? In all honesty, Roland was worried about giving away the secret. Luckily, the rumors spread by everyone would cloak the people with the true scoop. Yet if the Abyssal cult pinpointed a rumor about their secret relic being spread from the city, it would put a bullseye on everyone. Now you really got me interested in this, Mr. Wayland, but worry not. Whatever is said here will not leave this room. You have my word for it. Very well then, but this could take a while. Mary, prepare some tea and some snacks. As you wish, my lord. Roland sat himself down before the lord while the maids started preparing the tea. There was a cart with everything required for tea brewing on the side. The kettle could be activated by mana to boil the tea by a simple heating rune. Thus, while his beverage was being made, he began to tell his story while also keeping some facts of it to himself. I see that you already knew that I had gone on a guild mission towards Rika. Besides a few bandits and monsters on the way, it was mostly uneventful, that is until we reached a strange village. He continued to tell his story while twisting some facts. Instead of presenting himself as the hero of the hour, he shifted the glory onto the Golden Order member that helped them defeat the abomination that was created from the cultists' suicide. Roland focused more on the brain parasites and how the city had been infected instead of how he managed to survive. At the end, Arthur was left speechless and with quite a frown. A magical artifact that puts people under an illusion and monster possession. My lord, Arthur mumbled to himself while Mary was visibly shaken. He didn't blame the two. They were just informed that anyone in the city could be infected and turned into a strange tentacle monster. I'm fine, Mary. I just didn't think it was this dire of a situation. Can these abyssal larvae only be removed by Solarian Church clerics? The creature has an adverse reaction to divine spells. I think priests from other non-evil gods should be fine too, but there might be another method. This method is. Do you perhaps know what an Empyrean crystal is? The ones produced by the priests, the same. It didn't take Arthur long to realize what Roland was proposing. Yes, those crystals are used to create divine magical weapons, but Mr. Wayland, would creating such a weapon do us any good? The costs themselves would be quite fierce. I do not intend to make anything as grand as a weapon. I was thinking of something more compact. This device's purpose would not be to remove the creatures. It's enough if we leave that to the clerics. Then what would it be good for? It would help us to detect the creatures. I have observed a change in the host of these parasites. If they are exposed to even light divine mana, they will be affected by noticeable symptoms. My proposition is simple. We place this device at several checkpoints in the city and have the citizens be exposed to this mana. The ones that show signs of corruption will then be taken to the church for proper treatment. That could work. This was Roland's sales pitch for the crisis at hand. If he gained access to some Empyrean crystals along with some divine runes, then it would be possible to design a magical apparatus of this kind. This would also aid him in developing proper divine runes and perhaps allow him to somehow emulate this different source of energy. How long do you need, Mr. Wayland? I'm not sure. First I need to get the correct materials, then I will need to make a schematic. I also require some divine weapon or armor piece for examination. Could you make it within a week if you had them? A week might be a little. Before Roland could continue, Arthur raised his hand to stop him. The noble was clearly listening to all of it and quickly turned to Mary. Mary, take Mr. Wayland to our storage. I think we should have a few of those Empyrean crystals lying around. You also required something with a divine rune. There should be a few of those in our auction house as well. Isn't that right, Mary? You are correct, my lord. I will be sure to give Mr. Wayland everything that he needs. Great, I will be expecting good news from you, Mr. Wayland. If you require aid from the church for your research, please contact Mary. She will help organize things. My lord, I'm not sure that I can make it in a wee time is of the essence, Mr. Wayland. I will do my part and prepare these checkpoints and also contact the local church. I'm sure rumors of these creatures will be spreading soon and we must preserve the peace. Now then, we all have a lot of work to do. It was of utmost importance to not paint a grim picture to the public, at least not yet. If they had a solution for the problem before people started asking questions, then they would have one less battle to fight. If the city became chaotic, it would affect all of its bottom lines. People that were backed into a corner didn't make the most logical decisions, and that was something Arthur clearly wanted to avoid. This bastard, Roland, was forced to go outside and tag behind Mary that was rushing him back to the auction house. While it was his idea to create the divine energy devices, he didn't expect the Lord to have all of the materials ready. He had planned to create it within a month while also doing research on Cash's healing arts. While he wanted to help the people from the city out, his plan was driven by his own home that he wanted to outfit with the divine energy devices. They would probably protect him from any afflicted and perhaps even work against proper members of the cult. Here we are, Mr. Wayland. Please pick out the items that you need. Soon they found themselves in a storage facility under the auction house. There he saw various objects that had not yet been auctioned off. I won't be sleeping much for this entire week, will I? He wanted to curse, but in reality, the situation required his expertise. The world around him was becoming a lot more dangerous, and the sooner he built the countermeasures, the faster he would be able to relax. Should I take more? Are you finished, Mr. Wayland? Give me a minute. Roland had been going around the auction house storage facility. It reminded him of the last Tier 2 class change quest that he had been through not so long ago. There was a lot of useless clutter, but some of the items would hasten his research. At this very moment, he was looking at a simple orb that looked like a giant pearl. When injecting it with his mana, the orb started giving out a radiant glow. For the uneducated eye, this item would look like a low-quality magical lamp, but he could recognize what it truly was. An Empyrean crystal must be inside of this thing. This isn't just a yellow light. The mana pattern is similar to a healing spell. Orb of Mending Light. Lesser Mending Rune, Lesser Light Rune. So it had two different runes on in. The craftsmanship isn't too great. The runesmith was unable to combine both of the structures into one to lower the mana expenditure. These people really like to stick to their old schematics. On multiple occasions, he had seen magical items be inscribed in this way. He was always reminded of how most magical craftsmen stuck to the old trusted methods. It was quite rare to see something unique being made. The usual reason was either fear of failure or the astronomical costs of doing proper research to improve on an older design. Then there was also the problem of limited mana reserves. Most craftsmen still had to make a living by creating various artifacts. After a full day of work, it was normal for them to be tired. Thus, if they reached a point where they could sustain their lifestyle, they would choose to take it easy. At least that was Roland's point of view. There also existed idiots like him that would risk their health just to make a tiny improvement on an existing rune. Even in this case, if a person combined the two runes into a lesser Mending Light rune, the improvement would be more than 5%. In the case of a tiny rune like this, the mana expenditure wouldn't matter that much. Only when the runes became grander and grander did that 5% become a serious advantage and a worthwhile endeavor. I'll be taking this one if that's all right with you. I'll note it down in the book, Mr. Wayland. Mary nodded while writing something into the large ledger that was on the side. Everything that he took out of here would be written down. If he would be later charged for the items if they were destroyed, he wasn't sure. The mending spell is the lowest healing spell that even a tier 1 cleric can perform. Will this be enough to cause an adverse reaction from a parasite? It's best if I get more runic variants for research. There wasn't really much to work with here. They were still in a developing town. After going through the whole place, he ended up with 2 other items besides the mending orb. This, together with some separate Empyrean crystals, would have to be enough to create his new contraption. There really aren't that many divine artifacts with actual runes. Most of them are just regular enchantments. Talisman of Faith, Shield of Faith enchantment, Mace of Lesser Smite. Lesser Smite evil rune. Luckily, he had a skill that could see through other spell languages. With it, he would be able to get the runic versions out of enchanted weapons. Yet considering that it had a massive drawback, he still decided to go with the few runic variants that were here. I should get home and test these out. This will be enough. Are you sure, Mr. Wayland? If you require anything else, please look for me at the mansion, and I will gladly grant you access to the storage facility. Mary just smiled at him while continuing to note down the items that he took. Roland still wasn't sure what he thought about this woman. Each time that he turned his back to her, it was as if something bad could happen. She gave him the vibe of some thieves' guild members that he bumped into at the black market. She's being awfully nice, but that might be just an act. It was clear that the woman was dangerous and not to be underestimated. He felt that he would have a better chance of taking out the 2 armored knights that protected Arthur than this one maid. There were rumors of butlers and maids being trained fighters or retired adventurers. They acted as both servants and bodyguards for nobles, sometimes sticking with them from a young age. Sorry for making you wait. Let's go back. On the outside, he encountered a rather floppy ruby wolf. Agni was forced to remain chained to a post like a dog waiting for its owner at a supermarket. He was visibly unamused for being forced to remain in one spot for this long. I'll see you in a week then, Mr. Wayland. Please contact me through the usual means if any problems arise. Mary covered her mouth while looking at the large tamed monster being overdramatic. Luckily for Roland, the moment he took the doggy leash into his hands, Agni was more than willing to move from the spot he was previously in. Stop acting like a little kid, Agni. After we're out of the city, I'll remove that muzzle. After he mentioned the device that was making his muzzle itch being removed, Agni started pulling him towards the exit. Night had already fallen on the city, and some guards started patrolling. Armen, Lobelia, and Elodia were both safe from the cult influence and spent the night at the orphanage. Yet one person from the city had already been infected. Being that it had happened to a person from the Thieves' Guild, it could have happened anywhere. Is this a coincidence or part of their protocol? Jasper was part of the guild, and this made him think of the one in Rika. There he witnessed a secret passage that probably went to the cult's secret lair. There was a chance that the same thing was happening here. The cult might already be here. If the cult possessed a strategy of creating underground lairs, infecting thieves that created a foothold in developing cities would be part of the course. Albrook's dungeon could have been enough reason to invest in the takeover. Many adventurers wandered through this place and would be perfect hosts for their monsters. Roland was unsure what the cult's true purpose was or what was the deciding feature of the city they took over. There was a possibility that they started out whenever a promising area appeared. Albrook's structure was still growing. Nothing was set in stone. It would be much easier to grasp a foothold during this time of development than 5 years after everything was formed. The underground tunnels and the Thieves' Guild are a good smoke screen for the cult. It wouldn't be a problem to falsify an identity there and build more tunnels. The Guild of Thieves would defend their assets. They would bribe the officials or use assassination to protect the underground black market. This would allow any cultist to have a safe haven without the need to spend any resources. Even without a mind-affecting relic, they could probably infect people through more conventional means. Even if that's true and they are here, they will probably hide in the shadows for a while. They might even retreat to areas that are dominated by them to conserve their forces. With the high concentration of paladins in the area, it would be unwise for the cultists to continue with their usual antics. Everyone had become aware of them. This also included the Thieves' Guild, that a member was confirmed to be afflicted by an abyssal larvae. He wouldn't be surprised if the guild master turned the tunnels upside down to search for a potential culprit. Woof, his contemplations were interrupted by a maddened Agni. Both of them were now outside of the city gates, but the ruby wolf was still muzzled. Roland just gave out a sigh while smiling weakly afterward. Soon Agni was freed of the dreaded contraption that was placed on his snout. This was all signaled by a large sneeze he performed when it came down. Hey, stop running around, I'm not going to put it on you again. Agni bolted away as if he had spent years in wolf prison. From a distance, he glared at the metal muzzle that was being held in Roland's hand. It was quickly placed in a spatial bag so that Agni could calm down. Only after it was gone did he slowly trot back to his master's side. See, it's gone. Oruf, It feels like I've been gone for months. She's been keeping the place clean. It only took him a few minutes to devour a massive amount of food. Regretfully, even if he wanted to toss himself into the bathtub and then sleep everything off, there was more work to be done. After finishing the quick meal and leaving Agni to run rampant in the backyard, he descended to his workshop. Everything seems to be in order. The large metal door slid open after he was identified. On the inside, he was greeted by the sound of mechanical movement. It was one of his spider golems that was hanging from the ceiling and prepared to blast anyone that was not allowed to get into his workshop. That reminds me, when looking at the golem, he started getting mad. He had lost 2 of such units during the village battle and was only left with scrap metal. This mission was part of his rank-up test, so he received no rewards to cover his losses. It was an all-around net loss, and most of the money he took along for the trip was now gone. If he wasn't withholding information about the dungeon mine, he would have probably filed a complaint. Soon he was going around the place to check if Bernir didn't cause any unwanted explosions. All of his smithing hammers and runic tools were there. Nothing eventful seemed to have happened. Everything was in good condition and he could start working whenever he decided to. First, I need to draw up the schematics of these runes. If an unannounced guest showed up, he would be informed by an alarm. With how the underground workshop was soundproof, anyone outside would not be aware of their position being discovered. There were several ways this system could detect any intruders, and it included movement. Quickly his hands started moving the pen around the large piece of parchment. Within a couple of minutes, he had the improved version of the mending rune up on the board. Next to it, he placed the more complex smite rune that would probably be quite effective against evil chaotic beings like the ones the cultists used. This talisman of faith can wait for later. He didn't want to risk getting a headache right the moment he started his work. For the time being, he focused on the mace and the orb. Both of these items were in possession of divine runes, but both worked differently. When he activated the orb, it started to give up a warm glow that was able to slowly mend small wounds like shallow cuts. There didn't seem to be a limit to how much healing this item could output. If it was given mana, it just activated, and the secondary power source that was on the inside took care of the second part of the equation. Only with the help of the Empyrean crystal that was on the inside could this artifact function. Then there was the larger mace that was made of a deep steel alloy. It wasn't anything special, and it was also able to activate the spell effect when he injected his mana into it. There was one big difference though. There was no Empyrean crystal or any other outer source of divine energy. This weapon had a limited amount of charges that would quickly get drained the more he used it. It has only 20 charges, and I already used up one. This was an ingenious way of retaining clients. The person getting this weapon would be forced to visit the church to supply more charges. It was a constant stream of revenue that would never dry up until the weapon broke down for other reasons. Perhaps I should make a deal with the sister. Would she be fine with a 70-30 split? While thinking about a brand new way of earning money, he placed the mace to the side. This rune that was meant for smiting evil creatures was a bit more complex than the mending rune. Now with both of the schematics on his board, he could start analyzing them in more detail. Without needing much time, he could already spot a lot of similarities to other runes. The spell effect on the mace just surrounded it by a radiant glow of divine energy. After striking something, this energy would be dispersed to the surroundings, similar to a small explosion from an explosion rune. The only problematic part is this holy energy that must be directly injected into the runic structure from another source, either a charge or a more direct way. Even without performing a test, Roland was convinced that he could create a working rune like this. This could only be achieved by substituting the divine energy with regular mana. The effect would probably be a similar small explosion of blue mana instead of the radiant divine one that this mace was filled with. Is there a way to emulate this type of energy and forego the Empyrean crystals altogether? This was his true purpose for decrypting these runes, but he was not that versed in the types of mana or spiritual energies that floated around this world. Thus, for the time being, he decided to put this thought on hold. There was no time to waste here. The Empyrean crystals were provided for him, so he could ignore his lack of understanding in that part of the project. So I guess I should make this before we get overrun by tentacle monsters. The difficult part of this project was not actually combining the runes to form a proper spell. It was to refine it enough to only use up the faintest of divine energy. Even though the crystals could be provided by the church, it was a finite resource. Tweaking the area of effect spell to be enough to have the infected exhibit clear symptoms would be the hard part. Wayland, a concerned Elodia, looked at the unused bedroom before calling out to Roland, without knowing if someone was listening, and she had to stick to his pseudonym. It was clear to her that he had not used his bedroom to sleep, which could mean a few things. Yet before she could investigate further, the disembodied voice of the house owner sounded out. "I'm in the workshop. Is it already time for breakfast? I could probably use a break. I'll be there in a few minutes. I just need to finish this first." Elodia looked at the faintly glowing rune that was talking to her. It was inscribed on the wall to something that looked like a small black box. She had actually witnessed Roland connecting wires to this thing previously, which was apparently supposed to guide the required energy to make it work. Even with somewhat knowing how the rune worked, she was still not used to all the strange contraptions littering the whole place. This was one of the downsides of being together with a magically inclined craftsman. She never knew if something could appear out of the blue and explode in her face. It was especially dangerous whenever Roland tested new weapons or golems. Many times they exploded while causing harm to their creator. The woman frowned after hearing the one-sided message go through. It was clear that Roland didn't go to sleep last night and continued to work through its entirety. She had quickly returned to the orphanage to check up on the young ones. There she remained until dawn, as it was already too late to head back to the church. He must be hungry and tired. I should make something to recover his stamina. Is it already morning? Roland rubbed his eyes while looking at the runic clock that was showing him the time. It was 8 in the morning and half an hour before the shop would be opening. He had decided to close it for the time being, as he knew that Elodia needed to take care of the kids at the orphanage. He had forgot to mention yesterday that it had been somewhat hectic. There wasn't much that he had achieved yesterday besides examining the divine runes. After scribbling down the 2 main schematics, he used a metal saw to open the orb of mending light up. Just as he expected, on the inside was a small Empyrean crystal of a yellow hue. These always took on the color of the divinity they were charged with. With Celeria being the main god in this kingdom, it would take a yellow color palette. This varied depending on the priest that was injecting their mana into the container. The more saturated the colors became, the better the quality was. In this case, the Empyrean crystal was a pale yellow, which placed it on the lesser quality spectrum. After getting to the guts of this magical device, he noted down all the runic pathways and methods that the craftsman used. The crystal was placed into a tiny frame with a socket and then encased in metal to produce the round outer shell. This socket it was on had small ethereal pathways which were clearly used to guide the energy from it. The inside was mostly filled out, but there were some pockets of air here and there. It seemed that the crystal was able to remain intact even after getting treated by heated metal. This item was clearly placed into a mold and then polished before the outer shell was inscribed. Such a process would not be hard to recreate, and it was probably created in this way to protect the gem from outside shocks. Then there was the Talisman of Faith. This required him to use his most uncomfortable skill. Luckily, he had already worked on lesser enchantments like this one, so he had been successful in his endeavor. This last task took him most of the night, and he had just finished when he noticed Elodia entering his home. Now he had all the basics prepared and needed to draw up the main diagram for the device. I guess I'm going to get another low score for style again. While walking away from his workbench, he thought back to the class change test he went through. With not enough time for testing, he would need to prepare something basic. In his head, he was looking at a box with a spot to place the divine crystal in. Then in another side compartment, some space for mana fluid. Have to make it easily replaceable so that the guards can't damage it. The design needed to be simple, so that even the guards could take out a used-up Empyrean crystal and also fill it back in with mana fluid. It needed to be as close to what the people in this kingdom were used to. For himself, he would make an altered version that used his own runic batteries. I need to eat something. While standing up, he could feel his stomach rumbling in protest. The only meal he had yesterday was the leftovers that he found in the runic fridge. With how Elodia had shown up, his hunger had been exasperated. It was one thing to eat a cold meal and another to get something fresh and warm. Thus, without even realizing it, he started moving faster towards the exit. "Hey boss, a good mornin' to ya." "Oh hey, Bernier." His assistant had his own workshop through which he could get into the underground main lair. He also came to work at the same time with Elodia and his wife. Mostly the three would meet up in the city and just go together for safety reasons. It was always safer in a group with people that carried magical weapons that Roland made. Once he had heard of Bernier having to use the portable runic gun for self-defense. "What's with that? I owe nothing. The missus likes to get rowdy from time to time." Roland recalled Bernier staring at Sister Cash's backside and Diana's reaction. To this day, he wasn't quite sure how the two ended up with each other. The size difference was quite large, and Bernier seemed like a leecher that had not been able to get rid of that part before marriage. I guess this world's sensibilities are different. If a man has a proper, well-paying job or standing, it's not hard to attract them. In reality, Roland would also be able to profit from his position. He was not blind to the looks that he was getting from the young women around him, yet not many of those girls were willing to approach the scary-looking runesmith. His love life was satiated by Elodia, who was a great cook, and he wasn't really willing to jeopardize this heartwarming relationship by cheating. Well, she probably had a reason for it. Try not to get killed over stupid things, but if things get out of hand, I'll talk to her about it. He wasn't one to allow spousal abuse even if the morals in this world were different. Yet it didn't seem that Bernier had any problems in getting hit. For some reason it looked like he actually enjoyed it. Boss, don't worry, I'll be more discreet next time. Bernier gave Roland a little wink as if the problem was not him going after other women but getting caught. That was not, but it's your life. He just shrugged while going up the stairs. If his assistant wanted to risk it, then it was fine. What Roland worried about was that he would be bringing a bad atmosphere into the working place if it continued. Perhaps it was not such a great idea to work with your significant other in the same area. Wayland, yes, it's me. Wait for a second, I made some stew. This runic pressure cooker is truly something special. The moment Roland's nose caught the smell, his mouth started watering. His whole lower body trembled as his stomach began growling. If he could, he would toss himself at that pressure cooker to devour the hot stew inside. You really look famished. Sit down and relax for a moment. Sure. After a moment, the two sat down next to each other, and while waiting for the food to get colder, began to talk. I thought you'd be with the kids. It's fine if we close the shop for the week. I've gotten a commission from the city lord. It should be enough to cover our expenses for a while. Roland took a sip of warm tea that had the perfect temperature that he always liked. It seemed Elodia had remembered to prepare it before he got here. It's fine. Armand and Lobelia took them to the church to get examined. Did her friend recover yet? I'm not sure. She returned late at night, but poor Jasper hadn't woken up. It doesn't seem that he is in danger, but the priests aren't sure why he hasn't woken up yet. They said that his body is healthy. He nodded while putting his cup away. The abyssal larva that was in Jasper's head was close to his brain. It wouldn't be strange if it affected it in some way. People in this world depended on healing arts, and not many had actual medical knowledge. His old world was far more advanced in that field. The brain damage that an afflicted person went through could be devastating. It's better if I don't mention the possibility of the man becoming a vegetable. I'm sure the priests will figure it out. Perhaps the evil energy hadn't left his body fully, and he just needs to recover. Elodia nodded while blowing on her spoon before placing it in her mouth. It was time to eat, and remaining silent through this part was somewhat of a tradition. Only after they were done did they resume their conversation while also washing dishes. What did the Lord want? Nothing much, just a way to get rid of this problem, but I kind of gave him the idea. Roland smiled while handing his bowl to Elodia, who started washing it. There is another way. Not exactly. We still need the priests from the church to heal the afflicted, but it's possible to detect the ones that are sick. There is. Roland nodded while giving Elodia a short explanation about how the infected people showed various symptoms when around divine energy. It's not a very precise process, but other than X-raying a person's skull, I don't see any other way. X-ray. Elodia looked at him with a confused look while he just shook his head. It's not important, but you should probably go back. I wouldn't trust that idiot with the kids. Hey, he's not that unreliable. She was quick to defend her younger brother, but both of them knew that unless it came to fighting, Armand wasn't that useful. Roland also knew that his girlfriend would be worried sick if she didn't take care of this on her own. Agni, come here, boy. Ow, I have a mission for you. Take Elodia to the city gates and return only after you are sure that she is safe. And don't worry, you don't need a muzzle, just don't go through the main street. Woof, the dire ruby wolf gave out a resounding bark while positioning his nose up high. He looked very dependable with that impressive size and level. With not many Tier 3 class holders in the city, there was almost no danger with anyone being able to stand up to this powerful beast. Are you sure you shouldn't rest? I'm sure what you're doing is important, but you just returned. It's fine, you know me. I don't need much sleep. I'll be fine with a few hours here and there. He smacked his chest while smiling while showing off his strong body that wouldn't crumble under the workload. With his new class, he would be able to almost work non-stop without his mind giving out. Elodia gave out a sigh after hearing the answer. I know that I won't be able to change your mind, but just remember not to overexert yourself. You know me, I always work responsibly. Roland found his arm getting pinched by an angry-looking Elodia. She had already bought him passed out a few times from overworking himself or generating dangerous explosions. Ouch, that hurts. You deserve it. Thonghay stopped at Agni. While he was getting the stink eye, his tamed beast decided to ram his skull into his stomach. Why are you taking her side? You should always be on your master's side. He knows who controls the food in this house. It seemed that he had been betrayed by Agni in this time of need. Food was apparently more important, and the person who cooked the most was indeed Elodia. Thus his only retort that he could come up with was to lean over for a tactical kiss on the cheek, which caused the reddening of his partner's face. Hey, stop that. After seeing Elodia's cute, flustered face, he could finally go back to work. Soon the two parted ways, and he was left with the sound of hammering that belonged to Bernier and Diana. The two would be able to help him with creating parts for his new creation, but first, he needed to get the runic structure to work. Hey boss, heard that we are closing shop. Does that mean, no, you can't go home, go back to work, I'll need your help later? It was worth a try. There was only one downside when working with these tools. Most of them wouldn't count towards any skills. A blacksmith could, for instance, increase their skill with hammers, which would allow them to be more precise while also using a lot of force. There was no skill for using a runic drill or saw, but luckily they would still gain leveling experience after the item was created. So what are you working on, boss? It's related to the current issue in the city. Roland gave Bernier a quick explanation of what happened after they left. This caused the half-dwarf to whistle while pondering something. Isn't this a chance? A chance? Yes, if this magical item works, then won't we be able to earn loads of cash? We'll be able to show the Union's bastards our superiority. I guess that's one way of looking at it. The fact that Arthur Valerian commissioned him instead of the Dwarven Union to prepare the magical contraption showed where his trust was in. Yet Roland wasn't sure if his new friend wouldn't go to them if he didn't finish his work in a week. Perhaps Arthur had already sent someone to the Union with a request if he failed. This would probably be the better move. Can't put all of your eggs in one basket. But what if those conniving fiends are already working on it? What if we are too late and they take all the glory? I wouldn't worry about that. The Union will probably prioritize their own larger cities, and I'm not sure if their enchantsmith knows how to work with divine ones. That's true, but boss, have you already worked with them yourself? No, but I'm a fast learner. With the schematics already done and corrected with the help of his debuffing skill, it was finally time to get to the drawing board. This process was one of the more tedious ones, as he had to calculate everything in his head while bringing it to paper. Only after getting through this process could he have his assistants start preparing the framework for his new creation. I'll leave you to it then. Roland opened up the door to his private workshop, where he created most of his runic designs. The 3 divine runes that he corrected were all hung up on the board where he could see everything clearly. On the wall, there was a rack with all of his tools, and that was his current destination. I guess I'm back, my old friend. After pulling up a somewhat well-used hammer, he gave it a twirl. This had been his go-to runecrafting tool for a year now. Even though it was used, it just felt right when he held it in his hand. Soon the forge sprung to life as he inserted a square-shaped piece of metal into it. The runic healing spell produced a high enough temperature to turn the whole piece red in a matter of minutes. It was then removed with some deep steel tongs and brought over to his usual anvil. There he raised his hammer up into the air. Blue sparks of mana filled out the tiny gaps to bring the inscribed runic symbols out into the open. Quickly he brought that hammer down to force it into the piece of metal. The familiar process of runecrafting had begun, and Roland finally felt like he was truly home again. Boss, your eyes, there is blood coming out of them. Don't worry, I'm fine, give me a moment. Roland poured a red recovery potion on his face to make his vision recover. This, coupled with a mending spell that had been inscribed on a metallic wand, quickly nursed him back to health. Maybe you should take a break. I know that the deadline is in a day, but you must watch your health. What if the missus finds out? I'm fine, also I've already finished that project. After taking a breather, Roland pointed to a box that was to the side. Just as he had planned it out, the runic device didn't look eye-catching. The most intricate part about it were the various runes and gems placed on the outside. I've already prepared the diagram so you can start preparing the parts. It's a basic design so you won't have trouble in making them. So this is it. Bernier looked at the unsuspecting box and craned his neck back to Roland. He was given a nod which indicated that he could go ahead and examine it. There was a hook latch on the side and small hinges on the other which allowed him to open it up. On the inside, there was a small metal cylinder with what looked to be mana fluid inside of it, so you went with the old design, boss. Obviously, can't go outside the norm with it yet. Bernier nodded as there were various reasons to stick to the usual magical fuel. One of them was just for ease of use, while the other was for the better design not to be copied by the Dwarven Union. They would certainly get their hands on this little box sooner or later. Regretfully, there wasn't anything like Pats in this world, so he could not safeguard his designs from being used by others. The only thing would be the inclusion of passwords and blockades in the code. With their inclusion, a specialist would be needed to crack the code. It was similar to the basic pirating prevention methods from his old world. There were of course ways of making this prevention software even harder to crack. One of these methods would be a handshake between hardware components, like the batteries that he made. Someone would need to be able to recreate both parts perfectly, otherwise the main device would not function, and if he wanted, short-circuit the runic components. He had already implemented a simplified version of this system in his golemic products that utilized his rechargeable batteries. With more time, he hoped to make his products too bothersome to copy. The real money didn't come from making large, heavy-to-construct machines, like golems. If he could become the only supplier of runic batteries, while other runesmiths bought them from him to use his designs, then he would be swimming in money while doing minimal work. Then there was also the factory approach if he failed with that endeavor. While he probably wouldn't be able to design automated systems like in the world he came from, he could substitute them with golems that could be programmed to make separate parts. While he was thinking about the future of his enterprise, Bernier pressed the activation button. This caused the box to glow faintly. It was followed by a warm, tingling feeling that quickly subsided. The untrained eye, this would look like a glowy paperweight with no apparent use, but to someone that could detect mana, the change would be somewhat noticeable. Will this really help with those squiggly thingies? It should be enough to force out the symptoms. The concentration of divine mana is slightly above the one in the church. So boss, if you've completed your work, shouldn't we bring it to the Lord? Not yet, we need to prepare more, and I already asked for more crystals and materials from the auction house. Ah. Bernier smirked as he realized that his boss was trying to milk his business partner for more resources. This was an opportunity to get free research material from the auction house that he didn't normally have access to. Well, if it's like that, then I'll send them in when they arrive. After grabbing the diagrams from the table, Bernier ventured out to create a few more boxes. They needed enough to cover all the entrance gates of the city, along with places where people gathered. It would be up to Arthur to organize everything, as his job would be over after he delivered the runic device. Roland had actually not expected everything to go that fast. With the help of his skills, there was no problem if he worked 20 hours a day. It was just a matter of assembling the runic components in the right places and then playing around with the code inside. These divine runes weren't that different from the ones that used mana, they just required a different power source, which was supplied by the Empyrean crystals. He had also examined the weapon that used rechargeable charges and applied them to the design as well. If for some reason the city lord couldn't provide the divine energy crystals, he could ask the priests to recharge them instead. This change prolonged the assembly by a few days, but he did not want to deliver a faulty product when people's lives were at stake. With 1.5 days left until the deadline, he had shifted his research to another field, divine mana emulation. It should be possible if I can find the correct wavelength. His eyes had stopped hurting from looking at the divine energy that was produced by the magical devices. The runic components were similar and overlapped with the regular ones that used mana as the only source. They had some additional parts that injected this holy energy instead. One of these parts utilized the Empyrean crystals, while the other just absorbed an outside source. Yet there were clues in the design. Such parts also existed in regular mana devices. This gave him an idea. What if the mana in this world can be changed? What if it operates on some kind of spectrum or a wavelength? Perhaps if he could alter this wavelength, he could produce divine energy by himself, or at least mimic it enough to produce a similar effect. For this reason, he was using his runic eyes of truth. With their help, he was trying to analyze the divine energies that these items he took from the auction house generated. The biggest problem was that runic magic by design worked in reverse. It took mana from outside and altered it to produce things like elemental spells. What he would need to do was to create a component that altered the mana into the divine mana before being injected into the runic structure. He might have to create a totally separate element that would alter the mana flow before sending it into the runic traces. That will probably be the better solution. It's easier to simulate an Empyrean crystal instead of a constant charging feature. It would be great if he could just design a whole rune that did all of the work for him. But simulating a whole new energy source seemed like a massive undertaking. He would need to go through many various patterns bit by bit. His eye skill could only marginalize the area of search. By looking at what energy he was producing, he could slowly push it in the right direction. So much work to do in so little time. His parallel thinking trait was working in overdrive, as he felt that he would need 5 more brains to get through this field of study. Recreating a bizarre fantasy world energy crystal in mechanical runic form would probably be quite the breakthrough. It could also put him on the hit list of all the orthodox religions. They would probably not look kindly to someone creating blasphemous imitations of their divine spells. While he was aware of this, there would always be ways to hide the use of divine spells. The only reason he was willing to go into the field was the looming threat of evil monsters appearing at his doorstep. Roland did not know if the people from the Solarian church that he met were still alive. Perhaps Lorena had already been forced to talk about his involvement, and assassins were on the way. The only thing keeping him calm was the strength of the church, combined with the cultists' target probably being the destruction of their relic. They shouldn't have any time to deal with me. Lorena also doesn't know about the nature of my skill and how I really got out of that illusion. He could only grit his teeth and continue with the research. The faster he learned to emulate an Empyrean crystal, the faster he could outfit his home with defenses. For the time being, he could always go to Sister Kasha to recharge the field he would create around his house. After getting some rest and drinking some water, he returned to his workbench, where a stack of papers along with his notebook was waiting for him. There he started going through various theories and old research. Yet even when he tried, time just continued to pass and the crumpled-up papers riddled the whole floor. The task was proving to not be an easy one. Thus, after the deadline was over, he needed to clear his mind and prepare the basic defenses before continuing. So this is it. Yes, Lord Arthur, let me demonstrate. You just need to fill this small canister with a lock-ins fluid and place the Empyrean crystal in this socket, then just press the button on the side. Mary placed herself in front of Arthur Valerian while Roland did the presentation. It was funny to see the maid not trust him at all, but he could understand it. There was always a chance of things going wrong or people using their skills to impersonate him, or even mind control. It wouldn't be strange if the item exploded if a powerful enough person wanted Arthur dead. This does feel like a lesser healing spell, and the area should be enough to cover the gates. It can go up to 5 meters in diameter. Use the knob on the side if you wish to lower the area of effect. It will lower the mana usage, and the device will last longer. So we can narrow the checkpoint size and save us some money. You have outdone yourself, Mr. Wayland. Mary, have these placed at the main gates and start informing the guard captains as we have discussed before. Yes, Lord Arthur. They were out in the courtyard with the usual 2 knights watching over the city lord. It seemed that they used the week to prepare a proper plan. Roland wouldn't be surprised if Arthur had already contacted the church and gotten them to agree to help out. Mr. Wayland, you will be rewarded handsomely for your efforts, but I think you should rest now. Even though Roland didn't inform Arthur about his other part of the research, his baggy eyes and melancholic way of talking made him seem like someone that didn't rest for a week or more. Arthur nodded while Roland quickly wobbled out of the estate to head home. Even though he had arrived here a week ago, only now was he truly free to continue with his life. There was one more small thing that he needed to take care of before returning home, and the person helping him with it was already waiting outside. Are you done? Yes, here. From within his spatial bag, he removed one of the boxes that he had created. After handing it over to Lobelia, he was done for now. So this is it. Doesn't look like much. I can guarantee that it works. Don't forget to bring me the money later. Hee, I bet those old bastards will pay whatever I propose. Don't go overboard. Are you worrying about me? That's cute. I'm more worried about Elodia. If she finds you in a ditch with a dagger in the back, she will be devastated. Were you always this melodramatic? Don't worry, it'll be fine. They will probably want more of these if they work, and I'm the only one that can contact the supplier. Roland was hoping to eradicate any potential cultist lairs from forming in the city, and for that, the Thieves' Guild was needed. They were used to looking for hidden passages. In theory, they should be able to find any hidden tunnels or at least keep the infected from spreading. For that, they first needed to examine all of the members and also place his divine boxes at the secret Thieves' Guild entrances. With time, they should be able to identify the source and hopefully take care of it without anyone from the upper citizens being affected. Remember, the fewer people know about this, the better. You can't alert the cultists or they might activate the parasites. I know, don't worry, I'm good at keeping secrets and so are the people in charge. Lobelia smiled while striking a pose. He couldn't really do much as he was not part of the underground guilds and he had no interest in meeting their leader. Let's change the topic then. How is your friend? Jasper is doing fine. He is. The half-elf blurred out the news as if it was nothing. Were there any side effects, memory loss, blindness? Roland, on the other hand, was very interested in this scoop and started throwing questions at the smaller girl. Whoa, calm down, Wayland. He is fine, but he couldn't remember the past few hours. After a quick back and forth, he finally received some good news. It was possible to make a full recovery from the larva if it was discovered before being activated. This confirmed his theory that these creatures remained dormant and waited for some kind of activation sequence. Their only defensive mechanism in this state was making their host uncomfortable whenever close to divine energy. There is one more thing. Remember the thing you asked me about? Yes. The guild received some news. Apparently that forest where the church was fighting with those weirdos has become a desolate wasteland. A wasteland. Yes, some sort of spell was used and everyone had to evacuate, but it didn't reach the city. No one can investigate further. The religious nuts are keeping everyone from going in. It seemed the battle was over and both the cult had left the danger zone. Some kind of spell had been used to probably destroy any leftover evidence. If the old man that he met that knew his father and his granddaughter got out in time was unknown to anyone, can I ask you for one more favor? What is it? Lobelia looked a bit pouty as he asked for it, but this was quickly remedied by his next sentence. Don't worry, I'll pay you. I need some information and you probably know someone that can get it. That I do. I need you to get me information about 2 people. Roland didn't want to remain in the dark. He needed to know if information about him was out there. If the 2 Golden Order paladins he ran in were safe and sound, then he could relax. Yet if they were found missing, then he might have to consider taking drastic measures. Even without that knowledge, he still needed to get stronger. One part was the new divine runes that he was working on, but that seemed to be a long-term investment. Another research topic were the spatial runes that he was still trying to figure out. If he could integrate storage technology into his armor, he could bring along heavy armaments for more dire situations. Then there was the dungeon and his secret training spot that he needed to visit. Golden Order members. Do you have friends in high places? Can you do it or not? Sure thing, but it might cost extra. Roland nodded as the 2 finally parted. Even though he had the freedom to do anything, he couldn't waste any time. He needed to get stronger, and the fastest way for that was to gain more levels. Level 129. It's close to 130. Roland muttered to himself while looking at his status screen, which hasn't changed much since his last level up. His new Tier 2 Runic Engineer class hasn't seen much use since he got it, and it was only level 4 and soon to be 5. Due to all the work, he did prepare the new runic items. He was gaining experience, but not at a rate that would matter. There were a few skills that he acquired that had gone through rapid growth. His stress resistance skill that he just acquired after gaining his new class was already level 4. It was the same for his resilience skill. The two were getting a lot of usage during his latest endeavor. The latter saw a boost each time he activated his Eye of True skill. He had also gained a follow-up skill that made things easier. Pain Resistance L2. Increases resistance to pain. The pain resistance skill was actually something that wasn't easy to unlock. A person needed to put their body through a lot of continuous pain and suffering. It was mostly acquired by intended means, by putting people through torture or found in victims like prisoners. If someone peeked at my skills, they might think that I'm some kind of budding masochist. His main goal now was to get to level 150, and for that reason, he needed to abuse his body. With the real threat of the Abyssal cult peeking over his shoulder, a need to advance further was there. However, there was a problem. Should he wait to reach the level cap of his current class, or attempt a Tier 3 change instantly after he reached the minimum requirement? Due to him using up 75 levels on 3 Tier 1 classes to unlock his Runesmith Lord class, he had some wiggle room. Getting the higher Tier 3 stat multiplier would make him a lot stronger, and he would also be given even more stat points for each level up. Yet he would be giving up the potential rare skill of the Runic Engineer. This class was an unknown factor, and something probably unique to his situation. It gave him the vibe of being something that he brought over from his original world. In this new one that was filled with fantasy beings and magical contraptions, engineers didn't really exist. They were replaced by craftsmen or artisans. The class names were closer to the medieval times, but perhaps I'm just overthinking things. The only true out-of-place term that he had was the debugging skill, that was clearly only possible by someone that had access to modern-day computers and programming languages. If he was right, then perhaps the special level 50 skill at the end of his new class would be quite worthwhile. The one that he received from the Runesmith Lord was really worth the wait. I guess I should focus on getting to 150 first, and then I'll decide. To level up faster, I need to go down to the dungeon. Luckily, Bernier said that he finished the pathway while I was out. Hey, bossman, here it is. No problem, that's what you pay me for. I just wonder if Agni will really want to wear this. Diana brought over a lot of various pieces of equipment. It was a silver barding made for his dire ruby wolf. After the increase in size, he had enough strength to finally wear some protective gear. It was made from durasteel and would cover all the critical parts like the underbelly that was prone to injuries. It would also be outfitted with some runic spells to augment Agni's fighting style. Also here, what's this? It's from Lobelia. She said to pass it on and to not peek inside. I hope these aren't love letters from someone I'm not Bernier. Good, wouldn't want to beat up my boss for Elodia's sake. Diana laughed, which also brought a small twitch to his face. He didn't know if he should just be glad that people were relaxed enough around him to make jokes like this or cry that he wasn't taken seriously anymore. This envelope contained information from an underground intelligence guild that existed along with the Thieves Guild. After paying a lot of money, he intended to get all the information about the current events in Rika and any cult movement that he could. He had received some basic information, but he required a detailed report of the whole situation so that he could finally put all of this to rest. Then I'll go make those golem parts. I also have some blades for you to go through, boss. I'll leave them at the usual spot. The large cowgirl made her way out while her oversized chest bounced around with each movement. Even Roland had to make an active effort not to look. With the help of his parallel thinking trait, he was actually able to peek without his eyes moving to give it away. It was the perfect ability for a peeping Tom and probably better suited for the trio degenerates that now roamed Albrook together. Are they getting bigger? Could she be? Good, they shouldn't know about my involvement. His heart was pounding while he was going through the letter. What he wanted it to focus on was the Solarian Inquisitors and the Golden Order. It seemed that both Lorina and her grandfather, that was one of the few High Inquisitors, had survived. With them not falling into enemy hands, they could not be brainwashed to reveal his secret. There was nothing specific in the information about the battle that took place, only about the aftermath. Most of the flying ships that the church used had been destroyed after a massive magical explosion. The Intelligence Guild believed that the cultists somehow blew up the entire area after victory was not possible. Some strange occult magical circle was spotted that produced a pillar that reached the sky. So they really did it. Perhaps that monolith had some sort of self-destructing feature. Roland wasn't sure. If the relic could have been destroyed from a distance, why didn't they just do it? Perhaps there was some kind of limit on the range of the church and figured out a way to block it. The cult could have also attempted to get it back and only went with the atomic option after a defeat. The important thing is that Lorena was spotted later in Rika. They had managed to get everything under control and are now examining the underground where the Thieves Guild is, but that's about it for the report. After their escape in the massive explosion, the Golden Order apparently pulled out from the forest. They had suffered a lot of casualties, and only the strongest members had survived. With the help of the Tier 3 paladins, it wasn't hard to quell the monster uprising in the city, but at that point, the damage was already done. It would probably take years to recover losses and get new workers and merchants on board. Most of them would probably flee to other cities and perhaps even to the mainland. This might even affect the whole Valyrian household. The Duke allowed a cult to exist under his nose. The other dukes will see this as a chance. Though Arthur's brother will take the brunt of this attack, if he was competing for the Duke position, this will probably exclude him from the competition. Roland knew that Duke Alexander Valyrian had many offsprings. These young lords would be forced to compete against each other for the Duke's spot in the future. With a blunder like this and all the bad press, whoever was stationed in Rika would have a hard time bouncing back. His biggest mistake was abandoning the common quarters, even with the nobles and merchants surviving. If there is no labor force to work, they can't do anything. Would commoners answer the call to come back to work when they were treated as disposable goods? Even if the merchants tried to entice people with money and good contracts, everyone would think twice before going to a danger zone like that. It would probably take some time before anyone decided to risk it. Roland shrugged while looking at the smoke coming out from his furnace. After hearing that his acquaintances from the Golden Order had survived, another problem arose. While the cult would probably shift their targets toward Lorena as the person responsible for this debacle, this didn't put him in the clear just yet. The woman knew that he was able to somehow go around the relic, and he had proposed using runic mages to investigate it. It wouldn't be strange if he was on the church watchlist now. That inquisitor is a problem too. He recalled the person that knew his own father. The old man was strong and apparently related to Lorena, as he referred to her as his granddaughter. Roland had no idea of knowing what these two individuals would decide to do. Would they just shrug him off as being lucky or turn to him for help? If they used magic for questioning, he would not be able to lie and have to reveal his special skill. He would then be turned into a human detection device to disable cult relics. The problems only keep increasing. For the time being, he decided to not worry about the small things. The city he was in was slowly preparing to counter the Abyssal cultists. Even a priest of Sister Kash's level would be able to tell if any strange rituals were taking place, so they couldn't do anything in the open. The Thieves Guild was already combing the underground tunnels for any potential secret lairs and giving information to their associates. With some luck, this would go away without him needing to involve himself anymore. He only needed to act as a normal craftsman and develop new divine runes that might aid him and others later. This shouldn't take too long. His mind went back to the wolf armor that Diana delivered. Before leaving on his rank-up test, he had already created a schematic for the doggy armor. While it would not be comparable to his own, it would give Agni some spell variety. The material was ether durasteel. It would lower the usage for fire spells while also add buffing spells, just like Roland's armor did. Thus he grabbed his hammer, and after organizing the various parts, he turned on the forge. After grabbing large tongs from the side, he inserted what would be the chest plate for Agni's barding. It was angular for the purpose of deflecting blows to the side by making them slide. This piece in particular would be able to generate a mana shield, either a regular one or a fire one. He was not sure how his wolf would handle the activation requirements, so, for now, he decided to inscribe spells to different parts. The only thing Agni would need to do was to send a jolt of mana down a specific part. This would be a true test for his partner's intelligence. Would he be smarter than the average wolf, or just activate each spell effect at the same time and cause a mess? I should probably lower the output to the minimum for the test. Roland's hammer swung continuously down on the heated breastplate, and the runes started to quickly take shape. With his current skill level, he didn't really need much time to perform his work. Yet while his runesmithing skills were constantly advancing, his regular blacksmithing techniques were not. Since getting two competent helpers, he started to get less and less need to prepare the various parts himself. Yet he had not totally given up on his life as a craftsman. He had actually been getting ready to create his new weapon. After going through his recent adventure, the constant switching between his metallic rod for spell usage and his sword was suboptimal. He decided to combine a weapon with a magician's staff into one. For this, he needed the large, bulky metal clump that was heating up in his smelter. This would be the base for his next multi-purpose tool, a large runic warhammer. The design of this runic weapon would have one side of it being flat, while the other would have a spike. This rear spike would be great for penetrating hard armor, while the flat one for bludgeoning damage. Both sides would have their own runic effects to augment them. Hope the retractable shaft won't compromise the weapon. The mithril should be enough to keep it from snapping. Roland would be finally including more exotic metals into the mix. By going into this new field, some of the old smithing knowledge could be ignored. It was possible to go around the constraints of traditional metals. Something made from mithril could be made paper thin, but it would still protect a person from a bullet shot more than something made from regular steel. Yet even if it wouldn't break due to the weight, he still needed to balance it out by taking his armor into consideration while holding it. The giant slab of metal was quickly getting liquefied in the runic smelter. The base would of course be made from ether durasteel, but there would be some additives. After a long, grueling process of testing, he had finally figured out the correct ratio between the various metals. Etherium would be one of the components along with the red mithril that he had excavated from the dungeon. Most of the expensive parts would be gathered in the top part of this warhammer. The shaft would be wedged through the hammerhead as a separate part. While it would be an important component of the weapon, it didn't require Etherium, as most of the spell effects would go through the hammer's head. After the smelting process was done, he would use the usual blacksmithing techniques to hammer the large slab into shape. With his increased stats and techniques, he was already miles away from any conventional or modern blacksmith, even if they used power tools. This would be the next creation that he hoped would last him all the way until he reached Tier 3. Then perhaps with increased knowledge, he would create an improved version worthy of Tier 3 magical rune user. Well then, this will be very therapeutic. After this is finished, I should get to the dungeon and start leveling up. While the metallic concoction was mixing up, he decided to peek towards another corner of his workshop. There he opened a secret door that looked like a part of the wall. He did so by infusing a small 5 square centimeter tile with his mana fingerprint. The moment the password was given, the wall started to shift to the side. What he was greeted with was a pitch-black tunnel that slowly started to light up. It had been clearly reinforced by mana, but also worked by hand by an experienced miner. The lights continued to flicker up to reveal quite the length that this tunnel had. I hope it was worth digging this whole place up. It took years, but it's mostly finished now. After a little look, he decided to close the door. First, he needed to get his weapons in order, and then it was time to level up. I'll be taking a break for a week, so see you next week. Oh. Come in, Lord Arthur. A smiling cat maid named Mary went into the city lord's office. The door was opened by an armored man that she was familiar with as always. On the inside, the usual sight of Arthur Valerian buried under piles of papers greeted her. Mary could only give out a sigh while going for a stack of papers that was blocking her way. Mary, please don't move those documents. I'm not finished with them. She could only give out a sigh while placing the pile back down. Luckily, not many people entered this room besides her. If some saw the disorganized room of the city lord, they could start spreading rumors. It was already troublesome to shove the ledgers and records to the side when the runesmith appeared. Lord Arthur, perhaps you should take a break. You haven't left the office for some time now. The maid placed a teacup for her lord and was sure to push in some food as well. He had deemed this whole fiasco with the cult as an opportunity for growth. Arthur's older brother prioritized the nobles and rich merchant side of the city, which had a lot fewer citizens. Due to this blunder, the city of Rika would have a hard time recovering after its workforce had been diminished. I must thank him the next time we meet, but perhaps father will order him back to the estate after what he did, but then one of the others will get that city instead. She gave out a chuckle after Arthur suddenly started getting depressed. It was a possibility that one of the other Valerian brothers could absorb Rika into their side, but the possibility was minor. While the city had suffered greatly, most of the moguls had survived, and new workers could probably be enticed with better wages. This didn't mean that he wouldn't suffer a decline. Lord Arthur, I have come to make my report. Ah yes, please go on. First, our friend has a knack for getting involved. Wayland did. Yes, after his little story, I went to the church to confirm everything. The person that was afflicted with the abyssal larvae came from the Thieves' Guild and is a friend with one of his acquaintances. Oh, well, we already knew that he dabbled with the underground world, but isn't he only a black market merchant? Yes, but I managed to identify one of his associates. She is a member of the underground guild, and probably the way he got in. As long as he doesn't go overboard with the black market, it should be fine. Arthur shrugged a bit as he didn't really care if the runesmith he was working with was an underground merchant. There was a limit to what he would allow. If the runic items were all sold on the black market, he would not be able to make any money with his auction house. Ever since he started his work with you, my lord, he hasn't been frequenting the black market, but instead contacted me for any resources. Mary didn't have anything specific to go off of. The underground didn't like it if people asked many questions. Through various ways and rumors, she pieced a few things together to make an educated guess of how Wayland managed to survive through the feud with the Union. Now that he had access to their merchant contacts, there was no use to sell his items on the black market. Have you made sure to not get noticed? I don't think Mr. Wayland would do anything drastic, but but those characters from the underground guilds cannot be trusted. Arthur finally placed the piece of paper to the side while looking into Mary's eyes. It was clear that he was concerned about the snooping that his little spy was performing. Even if she worked under the city lord, the Thieves' Guild wouldn't care. They would probably send her body parts to the estate if she stuck her nose where she shouldn't. Are you worried about my safety, my lord? Mary chuckled while performing a little bow of appreciation. Don't worry, I won't risk my life. I'm aware that it wouldn't be wise to underestimate the underground guild leaders or their enforcers. Good, then let's switch to the main topic. How are our runesmith's devices working? Have there been any more cases? Yes, they have been surprisingly helpful and quite easy to use even for the guards. Still, there have been 3 more afflicted that have been discovered. 3 more. Did they have anything in common? One was a merchant, another one was an adventurer, and the third one was an escort. At first glance, it didn't look like they did, but of course, I investigated further. And what did you discover? Arthur rolled his eyes slightly as Mary started swinging her hands around to pronounce her speech. It was as if she was some kind of game host that was trying to rile up the crowd. While the adventurer and the lady escort were clean, the merchant was actually part of the black market. Is that so? Is the guild doing anything about it? This was the second person that visited the Thieves' Guild that had been afflicted by the parasite. The escort could have also had dealings with the underground trade, as the red light district was controlled by the underground organizations. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. A pattern had emerged, and the cultists could be gathering underground. Yes, the guild leader is aware, and as we speak they are searching through the tunnels. Could they have infiltrated even a small city like this one? Arthur became solemn instantly. He knew that things weren't good if a cult like this was spreading through the kingdom this fast. After the outbreak in Rika, nothing seemed safe. Even the capital of the dukedom could have already fallen. I'm not sure, Lord Arthur, but we have been able to stall the threat. We have placed the magical devices Mr. Wayland created in critical locations, just as you commanded. No one will be able to enter the city without being examined. This is the same for the underground guilds, so you have been able to deliver it to them. Yes, my lord, although that worked itself out on its own. Mary nodded as she didn't need to smuggle the divine device in herself. Wayland's friend by the name of Lobelia carried this out instead. They were now informed about what the city lord was doing and started checking their own people. The infected would not be able to leave the underground without being treated by the runic devices. Arthur hoped to have the Thieves' Guild take care of their own mess, as they certainly didn't want the cult to control their members. If the underground merchants heard about the potential plague and outbreak like in Rika, they would quickly flee from the city. The guild would do everything to not lose their money, and combating the cultists was one of them. Good, I think I need to get my speech ready. It won't be long now, so it's finally out. I guess it was only a matter of time. I heard people whispering about strange creatures. The city lord had to make a statement too. I wasn't there, but he gave a heartwarming speech about unity or something. At least that's what my wifey said. Bernier took a swig from a mug filled with alcohol while talking with Roland. Both of them were taking a break from work and discussing the current events. The information about the evil cultists was now mainstream. They had become the Bujamen of the dukedom. The outbreak in Rika had become widespread news. It was spread by various refugees and survivors from that day. He was one of them and the main reason that the city lord could get everything under control this fast. Did he start preparing after I brought the bad news? Hey boss, I've seen you've been turning the smelter on. You don't need to bother yourself with that. I can make whatever you want. It took quite some time for the large ingot for his new weapon to be produced. This was mostly due to the red mithril that he included in the mix that had an increased melting point. He really needed to crank up the smelter and actually boost it with his own mana. Only after spending many hours together with his concoction was he able to finalize the product. Wouldn't it have been better to use a cast if you're using mithril? It won't be that easy to forge that thing into shape. It should be fine. I did all the calculations. While casting the melted metal into a mold would be an easier process, it also could bring some problems. First of all, in most cases, forging the weapon would produce a tougher item. There was more wiggle room when shaping it with the hammer, and some blacksmith skills could increase the quality of the produced item. If you say so, just don't burn down the place. I'll try not to. After the break, the two parted ways. He had the rest of the day to finish the hammerhead, and perhaps if he hurried up, he wouldn't get Elodia angry. Ever since returning to the city, he had been sleeping for 3 to 4 hours and staying up for the rest of the day. Surprisingly, he wasn't feeling tired at all. His body was young and strong. The only problem was his girlfriend, who was constantly worried. Luckily, down in his workshop, she would not be able to complain. Due to the heat generated by the smelter and forge, someone without the constitution of a blacksmith would have a tough time lasting 5 minutes in a room with him. From the side, he grabbed a thick leather smithing apron and placed it over his body for added protection. Together with smithing gloves and his hammer, he was ready to tackle that large ingot that would be the base for his warhammer. The slab of metal was now a rectangular shape with some sharp edges on the side. The coloring was a silvery blue. Even though he mixed in the red mithril, Together with the other various metals, it produced this color. The runes would light up quite nicely to produce a nice effect on this silvery surface and perhaps take his enemy's attention away from the fight. Finally, with the help of his tongs, he inserted the large piece into the furnace. On the bottom there was a spot for his feet. Through them he could guide more mana inside of it to augment the flames. It would be impossible to work without this runic furnace. Reaching the temperature needed with wood or coal would be close to impossible. On the wall, he had a set of various blacksmithing hammers. Various forming hammers with domed faces that were good for producing curved surfaces. Planishing hammers with round and square faces, with curved and flat surfaces. These were more for the finishing touches, so he ignored them for now. Instead, he looked to the cross-pane hammer section to get himself the best for the job. He took a moment to appreciate the variety of tools that he had. Some of these were handmade by him, while others by Bernir or his wife. Some were polished down by the runic tools that were in another section of the smithy. Roland was reminded of his progress, and the ladle that was his first test when he joined the blacksmith ranks. Even now, he vividly recalled how tiresome it was to make and how barely he made it, mostly due to the lack of training. Then there was the anvil that had lasted him for years now. Without a proper anvil with a horn, rounded edges, and a sturdy face, it would be impossible to fashion anything. This would be the final test for this tool. However, with a proper heated-up ingot, even this anvil would be able to survive through the shaping process. This is taking a while. A lot of time had passed since he inserted the alloy into the furnace. Regular low-carbon or medium-carbon steel would be softened up within minutes. But this chunk was taking forever. It was truly resisting the heat due to the exotic metal he added. Yet, even it wouldn't be able to last forever, and soon it was ready for some pounding. While to his past self, the shaping process might be difficult, it wouldn't be a problem for the current Roland. Even though he left a lot of the busy work up to Bernir and his wife, he still continued to train his smithing skills. There was a small workaround when leveling up these skills. He would be given a bonus after finishing hard to construct creations like the golems. Even his regular smithing skills would be pushed forward. After several high-quality products were assembled, he found himself leveling up his smithing skills faster than he was accustomed to. Each level added to his skills per usual. It was as if months or years of smithing experience flowed into his body just by leveling up a skill. To balance out the front part, he needed to make the rear spike a bit lengthy. When fighting larger monsters, it needed to have enough penetrating power to pierce through hardened skin and scales. He deliberated on shaping the rear end to be more similar to an axe, but this shape somehow fit a hammer more in his opinion. Soon minutes turned to hours, and the day was coming to an end. He did not even notice Bernir knocking on the door to clock out. Everyone had left while he was busy applying the finishing touches. He could not allow the metal to cool down too much. The more he needed to heat it up, the longer it would take. There, his new creation was partially done, but this was not the end. While he had decided on the shape, he was not quite sure what spells were needed. An impact rune to control the weight was a must, but some other ones to augment his new fighting style needed looking into. After I finish this, I need to test it out on something, and I already know who. Roland continued to add the finishing touches while thinking of the underground dungeon. He hadn't seen his old friend in a while, and it would be the perfect test dummy for his new weapon. That should do it. Finally, after many hours of work, his battle hammer was mostly ready. After wedging the shaft into the hammer head, it was mostly complete. By utilizing some more advanced techniques, the shaft would expand at the top slightly for a tight fit. This weapon was closer in shape to a polearm, but it was much bulkier to accommodate its user's enhanced strength. The face of the hammer had a more traditional war hammer shape, while the rear end consisted of a spike. Roland had thought of making a pole axe, but for the time being, he decided to go with this shape for better penetration. A sharp spike required less force to get through armor than a wider axe blade that delivered a wider cut. There were pros and cons to every design, and he felt that this would work better on the larger creatures. There aren't many creatures that are resistant to both blunt physical attacks and piercing attacks. Most of the monster hide and armor is good against slashing weapons. A heavy weapon like this would do quite well against armored opponents. Together with the added magical runes, he couldn't see any human below Tier 3 resisting a fully swung blow. The only problem would be with large monsters that possessed a thick layer of fat to absorb the shock. Even the spike wouldn't do any good if he couldn't get to the vital organs, even after piercing through a tough hide. Well, that's when magic comes in. Roland smiled while polishing the large rear spike of his new hammer. This item would be a multi-purpose magical tool, and not only a big dumb weapon swung by brutes. He had the advantage of being able to access the runic operating system. Making changes to suit the environment wouldn't be a problem. He just needed to insert the most common spells first. Just by executing a previously prepared section of the code, he would be able to quickly generate the desired spell effect. Though making the multi-purpose spell matrix takes a while, the only downside to making weapons like this would be the time spent. Even he wasn't perfect, and going through everything without making any errors was difficult. Then there was also another problem. He didn't have enough hours in the day to focus. "Hey boss, are you finished?" "Bernier, well, not really. Is there a problem?" While he was examining his new item, his assistant walked in. He was carrying a wooden crate with various metallic items. "Since you had a break, the backlog for runic repairs has been growing, and we need to restock some of the usual." Bernier started getting the various items out. On one side, he placed the weapons and armor pieces that needed their runes to be repaired. Then on the other side, the ones that he and his wife produced. These were made from either durasteel or deep steel, both the most commonly used materials in the shop. "Fine, this shouldn't take long." "Take your time, boss, but it would be better if you did the repairs first. The recent adventurers have been ill-tempered, must because of all this fuss about the cultists." Roland saw Bernier frown when recalling some kind of memory. It wouldn't be strange for some of the customers to berate the craftsmen. The Union still continued to spread bad rumors about him and his shop. Probably if he wasn't the only runesmith in town, he wouldn't get any attention at all. Only after Arthur appeared did his name stop being dragged through the mud, at least in the open. There were also another skill that could do the job, which was rune mending. There was one downside to this skill, though. While it would repair the runic structure, it would not correct the faulty pathways. If the rune was an intermediate one, it would not upgrade it to a high or highest rune. Yet this was not the case for runic restructuring. He could mold it to any structure that he had previously created. I wish there was a way to automate this process. Would a golem be able to repair runes? He was now looking at a regular longsword that had a damaged ice mist rune. It was a common rune that would produce an icy vapor when swung. It would lower the temperature in the designated area dramatically and was adequate for fighting low-level fire monsters like the salamanders. This would be enough to make the creature sluggish and easy to kill. There is a mana stone in the hilt. The rune was intermediate, but it degraded to low already. Normally, craftsmen would not improve the runic structure. Instead, they would usually use the rune mending skill for a quick fix. Most of the time, the customer would need to pay extra for a proper runesmithing treatment that didn't degrade the blade any further. Roland, on the other hand, needed to try a bit harder as his standing in the city wasn't that great. He had attracted customers by going the extra mile and even improving the runic structures while performing the repairs. This would normally only be possible by restarting the runecrafting process and correcting all of the traces and various components manually. However, with the latest restructuring skill, he could do it almost instantly. Good that I've practiced all of these runes before. The only requirement for him to use it was to have previously made the rune himself. The higher the quality of the rune that he previously created, the better the chance of success. Thus he grabbed his blacksmithing hammer while the sword's blade was quickly heated up in the forge. After a few moments, his hammer was already colliding with the damaged structures that started glowing. It's kind of a waste to use it on something like this. I could easily upgrade it to something like Ice Burst instead. While the runic structures were being molded into a fully functional ice mist spell of the high rating, Roland thought back to some experiments that he performed after getting his new class. This skill was far handier than he originally assumed. It could actually produce higher-grade runes from lower-grade ones quickly. For instance, when looking at this ice mist rune that just created a burst of freezing air, the base structure was similar to a higher-tier spell. Ice Burst spell could create the same cold haze with an addition of sharp ice crystals forming to damage the enemy and a much stronger freezing effect. Both of the spells were tier 2 common ones, but the latter was among the end of the spectrum. Glad the Lordling is on my side. Those free potions are enough to get the job done. After gulping the last mana potion, he resumed his work. For the items that Bernier and his wife made, the rune duplication skill was enough. By just copying his old runes onto the previously created blades, he could finish work in a matter of moments. The large pile of armaments that would have taken him normally a whole day was finished in less than an hour. I don't even feel any migraines now. Roland glanced at this mana pool that was at around 20%. At such a low amount, he would be forced to take a rest or some pain medication. Now, on the other hand, he could go down to about 15% without suffering a backlash. His body was getting used to working hard and the pain was not a problem. The discomfort might be gone, but this doesn't mean that it's healthy. Roland didn't fool himself into believing that he was fine. The mitigating effect of his skills didn't do anything about the damage. It only allowed him to power through it. His body was still suffering, but he couldn't feel it. While he was young now, he wouldn't be surprised that there could be long-lasting aftereffects of pushing his body to the limit. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. It wasn't surprising to get some skills after going through harsh training. Perhaps like with the pain-resistance skill, he would be given something to reward him for the hardships. He could only hope that his body would last without any long-lasting damage before he got those skills. That should be enough. After finishing up his tasks, he pushed a button on the wall. "Hey Bernier, I'm done." He leaned close to an outstretched cord with a hand-sized oval iron plate. A rune was glowing on this sheet of metal that allowed him to talk with his workers from inside his workplace. It was similar to old cord phones that connected to specific parts of his home. There was a corresponding button for each specific room that for now was limited to a couple of them. Already, I'll be right there. There was a quick reply followed by some static. Using magic to converse with other people wasn't anything new. His system was just something he stole from the old world that he came from. For others to use this, they would need many years to build up the infrastructure. It would not be a small task, but a wise leader would probably see the value in instantaneous information exchange. That is if someone smarter than me comes up with some encrypting technology. As someone that had borrowed the idea from one of the research papers from the academy, he knew the downsides. It was easy to intercept the mana signals going through the lines and hear what people were talking about. People in this world were still motivated by wars. Unless this technology aided them in their conquest, it would not be worth the risk. I should probably cover the rune up with something or someone will scratch it. When looking at a cut-out plate of metal welded together to a cord, he frowned. His proclivity to make everything with the least amount of effort still continued to this day. Even though plastic didn't exist in this world, there were some substances that could mimic its properties. It wouldn't be hard to turn this into an old phone handle. Making an outer shell from wood could also work. Keep up the good work, boss. Roland waved to Bernier that came in to pick up the runic items. Now he could focus back on his new hammer. After that came Agni's armor that would need some testing. With some luck, by the end of the week, he would have enough weapons to make a quick run to the dungeon. There were also other parts that he needed to get in order, like the mining golems that were down by 2. There should be some parts to assemble more drones. Bernier should be able to get it done. Refugees from Rica were also everywhere. Perhaps he could lure someone in with a mild contract. His 2 workers could take care of the training, as the new employees would be there to lessen their workload. Then the 2 could focus on more important assignments like golems and magical turrets. This might take a while, better get to it. Roland grabbed the large war hammer that he made. By injecting a tiny bit of his own mana, the shorter shaft quickly shot out to double in length. The weapon was better suited for handling with both hands, but for someone like him that had enhanced strength, it wasn't a problem to one-hand it. While he was playing with the grip and swinging his new toy around to see if it was handled correctly, he heard a sound coming from his speaker. "Wayland, your adventurer friends are here to see you." My friends. It was Elodia informing him that he had visitors. This was a first, as he did not actually remember having that many friends. But he remembered a group of 4 that followed him here after the fiasco in Rica. An image of an oversized woman popped into his head. A promise was made and it needed to be kept. "I'll be right there, and it will be better if you don't talk to Orson." "Which one is that?" "The one with the stupid look on his face, quite similar to Armand." "Oh, that one. I guess this is the downside of having friends." While this interrupted his work, it was also a good moment to get some news. He had secluded himself in his workshop, without going outside for days, and somewhat forgotten about his 4 new acquaintances. It seemed that they had become bored of waiting for him, and decided to visit on their own accord. Within a few minutes, he found himself outside. The sound of large fan blades was quite noticeable and probably peculiar to anyone that was invited inside. His backyard had many wind generators that produced electricity. Their size was a problem. They limited his workspace to the underground workshop. Yet there weren't that many ways of generating energy otherwise, that is, besides one other that he wished to implement in the future. "There you are, Wayland." "Yes, here I am." The whole team was there. Senna was looking through the store's dagger section. Griselda had a large bastard sword in one of her hands and swung it as if it didn't weigh anything. Dalrek was glancing at some of the large tower shields, while his closest friend was doing something that he didn't appreciate. "Woof, hey, calm down. Sheesh, can't even have some fun." The last member was being growled at by Agni. It seemed that he was shooting some glances at Elodia, whose chest was a bit more pronounced in the store uniform than usual. Everything was hidden and it was proper, but this didn't stop the man from ogling her. "Sorry about that, knucklehead. I think he is still a bit drunk." I see Senna was the one to start the conversation while everyone else finally noticed him. The store was sectioned off by classes. Where Senna came from was specifically stocked with items that agility-based jobs would flock to. Short swords, daggers, and even bows were all there, and they were outfitted with runes. There was not a single item that was not runic. This of course heightened the price and also kept people with low amounts of coins away. "Hey Wayland, I hope you didn't forget about our little talk." "No, I remember." Griselda appeared next. She placed the large sword to the side while dragging her mangled axe. Everyone had a strange look in their eyes when looking at all of these weapons and armor. It looked like a bunch of kids stuck in a candy store. They were all noticeably holding themselves back from touching the more expensive runic items. "They won't be free though. Don't be so stingy. A successful runesmith like you must be swimming in money." That would be nice if it was true. Most of his earnings went right back into producing more weapons and expanding his knowledge. What he earned he instantly spent with some side cash being placed to the side if any problems arose. He would probably not gain much money by outfitting these four, but he would also not lose any. By just using them and spreading the word, they could generate interest in his shop, which was slowly building more momentum. Go ahead, see if you like something, but please don't activate the spell effects here. You're the best, Wayland. Senna for some reason was awfully happy when glancing through the various items, but so were the rest. His intent was to just replace their weapons instead of repairing them. Griselda's axe that was bent, Dalrek's mangled shield, Orson's two-handed blade that was all chipped up. They all needed tending to, but with a lack of time, it would be easier to just replace them. Just don't break anything, or you'll have to pay for it, he shouted while the grown adventurers rummaged through his wares. Perhaps by increasing the logos on the weapons that he gave them, he could attract more attention to his store, which would lessen the blow of just charging his new friends for the material cost. Hiya. After a flash of green light, a large log descended down to the ground. It looked like it was sliced apart by something sharp, but the person performing the attack was quite a bit away. Next to it, another log was engulfed in flames, which caused a large pillar of smoke to emerge. Wayland, these weapons are interesting, let me just try this out. A halfling woman was standing with a dagger in her hand. It was glowing green for the moment, but after a few seconds passed, it changed color to blue. When activating the spell effect this time around, instead of the green blade of wind, one of ice replaced it. The previously sliced apart log was cut again, but this time, it was also covered by a layer of ice. To the halfling's side, there was a human holding a large two-handed sword that had previously been engulfed in flames. Yet after a moment, the flames started changing color to switch to deep blue frost instead. Hey, this thing really works and it's not that hard to use. If the blockhead can use it, then everyone can use it. Hey, I heard that, screw you, Senna. An angry Orson fired off a blast of ice energy towards the burning target. After performing this magical attack, his head started spinning and he had to catch himself from falling. Take it easy, you're a warrior and your MP pool isn't that high. It's better if you don't use that many magical attacks in succession. The voice of the craftsman that inscribed these weapons with runes came from the side. He was watching his four adventure friends playing around with his simplified products. It was a new line of runic gear that was designed for adventurers without mana-related skills. Ha, leave that idiot be, Wayland. He learns better this way. Senna laughed while he glanced over towards Griselda and Dalrek. While the dwarf didn't have trouble exchanging the basic mana shield for one made from the earth element, the big barbarian woman was confused. Her weapon was changing colors from red to different shades of blue before going back to the red one. Want me to explain it again, Griselda? And no, I can handle this myself, she replied in a meek voice while turning her head to the side. All of them were gathered in a specially made testing area. It was made so that his clients could get used to some of the more innovative weapons. These testing weapons were made of simpler materials, but were enough to show off what the costlier ones were capable of. Is that so? Anyway, let me demonstrate again. He decided to grab a large axe from the side that was similar to what the muscle-bound woman was holding. After holding it out with one hand so that she could see what he was doing, he started to talk. It's simple. If you place your thumb into this groove here and start injecting mana, you'll notice that the color is changing, right? Yeah, she nodded while looking at the metal axe blade lighting up faintly. It's hard to see because it's daylight, but when you're in the dungeon it will be easier. What you want to do is stop letting your mana into the weapon after you get to the elemental color you want. See, it stopped at green. There is a second when the color won't change, so make your decision fast, and remember to remove your thumb from the grove. I see. Griselda continued to nod while looking at her own weapon that was changing colors. After shifting her hand to a more comfortable position, the color solidified into a red one. Each of the weapons comes with elemental variations of the same spell and one basic non-elemental spell. Roland performed a side swing with the axe and directed it towards a log in the distance. A blade of green energy left the weapon. It was much bigger than the one previously released from Senna's dagger. When it collided with the log, it sliced it diagonally before ramming into the stone wall behind it. How about you try it? No problem. Griselda started injecting her mana into the axe and stopped the moment it switched to green. She was an experienced warrior, so it wasn't hard to reproduce Roland's more sluggish movements. Yet the blade that she created was about half the size and traveled in a wide arc into the sky. Shit, hey, why was that green blade so much smaller? Is this axe worse than yours? No, they are exactly the same. PFF from the side, a squeaky voice escaped from a smaller halfling that overheard the conversation. Quickly, the giant of a woman turned toward her nemesis with a frown. What are you laughing at, Pipsqueak? Oh, nothing. Senna laughed, which brought a few veins to appear on Griselda's forehead. Before the two started fighting, Roland quickly chimed in with another explanation. I have a lot more mana than you. Magical weapons will always be better in the hands of mages. Roland's high intelligence stat boosted the power of every runic spell. He also had various other buffs which allowed him to raise the power of runic weapons. a regular warrior like Griselda could not feel mana in her surroundings, she could only use it. This was the same for the other non-mage denizens in the world. They only had an on and off switch when it came to mana. There weren't that many people like Roland that had a mana sense. Some even died due to mana sickness as the previous owner of this body. However, there were ways of getting that skill later in life. Some advanced classes could unlock it later. There were also things like magical elixirs that could produce it. There were also less virtuous ways of getting them. Red-colored crystals that were sometimes sold at the black market auctions were the usual way. They were gotten from fallen mages that had their skills extracted during their deaths. These were quite rare, so they didn't reach the usual black market and were hidden away in the Thieves' Guild that hosted auctions to gain more money. From time to time, a Tier 3 class holder would attempt to get a mana-related skill after gathering enough money. Raising the mana pool was a clear enhancement of one's skill and capabilities. After reaching a high enough tier, magical equipment became far more affordable and a good quick way of bolstering all-around strength. And that's about it. The base effect for the axe is the impact rune. It uses the least amount of mana. After the demonstration was over, Griselda began to play around with the new toy. Just as he had explained, it went through a set of spells in order. The weapons had one varied elemental spell that could be switched to fit a monster's weakness, and then a basic effect like sharpening or impact. Through experience, he had discovered that most adventurers weren't that good at handling runic weapons with multiple uses. At most, he could add 2 different spells before it became too confusing for them to use. They could not change the mana frequency or output at all, only turn it on and off. Thus, he decided to try this new system of selecting spells on a timer. By introducing mana into the systems, the selection process would start. It was then represented by a faint outside color to make it easier. After the spell was selected, it would be the active one and the only one that could be activated. While you can't switch the effects fast, it should not be needed. These weapons were meant to be multi-purpose and for dungeons. In the Albrook dungeon where the monsters were fire-based, ice was the desired weakness. Before even entering the dungeon, a person could switch to this effect and be prepared for the flaming creatures inside. Then when the adventurer decided to go to another dungeon, they could switch the spell effect again without having to get a whole new weapon. While the runic components were altered, even other runesmiths could repair it with the help of their automatic skills like rune mending. To change the spell, the person needed to hold the weapon in a specific way. It would be hard to activate the changing effect mid-battle, which was intentional. It was still possible to do it during a pause in combat as long as the enemy didn't pursue. This was all achieved by changes to the runic operating system. The hardware components of the spells it circled through were very similar. An executable was activated to change into the desired effect to make it all work. Someone like him was able to activate the desired spell without going through all of them, but for people without rune-related skills, this was a simple process to go through. These are great, but how much will this cost? Senna and the others gathered together after testing out the weapons. It was clear to them that the weapons were worth a lot. One of them in particular didn't have any money. I sell them around the market price for common rune weapons. They are all of the highest grade too, so that increases the price slightly. All of them headed back to the shop to discuss the price, and Elodia was quick to calculate everything along with the friendly discount. They would need some smaller gold coins to cover the manufacturing and material costs, but all in all, he didn't think it was a bad price. This isn't bad, I'll take it. With those cult nuts running around, it's better to have a good weapon. Do you have any of those divine artifacts, though? Those are still in the testing phase. I would also need to get permission from the church if I wanted to actually sell them. You mean if you wanted to sell them in the open, that is. Senna winked toward Roland as she knew what he was leading on to. While it was possible to buy the divine mana crystals from many locations, it was better to announce getting a proper permit at the church. Everything that involved the holy energy of their gods had to go through the temples. This was clearly in place to pad out the church pockets with money. They wanted to control the market when their items were involved. There also wasn't really a way around it, as all of the magical items either required constant recharging from a priest or an Empyrean crystal. It's a good price, give him my share. Dalrak together with Orson agreed to get themselves some upgrades. After getting his shield damaged during the escape, he was in need of a replacement. Dalrak decided to get a sturdy shield of a similar shape. It could produce a magical barrier as well as a repelling effect. Orson, on the other hand, found himself a replacement sword. Every item they got was made from Ether Durasteel, but there was one person that didn't look happy. Griselda was holding a battle axe that was probably heavier than the war hammer he recently made. What can't afford it? Want me to lend you some money? It'll cost you, though. Senna started grinning while shaking around her coin purse. Part of the money inside of it had originally belonged to Griselda. She had lost it due to a couple lost bets. Roland was still surprised that the woman didn't realize that her opponent was a professional swindler. While she didn't cheat outright, Senna would only take bets that were in her favor. I don't need your help. I can pay for it myself. Griselda stormed over towards where Elodia was standing, which caused Agni to raise his head. Even though he was a dire wolf, the large woman would probably be able to wrestle him down to the ground. Thus he remained wary while showcasing his sharp teeth. P put it on my tab. After dropping the axe on the counter, Griselda nodded. It was as simple as that for her. Hey you big oaf, this isn't a tavern. Senna started grabbing her sides while trying not to laugh. On the other hand, Roland wasn't sure if this was such a bad idea. How about you work for me instead? Work for you. I don't know much about blacksmithing though, no, I mean as a guard. Today was one of the days that they were without any protection. With Roland being around, they didn't really need anyone else to stand watch besides Agni. Yet a highly skilled thief would be able to grab something and still make a run for it. For that reason, they needed someone to be outside and block the only exit. As a guard, yes, I usually contact someone from the Adventure Guild, but since the cult incident, a lot of them aren't willing to stay out in the woods. It wasn't a bad deal for him. The barbarian woman was a high-level Tier 2 class holder. There weren't that many other adventurers that compared to her. She was also someone that he somewhat trusted not to make off with the items or attack Elodia. The store isn't open every day, so you could still go to the dungeon to earn more if you want. You'll also be given 2 meals per day and something to drink but no alcohol. Griselda pondered this proposal for a moment. Roland wasn't sure if she would take it, as it wouldn't be that hard for someone of her level to just go to the dungeon. Any adventurer team would be fine with taking a combatant like here down there. After a month or two, she would probably be able to afford this weapon. I guess she will refuse, at least that is what he was thinking. For some reason, when Griselda looked towards Senna, who was just grinning there, she nodded to agree. Fine, I'll be a guard now, give me the weapon. Wait, not so fast. While Griselda was trying to get to her new weapon, she was stopped by the store owner. Here, sign this first. What is this? What was presented to her was a standard contract that he created himself. It stated the usual terms of the deal and that she needed to work 5 days a week for 8 hours per day. While they could go through the guild to make this transaction, they could just do it directly like this. It's a standard document. If you fail to meet the terms, you'll be subjected to the usual debuff. Debuff. Roland was a bit confused, but then remembered that adventurers didn't really go through the hassle of signing work contracts. They just delivered items to the guild and only got paid for that. They weren't on the clock, so there was no need for them. Only regular people needed to be coerced to sign them as motivation for work. Let me explain. In the shortest amount of time, he started explaining. The curse that she would be subjected to would place a debuff that lowered her main stats by a set percentage. For someone that worked as an adventurer, it would be a devastating setback. That's about it. If you do your work, nothing will happen. And as you can see, this contract is just for 1 month. I'm not sure she gets it. Elodia, that was behind the counter, whispered into his ear while looking at the large woman's head getting redder. It seemed that the words that Roland was using were sometimes too difficult for her to understand. It's a miracle that she survived for this long. It's not surprising that she gets taken advantage of this easily. After a little back and forth, he managed to get the contract signed. Elodia took over by explaining the working hours and her duties. For the coming month, he had managed to organize a competent guard for the store. This would ease his nerves as he was intending to go down to gain some levels. While the cultist situation wasn't resolved, it was being handled by the city lord. His own house and shop were already equipped with the same divine boxes to check for any potential corruption. What now remained was for him to finish up his new main weapon and assemble more golems. It was time to start his grind. You shall all bear witness when the Great One descends. Your flesh will be turned into his glorious body. The world will finally become whole. Thud, shut up, damn shitty cult nuts. Hey, be careful, that's the last one. We need to get more information out of him. But boss, none of those fuckers talked. Their heads even started to explode. In a room lit up by magical torches, a peculiar scene was taking place. An old man in a dark robe with an insignia of the Abyssal god was cackling while in a pool of blood. To the side was a small pile of corpses of people wearing similar robes. This one seems to be different, boss. I think he is a high priest. Almost a tier 3, we lost many good men during the raid. A large man with an even larger scar across his face delivered a kick to the laughing high priest. The man's hands and legs were bound. The foot connected with his stomach and caused his whole body to be flung against the dirty wall. A sound of bones being broken was heard by the small group of people here, yet no one seemed to mind. To them, this was quite the normal display, a day-to-day occurrence. In the underworld, a person needed to grow a tough outer shell. Without getting used to all the blood and violence, it was impossible to survive here. Ga, please don't damage the subject. I still need him alive. The other ones weren't very noteworthy. A man in a tailored suit and glasses walked in. He had the appearance of a posh butler at around the age of 40. His hands were covered with black gloves, but a tint of red was visible. To the side, he had a large bag that he placed on a nearby table. Soon he opened it up. In it, there were various vials with strange liquids, medical tools like scalpels and syringes as well. "Do you think you can get something out of this one, Doc?" A woman's voice came from the side. All of the people in this room looked at this lady. It was a peculiar sight to see a woman of about the height of 170 centimeters be surrounded by brutish-looking men. Her body was clad in black leather armor that quite tightly hugged her body and allowed everyone to see her curvature. The lower side of her face was covered by a mask that seemed to have a filtration feature. A hood was draped over her head which didn't allow people to make out her facial structures. "I can't promise you anything, Guild Master. The magics that keep these fanatics in check are strong. The stronger with their delusion they become, the more adverse their reaction to the stimulus becomes." The gentlemanly-looking man looked towards the bunch of corpses that were all missing their heads. He had already gone through the henchmen, but all of them had some kind of inbuilt defensive mechanism that would kill them instantly. "You're telling me that the famous underground doctor can't do anything either? Do you expect me to still pay you? I didn't say that it won't be possible." The man continued to work with his back while talking to the leather-clad woman. From within, he pulled out something that resembled a butcher's apron. He started placing it over his clothes and soon also took out a syringe containing a strange purple liquid. "Give me a day. If he has some information, you shall have it. Let's go, boys. Give the doc some space. You all know he is shy." The men inside the room looked towards the syringe and strange vials. They knew what was about to happen and would rather not be inside this room to see it. Even though they were thieves and killers, torturing required a stronger stomach. Soon the woman and 3 of her goons were walking through the dungeon-like corridor. "Are we sure that it was the only hiding place? Our guild members went through their hiding hole. They weren't there for long, a few months at most. They were slowly expanding the tunnels but weren't able to connect to anything worthwhile. Think we got lucky this time." The large man that previously kicked the high priest against the wall talked while the others remained quiet. The day before they had managed to unearth the Abyssal cult's hiding place. Inside they found 6 people and the high priest. Even if some of them escaped, they won't be able to leave. "We'll need to thank that girlie for bringing those magical boxes over. It made things a lot easier. She has a lot of guts if she was able to snatch it from the city guards." "I'm not sure about that, ho. Do you think they just gave it to her? Could she be working with the noble? Want me to bring her over?" The man's facial expression changed to one of anger. This was the Thief Guild, and unless it was a direct order from the guild master, it was forbidden to keep secrets like that. Normally, if a trade like this occurred, the Thieves Guild member would have to report it to the big boss. "That hatchling. No, that's not it. She hangs around that runesmith a lot, and he was the one that made them." "You sure know a lot, boss. That's why I'm the boss. Now screw off and make yourself useful." The large man didn't know what the leader was thinking, but he was not in a position to make any decisions. It seemed that the girlie that brought over the magical boxes had some connections to powerful people on the outside. I'm going." Soon the group of 4 became 3 after the woman clad in leather vanished behind the corner. Even when the 3 men tried, they could not hear any noise. It was as if she was never there to begin with. "The boss creeps me out. She always appears out of nowhere. Does anyone even know how she looks? I heard that the last fellow had his eyes gouged out, so better be careful. You 2 better shut up. If she hears you, your balls might be snipped. I'd rather die than lose those." "Ha, you just use them on whores. Is there any other use for them? Also, Buckley, the boys have been getting annoyed lately. It's about that runesmith." One of the men recalled something when the conversation switched towards the city runesmith. "Shut your mouth. He is off limits. If the boss says it, then there must be a good reason for it. Don't go out on your own and cause trouble." The 2 goons looked dejected. The runesmith had been a good target to rob for years, but they weren't allowed to go near his house. There had to be some kind of deal in the background. There was always a list of people that the guild members weren't allowed to touch. Most of the time this meant that they were paying a lot of money to stay safe. The runesmith was a peculiar case, though, as the other merchants wanted him out instead. Some of them even tried paying a bounty to get him out of the picture. Yet the guild master had strictly forbidden going against him. It was as if he was being protected by someone powerful on the outside. The only way of robbing his workshop would be to quickly abandon the city and seek shelter under a different guild master. This was not something a normal thief would be willing to do. The guild masters didn't need to listen to each other, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't exchange favors. Sometimes the rule breakers would be sent back in parts just to earn some good faith with a powerful Tier 3 class holder. This also depended on the transgression. Fights between lower-ranked members were mostly ignored by the higher-ups. "Fine, but after this is over, you're buying me booze." "Ha, dream on." A few minutes later, a bookshelf started rattling while sinking back into the wall. It then slid to the side to reveal a large, sturdy door. This door didn't have a handle. Instead, there were various magical symbols that started to light up. The door started to slowly open up to reveal the leather-clad woman that was referred to as boss by the guild members. These garments are so constricting. The mouth mask was tossed to the side, along with part of the upper garbs that were now coming off. When she was finished, the leather armor made its way onto a wooden mannequin that was surrounded by various short-bladed weapons. Throwing knives, poison needles, and items that looked like bombs were neatly placed on the walls or encased in glass cabinets. The secret lair of the Thieves' Guildmaster was riddled with various traps and one of the few places where she could relax. There was even a bathing area that the woman decided to occupy after getting the foul stench of the unwashed thieves on her. For someone with an enhanced sense of smell, it was truly a painful experience. That I have to put up with this, the woman found herself submerged in a large tub made of the finest silver. Her head was sticking up to showcase a rather alluring visage. When looking further, a set of large fox ears could be spotted, and after her bath was over, it was completed by a tail that would fit on the same animal. The woman's face showed a frown as these extra appendages seemed to appear only after she removed the black clothes. At least something is finally happening. After the bath, the woman was quick to put on a rather revealing Eastern-style kimono. Her long legs and thick thighs popped out, and only the ample cleavage was more eye-catching. With the bushy tail and fox ears, she would be unrecognizable to the guild members, and her body proportions were also altered. Madame Isis, how are the guests? Everything is in order. The woman was greeted by a lady wearing heavy makeup and quite the scandalous dress. When walking forward through the establishment, she could hear various heart-filled moans of pleasure. She emerged to a small balcony overlooking the well-lit district that was filled with drunks and people seeking the thrill of the night. Well done, keep up the good work. The woman blew out a large puff of smoke from the elongated pipe while looking out into the distance. The working girl that was with her smiled and returned to her work of enticing the red light district clients. Could this be a sign of change? Perhaps this boredom is about to end. A grin appeared on her alluring face as she looked toward the star-filled sky. Soon she returned back to her establishment to play her role where no one was the wiser. Is this really the best that I can do? Roland, as always, was working until late into the night. While people were having fun in the city, he was stuck in this room lit with magical lights. At this point in time, he was looking at his armor set. A life-sized dummy was wearing it just so he could examine it from all sides. After returning home, he had fully repaired everything and all dents were ironed out. What if I place this here? Recently, he had questioned his choice of weaponry. The armor was good as a means of casting spells, but he felt like it should be able to do more. It wasn't much different than tossing spell scrolls at people while encased in metal. Thus, he was now trying to innovate a bit. In his hand, he had one of the legs that belonged to his spider golem. It was one of the mass-produced designs that Bernier had assembled. While he would prefer to not use inferior parts together with his expensive armor, there wasn't that much time. If it was possible, he needed to cut corners. If the new design worked, then perhaps he could improve it later. They are too short, but it doesn't look that bad. After fiddling around for a moment, he had attached two of the golem legs to the rear side of his armor. They were attached slightly below the neck and the shoulder part. With this, they were able to bend forward while also backward. At first, he just wanted to insert the legs as something similar to a movable turret. Yet soon after the part was attached, his imagination started to take over. It seemed that the new trait that he had achieved was actually working. In his mind, he was already imagining large insect legs glued to the armor back that could actually help him scale walls. Yeah, that's probably not going to work, at least not for now. Best to stick to something more basic. After fiddling around, he had decided to take the spider legs down from the back. To replace them, he grabbed something different. It was smaller and had a tube at the top part. It was attached to something possessing several moving joints, with the tube part being on a circular joint. In short, it was a small turret that could move around independently while targeting enemies. After some more fiddling around, this miniature cannon was haphazardly placed on the armor's left shoulder. While touching the portable cannon directly, he could activate the inscribed runes to make it rise up. It looked like an assembly line robotic limb that could move around. Maybe I should make it fold back during close-ranged combat. He could see this mini turret firing off guiding spells at monsters that tried to attack him from the back or from a flank. Yet the robotic limb it was placed on was somewhat sticking out and an eyesore. It wouldn't be a problem for someone to hit it or for it to block his view. Perhaps for certain situations, it would be better for it to be hidden behind his back. It would also probably be a nice thing to surprise his enemies with. This might actually work and won't take much time to assemble. The shoulder parts of his armor were heavy enough to not buckle under the weight of this small cannon. After getting it in place and connecting them to the rest of the runic system, he would just need to upload the separate program to control it. When it was integrated with his scanning system, it would automatically pick up threats and fire if he so desired. Well then, it's almost time. Roland looked towards the hidden tunnel that he and Bernier had worked on for years now. After all of his armaments were ready, the time to descend into the dungeon was upon him. With some luck, he would be able to reach the Tier 3 threshold sooner than most people would expect him to. Have fun you too, but please be careful. I'm always careful. He's right, it's just his luck that is terrible. After receiving a smooch on the cheek from Elodia, Roland was ready for the small one-man expedition. Next to him was his canine companion that was itching to sink his teeth into some salamander meat. Ever since getting back home, Agni had become restless. It was clear that he couldn't wait to have another adventure with his master, just the two of them as it usually was. Agni, calm down. You're knocking down the tools. He's just excited to go outside. Elodia placed her hand on Agni's head, which was now covered by a silvery metallic helmet. It covered quite a bit of his head with an empty spot for the large red gem sticking out at the forehead area. His forelegs were covered by plates of metal to protect him from attacks. For his torso and belly, he had a large chainmail jacket with more armored plating for the top parts. Wish we could do something about that tail. Someone could lose an eye. The biggest problem with his wolf was the large tail that was moving like a propeller. Whenever the wolf got excited, he would cause damage to anything that was behind him. If someone was smacked by that mass of organic rubies, they would be in for some damage. Hey boss, that thing looks a bit off. Are you sure that won't be a hindrance? While packing up, Bernier pointed toward Roland's shoulder-mounted cannon. It was a testing product, so he decided to stick with one for now. To balance it out, he had to increase the weight on his right shoulder for the time being. For a blacksmith like Bernier, the added contraption threw the whole design off. It just didn't look all that great and didn't quite fit the aesthetic. When I finish testing it, we can try designing something more eye-catching. If you want, you can try drawing up some schematics. Schematics, I'm not really good with those. Well, there is always time to learn new skills. Usually, Roland was the one that came up with the designs and put them on paper. Then Bernier, along with Diana, would give their opinions if it needed altering. His two helpers used a more hands-on approach with not planning things out. Perhaps I'll just make it before you come back, boss. I'd rather use my hammer. If you say so, just don't forget to finish your daily quota. We have been getting more requests lately. There have been a lot more new adventurers. No problem, you'll have a mountain of swords to inscribe runes on when you return. How is our new guard doing? She is trying. Before going towards the tunnel, Roland turned his head towards Elodia. Griselda, his previous party member, was on guard duty. Without her there, he would not feel comfortable just leaving for a week again. Just tell her not to start fights with the customers. I know that she has a short fuse, and if something happens then. You don't need to worry, boss. We'll be fine. That's right. Have a safe trip and please be careful. Both Elodia and Bernier quickly replied to stop him from talking. He had prepared some magical weapons for each one of them to use in the worst-case scenario. After hearing the same explanation multiple times, everyone was tired of hearing it. Is that so? Okay then, Agni, let's go. After hitting a few hammers from the wall stand, Agni was ready for some adventure. The door shut behind the two as they entered the narrow corridor. There was not much space to maneuver, which forced them to walk behind one another. It was made more difficult due to an overzealous wolf that decided to just bolt forward while leaving him behind. Agni, Roland could only sigh to himself while checking the third companion that was slowly stomping behind him. It was the same fat mule golem that he had most of his golems and utensils in. There he goes, I guess it's you and me, big guy. The golem did not reply as it just continued to lumber behind him. This golem was not alive. It was just a complicated program that responded to voice commands. Yet Roland knew that there was a possibility to make it more lifelike. There were records of intelligent runic constructs in this world. If they were creatures with actual intelligence was still debatable. It could just be a very intricate program that had an answer for everything. However, there was a possibility there. Some mages could summon creatures into this world that were able to communicate with them. Perhaps after reaching a high enough tier, he could produce more intricate runes that could simulate a human brain or something close to it. If it was possible to create living organisms with the help of magic, then it should also be possible with runes. Doesn't seem like it's that far-fetched. I wonder how much more I'll be able to make after I figure out Tier 3 rune stacking. This was something that he was looking forward to. For the time being, he was unable to recreate Tier 3 runes, even though his debugging skills still worked on them. He somewhat knew the theory behind the stacking, but he could not perform this task without a higher tier runesmithing skill. Yet considering that he was able to create Tier 2 runes as a Tier 1 runic blacksmith, perhaps it would be possible to create Tier 4 runes as a Tier 3 class holder. With Tier 4 runic magic, there wouldn't be many people that could go against me, but I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't possible. The professor at the Magical Academy couldn't provide him with Tier 4 runic knowledge. His knowledge ended at Tier 3. Without any help, Roland would need to get a Tier 4 rune to examine. Due to the high rarity, they had astronomical costs applied to them, and the craftsmen capable of crafting them were considered geniuses. Apparently, the Tier 4 structures were so complex that making one item could even take years. Awoof. His contemplations were ended by Agni's dog-like bark. They were at the end of the tunnel that still needed some work. The area was made a bit more spacious so that his mule golem along with Agni could stand to the side. This part needs some work. The tunnel ended with no exit. there were just magical lights pointing toward a somewhat unsuspecting-looking wall. When glancing onto his radar, Roland could not see anything behind it, but this was certainly the spot. To get past this point, some drilling would be needed. Without taking a break, the golem was opened up, and a large portable drill of immense size was taken out. After pressing the large mining tool against the wall, he started working. The large drill part sunk into the hard wall that would not be able to last for long. Together with earth magic that allowed him to move the softer dirt out of the way, it didn't take long to get to the other side. The thickness of this wall was below that of a meter, and not really a problem. This should do it. After creating a few other holes, he filled them up with runic scrolls. Soon, with the help of a small controlled explosion, the path was opened up. Only after stepping through the human-sized opening did his radar register what was on the other side. This was a hidden chamber on the second level of the Albrook dungeon. Roland had mapped the entirety of it, along with the hidden pathways that no one had discovered yet. The lack of rune mages and runesmiths within the adventure ranks was very convenient. Just like the secret underground mining area and its walls, this one would reform itself after a while. Roland had considered placing a thick door between it to stop from it closing up. The dungeon was unable to absorb inorganic matter, and he had already tested it by shoving a long tube through it. After the wall was reformed, the tube remained stuck in it throughout the entire length. The reason why he decided against it was for safety. The secret passages could always be discovered in the future. If he left a door here, then the pathway towards his workshop would also be discovered. He did not want to explain why he created the tunnel in the first place, even though he had a reason besides the mining area. There was of course a way to place a door here while safeguarding his secret. Yet that would require placing traps to collapse the tunnel that he worked for years on, which he was unwilling to do. The other option was to place the explosives inside of the dungeon. Considering that inorganic magical tools would not be eroded by the dungeon, it was possible. The problem with that approach was that there was nothing holding people back from trying to enter into the hidden area again. In the end, he would still need to collapse the tunnel he worked on. Perhaps on the way back I can finalize the pathway. It won't be easy to get the thermal energy out. While thinking about the next venture, he opened up an unsuspecting chest. It contained an iron dagger, something that he usually received from this low-level area. These chests were random drops, and there was a small chance of getting something good like the egg Agni hatched from. Yet for now, he had not been able to get anything else on his level. Another one to my collection. I think this makes the 6th iron dagger with the exact same design. After tossing the dagger into his mule golem, he looked towards the opening. The eye sockets of his armor began glowing as he started up his aiming device. A spot above the entrance was locked on, and his shoulder cannon began moving. First, it raised itself from the folded position it was on. The small limb pointed upwards while adjusting its position on the lower circular joint. It took around a second for it to get into the right spot before firing a charged orb of mana. The blue projectile collided with the rocks, causing a small cascade effect. Soon the entrance that he came through was hidden from view, and even if someone came here, they would not be able to spot his tunnel. Everything seems to be in order. Roland looked at the display screen that was showing him some basic figures about his new weapon. The output of how much mana it drained could be adjusted, and he could shift to a different element for the spell it was designed for. There was no reason to add any special effects. A ball of concentrated energy that did a massive amount of damage was enough. Let's go, Agni. I need to perform some tests. With now being inside the dungeon, he needed to get to the secret area. Regretfully, it was impossible to make a tunnel that directly connected to the mining area. This was the most he could do, as this chamber was the closest to his home. He would need a lot more time to burrow further down to connect to the huge underground lava zone. The room he was in was connected to another hidden zone through which he could get to the 6th floor. From there, he needed to take a few more shortcuts to reach the boss room. The boss was being constantly farmed by the Adventurer Guild, which made getting through it an easy task. I really need to get those spatial runes working, Owl. While Agni was guarding the outside, he was trying to squeeze the fat golem through the secret room's opening. He had to start carrying it when going down the stairs, and some places continued to be a tight fit. Luckily, with his radar system, it wasn't hard to evade snoopy adventurers that were littering the various pathways. There are a lot more of them lately. Good that I prepared already. The monsters on these 10 levels were too weak to produce any worthwhile experience, so he left it up to Agni to clear the path. It was a funny sight when a few newbies were spooked by that large dire wolf that was one-shooting monsters they were having trouble with. To his surprise, while passing by, he was also recognized by some of them. There weren't many people wearing runic armor that also had a wolf covered in rubies as a pet in town, so this was something that he would need to get used to. From the 6th floor, he arrived at the 7th and made his way towards another special spot. It looked like a dead end, but in reality, it was another shortcut that he could take, instead of pressing a hidden button, though he brought out the large hammer that he had recently created. After making sure that there was no one close by, he raised it up. The hammer head started glowing in a blue hue like most of the runic items that he made. With it being charged up, he brought it down directly in front of the ground. One hit was all it took, as a large chunk of rock exploded on the spot to create a hole. Through this hole, he made his way towards the 8th level and quickly continued through another hidden path towards the boss chamber. With the whole 10 levels mapped by his runic armor, he was able to find thin walls and ceilings through which it was possible to break through. What would normally take him a whole day only took 1 hour, as he was already in the open lava zone. Luckily, most of the new adventurers are still only Tier 1. This place hasn't changed that much. Now only the most annoying part remains. As always, he arrived late at night when most of the adventurers were going back to town. He had already rigged the entire lava lake area with mapping devices to detect anyone that could be watching. Yet perhaps in the future, this would also not be a requirement, as there was another entrance to the mining area that was usable, just harder to access. Let's go, Agni. Woof, with the golem hosted above his head and an additional concealment spell cast, he made a run for it. With his current enhancements and increased stats, the trip to the center was quite short. Within a matter of minutes, both he and his wolf were in the safe underground location. Calm down, Agni. I'll need you to stay in the back for a moment. Woo. Agni was confused, as this was the part where he could always let loose. The monsters inside weren't anything that he couldn't handle, and the path was usually cleared out by him. Roland had other plans, though. The shoulder-mounted cannon needed to go through some live testing. The monsters on the inside were perfect to test against moving targets. Magma troglodyte. L65 perfect. The first monster appeared. It was a volcanic variant of the troglodyte reptilian monster that could be encountered in the higher levels. They were slightly larger than their unevolved counterparts and could also spit magma. Yet when faced with the shoulder cannon, they weren't able to put on much of a struggle. Within a moment, the portable shoulder turret took aim toward the monster's head. The blue orb caused the tunnel to be illuminated long enough for the monster to look at the shining light. Its head instantly exploded, causing chunks of flesh to splatter all over the walls and floor. Roland's current level and stats enhanced the cannon's power. A difference of more than 50 levels was impossible to resist. Perhaps he overestimated the agility of the monsters here, but almost all of them went down with one shot. Even with a grazing wound, the monsters would become sluggish and succumb to the next blast. Good, it won't have trouble with enemies like this, but probably won't do that much against something at my level, but I should test it further. Agni, you can go ahead now. Let's go visit our dear friend. That takes care of the chamber guards. Roland relaxed while looking at the victorious Agni that was standing over 2 monsters that looked like crabs covered in volcanic armor. The ruby wolf wasn't much behind when it came to fire resistance, and with the added armor, the volcanic decapod had no chance. You'll have to sit this one out, Agni. Ow. It was time to face the boss. This time around, Roland decided to try a more direct tactic. Usually, his tactic involved using his golems to seal the big dinosaur's movement before he delivered a devastating blow. It was a safe way to go about things, as the monster had a few patterns that could be seen through. Yet his level had progressed past this monster's. He had achieved his second Tier 2 class and was already 130. The bladed volcanic Zornotaurus, which was behind the door, would usually spawn at a slightly lower level than that. Even though boss monsters were considered stronger than adventurers at the same level, this wasn't always the case. Let's go, Agni. Just stay in the back and don't engage the monster unless I tell you to. Even though he intended to have a proper one-on-one battle with the monster, he wasn't stupid. Something always could go wrong, so he needed to have a backup plan. Thus, he opened up the mule golem and let 6 of his spider drones outside. After opening the boss chamber, he ordered them to surround the area and stay at the edges. Bladed volcanic Zornotaurus L-125. There it was. Not long after everyone got in place, the large monster descended from the ceiling. Even now, this boss looked ferocious. The size difference was tremendous. It was somewhat strange, but he didn't feel that he was in any danger. Even though normally that mouth should be enough to devour him in one bite, the monster felt below him. Previously, when facing this monster, he felt a strange pressure weighing him down. It was his survival instinct kicking in and trying to force him to flee. Yet this time around there was none. It was as if he was up against a regular dungeon monster. To the side was his enlarged kite shield that he had rammed into the ground. For the time being, he decided to hold his large hammer with both his hands. Right as the monster descended to the ground, he initiated a spell effect. The head of the hammer began releasing a blue glow that enhanced the runes. It started with a pale light that continued to darken. Soon enough, a chilling energy wave escaped from the focal point at the tip. This energy looked like a simple cone of cold, but it had gone through several enhancements. Just as usually, the Zornotaurus variant had been caught off guard the moment it descended down. The chilling spell started to quickly drop the temperature around its body. This, as per usual, caused the monster to go into its enraged state. While in it, it was able to produce a high amount of heat to counter the cold. It doesn't look like it can oppose the cold spell fully. Due to Roland's stats, the Zornotaurus was faltering. The magic that not only intended to freeze the monster was also damaging it. Sharp ice crystals along with torrents of wind were slowly chipping away at the fuming dinosaur's body. In the past when he faced it, his spells were not able to counter the volcanic flames, but now the monster was faltering. Is it due to the difference in stat multipliers? It seemed that he wouldn't even have to do much to win this fight. Just using his hammer to freeze the Zornotaurus was working well enough. The monster was trying to gain some momentum by running towards him, but before it reached his location, it would be frozen or severely weakened. Yet before he could cheer for his victory, the monster's back spikes began to glow red. They quickly dislodged themselves and traveled upwards. This gave Roland enough time to grab the shield that he placed down on the ground. The hammer's handle gave out a metallic noise as it shortened itself. The spike missiles that the monster gave out were all focused on his location while ignoring anything else. It was clear that the monster realized that its main enemy was the armored man. Usually, it would use this attack as a way of suppressing a larger number of enemies, but it apparently could also aim it at one. However, even though the missiles rained down onto his location, they only collided with a large shield of ice energy. Few large explosions caused the whole area to shake, and even some of the rocks on the ceiling began falling down. "Oh, I'm fine, just stay there, Agni." Agni called out to his master as he got ready to jump on the Zornotaurus' neck. Yet after hearing Roland's voice, he quickly backed away. He was fine. The shield and his stats were enough to only take minor damage from this attack. Something that could have previously killed him instantly was now a minor inconvenience. Not bad, what will you do now rushing in? The monster was usually quite smart, but even it would lose itself to rage. After seeing that its attack didn't work, it decided to rush forward. Its body was engulfed in even more flames than before. Each step it took caused the ground to shake and also left a searing claw print behind. Is it banking on those flames, resisting the frost spells during the charge? It wasn't a bad tactic. Even Roland's ice spells would take some time to take effect. A high enough temperature could be enough to keep them in check. The monster hoped to devour him at close range with its advantage in strength. Roland decided to take the monster up on its offer, but before it got here, he swung his now one-handed hammer in an arc. This produced a blade of cold energy that flew forward. The Zornotaurus didn't dodge it and allowed it to collide with one of its legs. The timing was just right to throw it off balance. Coupled with a stomp that produced a small rock obstacle, the tactic was complete. The Zornotaurus was charging forward with its toothy mouth opened wide. Its intent was to chomp down on the iron human as fast as it could. Yet this fast pace was a double-edged sword. By forcing it off balance, it wasn't that hard to dodge the chomp. Almost instantly, the hammer was used to smack the large jaw that missed the mark. A loud sound of the monster's head being hit echoed through the whole cave. Its head jolted back as it was smacked away, its maddened charge only adding to the devastating effect of this hit. With Roland's current strength and addition of buffing effects, the damage was real. Sharp teeth that riddled the creature's mouth, along with magma, flew in all directions. It was still too soon to celebrate his victory. While the hit caused a lot of damage, the monster was not dead. Instead of falling to the ground, the monster dinosaur caught itself with the help of its powerful legs. Quickly, it shifted its weight to use its last trump card, the huge tail that had the shape of a sword. Roland defended himself, yet even after putting up a strong barrier, he could feel it. The monster might have been below him in stats, but it was still several times heavier. With the added weight behind the attack and momentum, it was several times stronger. He could feel the swordtail smashing through the barrier spells and finally connecting with his shield that was blown to the side. His left hand felt like it was close to falling off, but he somehow managed not to be flung away. Even though the Zornotaurus' mouth had fewer teeth, it didn't stop it from charging once more. After doing a spin around, it glared at the enemy that caused it so much pain. To its surprise, the armored man just stared back. This enraged it. A massive shout of intimidation was followed by a buildup of fire energy in its mouth. The monster was intent on burning this troublesome enemy to ashes. Roland, on the other hand, didn't budge and remained silent. His shield was blown to the side, so he could not use it to defend himself. Instead, the cannon on his shoulder took aim. As the monster opened, that concentrated bolt of energy interrupted it. The monstrous dinosaur had a special organ that was responsible for producing those flames. This was something he knew, and this same organ was the one that was now damaged by the blue sphere of mana. The Zornotaurus' throat was on fire. It could not control the flames anymore, and blood was spilling everywhere. Its whole body began producing chaotic flames and magma that dribbled down to the ground. The ear-piercing screams of pain didn't bring Roland any joy, so it was time to end it. While holding his battle hammer with both his hands and turning it around, he delivered the finishing blow. On the other side was a large spike that, after connecting with the creature's head, injected electricity into its body. If the spike wasn't enough to kill it, then the electrical discharge would at least be able to stun it. However, not soon after he received the message of a successful defeat, the monster was dead. And that could have gone better. Roland grabbed his left shoulder as his whole arm was stiff. Without his stat multiplier and level of spells, his whole body would have probably been sent flying into the wall. Even he was prone to overestimating his own capabilities and should have decided to evade it. Yet this was also a good reference point for future battles. Even if the monster seemed weaker, he could not underestimate it. Woof, I'm fine, Agni. The spider drones that were on the side were called back towards the mule golem and started going back into the storage space. Agni, on the other hand, attempted to lick Roland's hand, but the metallic taste of his gauntlets wasn't up to his standards. Instead, he focused on the dead monster's body that was ripe for the taking. No, you can't have the mana stone Agni. Agni's tail, which was wiggling around like a propeller, instantly dropped down after he heard that statement. Roland, on the other hand, just rolled his eyes as he already knew what this dire wolf was up to. You ate all the mana stones from the other monsters. Stop being such a glutton. Woof woof. Yeah, I'm a cheapskate. What else is new? Roland felt as if he knew what his wolf was trying to tell him by how much he was barking, though he wasn't against feeding him these boss monster mana stones in the future. It could have unlocked a prestige evolutionary option if he gorged down on something like this. I wonder if he ate tier 3 mana stones if he could get something really useful. There was always a possibility of rare skills and evolutions being gained instantly or later. Yet materials from tier 3 monsters weren't cheap. He would quickly burn through all of his reserves if he started buying them up. The more reasonable spot to get tier 3 monster parts was in the place that he was going to. The test was over, and Roland confirmed where he stood power-wise. This Zornitoris would normally require a party of at least 3 people of the same level to defeat it. His prestige class and the armor he was wearing really did put him in a different category. If he was able to prepare more golems then, he would be a force to be reckoned with. This didn't mean that he would always be victorious. Just as the Zornitoris almost blew him away with the swordtail, so could someone with a strong enough skill. He did not have much experience when facing high-level tier 2 class holders yet. If someone had the same stat multiplier of 2, then he would probably need to keep his distance. Some of the monster parts could still be used and worth the hassle. After getting all the components that could be used for crafting or trading, he finally headed for the real training spot. The walk there was uneventful with a lack of any monsters, and only a few traps that could be easily disabled. Just a few salamanders and slugs as always. Go get them, Agni. Besides the 6 usual mining drones, he had another 2 accompany him towards another location. Agni and the mule golem weren't far behind either, while the other 6 golems were left in the mining area to their work. This brings back memories. Roland remembered this corridor well, and the time he was with his older brother and Lucille. They had arrived in the secret mining area after falling down. His aim was to check what was at the end. After a few encounters with ceiling slugs, he arrived at the large chasm. So that didn't work. The previous time he was here, he decided to cave in the tunnel. This was the second entrance to the secret area that he didn't want anyone to discover. He had tested if perhaps the dungeon wouldn't recreate the opening, but it did. This area had been caved in the last time he was here, but now it was as if there was never any rubble at all. Plan B it is. While they were working, Roland looked at the steep wall and the lack of flooring below. Even when he was already down here, he could not see anything at the bottom. How far this chasm went down was anyone's guess. This place was quite dangerous, as the last time he was here it was riddled with holes from worm-type monsters. It had been discovered that these creatures would be activated when a larger concentration of people tried crossing the mountain. The expedition with nobles was the first time this effect was triggered and could be only confirmed later. Some people had apparently tried descending down to the lower area, but it was deemed too dangerous. Thus, for the time being, Roland decided to cover up the hole. As long as the material was inorganic, it would not be consumed by the dungeon. As long as someone doesn't get too close to it, they shouldn't notice. There was no wind coming out of this underground area, so he didn't have to worry about the heavy cloth being blown away from the inside. There was always an option to place runic traps like mines in the tunnel to save his secret. Yet this could potentially cause harm or even kill the person that would travel through. This was not something that he was willing to have on his conscience. Let's go back, Agni. Woof. Finally, he returned to the main area where his spider drones continued to work. Just as he had instructed, a few had brought over some Alakin's crystals. With them, he could go ahead with the next stage of his plan that would increase his grinding rate. From inside the mule golem, he started taking out various metallic objects. These were part of a larger construct that he was going to assemble. These crystals should be enough to power everything. Let me get to work. After looking at the pre-prepared parts that consisted of screws and bolts, he remembered the old times of furniture assembly. This would be a bit more difficult, but wouldn't take that much longer. That's about it. Roland screwed in the last screw to the device he was assembling while Agni gave out a yawn. After clearing out the last of the monsters, there wasn't really much to do for him anymore. Even if they spent a week here, the monsters wouldn't respawn that fast. Thus, the only thing he had to do was to sniff at the strange thing that was standing there. Be careful with that, Agni. Ow. This thing had the shape of a cannon, but it lacked a hollowed-out bore. There was no inside chamber to house anything resembling a cannonball or bullets. There also weren't any fuses to be lit, but instead, it was connected to a side canister by thick cords. This canister was the actual fuel portion of this magical device that Roland was slowly filling up with the crystallized Alakhan's fluid. The cannon had handles that he could hold with both his hands, as well as a sight for aiming. It was a fully functional magical cannon that could cause a lot of damage, but had a very limited aiming angle. It was made as a tool for farming monsters, and used the naturally forming crystals here as fuel. Roland had thought about ways of hastening his leveling process. It was possible to use his current armor to produce a strong enough blast to kill some of the lower-leveled Tier 3 skeletons. It was a very inefficient way of going around it, and also a fast way of damaging his expensive creation. Instead, he decided to create a bulky magical cannon from cheap materials. The thickness of it would counter the deterioration effect, and he could just repair the runes by himself. With the cannon now assembled, all that was left was to open up the wall. After going through this part several times, he was convinced that the monsters inside would not attack him. Even if they did, they could not penetrate to the side of the dungeon he was residing in. Thus he could go ahead and create a large enough opening for the cannon to shoot through. It doesn't seem to be getting thinner, at least. Each time he visited this space, he had made measurements. The area between the two dungeons didn't seem to have moved at all. At first, he was concerned about the opening spilling into this dungeon, but after further investigation, this didn't seem possible. The dungeons had separate areas of effect. Something was keeping the creatures from being able to leave them. Could these dungeons really be some type of living organism made from magic? Perhaps they require a certain mana signature to survive. That would explain why they can't go out or even go to separate levels. This was only a theory that was somewhat faulty. If a higher level collapsed with a monster falling to a lower one, they wouldn't just die. He had even tested this out on one occasion while trying to find a shortcut to the lower levels. What makes more sense is that the dungeon blocks its monsters from leaving in certain areas like passages between levels. There is probably some kind of barrier right before its region of effect ends as well, yet that was only when the same dungeon was considered. It didn't look like the monsters could break through this invisible barrier and travel into another dungeon at all. He couldn't find any research on anything like this happening, and his contact at the Magical Academy didn't have any information on it either. It seemed that this was a very safe way of grinding, and he was in no danger at all. Even if a monster breaks through, it should not be able to survive in this environment. The mana in this area should be like poison to it, or at least its reserves should run out, and it would just die. After putting his worries to rest, he moved the cannon closer. For the time being, the opening to his grind spot was devoid of any monsters. He took this time to heft his weapon closer and aim it towards the middle. Luckily, the dead-end corridor on the other side wasn't very wide, so his targets would not have that much space to dodge. Agni, whatever you do, don't get close to that hole. Just stay there for now. Roland pointed to the opening that he made. Agni was very interested in what was in there and would be able to venture forward. He would not be able to contend with the Tier 3 undead monsters in there. It was a possibility that he would try intercepting one of them if they attempted to charge towards his cannon. He knew that they would be bounced back by the invisible barrier, but Agni didn't. Woof. Yeah, just stay there and look at what the golem for now, Infernal Skeleton Berserker. L-159. Finally, after about 10 minutes of waiting, his first enemy appeared. It wasn't a skeleton champion that usually showed up. Instead of the rattling knight, he saw something that was a head taller and much bulkier. Its bones were a lot thicker, and it looked more like a gorilla than a human being. So that's how Armen looks under all those muscles. This weapon required quite a bit of time to charge. The canisters with the mana crystals started glowing as mana was transferred towards the runic structure. Various bright runes started appearing on the cannon's shaft that continued to become brighter and brighter. At the end of it, a large ball of blue energy was forming, and with each passing second, it continued to grow until it reached the size of a football. Finally, it was ready. A tiny jolt of his own mana was the only thing required to make this cannon roar. Agni, that was on the side, jumped up in fright as the beam of condensed mana drilled its way towards the Infernal Skeleton Berserker. It collided with the top part of its body and started spiraling out of control. Infernal Skeleton Berserker has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The moment he noticed the system prompt, he instantly cut the mana injection. The roaring beam of light slowly dispersed into the environment. Tiny sprites of mana that looked like tiny dots traced a path towards the hole in the wall that had been made slightly wider. The whole metallic frame was still flashing with glowing runes that continued to give out smoke. One shot, one kill, not bad. After the smoke had cleared, he glanced towards the opening to the other dungeon. There was not much left of the monster that he had defeated. Most of its upper body was blown away, while the legs were pulled back into the wall behind it. The more astonishing part was that the walls behind his target didn't seem to have taken that much damage. The mana drill spell was created to achieve a lot of penetrative force by using drill-like movement. It didn't drain that much mana, and for this reason, could be overcharged to produce a very powerful hitting spell. Even then, for some reason, it was not really able to produce much damage to the wall that was behind the monster. He could only see a small gash appearing there. So that material is stronger than a tier 3 monster's body. Would it be possible to get those stones over here? After noticing the resistance of those walls, he wanted to bring them home. If he could create walls made of those materials, then he wouldn't need to worry about most intruders. The spell he created was able to one-shot a tier 3 monster, but it was only able to produce a small scratch on the stone wall. There were some of those stone slabs on the ground, along with some thinner tiles. The problem was getting them over to his side. Should I send the golems in? After thinking it through, he decided to give up on getting those materials for now. There weren't that many of them laying around there, and if a monster appeared, his golems would be instantly destroyed. Going in himself was out of the question for now, as he wasn't really sure about traps or hidden enemies. It was also possible for some kind of monster with camouflaging capabilities to be in that area. Even the lick he previously saw might have been able to use spells to hide. If he just entered as he was now, death was quite probable. This didn't mean that he wouldn't attempt to get monster drops that were close by. That one is close by, it might be useful for something. There were a few spells that he could use for this matter. Close by, he spotted some bones that seemed to belong to the creature's forehand. With the help of a mage hand spell, he was able to float his net over to the desired spot and quickly pull on it to get the parts. This allowed him to get this monster drop any perhaps more future loot if he was lucky. No, you can't eat this, Agni, and I'm not sure you'd be even able to chew through a tier 3 bone. Agni was very interested in the skeletal hand. When Roland compared it to his own, the monster's digits were almost twice his length. There were sharp claws at the end that seemed like short knives instead. These wouldn't need that much work. The bone could be sharpened into a blade. Only one of the forearm bones made it towards his side with only 3 fingers. It was quite thick and would probably be able to be made into a blade of a dagger. Roland knew that these sorts of weapons were quite popular with the rogue types. They were very light while still retaining a lot of sharpness. This thing should be able to sustain runes too. Maybe I should start gathering those bones. While the bones would lose some of their durability after the monster's death, they were still around the upper tier 2 level by themselves. There was no reason other than safety for not gathering these. If he managed to get the skulls, he could even create masks or helmets that would go for a bit of coin. Making bone armor wasn't a problem either, and the light weight would make it quite popular. Wish the mage hand didn't have such a short reign. Roland gave out a sigh while looking at all the large bones that were blown back to the end of the room. Perhaps he needed to come up with some kind of suction spell that would suck the spoils of war toward his direction. Yet he would rather repel all monsters from this opening, as he still wasn't 100% sure that they would be able to come for him. During his wait, he also needed to produce a chilling effect on the cannon. It tended to overheat quite fast, and it was almost impossible to produce more than one shot at a time. After the beam killed the monster, he needed to at least wait for 2 minutes before the second attempt. This cannon was powerful, but its use as a weapon was very limited. However, for the purpose of one-shooting tier 3 monsters in this closed location, it was the perfect tool. There weren't that many monsters wandering into that small corridor that he was limited to, so there was enough time for the weapon to cool itself down. It took another 20 minutes for another skeleton to appear. This one was wearing armor, which would make piercing it a bit more problematic. Is it Resistium again? At least it's not so good against magical attacks. The torrent of magical energy erupted again and connected with the unsuspecting infernal skeleton. Even though it tried to react after the beam traveled through the barrier between dungeons, it wasn't fast enough. The spiraling beam collided with its upper chest area and head before another explosion quaked through the entire area. Infernal Skeleton Spearmaster has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained a new title. This feels too easy. Roland didn't know how he should react. Within an hour, he had leveled up twice. This speed was staggering, as he was taking care of boss-level monsters that no one would normally be able to take out themselves. Infernal Skeleton Menace. Title. A title given to people that have managed to slay the infernal skeleton monsters. Gives the title holder a 1 damage buff whenever facing this type of monster. The title appeared a lot faster than usual. Do you gain them faster if the monsters outlevel you? He wasn't complaining, as the title would make things easier. A flat damage buff was always appreciated. Thus the grind continued, and hours turned to days, and soon close to a week had passed since he had gotten here. The cannon that he had constructed had deteriorated to a sorry state, and some of its parts were heavily melted down. I should go back, but this has been a giant step in the right direction. This was truly something to be happy about. When Roland glanced at his status, and the whole 10 levels that he gained, he was ecstatic. Normally, a person that was at his level would need many months and lots of hard work to catch up to this pace. It wouldn't be unfeasible if he managed to get to his Tier 3 class within this year and finally be part of the upper echelon. I shouldn't get ahead of myself, but this method can still be improved. Let's go back home, Agni. Awo, the hole in the wall was loosely covered up before he left. It took a while to disassemble the cannon, and packing it up was quite the hassle. After the first 3 levels, the leveling process became slower, and he started to reacquire multiple kills. The intervals between the monster encounter was also quite sluggish, so he wasn't able to kill more than a handful each day. There weren't that many of them, but still, he was gaining levels fast. This was truly a way to quickly power up. While the runesmith was making his way towards the exit, another scene was playing out not so far away. As if it was waiting for the right moment to emerge, a creature made itself known. A bony visage peeked out from behind the corner. It glanced at a spot in the wall that it could not see through. It slowly traced those flaming eye sockets down to the ground. There it could see parts of its skeletal brethren. It used the large dark staff to poke the bones that were slowly deteriorating. It could sense that the dungeon was reabsorbing these parts back to itself to recover what it had lost. Finally, it walked towards the small dead end of the corridor, where many of its comrades had fallen. There was no enemy. Nothing was there besides the empty wall at the end. Even then, it raised its staff to produce a green skull made from flames. The flaming skull made from emerald flames gave out a screech before it flew towards the unsuspecting wall. The collision of condensed magical power caused the whole place to shake and rubble to come down from the ceiling. The whole area was bathed in green flames along with the monster that produced them. Yet the wall remained there. The skeleton moved closer as if it didn't want to believe it. The staff that it was holding was used as a regular club as it started repeatedly smacking the wall with no end. Tried it did, but it could not cause any lasting damage to this wall. It was as if it was something forbidden, something that it was not allowed to get through. Finally, after several minutes, it decided to touch the spot that it was attacking. To the creature's surprise, its bony digits were repelled by something. It was a strange feeling that lacked pain, but only caused more indignation to arise in its decrepit soul. The flaming eyes that filled its skeletal eye sockets increased in size the more it continued to try. Yet without seeing any progress, even this creature decided to give up. There was something that it was missing. Perhaps if it observed the strange phenomenon more, it could decipher its secrets, break it down, and then understand it. Thus it returned back to the original spot it was guarding. When the strange mana appeared again, it would be there to study it. Agni, why are you still sulking? Woof. Roland managed to return to his secret underground lair after almost a week of grinding. He had lost himself in the leveling up phase due to how fast he was progressing. It only took a few days to get 10 whole levels. While this rapid pace was also quickly declining, he could see himself achieving level 150 in under a month. Could probably do it faster if I could just focus on leveling up. One of the reasons that he couldn't just continue leveling until he got closer to the monster's levels was his job. He had gained a couple of responsibilities that could not be ignored. The cannon that he created also needed to be repaired. It was mostly scrapped metal that would be thrown into the smelter now. Hey, boss, you're back. Made it out in one piece, I see. Bernir greeted him the moment he returned. There was a special indicator signaling if someone was going down the tunnel. A light would go off in his own workshop as well as in Bernir's. If it was green, then it meant that it was him, but if it was red, then it was an enemy. His assistant had a few options of defending himself, and also video footage via a few golemic eyes that were spread out in the tunnel. I see that you brought the whole backlog in already. Roland nodded at the greeting, but instantly knew that it was work-related. He could see some brand new weapons and armor pieces that needed runes inscribed. There were also some old ones that needed to be repaired. Hasn't the number increased since last time? So you've noticed. I think it's because of those cultists. Everyone is on edge. The adventurers are spending a lot more coin to get the best weapons available. The city was evolving into something bigger. Arthur Valerian was certainly using this opportunity to grow his influence. With a cult around the city, he could implement martial law and veto a lot of decisions. Getting the help of merchant investors was now easier. Pumping gold into training more guards and building larger walls was a given. If people see that Albrook is largely unaffected by the infection, then more money and people will flow in. The city lord also sent more of those shiny crystals. He wants you to create more of those boxes and also other weapons. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. It was a bit much to take in right after he was back, but he was also in an agreement with the city lord. If he asked for something, he needed to prioritize the request. The money was also good, and the dwarves were taken care of. It was in his interest to cultivate this relationship, as it would allow him to leave in peace as long as Arthur stayed in power. There was a need to not let him get replaced, at least, not before he actually had enough personal power to live without worries. That's a lot of longswords, It will probably take some time even for you, boss, but this isn't all. Bernir returned after a minute with a barrel filled with longswords and quickly departed to bring in more items. There were spears and also shields that were in need of runic inscriptions. This was quite the large order that he was given right after he returned from the dungeon. It seemed that his leveling drive would need to be placed on the back burner yet again. Longsword high quality, Durasteel 85, Deepsteel 10, Brightturn 5. Roland grabbed one of the swords that were delivered to examine it. It was a good blade made by someone that knew what they were doing. The inclusion of Brightturn was interesting, as this metal was usually included in weapons that paladins used. By itself, it wasn't very resistant, but in small doses, it would enhance divine spells. Does he want me to inscribe divine runes on these? Boss, here is the order in detail. After going through the letter, he confirmed his theory. All of these weapons were supposed to get divine runes. The main one would be the lesser divine smite spell. It was a more powerful variant of the smite evil spell that packed in more holy energy. It would probably be very effective against the abyssal creatures that were a potential threat. He even included a rune schematic for all of the divine runes. Well, boss, I'll leave you to it. While going through the paperwork, he lazily waved his hand towards Bernir that left. The shields would be given the hallowed ground spell. This created an area of divine energy around the caster that produced several benefiting effects for people in it. Roland wasn't sure how these wide-range buffing spells worked. For some reason, it would automatically pick up the people that the caster considered as friendly and give the effect to them. It was as if a hidden party system was at play here that was similar to the one that distributed experience. Is really investing into this? Did he find some loyal knights or something? It was interesting to see the noble with no real power trying to gain it. Not much time had passed since Arthur got here, but he was quickly building up a power base. Some of the corrupt officials had been removed and replaced already. I wonder what he really wants. Roland couldn't truly trust Arthur Valerian. He had already seen firsthand how most nobles were. They were always working from some kind of angle while engaging with others. It was rare to see them interacting with anyone if there wasn't something they could gain in return. It was all about making connections and gaining power. Things like family or friends never mattered. If they could use the people that were closest to them to gain that higher rank, they mostly would. I should eat something first. Taking a 4-hour nap should be enough. After placing the longsword down, he glanced back to his own status screen. There he could see his high level of 140. This, coupled with his prestige class stat multiplier, made him believe that he would have no competition in his level range. The levels weren't the only thing that he had received. At level 6 of his Tier 2 Runic Engineer class, he finally gained another skill. Then further down the road, when he reached the 15th level, he gained yet another one. Basic Machinery Affinity L1. Skill Passive. Gives bonuses to any instruments or mechanisms that the user creates. Bonuses could include an increase in ranks or a flat statistical boost. This was an interesting skill, and the name was also peculiar. In this world devoid of modern machines, this term wasn't used. Instead of machines that ran on electricity or steam, people used magic. Thus, they mostly referred to them as magical constructs or golemic products. Was that class really affected by my previous life, or is this something that others could also gain? He wasn't sure, but most of the crafting classes went with the usual game terms. While pondering the naming scheme of his new class, he glanced towards his other skill, Basic Rapid Assembly L1. Skill Active. Boost the speed of assembling tools or machinery. It seemed that this class was really poised to make him into a factory worker. This one implied that he would be able to assemble all his gadgets at a quicker pace. As with all the other skills that were gained by leveling up, he somewhat knew how to activate it. One skill lets me craft things faster, and the other one will randomly increase the sub-ranks. If he understood this correctly, then there was a chance of creating a high-level sword, when normally it would only be an intermediate one. Then there was also the addition of bonus stats. Roland had heard of rare weapons and armor that had flat increases in basic stats that didn't require buffing spells. It was quite rare to find a craftsman with a skill that could create this effect. I guess it was worthwhile to get this class for this skill alone, but there are at least 10 more levels left. His current level was 140, and while glancing on the status screen he was conflicted. Tier 3 would become unlocked within the next 10 levels, and leveling up to it would be easy. With the current rate and even the added workload, he could see himself reaching it within a month or two. But would it be wise to change classes before finishing Runic Engineer? 25 levels of it would be gone and couldn't be recovered. It was impossible to regain an old class once it was changed. Tier 2 classes always gave out a skill when they were maxed out at 50, and he would clearly lose out on it. After seeing the two new skills, he was certain that this class would improve his manufacturing capabilities by a lot. These skills aren't rune-specific either. Can they work on runes too? Some skills worked in mysterious ways, but this would probably be too much of a cheat. It was possible for him to insert many tiny runes into weapons without taking up much space. If each of them could get a +1 to a random stat, then his items would get overpowered fast. It was probably limited to actual finished products, but he would need to get some tests done first. Classes. T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Secondary, T2 Runic Engineer L15, Primary, T1 Mage L25, Tertiary, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, HP 6829 6829. MP 8943, 16,234. SB 8243, 10,135. Strength 177. Agility 140. Dexterity 223. Vitality 183. Endurance 203. Intelligence 256. Willpower 239. Charisma 18. Luck 11. His endurance managed to go past 200 points, which also rewarded him with another nice bonus reward. Now he was only missing 3 of the bonus achievements, as only his strength, agility, and vitality were lagging behind. Fortitude I. Boosts stamina recovery and lowers stamina usage in certain situations. Is there something else I need? The mule golem was to the side while he didn't even feel like unloading the materials that were inside. It was filled with various ores that needed to be processed, but that could be left up to Bernir. He was one of the few people that also knew about the secret chamber in the dungeon. Roland didn't explain it throughout, but it was obvious that he was getting them from within the dungeon. First, I'll take a small break, and then start with those divine runes. While thinking about resting and then his next task, a problem arose. The problem was big and covered in ruby mane. Agni spit it out. Owo, his wolf had been denied high-quality mana stones for a while now. Roland even noticed that he didn't really want to eat any that belonged to a Tier 1 monster. It was as if he knew that they wouldn't help him with his next evolution anymore. The Tier 3 stones that were dropped by the skeletons could also not be taken back. His cannon had to kind of blast through them as they were in the monster's weak spot. Then even if parts of it survived, they would be scattered in all directions. With the added danger of potential death when getting closer, for the time being he abandoned the thought of getting any. Hey, where do you think you're going? Spit out that crystal. That's not even a mana stone. Agni. Agni had devoured an Empyrean crystal that had been delivered by Bernir. It was something provided by Arthur, and it was needed for the divine boxes that he was making. The moment that Roland noticed it, he could already hear a gulping noise. Do you know how much that thing costs? Woof. Roland started moving closer, but that only spooked Agni, who started running for the exit through which Bernir came through. It seemed that his tamed beast had grown quite the ego. He was not even listening to straight commands. He did not have any tamer-related skills, so their relationship was a bit purer. Agni was more like a real dog than a tamed creature that could be affected by magical skills. Whoa, what's happening? Bernir shouted as he was shoved to the side by a large dire wolf. He was just opening the automatic door that led to his own workshop. Luck was on Agni's side, as he would not be able to open these doors without a person present. Now, on the other hand, he was already making his escape, while Roland was chasing behind him while shaking his fist. Hey, get back here, you stupid wolf. In Roland's mind, there was still time to make Agni vomit the crystal out before it was digested. With a paddle going down his throat, he would be forced to gag, and the precious material could be retrieved in but a moment. Grab him. W, what are you doing? He called out to Diana that clumsily attempted to grab the fleeing Agni. She was too slow, though, and just fell down on her face while the chase continued. The sound of metal tools falling down and various shouts could be even heard by the people inside the shop. What's all that noise? Was that a wolf howl? Griselda, could you watch the counter for a moment? Sure thing. Elodia was surprised by all of this chaos unfolding. She could clearly tell that it was Roland that was shouting. After opening the back door, she was met with a bizarre scene. The famous runesmith was running after his large wolf with parts of his armor missing. Hey, get back here. Woof. At first, she was startled and worried, but after she saw the scene unfolding, a smile appeared on her face. It reminded her of the young boys at the orphanage. Many times they would roughhouse with each other, and then even chase through the house or the city while laughing. This scene wasn't much different. The one being chased even seemed to be enjoying himself. Soon the two reached the wind generators and started chasing each other around them. It was quite the high-speed chase that she had trouble following with her more than ordinary class and stats. Yet finally Roland had outsmarted the Ruby Wolf. While Agni was circling around the wind generator, he just stopped and waited for him to go around it. There he fell into his hands, and both of them went down to the ground. Even now she had no idea what it was about. Did he swallow something poisonous? Roland was even trying to stick his fingers down the wolf's muzzle, but only ended up with more slobber after several sneezes. What are you two doing? Calm down. Did he ingest something that he shouldn't have? She finally made her way towards the two idiots that were wrestling with each other on the ground. He swallowed an Empyrean crystal. An Empyrean crystal? Doesn't he swallow crystals every day? From her perspective, there was nothing wrong. She knew that Agni's physiology allowed him to eat crystallized minerals and digest them. Even diamonds could be chomped down, and after some time they would be digested. Empyrean crystals weren't that resistant, so there was no problem that she could spot here. Those things cost a lot. Ha, is it only that? There is some food in the runic fridge. Also, I think you need a bath. I need to go back to the shop. You two need to stop making so much noise. You're bothering the customers. After giving out a sigh, she decided to leave. The two continued to thrash around the ground before Roland finally gave up. From how Agni's tail was flailing around, it seemed that he was enjoying the skinship. Awoof, what are you looking at? After sitting up, Roland narrowed his eyes at the disorderly Agni that was still jumping back and forth. That's it, no more mana stones for a week. A woo-woo. A loud noise echoed through the entire compound, and even caused some of the windows to rattle. Soon enough, the grumpy runesmith dusted himself off to sulk inside of his home. His wolf, on the other hand, continued